Chapter 361. Lu Xingchen was a bit confused. Thinking carefully, the dwarf did have a close relationship with deputy gang leader Yang, a bit too close. But were they siblings? They didn't look alike at all. Oh, dwarf had privately messaged her, and her name was indeed Yang Feishue. She had been neglecting him. She hadn't expected that deputy gang leader Yang was his third sister. She had never known deputy gang leader Yang's name. From the chaotic conversation just now, Yang Feifeng and Yang Feiyu should be the eldest and second oldest, deputy gang leader Yang the third, and Yang Feishue the fourth. Yang Feishue and deputy gang leader Yang had only seen her in disguise, and didn't recognize her. Deputy gang leader Yang had fallen into a quicksand trap and nearly died. After they rescued her, they said something and then fled together. Lu Xingchen didn't chase them. Those men were too powerful, and killing them would take too much time. Finding the treasure was more important. Gao Dafu jumped on the platform outside. Little Lu, look at me. Take me over. Lan Lan and Mei Mei, one flying and the other leaping, accurately avoided the trap. The two little ones looked energetic and unharmed. Lan Lan huffed. We actually let that guy get away. Humph, he ran faster than a lamb. Mimi nudged Lu Xingchen. Master, that guy was very powerful. He suddenly disappeared. I lost him. Lu Xingchen quickly took out a piece of flowered cloth and wrapped it around the reeking Lan Lan. He then touched Mei Mei. It's okay. They're strong anyway. Gao Dafu continued to jump. Little Lu, I can't get through. Lu Xingchen drew a line on the ground with his foot. See? Just jump here. It's not far, just over 7 meters. How about a standing long jump? Gao Dafu cried. How is that possible? My standing long jump is only 1 meter. Lu Xingchen, your agility has increased, and with the bonus attributes of being in the top 10, a 10-meter jump is no problem. Come on! Gao Dafu blinked excitedly. Really? Lu Xingchen rambled seriously. Really, I can jump 20 meters. Gao Dafu believed it, and immediately squatted down slightly, assumed a standing long jump position, shook his arms, and leaped. After only 2 meters, his portly body plummeted. He was terrified. Ah, Xiao Lu, help, help. Lu Xingchen swung his snake whip, wrapping it around Gao Dafu's sturdy waist. With a tug, he pulled him over and threw him to the ground. Gao Dafu rolled twice before coming to a stop. He climbed to his feet, still trembling with fear. Xiao Lu, you lied to me. Lan Lan, wrapped in a floral cloth, resembling a flowery headscarf, laughed heartily. Fatty, you're so silly, haha. You believed everything Xiao Lu said. If she could jump 20 meters, wouldn't she be a flying woman? Gao Dafu felt extremely aggrieved, and the only one he resented was Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen laughed heartily, and turned back to treasure hunting. She could whip Gao Dafu over with her whip, and make him jump, just to be safe. Gao Dafu quickly forgot about the incident, and followed happily. This was his first treasure hunt, and he was incredibly excited. Lu Xingchen pointed inside. See? Smash this stone wall, and there's a treasure inside. Really? Really? Gao Dafu was overjoyed, and immediately took out his pickaxe. Lu Xingchen suddenly received a private message. It was Yang Feishue, also known as the Shorty. Yang Feishue? Boss, are you here? Why have you been ignoring me? Previously, Lu Xingchen, focused on treasure hunting, had indeed ignored his messages. This time, Lu Xingchen noticed. Lu Xingchen, yes. In Yang Feishue's eyes, Lu Xingchen had always been anonymous. Yang Feishue, I remember you set up a maze. It trapped many people, and it lasted for a long time, right? But why can't our maze trap anyone? Lu Xingchen, probing, isn't it? Thinking carefully, the dwarf Yang Feishue should be able to deduce that she killed Zhang Yidao, right? The only thing hindering Yang Feishue's judgment is that she looks different from the anonymous one before. Lu Xingchen didn't answer, but asked, You? How many of you are there? Yang Feishue, we. 4. Lu Xingchen, oh. Not bad, telling the truth. But she was very puzzled. How could 4 people enter just one treasure hunting bead? This was something she hadn't thought of. Yang Feishue went on and on, but Lu Xingchen kept mumbling and humming in response, finally ignoring her. Seeing Lu Xingchen stop talking, Yang Feishue grew anxious. Boss, I've always considered you the boss. You can't abandon me. Let me be honest with you. We're treasure hunting in Area 1. Lu Xingchen, yes. Yang Feishue, we ran into someone so strong I thought it was the boss. If it was the boss, you were treasure hunting, then I wouldn't be joining. Lu Xingchen joked, hey, so loyal to me? Yang Feishua, hey, of course. Lu Xingchen ignored the words. With a loud boom, the stone wall in front collapsed, revealing a cave. Gao Dafu shouted excitedly, all right, we're in. Afraid the Yang brothers would approach, Lu Xingchen had Mimi watch the doorway while she and Gao Dafu slipped through the opening. Carrying torches, they walked through a narrow passage, finally arriving at an empty stone chamber. Inside was a circular space, approximately 100 square meters. Torches were pinned to the stone walls, making it dim, but bright enough to see clearly. The space was empty, with only 3 stone doors at the front. Gao Dafu eagerly asked, go in? Lu Xingchen nodded. She doubted it would be that easy. Gao Dafu reached the middle stone door and pushed for a long time, but it wouldn't open. He thought for a moment, then took out the treasure-hunting bead and pressed it into the groove. Ripples rippled in front of the stone gate, transforming into a vortex. The vortex slowly flowed, as if waiting for someone to enter. Gao Dafu rubbed his hands excitedly. Xiao Lu, I go in first. Lu Xingchen also had a treasure-hunting bead and immediately said, okay. Gao Dafu stepped into the vortex, and the vortex gate disappeared. Lu Xingchen took out the treasure-hunting bead, examined it, and decided to use it later, waiting for Gao Dafu's message. 3 full minutes passed, and Gao Dafu hadn't sent a reply. Lu Xingchen privately messaged, what's going on? But she received a message, special situation, unable to call. Lu Xingchen decided not to wait any longer, just in case Gao Dafu was in trouble. She walked to the stone gate on the left, pressed the treasure-hunting bead, and a vortex appeared. She stepped in. A scene appeared before her. Green grass, a simple little house, a courtyard, and moonflowers scattered all over the ground. The scene was strangely familiar, similar to Master Ling Wang's home. This is Master Ling Wang's treasure. At this moment, Gao Dafu was sitting on the grass, solemnly staring at a screen of light appearing before him. Seeing Lu Xingchen approach, he was overjoyed and ran over eagerly. Hurry, the exam's time. The exam's time. Lu Xingchen, exam? Chapter 362. As she spoke, she took a step forward. Suddenly, with a swish, a huge test paper appeared before her. It was filled with questions. Title, Winemaking Knowledge Test. Tester, Master Ling Wang. Winemaking knowledge? Master Ling Wang truly loves winemaking. Gao Dafu came over, glanced at her paper, and exclaimed, what? Different? Why are our papers different? Lu Xingchen, curious, leaned over to glance at Gao Dafu's paper. How to brew moonflower wine. Please write down the specific steps in no less than 500 words. Lu Xingchen looked back at her own paper. It was a series of multiple-choice questions. 1. When brewing peach blossom wine, which of the following substances should not be added? A. Peaches. B. Yeast. C. Moonflower. D. Cumin. Gao Dafu was brimming with jealousy. Why are my questions the hardest essay questions, while yours are multiple choice? Why? Why are your questions so easy? Of course I chose D. Lu Xingchen looked over. She had 10 multiple-choice questions, while Gao Dafu had 10 essay questions. All of them involved the steps involved in brewing a certain type of wine. Each required at least 500 words. Poor Gao Dafu had to write at least 5,000 words. The exam had a time limit of 15 minutes, meaning Gao Dafu had to write 5,000 words in 15 minutes. It was an impossible task. Gao Dafu was in tears. Who knows how to brew wine? It's such a technical subject. I'm so sad. Lu Xingchen glanced at his paper, then at her own, and asked, why hasn't the exam started yet? Gao Dafu, I don't know. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Wait a minute, I have my grandma look up how to make wine. She immediately sent a message to her grandma, but it wouldn't go through. She couldn't even message Gao Dafu just now. It seemed he'd been blocked again. The two of them could only read messages in their respective chat channels. They couldn't send messages to anyone else or post messages on any channel. The most frustrating thing was that the exam never started. If it didn't start, they couldn't answer the questions. The two of them sat on the grass, looking at each other, growing bored. Lu Xingchen examined the test paper carefully and spotted the small words at the bottom. There are 3 candidates for this exam. Once all are present, the exam will begin. The candidate with the highest score will be the winner. What? All present? The other person with the treasure hunting bead can't get in, right? This is a big problem. Gao Dafu also saw this and let out a cry. Are we going to be stuck out of here? Are we going to die of old age here? Ah! Ah! He quickly looked back. There was nothing behind him, not a single door, whirlpool, or anything like that. He couldn't go back. The houses in front were just decorations, impossible to enter. Even the moon-bright flowers were fake and couldn't be picked. Gao Dafu panicked. Lu Xingchen sat on the grass, pondering for a moment. Wait a minute. Those 4 people from the Yang family are quite cunning and possess some bizarre skills. They should be able to get in. She couldn't get out, and she was most worried about Mimi. Lon Lon had already been put in the pet bag. Lu Xingchen tried to take Mimi in, but found out it was a special situation, unable to take pets in. Helpless, they could only wait. While waiting for the exam, Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen. Global channel. Qi Fangxin. Xiao Xingxing, please take care of me. Why can't I private message you anymore? Where are you? We go find you. Qi Fangxin. Xiao Xingxing, Xiao Yaya can't be reached either. Qi Fangxin. Xiao Xingxing, Xiao Yaya, if you see me, let me know. Bai Kaisen, Xing Yu, hurry up, if you see me, call us and we find you. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Lu Haoyue was also in this special situation. Would he be okay? Unfortunately, she couldn't get back to Qi Fangxin. Qi Fangxin relentlessly swished messages across the global channel, clearly terribly anxious. Besides them, Wei Lin and the others also subtly asked her about her situation in the chat channel. It seemed many people had realized they couldn't reach her. Suddenly, in a nearby channel, the dwarf, also known as Yang Feishue, sent a message. Yang Feishue, big boss, I've convinced the other brothers and sisters. We've decided not to fight you for the treasure. We're leaving now. Bye. Yang Feishue, big boss, I find you when you get out. Yang Feishue, big boss, I always be with you. You can't forget me. Lu Xingchen stood up suddenly. No way, are they leaving? How could they possibly be leaving? The 4 of them are so strong. They were so close to finding the treasure. How could they possibly leave? Yang Feishue doesn't have that much influence among the 4 siblings, does she? Gao Dafu also saw this. Huh, they're leaving? No way. Wouldn't that mean we'd be stuck here forever? Oh my god, how many months? For a lifetime? Lu Xingchen tried to contact Mame, but couldn't get through either. This scene was truly breathtaking. Is it because this is an exam setting, so all signals are blocked? On a nearby channel, Yang Feishue said, Boss, we're leaving. Message me back when you get out. Gao Dafu's eyes flushed with anxiety. Ah, don't go, my dear Feishue, don't go. I can't live without you. I can't live. Unfortunately, he couldn't send a message. After Yang Feishue sent her last message, the nearby channel went silent. Gao Dafu collapsed on the ground. It's over. I'm going to die here in this life. Lu Xingchen was also anxious. She couldn't understand why 3 tall, powerful men would listen to the dwarf Yang Feishue. This was a treasure trove filled with countless rare treasures. They had taken the treasure-seeking beads and reached the last step, and they actually left? It was incomprehensible. Lu Xingchen was getting anxious when, suddenly, Yang Feishue came over the nearby channel. Boss, we can't leave. Let's go back and take the exam. If we don't, there will be a penalty. Gao Dafu, come on, take the exam, quick. Gao Dafu howled for a moment, then froze. It's over, Xiao Lu. Your trap is so dangerous, they can't get through, right? Lu Xingchen thought carefully. With some effort, they can still get through, right? It just takes a while. Sure enough, a moment later, a voice from a nearby channel called Yang Feishue. Boss, is this your trap? We're testing its width. We're scared. Throwing a stone doesn't trigger it. Only throwing a living creature will trigger it. Woohoo, let's go catch some rabbits. Lu Xingchen nodded. Not bad. He knew how to test the trap's width. Once he knew the distance to the danger zone, he could jump over it. Gao Dafu scratched his fat head. Are there any rabbits here? Any living creatures? Why don't I remember? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. Of course, he didn't remember any living creatures. Could there be no living creatures on the snowy mountain? Chapter 363. On the nearby channel, Yang Feishue said, there's nothing alive. Boss, we're giving up. We don't want to take the exam. After a while, Yang Feishue said, We found a mouse. Good thing, we can catch one. After about half an hour, Yang Feishue said, Boss, why did you set so many traps? They're terrible, and there are thorns. That little lamb keeps attacking us. It's so hard. Boss, we don't want to take the exam. None of us like exams. Yang Feishue said, I want to give up. Why? We worked so hard to get through all these obstacles just to take an exam. Yang Feishue said, stop nagging and get to work. After waiting for about half an hour, Yang Feishua said, "Oh, we're in, boss." Yang Feifeng said, "I've been putting up with you for a long time, Yang Feishua. I'm the boss." As they entered, Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu stood up excitedly, staring intently at the spot where they had entered. After a while, ripples appeared, and 4 people walked in one after another. It was the 4 Yang brothers. Swish! A light curtain also rose in front of them. A voice rang out, "The winemaking knowledge contest will begin in 3 minutes. No noise or fighting is allowed in the examination room. The exam lasts 15 minutes. Please be prepared." The exam can finally begin. Lu Xingchen glanced at the 4 Yang brothers, wondering why 4 people were able to enter with only 1 exam paper. Had they discovered some bug? Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu sat together, and the 4 brothers sat together. The 2 groups were separated by about 7 or 8 meters, and they were all quite alert. Yang Feishua smiled at Lu Xingchen. "Boss." He had confirmed that Lu Xingchen was the anonymous person from before. Lu Xingchen looked at the 4 of them curiously. Deputy Gang Leader Yang looked exactly like the other 2, but the short Yang Feishua looked nothing like them. "Gao Dafu, are you 4 quadruplets?" Yang Feishua, "Yes." Gao Dafu compared them. "Why are you so different in appearance?" "There's a huge height difference." Yang Feishua, "Hey, I was born last, so I'm not getting the same nutrition. Maybe we're fraternal quadruplets?" The 2 of them chatted pleasantly. Fighting wasn't allowed here, after all. Lu Xingchen and the others were looking at their test papers. Lu Xingchen's 10 questions were multiple choice questions. You just had to choose one from ABCD. They looked simple enough, but Lu Xingchen felt they were more complicated than they thought. For example, the first question, 1. When brewing peach blossom wine, which of the following substances should not be added? A. Peaches. B. Yeast. C. Moonflower. D. Cumin. The obvious choice was cumin, but she remembered Ling Wang's diary entry. Did she add cumin? Or not? It wasn't explained at the end, but Master Ling Wang did hesitate about whether to add cumin. The test was set by Master Ling Wang, whose knowledge of winemaking was somewhat unique, and whose perspective on it was also unusual. Lu Xingchen pondered for a long time, unsure of what to choose. Deputy Gang Leader Yang came over at some point, and glanced at Lu Xingchen's paper. Ours are similar, aren't they? Our question is whether to add cumin when brewing apricot blossom wine. Lu Xingchen covered the paper with his hands. Really? Let's see. Deputy Gang Leader Yang unfolded the paper without hesitation. What are you afraid of? I can copy your answers. Deputy Gang Leader Yang's test paper was different from Lu Xingchen's and Gao Dafu's. Hers was a true or false test, and the first question was indeed similar to Lu Xingchen's. 1. When brewing apricot blossom wine, is cumin added? A. Yes. B. No. Gao Dafu also came over and, after looking at it, felt aggrieved. Why? Why is your test paper so simple, and mine so complicated? Oh, I have to write 5,000 words, and I can't write a single word. The Yang brothers all came over to take a look. After reading Gao Dafu's test paper, they felt deep sympathy for him. Gao Dafu was immediately kicked off the competition team. He was out. Deputy Gang Leader Yang's name was Yang Feishuang, the most pleasant of the 4. She looked at Lu Xingchen's test paper, and was very satisfied. Comparatively, theirs was easier, with only 2 options. Choosing with eyes closed gave a 50% chance of scoring. Lu Xingchen and Yang Feishuang exchanged papers and looked at them. Lu Xingchen's second question, 2. When brewing osmanthus wine, which auxiliary ingredient is required? A. White ginseng. B. Red dates. C. Longan. D. Cassia bark. Yang Feishuang's second question, 2. When brewing osmanthus wine, is cinnamon bark necessary? A. Yes. B. No. The question was simple, but because it was posed by Master Ling Wang, Lu Xingchen immediately felt it was not easy. After reading it, she silently handed the paper to Yang Feishuang. Yang Feishuang raised a brow. Well, what do you think? What are your choices? Lu Xingchen, what about you? Yang Feishuang, it's obvious. However, we choose our own answers, so we don't have to check the answers. Lu Xingchen, okay. She almost knew the answer. Master Ling Wang, that's strange. He's driving me crazy. At this point, 7 or 8 minutes had already passed. Gao Dafu was writing furiously, filled with bitterness and resentment, while Lu Xingchen quickly selected the answer. She had no choice but to take a gamble. She would answer the questions based on Master Ling Wang's rambling knowledge and his unconventional thinking. Yang Feishuang, and the others also quickly selected their answers. With only 3 to 5 minutes left before the exam was due, everyone gathered around Gao Dafu to watch him work. In just over 10 minutes, Gao Dafu had already written over 1,000 words and was working on the third question. Question 3. Please explain the role of melon seeds in winemaking in at least 500 words. Gao Dafu was on the verge of tears. Aren't sunflower seeds used to make oil? Why are they used to make wine? Yang Feishuang rubbed her chin. Why do I feel like the question is a little strange? Lu Xingchen chuckled. It wasn't the question that was strange. It was the person, Master Ling Wang. Honestly, she was nervous, afraid she answered incorrectly. Everyone was bored. A group of people surrounded Gao Dafu, pointing and making random suggestions, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. With 2 minutes left, he gritted his teeth and persevered, finally writing another 200 or 300 words and answering most of the third question. Time was up, and a voice rang out. Exam completed. Collect papers now. Results will be announced in 5 minutes. Finally finished, Gao Dafu threw his pen down. He had completely given up. He wouldn't be the winner anyway. Waiting for the results, several people sat on the floor, looking at each other. Boredom set in again. No fighting was allowed, so they could only chat. Gao Dafu, why are all 4 of you allowed in together? Yang Feishuo, because we're quadruplets, hee so. Hee, we have a very special cheat code. Chapter 364. Gao Dafu and Lu Xingchen were both amazed. Of course, asking any more would be rude. When bored, everyone started comparing answers. Gao Dafu was excluded. Yang Feishuang, for the first question, I chose no. Which answer did you choose? Lu Xingchen, C. Yang Feishuang, C. Moonflower? No, why did you choose that answer? Can cumin be used in winemaking? She stared at Lu Xingchen. Do you know something? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I'm just guessing. Don't get excited. Yang Feishuang, tisk, you're kidding. You must know something. By the way, why did you choose Moonflower? Can't you use Moonflower? What could Lu Xingchen say? She was also guessing, relying on her weak intuition to answer the questions. She didn't know if her intuition was accurate. The Moonflower was something Master Ling Wang had worked so hard to grow. She figured he wouldn't use it as a side ingredient unless he was brewing Moonflower wine. Yang Feishuang looked at Lu Xingchen with a gleaming gaze. What about your face? I like that one better. It's beautiful. Lu Xingchen was displeased. Isn't my face beautiful too? Yang Feishuang laughed triumphantly. Haha, it's you. Lu Xingchen, Didn't Yang Feishuo, aka the dwarf, guess this already? Yang Feishuang was delighted. Since we're friends, that's easy. Let's make it clear. No matter who wins and gets the treasure, no one else can take it, okay? Lu Xingchen was surprised. Why do you say that? Treasures are so rare, how could anyone resist? She assumed that even if she got the treasure, the 4 Yang siblings would try to snatch it. After all, she and Yang Feishuang had only met once, not that deep a friendship. Yang Feishuang, well, it's settled, how's that? The Yang family members all nodded in unanimous agreement. Lu Xingchen was even more puzzled. It looked like the 4 siblings were even more afraid that she would try to steal the treasure. She thought about it again and understood. After all, the Yang family's questions were easier. Even a random guess had a 50% chance of scoring, while she only had a 25% chance. So, the 4 siblings felt they had a sure win. No, the 4 siblings had been about to give up the treasure hunt. Thinking of this, Lu Xingchen glanced at Yang Feishuo. Yang Feishuo immediately raised her hand. Boss, I will always be loyal. Lu Xingchen asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Why did you give up the treasure hunt just now? I have a trap, but you could get through with some effort, so why give up? Yang Feishuo, well, Yang Feishuang, why are you dithering? Just tell her. She turned to Lu Xingchen. It's simple. We don't think we can beat you, not even 4 of us. If we confront you head-on, both sides will suffer, with a greater probability of us 4 dying and you getting injured. Lu Xingchen was even more puzzled. You can sense that? She and the 4 Yang siblings only fought once, and they could predict the outcome. Yang Feishuo, yeah, I can. Oh. Lu Xingchen looked at Yang Feishuo. It seems this guy has a cheat code too. So, is that how they can accurately find the boss? For example, Wan Jinbao? Even if Wan Jinbao is not that great, he is the longest-lived boss among the gangs, and is doing very well now. Lu Xingchen didn't ask Yang Feishuo in detail what his cheat code was, simply giving him a thumbs up. This cheat code is truly a life-saving weapon. The 4 Yang siblings are no ordinary people. and quite forthright. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The results of the winemaking knowledge exam are now being announced. Lu Xingchen, 30 points. Here, no one cares about anonymity. Lu Xingchen's name is simply spoken. As soon as the results were announced, the Yang siblings were immediately delighted. Yang Feishuang, haha, we've definitely won. Yang Feiyu, not bad, not bad. I think we can get 80 points. A landslide victory. Yang Feishue, boss, your name is Lu Xingchen? I finally know your name. Haha, I guessed it right. Lu Xingchen, the top scorer in District 33. My boss is so awesome, hee hee. Gao Dafu was stunned. Little Lu, why are you so disappointing? You only got 30 points, barely passing. You really disappoint me. Lu Xingchen was helpless. She had really worked hard on the exam. Only 30 points. In other words, the answer she painstakingly arrived at, after all her painstaking guesswork, reasoning, and summarizing based on Master Ling Guang's situation, was worse than a guess. Isn't there a saying, if there are 3 short and 1 long, choose long. If there are 3 long and 1 short, choose short. If there are 2 long and 2 short, choose B. If there are 2 uneven answers, choose C. Honestly, even if she chose all A or all B, with a bit of luck, she could still get 40 points, right? Lu Xingchen regretted it deeply. What intuition? What deduction? If she didn't have that skill, couldn't she just guess? Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. This way, he had a chance. Although he only answered 3 of the 10 questions, he had written answer after each one. He even copied the question. It said that just by writing the word answer, he could get 1 point for each question. That way, maybe he could get over 30 or even 40 points. He had a chance of winning. The Yang siblings were also very happy. They had a better chance of winning. After all, they had good luck. They could definitely get 50 or 60 points, right? Except for Lu Xingchen, everyone else was very satisfied with this score. Lu Xingchen withdrew, standing aside with a resentful look. Well, she was no longer competitive. She was eliminated. The voice continued announcing the scores. Gao Dafu, 23 points. Gao Dafu, why? I wrote several words on every question. How could I get 10 points? Plus I answered 3 questions. How could I only get 23 points? That's unfair. Yang Feishuang, haha, you answered all of them wrong. Good, good, we're the winners. Lu Xingchen, Yang Feishue quickly comforted Lu Xingchen. Boss, you're the best. Maybe you got the highest score, and we only got 10 points. Yang Feifeng, Yang Feiyu, shut up. The score announcement continued. Yang Feishuang, 10 points. Yang Feishuang, what? How is that possible? Yang Feifeng immediately kicked Yang Feishue. You traitor. A jinx. Yang Feishuang was puzzled. How could it be 10 points? Even if we were guessing, the odds suggest we should have gotten around 50 points. It doesn't make sense. No, no, no. Yang Feishue, but sister, we didn't guess. We did the questions carefully. Yang Feishuang, that's not right either. On the first question, of course you can't use cumin in winemaking. On the second question, cinnamon is used for stewing meat, so how could it be used in winemaking? I'm 100% sure you got these 2 questions right, which gives you 20 points. How could we only get 10? She was completely baffled. Yang Feifeng and Yang Feiyu nodded. Yes, it can't be 10 points. The grading was wrong. We need to regrade the papers. Yang Feishue, alas, brothers and sisters, just accept your fate. Who will regrade your papers? The Yang siblings argued bitterly, unable to accept the result. However, no one paid attention to their complaints. The announcement continued. First place in this exam, Lu Xingchen, 30 points. Second place, Gao Dafu, 23 points. Third place, Yang Feishuang, 10 points. First place winner Lu Xingchen, please enter the room to collect your reward. Chapter 365. Yang Feishue was more excited than anyone else. Boss, it's you. Haha, I got it right again. Hurry, get your reward. Yang Feishuang, hey, fourth brother, which group are you from? Lu Xingchen had already walked towards the cabin, where the reward was. Lu Xingchen gently pushed the wooden door. This time, it opened, revealing a treasure chest in the center of the room. She walked in. At this point, the others, no longer concerned about the noise, swarmed over and gathered at the door to watch. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't get in. Lu Xingchen walked over and was about to open the treasure chest when Gao Dafu shouted at the top of his lungs. Slow down, Xiao Lu. Kakaka. Lu Xingchen quickly stopped. Yes, they still had the double card. Gao Dafu was trembling with excitement. Hurry, snap, snap. Uh-huh. Knowing the Yang siblings were nearby, he couldn't say too much. He was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to confide in them, and unable to do so in the chat room. He was practically suffocating. The Yang siblings were shocked. Yang Feishuang, what card? Yang Feishua, double card? Gao Dafu rolled his eyes warily. What card or not? I tell Xiao Lu to hurry up. Yang Feishuang's eyes rolled, and Yang Feishua quickly pulled her aside, saying to Gao Dafu, don't worry, we won't steal it. Hee, I know you're the boss's best friend. How could we possibly steal our friend's treasure? Yang Feishuang was a little disappointed. She assumed Gao Dafu was going to give Lu Xingchen the double card. However, since Yang Feishua had stopped him, he must have figured it out. If he didn't want to steal it, then he didn't. He already lost anyway. Lu Xingchen took Gao Dafu's double card. After a moment's thought, she turned back and closed the door, blocking everyone outside from view. She didn't want to hide it from Gao Dafu, but besides Gao Dafu, there were also the 4 Yang siblings outside. What if the treasures were so abundant and so good that the 4 of them couldn't resist? Double card. Use this card when opening a chest. After using it, you receive double the supplies you've received from the chest. Do you want to use it? Yes. A flash of white light, and the double card disappeared. Lu Xingchen opened the treasure chest. Opening Master Ling Wang's chest, the double card's effects stacked, granting you 2 pet contracts, basic, 2 pet contracts, advanced, 2 gold beast spirit fluids, 2 spirit beast healing pills, 2 electric sewing machines, 2 winemaking manuals, 2 moonflower wines, and 2 great hunting maps. Master Ling Wang's treasures are quite impressive, aren't they? Hee, some of them are thanks to Master Babu's generous contribution. Lu Xingchen, Does Master Babu have too many treasures? Why is he everywhere? Lu Xingchen was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of treasures. What shocked her even more was that there was even an announcement, the same voice as during the exam. It was Master Ling Wang's voice. Gao Dafu, listening outside, was overcome with emotion. He couldn't help but let out strange cries, unable to contain himself, yet he dared not say anything. The Yang siblings drooled. Lu Xingchen was speechless. She had never expected this announcement. Luckily, only those in this space could hear it, not those outside. She opened her backpack and sorted through the items. First item, Pet Contract, Elementary. Pet Contract, Elementary. This allows you to sign a contract with a pet. Each contract can hold 1 pet, and each person is limited to 1 pet. The details are in the contract. Lu Xingchen, remember the important points. The contractor's strength, agility, and constitution must be at least 10 points greater than the pet's to have a chance of taming the contracted pet. Previously, this type of contract was useless to players, but things are different now. Now, players' stats have increased significantly, and if they find a suitable spirit beast cub, they can still use this contract to tame a pet. The only problem is that if they can't tame a particularly good pet, even one with relatively high aptitude will struggle to grow. However, players with pets are now rare, and the demand for them is strong. Even if they're useless, having a pet to chat with is great for entertainment. So, this contract is excellent. If it were put up for sale, players would go crazy for it. Second item, Advanced Pet Contract. This is the best. Any pet can be contracted, as long as the spirit beast agrees. Third item, Gold Grade Beast Spirit Fluid. This is what Lu Xingchen has always dreamed of. Meme and Lanlan are waiting to use it to level up. Fourth item, Spirit Beast Healing Pill. Spiritual Healing Pill can heal spirit beast injuries, instantly cure any illness. The introduction was simple, but Lu Xingchen knew that any item found in a treasure chest was anything but simple, so she had to keep it safe. The fifth item, an electric sewing machine. An electric sewing machine. It has multiple functions, can handle various stitches, and can be used with a variety of materials. It's easy to use and convenient. Lu Xingchen took a quick glance and could tell it was better than the previous electric sewing machine, with more features. This thing is Grandma's favorite. With this, she can use it as she pleases. Just give it to the old lady as a toy. Sixth item, Winemaking Manual. Winemaking Manual, Master Ling Wang's summary of his experience. A rare and unique book. Lu Xingchen opened it and took a look. After seeing Master Ling Wang's extensive research and experiments on whether or not to add cumin to his winemaking, she chuckled. Okay, I keep this manual as a table mat. Sorry, Master Ling Wang. Seventh item, Moonflower Wine. Moonflower Wine, Master Ling Wang's newly brewed wine. incredibly delicious. Consuming it can extend your lifespan, improve your physical fitness by 2, and has other special benefits. Please explore them yourself. Huh, Master Ling Wang can even brew wine? I don't know if it's delicious, but for the 2 for physique boost, this wine is a must-try. There's also a large hunting map. Lu Xingchen presumably assumes every treasure chest has it, but she just glanced at it casually. Outside, the 4 Yang siblings' eyes were red with envy. Yang Feishuang, gold grade B spirit fluid? I need it most. My little pet needs to level up. Yang Feiyu, I want a pet. Even a basic pet contract is fine. Oh, I'm so jealous, my liver, heart, and stomach hurt. Yang Feishuang, haha, the boss, it's all the bosses. Yang Feishuang, are you stupid? I'm not giving it to you. Gao Dafu, haha. He was so happy. The 4 Yang siblings were envious. Yang Feishuang, filled with regret, waved at them. Let's go, let's go. What are you doing here? If it were anyone else, they might have come to kill and steal the treasure. Lu Xingchen is not to be messed with, Yang Feishuang said. The others immediately said goodbye and left the space. Lu Xingchen gave Gao Dafu a portion of the items, and the 2 of them also left. As Lu Xingchen left, Mimi rushed over. Master, I didn't stop them. They trapped me in the doorway with a net. I just came out and freed me. Lu Xingchen checked, and found Mimi unharmed, which made her feel relieved. The Yang siblings clearly didn't want to antagonize her. They only trapped Mimi, and didn't harm her. These 4 siblings were pretty good. Gao Dafu couldn't speak in the chat channel, almost suffocating. He grabbed the treasure, and immediately left the snow mountain space with Lu Xingchen. Upon his return, Gao Dafu roared with laughter in the nearby chat room. Ahaha, old Gu, I'm back. Come on, old Gu, let's divide the spoils. Qi Fangxin's cheerful voice echoed, dividing the spoils? Is there a share for me? Chapter 366. Gu Yin was waiting outside the snow mountain space, so as soon as Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu emerged, he rushed over to greet them. Gao Dafu was excited. Come on, old Gu, let me show you what I've got. Gu Yin reached out to stop him. Wait! He dodged, revealing the person behind him, Qi Fangxin. Qi Fangxin's feet were tied with ropes, and hung from a large tree. Seeing Lu Xingchen, Qi Fangxin shed tears of excitement. Little Xingxing, I thought I'd never see you again. He pointed at Gu Yin with a wronged look. He hit me. Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes. What's the big deal? Wasn't he just talking about dividing the spoils? Gu Yin gave Qi Fangxin a cold look. You want to die? Frightened, Qi Fangxin quickly swung towards Lu Xingchen. Little Xingxing, save me. Save me. Lu Xingchen spoke to Gu Yin, cut the ropes, and Qi Fangxin fell down. Lu Xingchen, where's Lu Haoyue? Qi Fangxin, I heard we can't contact you here. The boss is already heading this way, and will be here soon. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, where's your brother Bai Kaisen? Why didn't they come to save him? Gu Yin, he chased him away. Qi Fangxin felt even more aggrieved. Yes, he chased my brother away. Qi Fangxin looked at Gao Dafu. Brother Dafu, we meet again. Gao Dafu didn't have time to reminisce. He was eager to divide the treasure with Gu Yin. He gave Qi Fangxin a perfunctory look. Ah bah, hello, little mute, goodbye, little mute. Lu Xingchen neatly tied Qi Fangxin to the tree. Lu Haoyue hadn't arrived yet, and he wasn't sure Qi Fangxin was one of them, so he tied him up tightly. This is better than being left hanging. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin walked over. Gao Dafu excitedly said, 1 advanced pet contract and 1 basic pet contract, each of us gets 1. To make things fair, let's play rock paper scissors, 2 out of 3. Whoever wins gets the advanced contract. Lu Xingchen, Dafu, aren't you being a bit of a bully? With Gu Yin's luck, there's no way he can win. Gu Yin frowned, a hint of displeasure. Gao Dafu shouted, why do you always look down on Gu Yin's luck? Can his luck stay this bad? Maybe this time he turned things around. Gu Yin glanced at Gao Dafu indifferently. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, show some strength and give it a try. Gu Yin, come on! Lu Xingchen, The 2 played rock paper scissors, and the winner was quickly decided. Gao Dafu won 3 games, 3 out of 3. He laughed and patted Gu Yin. You're such a fool. Why are you always so stubborn? Haha, the advanced contract is mine. Gu Yin, haha. Gao Dafu wasn't always taking advantage. After receiving the advanced pet contract, he gave Gu Yin the gold grade beast spirit fluid. Each of them got a spirit beast healing pill, and a moonlight flower wine. Each of them got a brewing manual, and a great hunting map. The only thing left was an electric sewing machine, which neither of them wanted. They had no interest in making clothes. Gao Dafu, put it on the trading floor and sell it. This item is very rare, and will definitely fetch a high price. Satisfied, Gao Dafu glanced at the leaderboard and exclaimed, "Wow, why are there so many anonymous people in the top 10? Lu Xingchen looked and saw that 4 of the top 10 were anonymous. The 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 9th places were all anonymous. Of course, Gu Yan was 7th, and Gao Dafu was 10th. The first place name was one that looked incredibly arrogant, Xian Yuan Batian. This name clearly indicated the protagonist. Gao Dafu looked at it for a long time. "Xiao Lu, what place are you in?" "Let me guess. Definitely above 8th. So, you're 6th now?" Lu Xingchen glanced at his points. "3rd. Gao Dafu, what? Haha, not bad, not bad. Finally close to the top 3. Hey, who's the anonymous 2nd place?" Qi Fangxin laughed triumphantly and whispered to Lu Xingchen, "It's the boss, huh? 2nd place is Lu Haoyue." Gao Dafu, "Xiao Lu, how did your points increase so quickly?" Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. "Obtaining treasure also increases points. I just obtained 2 treasures." "That's right." Although Gao Dafu and Gu Yan each received 1 share of the treasure, the points were added to Lu Xingchen's. In the end, the fluctuations in the top 10 points and rankings wouldn't be significant. The rise of so many anonymous players naturally caught the attention of the players. On the global map channel, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Anonymous is really impressive. Suddenly, 2 people have jumped up, taking the 2nd and 3rd places. Who are they? They're probably the treasure hunters. Treasures from several districts have been claimed. That's impressive, but there are so many anonymous people, I don't know which one it is. Can't you guess? An anonymous first killed Zhang Yidao, then Zhang Xiaodao, moving up to 8th place. Now, he's moved up several places, into 2nd or 3rd place. Yes, this anonymous is the most impressive, constantly jumping up. I already have a guess as to who she is. Haha, she's from District 33. It has to be her. Everyone speculated, but with so many anonymous people, it was just guesses. No one could be sure. Lu Xingchen looked and closed the light curtain. Fortunately for now, she seemed to be hiding. Suddenly, Lon Lon started to stir unwillingly inside the pet bag. Lu Xingchen had an idea. He spoke to Gao Dafu and Gu Yan, walked away, found a secluded spot, and released Lon Lon and Mimi. Lon Lon flapped her wings vigorously, and Lu Xingchen smelled a foul odor and quickly put on his breathing mask. Lon Lon, little Lu, do I stink? Lu Xingchen, what do you think? Mimi suddenly jumped out. It stinks. Can you hide your wings? Lon Lon, how can I hide my wings? Little Lu, I stink so much, how can you remain indifferent? Lu Xingchen instantly understood Lon Lan's meaning and pretended to be confused. Oh? How about I get another piece of cloth? Lon Lon, Golden Bee's spirit liquid, give it to me, okay? Mimi immediately ran back. No! Why? It wants it too. Lu Xingchen sighed. The reason she hadn't distributed the bee's spirit fluid was because there wasn't enough. Lon Lon flapped her wings vigorously at Mime. You heartless person. I already stink. If I evolve, maybe I smell better. Mime covered her nose. Humph, it's because you stink that I won't give it to you. What if you evolve, and the stench is unbearable? Who would be able to stand it? It's better for me to use it. I'm more normal. Lon Lon raged. You're saying I'm abnormal? Mime, is it normal to stink this bad? Lu Xingchen thought about it and agreed. Lan Lan's stench was indelible. What if she evolved at this time? What if something went wrong? Give it to Mime. No way either. Lon Lon was already becoming abnormal because of the stench. If she gave it to Mime, Lon Lon would be furious. Who knew how abnormal she would become? Lu Xingchen, okay, enough of that. I save it for you guys. She suddenly had an idea. How about giving it back to the panda cub? Lon Lon and Mime said in unison. No. Lu Xingchen, haha, look at this fake friendship. Chapter 367. Since she needed to find a quiet spot, she was quite far away from Gu Yan and the others. Inadvertently, she glanced at the chat screen. She saw that the nearby chat channel was already in an uproar. Qi Fangxin, hit him, boss. He's been holding me captive for hours. Ugh. Bai Kaisen, shut up. What are you yelling about? Gao Dafu, hey. Fighting is fine, but it has to be 1v1. I'm not joining. Qi Fangxin, why not? Can't we just fight alone? Gao Dafu, you really want to fight me? Qi Fangxin, of course. What? You don't dare? Gao Dafu, I dare. Haha, of course I don't dare. I'm not afraid of you and your brother coming together. Qi Fangxin, did you hear that? Brother, come together. Bai Kaisen, shut up. Don't you think it's shameful? Qi Fangxin, haha, Gao Dafu, how can you be so lame? You're not even on the same level as your friends. Look, it's only been a few minutes, and you can't run anymore. You're so weak, haha. Gao Dafu, really? Here, the ultimate weapon. Qi Fangxin, ugh, what's that smell? Ugh, boss, brother, help, Anonymous, idiot, run. Lu Xingqian's eyes widened. Besides Bai Kaisen, another anonymous person had arrived. This was Qi Fangxin's boss. So was he Lu Haoyue? She immediately gathered Mime and Lan and rushed to the spot they had just left. From a distance, she saw Qi Fangxin and Bai Kaisen retching violently against a tree trunk, Gao Dafu laughing wildly and chasing them with his boots. Gu Yan, further away, watched Gao Dafu warily, ready to flee at any moment. Another person jumped onto a tree. Lu Xingqian quickly approached, but she didn't dare get too close to Gao Dafu, staying just outside the range of Babu's boots. The person in the tree looked over from a distance, and the two of them exchanged glances. It was Lu Haoyue. Lu Xingqian was overjoyed. Little Yaya. Lu Haoyue's eyes lit up with a smile. Ah, little Xingqian, you're doing well. Lu Haoyue was probably around 27 or 28 years old, over 1.85 meters tall, with a handsome face and a slight smile, looking very friendly. In the survival world, most male players opt for a buzz cut for its convenience and neatness. Lu Haoyue was different. His hair was about shoulder length, tied in a low bun at the back. He looked like a naive, artistic young man. It was the same hairstyle he always had. At this moment, he was wearing dark camouflage and holding a long pin. The brush was about half a meter long, tipped with wolf hair similar to a brush. When swung, it resembled a hedgehog with its hair flared up. Lu Xingqian was curious. Xiao Yaya, isn't your weapon a little short? Qi Fangxin leaned over. It's a little short, but the boss said it looks cooler. Lu Xingqian looked at Lu Haoyue with disdain. Ha! Although Lu Haoyue held a paintbrush and had long hair, he was a serious science student. He only started to like painting and growing his hair long after meeting his sister-in-law. It was his sister-in-law who liked it. So Lu Haoyue, out of love for his sister-in-law, pretended to be an artistic youth. Lu Haoyue was displeased. Xiao Xingxing, you finally got to see me, and you didn't shed a tear. What does that mean? Aren't you excited? Aren't you happy? Lu Xingqian exaggeratedly wiped his eyes. Okay, just acting. Oh, there's sand in my eye. Wow, what should I do? She hadn't seen her brother in months, especially since he was suspected dead. How could she not be excited? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ka, Celia. Lu Xingqian looked up and saw a completely black bird perched on a branch next to Lu Haoyue. It looked like a crow, very large, perhaps a meter long. Just now, it had stood there, pitch black and motionless, and Lu Xingqian hadn't noticed it. Lu Xingqian asked in surprise, brother, is this your pet? Lu Haoyue patted the black crow's head vigorously. Yes. What do you think? Handsome, right? I name it Little Star. Lu Xingqian was speechless. Why? Lu Haoyue, ahaha, doesn't it look like you when it's so serious? Lu Xingqian was unconvinced. Why not use your sister-in-law's name? Wouldn't Huan sound better? Sister-in-law's name was Tang Huan. Lu Haoyue burst into laughter. How could such an ugly crow be named Huan? I'm going to find a pretty, adorable bird and call it Huan. Hey! Don't peck me, don't peck me. The black crow unceremoniously bit Lu Haoyue twice. Lu Haoyue leaped down from the tree, touched his reddened arm, and gritted his teeth. See? He's so vindictive, just like you. He ignored me for 2 years after a few arguments. His eyes sparkled. I heard you have a lovely, beautiful bird. Let him go and see it. Qi Fangxin exclaimed. Yes, I've heard. Little Xingxing has a pet, Qingwan. Lu Haoyue was delighted. Qingwan? Little Xingxing is amazing. He actually has such a wonderful pet. It must be very beautiful, right? Come, take a look. Lu Xingqian thought for a moment. Lan had been unhappy because she hadn't tasted the golden bee's spirit liquid. If she were to let it out now, it would surely go mad. She shook her head. Forget it. Lu Haoyue was displeased. Xingxing, why are you still hiding it? I'm just looking. Qingwan must be beautiful, noble, and elegant, right? Her voice must be beautiful and gentle, right? Qi Fangxin nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Xingchen glanced at Qi Fangxin in surprise. Is he a fool? Or is he just forgetful? Has he forgotten about Lan Lan's vomiting? Or is he planning to set a trap for his boss? Lu Xingchen, you said you wanted to see it, so be prepared. With that, she immediately released Lan Lan. Lan Lan was unhappy, very unhappy. It wanted the bee's spirit liquid. Mimi wasn't happy, and neither was Lu Xingchen. It always stinks, it's so irritating. At that moment, Lu Xingchen called it, and it suddenly emerged. As soon as it emerged, it saw several people staring intently at it. Gu Yan, Lu Haoyue, Qi Fangxin, and Bai Kaisen, all of them dressed like human beings, made it even more furious. Lu Haoyue's eyes widened. So beautiful? Little star, its rank is quite high, right? Lan Lan said coldly, of course not. Do you want to see it? Lu Haoyue, such a unique character? I like it. Lan Lan, what's the point of liking it? It flapped its wings impatiently. Come on, let me show you. Qi Fangxin suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened as he shouted, Boss, run! Run! Everyone here, except Lu Haoyue, knew how powerful Lan Lan was. After all, they had all been poisoned. Immediately, Qi Fangxin, Gao Dafu, Bai Kaisen, and Gu Yan quickly retreated. Lu Xingchen had already left. Lu Haoyue didn't know what was happening, but since everyone was running, there was no reason for him to not run too. So, he sprinted all the way to stand beside Lu Xingchen. The only thing left behind was his pet. The black crow. The black crow had been standing motionless in the tree, its wings flapping, sending a gust of unholy wind towards it. The black crow said nothing, and with a plop, it plummeted right in front of Lan Lan. Lan Lan was startled. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It's pitch black, so ugly. The black crow stood up, and looked at Lan Lan coldly. Lan Lan angrily said, What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I gouge out your eyes, you ugly freak. Lu Haoyue's face darkened. It's over, little Xingxing is holding a grudge, and you, a beautiful little bird, are in trouble. The black crow suddenly spread its wings, and thin black threads, like smoke flowed from its wings, entwining vaguely around Lan Lan. Black Crow said coldly, Bad luck is everywhere. Go! Chapter 368. Lan Lan was startled and furious. Ugly little black thing, what have you done? What did you just do? It sensed something was wrong and shook its wings, flapping them vigorously a few times. Dare to hurt me? I stink you to death. The black crow didn't move. Infuriated, Lan Lan leaped up and attacked the black crow with a barrage of sharp claws, which the black crow immediately retaliated. The two birds engaged in a chaotic fight, feathers flying everywhere. Clearly outmatched, the black crow turned and fled. Lan Lan tried to give chase, but just as she spread her wings, a thick tree trunk snapped and fell heavily, hitting Lan Lan's wing. This wing had just been injured by the black crow. Lan Lan screamed, Ouch, it hurts. What is that? It stinks. Yes, there was still bird poop on the trunk, and Lan Lan's wing had fallen off. As for the branch just now, it had accidentally broken it during a fight with a black crow. The black crow ran away, and Lan Lan shook off the bird poop all over her body, furious. Just wait, little blackie, I'm going to strip you bare. Paw! 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 It fluttered its wings irritably, sweeping up gravel on the ground and leaves from the trees into a mess. Naturally, it was covered in everything. Lu Xingchen was stunned. But seeing Lan Lan was going crazy, she hurried after her. Lan Lan saw Lu Xingchen, feeling extremely aggrieved, and snuggled into her arms. Little Lu, I'm dirty. Now, it wasn't just smelly, it was dirty. Lu Xingchen wrapped it in a piece of floral cloth and wiped it. Lan Lan was unhappy and started throwing a tantrum. Xiao Lu, go catch Xiao Heizi for me, strip his feathers, remove his wings, and roast him. Go ahead. Lu Haoyue was also stunned. He hadn't expected such a beautiful bird to be lying on the ground. He hurried over. Strange. The little crow just evolved, and the Doom Haunt skill was just learned, so the triggering probability is very low. How could it be used on this beautiful bird all of a sudden? Lu Xingchen paused. Maybe Lan Lan's luck has just been bad lately? If she had been lucky, her bad luck wouldn't have lasted so long. She looked at Lan Lan's information. Doom Haunt lasted for 6 hours, which meant that Lan Lan would be even more unlucky during those 6 hours. Poor Lan Lan. Lu Xingchen was about to put Lan Lan in the pet bag. Lu Haoyue, wait, don't do that. If you leave it outside, it's just its bad luck, not yours. If you keep it, it's your bad luck. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Could it be like this? But leaving Lan Lan to suffer outside wouldn't do the trick either. Lan Lan threw a tantrum. No, I don't want bad luck. Xiao Lu, go kill that little black guy from before. Go kill him. Lu Haoyue chuckled. Come on, I take you to him and make him apologize. Lan Lan roared. What's the point of an apology? Lu Haoyue looked at his beautiful crown and couldn't help but touch it. Okay, I compensate him. He took out a bottle of gold-grade beast spirit liquid. Is that okay? Lan Lan was overjoyed. Okay, then I forgive you. With that, he stretched out his mouth to grab the bottle, but Lu Xingchen snatched it away. No, you're in bad luck now. You can't use it. What if something happens? With bad luck and the stench, how could he dare use the beast spirit liquid? What if it evolved into something abnormal? Lan Lan grumbled in displeasure. Lu Xingchen glanced at the gold-grade beast spirit fluid and asked Lu Haoyue, don't you have a pet too? Don't you need beast spirit fluid? Lu Haoyue, my little crow just used it. It's useless right now, and it would be a waste to leave it there. I'm giving it to your little pet. It's also a gift from your brother. With that, he swished out a row of items. Come here, little Xingxing. They're all yours. Qi Fangxin, Bai Kaisen, and Gao Dafu all rushed over. Lu Xingchen looked around and saw that the items here were all top-notch. Pet evolution pills, rare quality long swords, swimming speed-enhancing boots, perfect quality fishing nets, black gold soil, sprint cards, defense cards, wind control cards, teleport cards, various animal skins, and so on. It was likely that some of them were treasures Lu Haoyue had collected, while others were supplies he had obtained from robbing others. Lu Xingchen selected them and took a wind control card, a perfect quality fishing net, and a rare quality long sword. She didn't want the rest. She already had most of them, or didn't really need them. Gao Dafu stood nearby, drooling. Hey brother, Lu Xingchen and I are best friends. You're Lu Xingchen's brother, and that means you're my brother too. Gao Dafu, brother, do you still need a younger brother? A 200-pound one. Qi Fangxin, move aside, I'm the eldest brother. Lu Haoyue gave Lu Xingchen a teleport card, several defense cards, and even offered black gold land, but Lu Xingchen refused. She really had too much of these. She didn't need them. Seeing she didn't want them, Lu Haoyue put the things away. Lu Xingchen then took out a hovercraft. The hovercraft lay horizontally on the grass, and Qi Fangxin and Bai Kaisen's eyes lit up. The hovercraft was over 10 meters long, white with a black skirt, clean and beautiful. Lu Xingchen, brother, I got a double card and got 2 hovercrafts. This one's for you, and I have another. Lu Haoyue was delighted. Little Xingxing, you're awesome. I take it. Lu Haoyue refused to accept the rest. He hoped Lu Xingchen would keep more of the items. Qi Fangxin exclaimed, Ahaha, it's a hovercraft. I love it, boss. Let me play with it. Bai Kaisen got on first, and the 2 brothers were about to sail away. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin watched the 2 siblings exchange supplies, excited and envious. Gao Dafu clapped his hands. Are you all hungry? Little Lu, you're reunited with your brother, it's a happy occasion. I grill some lamb skewers to cheer you up. Qi Fangxin looked back from the boat. Yes, I help later. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had been busy all day and hadn't eaten yet. Now that the treasure hunt was over, they could rest easy and have a good meal. Lu Xingchen quickly explained the situation to Grandma, telling her she had seen her brother. Lin Ying was delighted and immediately requested a video call. Lu Xingchen started the video call, and Lu Haoyue chatted with Grandma for a while. Grandma was particularly excited, especially after hearing that Lu Haoyue, Grandpa, and their grandson were all doing well. She wiped away several tears. Lu Haoyue also started the video call, allowing Lu Xingchen to chat with Grandpa and his little nephew. The family finally reunited in this way. Grandma happily chatted while she cooked, even roasting a duck in the oven. While they chatted, Bai Kaisen and Qi Fangxin took a spin in the hovercraft, while Gao Dafu and Gu Yin set up the grill and prepared the lamb skewers. By the time Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue finished their video calls, it was already past 6 in the evening. The sun hadn't set yet, and the light was good. Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue went to help with the grilling, and Bai Kaisen and Qi Fangxin also returned. Lu Haoyue immediately set out a large table and several chairs. Soon, Grandpa and Grandma each sent the prepared dinner. Chapter 369. Grandpa and Grandma were both great cooks, and both families had abundant supplies. Knowing that Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue had reunited, the two elders naturally poured their efforts into cooking. They simply wanted to ensure the two of them had a full stomach. As a result, by the time Gao Dafu's various skewers arrived, the table was already overflowing with food. There was fish soup, a set of roast duck, chicken wings, black pork stir-fried with various vegetables, and sweet potatoes and yams. Grandma also steamed buns, and Grandpa made siumai, and so on. It was practically a feast of delicacies. One table wasn't enough, so Gao Dafu brought out another, and that was enough. The aroma wafted far and wide. Although there was a lot of food, the few of them were very voracious eaters. In the survival world, people's strength and physical fitness have greatly increased, and their appetites have also increased. As they ate and drank, Lu Haoyue even managed to get a case of beer, which was naturally sent by Grandpa. Less than 10 minutes into the meal, two tigers suddenly swooped down from the mountain with a roar. They galloped all the way to the table. Chief Fangxin and the others were so frightened that they quickly drew their weapons. Lu Xingchen, wait! Aren't those the little mute and the little chatterbox? The little chatterbox, woo, delicious, delicious. Xiaohong is here. The little mute, woo, eat, eat, eat. Lu Haoyue, Xiaohong? Who's Xiaohong? The two tigers rushed to Lu Xingchen, one on each side, and nudged him several times. The little chatterbox, woo, you're so heartless. You always run off on your own. We're so hungry, woo. The little mute, Xiaohong, hungry, eat, eat. No matter how much food they prepared, it wouldn't be enough for the tigers. In addition to some skewers, Lu Xingchen also prepared a few roast ducks, giving each tiger two. Seeing the two guys so contentedly eating roast duck, Lu Haoyue asked in surprise, "Are these tigers you're raising?" Lu Xingchen, no. She wouldn't raise one with such a voracious appetite. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Can I contract them? I have the advanced contract. Do you want it, little Lu? If not, I take it. Lu Xingchen said indifferently, you can try. Gao Dafu immediately took out the advanced contract and fiddled with it for a long time, first trying the chatterbox and then the mute. Finally, he said disappointedly, no, they say they already have owners, so we can't contract them. He looked at Lu Xingchen suspiciously. Little Lu, you're not their owner, are you? The chatterbox rolled his eyes. Aw, stop wasting time, little fat man. I won't go with you. I have a tiger with a boss. Gao Dafu asked curiously, who's your boss? The chatterbox ate his meat and ignored him. Gao Dafu was disappointed. He finally had a pet contract and had always dreamed of having a pet. Lu Xingchen had a rough idea of who their leader was, the white tiger from the Coral Island, the old goat's godson. But why hadn't he appeared? Lu Xingchen pulled the chatterbox, who was happily eating, aside and asked, isn't your leader injured? Why hasn't he recovered yet? The chatterbox spoke sadly, I don't know. It suddenly stood up and said, it's bad. Someone's disturbing the boss's recovery. Little mute, hurry up, hurry up. The two started to run. Lu Xingchen hurried after them. Do you need help? The chatterbox and the mute were stunned for a moment. Huh? Will the boss dislike it? Lu Xingchen made a quick decision. You won't dislike it. I go with you. She jumped onto the little mute's back. Gao Dafu stood up. Hey, Xiao Lu, are you guys going to save the world? Take me with you. Chief Fangxin, what? Save the world? I want to go too. Bai Kaisen, silly, shut up. Lu Haoyue quickly asked. Xiao Xingxing, wait a minute, I go with you. Bai Kaisen, boss, you're going? Then we follow. Gao Dafu, Gu Yan, Chief Fangxin, and the others quickly cleared the table. Lu Haoyue took out the hovercraft Lu Xingchen had given her earlier and placed it on the ground. Chief Fangxin and Bai Kaisen climbed in. Gao Dafu squeezed forward. Come on, make way, I'm an expert. Gu Yan also leaned in. It was okay. The hovercraft can accommodate 4 to 6 people, and there were only 5 of them, so there was plenty of room. Lu Xingchen wanted to go alone, but Lu Haoyue couldn't agree. Now that the treasure hunt was complete, he had nothing else to do. Having finally met Lu Xingchen, he naturally wanted to follow him. Gao Dafu and Gu Yan shared the same sentiment. In the later stages of the hunt, they had all acquired countless supplies and were ranked high. With nothing essential to do, they were bored. So Lu Xingchen rode on Little Mute, with Little Chatterbox leading the way, and a crowded hovercraft following behind. They sped towards the center of Area 1's main island. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Could the white tiger be in Area 1? Was it just such a coincidence? As they walked, Little Chatterbox suddenly leaped and, with a whoosh, leaped into an unknown space. When he landed again, he was in front of a cave. Lu Xingchen Amazing. He can actually jump right over here. At the same time, Lu Haoyue's private message came through. Xiao Xingxing, why are you and the two tigers gone? We can't see you anymore. Not bad, private chats are working. Lu Xingxin breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I'm in another place. I don't think you can get in. Wait for me a moment. At that moment, the little mute carried her all the way into the cave. The cave was spacious, surrounded by white fluorescent stones. The light was abundant, making it easy to see what was inside. The cave was a bit messy, with a few spots of blood on the ground. In the innermost part, a white kitten lay. The kitten was curled up on a black animal hide, sound asleep. There were even a few drops of blood on the hide. The chatterbox breathed a sigh of relief. Boss got that guy off. But does that mean boss will have to sleep for many days? Lu Xingchen, sleep for many days? Chatterbox, Lu Xingchen jumped off the mute's back, walked forward a few steps, squatted in front of the little white cat, and petted it. The little creature was small and soft, with a little blood on its lips. Although it was sleeping soundly, it looked tired. Isn't it incredibly powerful? Did it encounter a natural enemy? The mute and chatterbox came over, surrounding the little white cat and crying, will boss never wake up? Lu Xingchen touched it again and asked, is its injury serious? Chatterbox, seriously. Otherwise, why would it have rested for so long? My boss. Lu Xingchen, stop crying. This was a cave, and the sound was echoing. The two tigers' wails were deafening, nearly rupturing Lu Xingchen's eardrums. The two tigers sobbed and sobbed, lying pitifully beside the little white cat. It seemed as if their boss was about to die. Lu Xingchen had an idea. Hadn't she gotten a spirit beast healing pill? Since it was in the treasure chest, it must be good. Why not give it to the little white cat? After all, this guy had helped her so many times, and even sent two silly tigers to protect her. Lu Xingchen held the little white cat in his arms, took out the healing pill, and stuffed it into the little white cat's mouth. Chapter 370. Lu Xingchen stuffed the spirit beast healing pill into the little white cat's mouth and waited quietly. After a while, the little white cat slowly opened its eyes. It squinted and stared at Lu Xingchen for a few seconds, its eyes growing colder and colder. Finally it said, haha, you're finally here. Lu Xingchen, She actually heard a deep sense of resentment in her voice. What's wrong with her? Little white cat, I thought you never come back. You have no conscience. Lu Xingchen pondered, aren't you healing? The little white cat was so powerful, and she couldn't help, so she could only try not to disturb him. Why isn't the little one happy? The little white cat was still limp and a little weak, resting in Lu Xingchen's arms, unable to move. Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong. Are your injuries still not healed? The healing pills aren't working? The little white cat, what good are these crappy pills? Lu Xingchen, See, even her presence was useless. The chatterbox howled, boss, are you dying? What are we going to do? Won't we be like pitiful tigers without a boss? It was almost crying. The little mute next to it wasn't giving in either, howling sorrowfully. It was as if their boss was already dead. The little white cat roared, shut up. Its eyes practically blazed with anger. If I had the strength, I'd have silenced you too. Lu Xingchen, you too, shut up, or I poison you into silence. The chatterbox, it turns out a tiger without a boss is pitiful. Anyone can bully it. That being said, they did quiet down. Lu Xingchen patted the little white cat's head and rubbed it. How can I save you? The little white cat sneered. You don't have the ability. Lu Xingchen, Such harsh words. I really want to throw it away. On second thought, forget it. After all, this little creature has taken so much care of her. The little white cat's head rested softly on Lu Xingchen's arm, breathing a little rapidly. Lu Xingchen didn't dare to disturb it, and since he couldn't ask anything, he became anxious. She let Lon Lon and Mei out, hushed them, and whispered, do you two know how to save it? Lon Lon, it's fine, no need to save it. Mimi looked at the little white cat carefully, and whispered to Lu Xingchen, Master, don't worry, this thing won't die. However, it might be bound by something, and you can't fix it. Let it handle it on its own. Mimi, after all, knew more than Lon Lon. The little white cat suddenly opened its eyes, and said to Lu Xingchen unhappily, send them back. I don't like them. Lon Lon was furious. You don't like them? Who do you think you are? I don't like you either. Lu Xingchen quickly took Lon Lon and Mei back, and asked the little white cat, tell me, what do you need me to do? If not, I'm leaving. This guy, like the old goat, always puts on an act. If Lon Lon and Mame hadn't agreed that it was fine, she would have thought it was dead. The little white cat became even more upset. I've been so good to you, and you treat me like this? Lu Xingchen, Instantly, she felt like a scumbag. After a moment's thought, she took out the golden bee's spirit fluid and said, "This is what your godfather, Old Goat, asked me to give you. Use it now. This thing is at least useful, right?" The little white cat shook its head. "It's useless." "It's useless?" Lu Xingchen was helpless. She really had no other options. The little white cat glanced at the goat horns on her clothes with a proud look and said, "You have a good memory. You've been hanging on to this thing? It seems you're not completely heartless. So do you want to contract me?" Lu Xingchen, huh? The little white cat's sudden change of heart stunned her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "You want me to contract you?" The little white cat raged. "I'm so powerful, I don't know how many people have wanted to contract me. How could it be your turn?" Lu Xingchen, This guy is so difficult to deal with. He clearly came all the way to the contract, wanting her to contract him, and now he's showing off. Look at him. Just a moment ago, he was so weak that he looked like he was about to die, and now he's full of energy and roaring angrily. He doesn't look seriously injured at all. Can't this guy just say what he's saying? Lu Xingchen placed the little white cat back where it had been. "Come, I contract you now." She took out the advanced contract and unfolded it. "Do you want to open the pet contract advanced?" "Yes." "Please select the pet you want to contract." A halo appeared, and Lu Xingchen tapped the little white cat's head. "Special beast, can't be contracted." After trying several times, the same message kept coming back. Helplessly, Lu Xingchen put the contract away and patted the little white cat's head. "What should I do?" "You're too special. I can't contract you." The little white cat drooped, looking seriously injured. "Lu Xingchen, I'm really not going to get better. Please do me a favor." "Okay." Lu Xingchen agreed immediately. The little white cat looked outside the cave and said, "There's a guy who always bothers me. He just came again. I chased him away, and he's seriously injured. Go help me kill him. That way, he won't bother me again." "Okay." Lu Xingchen nodded. The chatterbox shuddered. "Boss? You don't want us anymore?" The chatterbox's words were so illogical that Lu Xingchen couldn't help but look at him in surprise. The little white cat said weakly, "Stupid. Can't you find me yourself? Go, take Lu Xingchen and kill that guy." It glanced at them and said, "After we get out, don't come back. I'm already exhausted." Under the influence again, Lu Xingchen was deeply skeptical of its words. The little white cat looked at Lu Xingchen intently and said seriously, "Lu Xingchen, remember my words. First, you must help me kill that guy. Second, don't be greedy. Third, the last one is best." With that, its head sank limply to the ground, its entire body sprawled, motionless. Lu Xingchen took the little white cat's words to heart, feeling both amused and annoyed. This guy had her guessing again. Suddenly, a white light shone, and within it, strands of silver threads entangled the little white cat. The silver threads grew more and more, eventually completely obscuring the little white cat. The little white cat seemed to be trapped in an eggshell. Startled, Lu Xingchen hurried over to see what was happening. The chatterbox and the mute both blocked her path. The chatterbox, a little frustrated, said, "Oh, stop looking. The boss won't die. Let's go." Is the little white cat healing? Lu Xingchen could only speculate. After all, in her eyes, this guy was still very powerful. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to retreat. The chatterbox silently led her up a small path. Lu Haoyue has sent her several private messages. "Xiao Xingxing, are you in danger? Call me immediately if anything happens." Lu Xingchen replied a few times and followed the chatterbox up and down the mountain, finally arriving at a large forest. The chatterbox roared, "Old man, get out here. Your killers are here. Your death has come." "Awu." The mute's voice boomed, "Awu, prepare to die." Chapter 371. Are they too so arrogant? Lu Xingchen was stunned. "Awu!" A furious roar shook the trees. A massive black shadow came sprinting from the distant forest, limping and shaking its head as it approached. The little mute and the little chatterbox stepped back, hiding behind Lu Xingchen. "It's up to you, little Hong Hong." "What?" Lu Xingchen gripped her spirit snake whip tightly, staring at the charging black tiger. She had never seen a black tiger before, and this one was it. This tiger was enormous, almost 5 times the size of the little chatterbox and the little mute. Its fur was patterned black and gray, and it had 3 heads. "Awu," sounded in 3 distinct patterns. No wonder it was so loud. It made Lu Xingchen's ears buzz. The 3 giant tigers were furious. "You again? Ah! I'm going to eat you." The chatterbox, "Aw, we've found a master who wants to eat us. Let's kill her first." The mute, "This is the help our boss has found. Old Black, you're dead this time." "Aw." Lu Xingchen, "Thank you, but don't brag for her. Right now, she just wants to run, because she saw the level of the 3 giant tigers. A level 8 mutation. Why not run? She's not stupid." Lu Xingchen quietly took out a speed card. The chatterbox suddenly said from behind, "Little Hong Hong," the boss said, "please help him kill this guy. You can't run." Lu Xingchen was startled, remembering the little white cat's words. It had told her to help it kill the 3 giant tigers. "Never mind, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, then run." She immediately called out Lon Lon and Mame. Lon Lon and Mimi saw the 3 giant tigers, looking on in fear. After circling them for a long time, Lon Lon returned triumphantly, Little Lu, next time I evolve, will I have 3 heads?" Lu Xingchen was startled. "I better not. How terrifying. Not cute at all." "Awoo!" The 3 tigers roared and charged forward. The chatterbox and the mute were bluffing nearby, but they seemed useless. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to lead Lon Lon and Mimi into battle. Lon Lon, as usual, spread its wings and charged at the 3 tigers. It flapped its wings fiercely a few times, then laughed heartily. "Come, let me teach you a lesson." "Ugh." It stumbled back. "Little Lu, its breath stinks. Its mouth stinks even more than mine." In just one round, Lon Lon was halfway defeated, and Mimi charged again. Lu Xingchen swung his spirit snake whip, disrupting the 3 tigers' movements. Only then did she realize that the 3-headed tiger was seriously injured, one leg lame. No wonder it had been shaking its head as it ran over. Moreover, it was covered in wounds of varying sizes, clearly fresh. Luckily, it was a severely injured 8th-tier beast. With a little effort, she should be able to kill it. The 3-headed tiger was powerful and large, its only drawback being its injuries, which slowed it down. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen would have been defeated long ago. 8th tier was still 8th tier, after all. Even if it only rose 1 tier, its strength had at least doubled. Lu Xingchen was certain he couldn't defeat it, not to mention that Lon Lon was useless. Perhaps influenced by her bad luck, Lon Lon attacked twice, once being vomited by the smoke, and once having 2 of her tail feathers ruthlessly crushed by the 3-headed tiger. Mimi fared slightly better. It was more agile and less unlucky, uninjured. However, its attacks weren't very effective. No more fighting. The chatterbox noticed and shouted to Lu Xingchen, "Go to the cave we were in and find the boss. It won't dare follow." With that, the 2 of them broke into a run. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to retreat with Lon Lon and Mimi. The 3 giant tigers howled and chased them. When they reached the cave, they gave up and ran off, cursing. Lu Xingchen sat at the cave entrance and rested for a while, then went back to check on the little white cat. The little white cat was wrapped in silk threads like eggshells, sound asleep, unable to wake. On second thought, with 3 powerful tigers so close by as neighbors, the injured little white cat would be in great danger. Lu Xingchen decided to kill the 3 tigers immediately. Lu Haoyue sent another message. "Xiao Xingxing, what are you doing? Why do you always ignore me? Are you having trouble?" Lu Haoyue was worried. He had been outside the entire time, secretly searching for Tang Huan, but there was no news. If his guess was correct, Tang Huan wasn't in any of the 10 areas of the Great Hunt. He could only wait. The only thing that reassured him was that he had confirmed with the item that Tang Huan was still alive. He could only wait and search for him later. At least, Lu Xingchen had been found here. Lu Xingchen, "Yes, I'm killing an 8th level monster." She tried to summon Lu Haoyue, but found he couldn't. She figured she'd have to handle this matter herself. She briefly explained the situation. "Lu Haoyue, you said that 3-headed tiger was injured? Wait, I find you something." After a while, Lu Haoyue sent over an item. A large-scale automatic spray toy containing a bone-rotting potion. "Lu Haoyue, this toy originally belonged to Lu Ziheng, and I snatched it. As for the bone-rotting potion, I made it when I was bored. Does this give you any inspiration?" Lu Xingchen accepted the 2 items and examined them. The sprayer was shaped like a bucket, with a swaying sunflower on top. It looked adorable, a child's toy indeed. She read the description: large-scale automatic sprayer. Fill it with a certain amount of water, and it will produce a large-scale mist spray, similar to a light rain effect. It can be used to clean plants, vehicles, etc. Range, 500 meters. This has a huge range, but can such a small bucket hold so much water? Lu Haoyue immediately answered her question. Don't worry, the liquid inside can spray continuously for 3 minutes. Lu Xingchen was surprised. This wasn't just a toy, it could actually create artificial rain, right? She looked at another item. Bone corrosion potion. It corrodes wounds, causing unbearable pain and itching. The test failed, as it had no wounds, so it had no effect. Lu Xingchen took a look and understood. The 3 giant tigers had many wounds. She could mix the bone corrosion potion with water, and spray them with a large-scale sprayer. Without precautions, the 3 giant tigers would definitely be affected. The corroded wounds would become more severe, and the pain and itching would greatly affect their combat effectiveness. Let's try. Lu Xingchen added the bone-rotting potion to the water, placed it in his storage backpack, and said to the chatterbox, let's go again. The group returned to the scene of the previous fight. The chatterbox shouted, old man, we're here again. We're here to kill you again. Ah! Come out and die. The little mute, come out and die, woo! The 2 tigers were just as aggressive as they were, and soon, 3 giant tigers roared over. This time, Lu Xingchen had set up a quicksand trap and a thorn trap on the battlefield. When the giant tigers arrived, Lu Xingchen put down the automatic sprinkler, triggered the trigger, and quickly ran to the chatterbox and the little mute. After triggering the trigger, the sunflowers on the automatic sprinkler bucket suddenly stood up, spraying streams of water high in all directions, covering a radius of exactly 500 meters. The 3 giant tigers just happened to enter the range, and were sprayed all over. At first, they didn't care, even shaking their bodies, raising their heads and roaring, and taking in some of the spray. But after a few seconds, they let out a miserable roar, and shook their heads vigorously. At the same time, the small wounds on their bodies quickly enlarged and began to bleed again. Their legs were instantly covered in blood, and they staggered, almost falling. Ouch! It continued to shake its head in annoyance, jumping up and down. It roared furiously. Lon Lon suddenly cried out, haha, I remember. This guy has bad breath, and it has wounds on its tongue and teeth. Haha, haha, feels good this time, huh? No wonder it was shaking its head. The wound inside its mouth had widened. Lu Xingchen immediately drew his silver horn bow and unleashed his feather arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows swiftly shot at the 3 giant tigers. The 3 tigers were in excruciating pain, their bodies, mouths, and legs, and how could they avoid the feather arrows? All 3 arrows struck the tigers squarely in the head. Though they didn't penetrate deeply, one hit the mouth and one ear. The giant tiger scratched its face impatiently, revealing several more wounds. The spray of water containing bone-rotting potion fell on the wounds, causing blood to ooze out. The tiger threw its head back and roared, ah woof! In pain. As it tilted its head back, more water mist fell into its mouth. The pain in its mouth intensified. The tiger rolled over in agony. At this moment, Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity and fired 7 or 8 feather arrows in succession, most of which hit their targets. The wounds on the 3 tigers grew larger and larger. Sensing something was wrong with the rain, it roared angrily, shook its head, limped, and turned to run. Plop! Its front legs were stuck in the quicksand trap, unable to pull themselves out. With its legs weak, it couldn't even run. Thankfully, its size and brute strength gave it a few struggles, and it finally freed itself. It frantically continued running, but accidentally fell into a thorn trap. Thorns pierced its legs, and it roared again. All the while, Lu Xingchen kept attacking and spraying. The 3 tigers could no longer hold on. Panicked and terrified, they tried to escape, their wounds covering their bodies. However, escaping the thorn trap was not so easy. By the time they finally made it through, all 4 legs were nearly broken. At that moment, the 3-minute timer was up, and the spray stopped spraying. Lu Xingchen leaped forward, a steel knife in hand. With a puff, she chopped off one of the tiger's heads. It was the left one, and blood gushed out. She continued her attack and chopped off the second head. It had to be chopped off. The tiger was so powerful, with so many heads, it would easily recover. The tiger roared in agony, its roar so loud that even the little mute and the chatterbox couldn't bear it. Lu Xingchen's hands were numb from the shock. She took 2 steps back, then charged forward again, fiercely chopping off the tiger's remaining head. The tiger roared a few times before finally stopping. Lu Xingchen leaned on her steel knife, panting heavily. The tiger's head was truly tough. Because of its size, and the amount of blood, the place was a mess, and the stench of blood was overwhelming and nauseating. Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, intending to dismember the tiger. She took another step forward when a thought struck her. Why dismember it? Let's try to peel it apart first. What if there's a treasure hunting bead? This is an 8th level beast. Chapter 372. Lu Xingchen tentatively tugged at the corpses of the 3 giant tigers. A flash of light appeared, and a bead rolled out from one of the tigers' heads. It was the treasure hunting orb. I've obtained the treasure hunting orb for Area 33. It's out. The treasure hunting orb for Area 33 has finally appeared. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. But she was stunned. Could this space actually be in Area 33? She immediately glanced at the treasure hunting orb. Treasure hunting orb. Follow this bead to find the treasure in Area 33. Treasure hunting time. 6 p.m. 9 p.m. expires after that. What? There's a time limit? Lu Xingchen quickly checked the time. It was already past 7 p.m. With less than 2 hours left, she might not even reach the main island of Area 33. She had to hurry. At that moment, players on the global chat channel were discussing the treasure hunt. Now, Area 33 was the only one of the 10 areas without a treasure hunting orb. Treasures in the other areas had been searched, but Area 33 was completely silent. After nearly 3 days of fierce fighting, the players were exhausted, and many had died. 10 main islands plus countless satellite islands meant a vast expanse of space. Some players had already settled into small areas to rest, so many were quite idle. The chat channel was overflowing with people. What's going on in Area 33? It's been so long, and not a single treasure orb has appeared. I'm also curious. Is Area 33 too weak to spawn treasure orbs? Area 33 is pretty strong, right? I heard there are quite a few experts there, like Lu Xingchen, Gu Yin, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and others. They're said to be constantly searching for treasure orbs. They've been searching for 3 days, and still can't find anything. If it's not weak, then what is it? Xiaoyu, haha, we can't compare to you guys in District 8, who can drop treasure orbs by killing level 5 or 6 monsters. Wan Jinbao, so what? We in District 8 were the first to obtain the treasure. Xiaoyu, well, maybe it was a player from District 33 who got your treasure. Wan Jinbao, you're bragging. They were about to start arguing. After all, everyone was bored during their break, and arguing was a good way to kill time. Suddenly, an in-game announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Anonymous *** for killing the only level 8 monster in District 33, the 3-headed giant tiger. Congratulations to player Anonymous *** for obtaining the treasure orb in District 33. The chatterbox paused for a moment, then a barrage of messages erupted. Haha, the treasure orb finally appeared in Area 33. What did I see? An 8th level beast. Someone actually managed to kill an 8th level beast. Amazing. So the person who killed the 8th level beast got the treasure orb? Why? Because the higher the level and strength of the players in that area, the higher the level of the beast that drops the treasure orb. Haha, are some people saying the players in Area 33 are weak? But there's only one 8th level beast in Area 33, so there won't be another treasure orb. People discussed this for a long time. Lu Xingchen glanced at the chat and breathed a sigh of relief. So, she was the only one with the treasure orb. There wouldn't be another treasure orb. She could secretly hunt for treasure now, which should be easier than in other areas. Lu Xingchen put away the treasure orb and disassembled the 3 giant tiger carcasses. She looked up to see the chatterbox, and the mute staring at her listlessly. They didn't look very happy. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. What's wrong with you? The chatterbox said a little sadly, you better show some spirit. Show some spirit? Lu Xingchen didn't understand what it meant. The chatterbox stood up. Come on, I take you out. Lu Xingchen, a little worried about the little white cat, asked, where's your boss? The chatterbox said, don't worry. He has other plans. Just remember his advice. Lu Xingchen nodded. She jumped onto the chatterbox's back again, and the 2 tigers galloped away, taking her to another place. The path she had taken was different from the one she had come from. There was a body of water there. The chatterbox leaped, and Lu Xingchen's eyes blurred. When she regained her composure, she realized she had arrived at another scene. It was also a body of water, but the scenery was clearly different from the one in her space. Someone on a nearby channel was talking. Hey, I wonder which boss got the treasure hunting orb from Area 33. Now, many players have gone crazy, wandering around to see where the boss is looking for treasure. Xiaoyu, they're stupid. How could they let a player who can kill an 8th level monster steal treasure? Xiaoyu, okay, finally, I can take a break. I've been searching for the treasure hunting orb for 2 days, and I'm almost exhausted. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Is this the main island of Area 33? She opened the map and took a look, confirming it was the main island. She was stunned. How did the chatterbox know she was going treasure hunting? Also, Little White Cat had a purpose for asking her to kill that three-headed tiger. Was it to get her the treasure hunting orb? Think about it, that 8-level monster, three-headed tiger, was like Little White Cat's private property in this space. Players couldn't even see it, so it was unlikely they could find the treasure hunting orb. So, this treasure hunting bead was actually given to her by Little White Cat. This guy was being too kind to her. She didn't know how to repay him. Forget it, let's go treasure hunting first. We can't let Little White Cat's hard work go to waste. Lu Xingchen immediately took out the treasure hunting bead. Treasure hunting bead. Follow this bead to find the treasure on the main island of Area 33. There are 3 different treasures. Please select the treasure hunting location. Swish. 3 flashing dots appeared on the map. Lu Xingchen was stunned. This treasure hunting bead is a little different from the others. On other islands, the treasures are 2 fake and 1 real, but the treasure hunting bead in Area 33 shows that there are 3 different treasures in Area 33. This means that all 3 treasures are real. Lu Xingchen remembered Little White Cat's last words to her. What was it? First, she had killed the 3 giant tigers. She had already done it. Second, don't be greedy. That's right. She only needs to choose one of the 3 treasures. Third, the final choice is the best. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. This meant she needed to make the final choice. With 3 treasures, it's impossible for the total treasures to be 3 times the amount in other areas. So, the treasures were probably divided into 3 parts. According to the Little White Cat's advice, she only needed 1. But the other 2 couldn't be wasted. Oh, right. She could guide others to find the treasure. If she doesn't want it, can't she just give it to someone else? Besides, the Little White Cat also told her to make the final choice. Doesn't that mean that other people will have to find the other 2 treasures as well? Why not let her brother go to the other treasure? Just as she thought this, Lu Haoyue's private message came. Did you get the treasure hunting bead from Area 33? Lu Xingchen, yes. Lu Haoyue, haha, awesome. Little Xingxing is getting more and more capable. I immediately guessed it was you. Lu Xingchen, brother, can you come to Area 33 right now? Can you estimate how long it will take you to get there? Lu Haoyue, I'm fighting with someone. Your 2 friends, Gu Yangao and Dafu, are there too. It's quite lively. What? You're in Area 33? How did you get there? Area 33 is quite far from Area 8. Due to the hunting rules, it's impossible to summon them from such a distance. Lu Haoyue was a little anxious. Why did you get so far? Wait a minute, I used the hovercraft and get there quickly. Lu Xingchen checked the time. No need, you guys go ahead. It was too late to come over. Treasure hunting takes time, and this treasure hunting bead has a time limit. It seemed like she had to find someone else. Chapter 373. Lu Xingchen quickly decided on her candidates. She knew that Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin had been searching for the treasure hunting bead in Area 33 for so long without success, so she had the opportunity to offer them the other 2 treasures. Lu Xingchen immediately approached Wei Lin and Qin Wuchuan separately, explaining the situation. She then assigned them to a newly created team. Qin Wuchuan was overjoyed. That anonymous person is you. We be there soon. Wei Lin, okay, we're here. Lu Xingchen, no need to come here. It's a waste of time. I've marked 3 locations on the map. These are the locations of the 3 treasures. I've marked them. You can each choose one and search for treasure. She had a large hunting map with very clear locations. Surprisingly, all 3 locations were to the east, only 7 or 8 kilometers apart. Without the Little White Cat's advice, Lu Xingchen would have hunted for all 3 treasures one by one, as they were so close and so convenient. With the Little White Cat's advice, she became much more cautious. Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin chose the treasure on the left and right, respectively, leaving the middle one for Lu Xingchen. They also promised to split the treasure equally with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, no need. She didn't dare take it. After all, Xiaobai had told her not to be greedy. She felt that many of her actions would affect the Little White Cat. It was better to be cautious. The treasure was filled with things, and she already had quite a bit. Qin Wuchuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and the others were actually quite close to Lu Xingchen. They had been killing monsters for 2 days, and were exhausted. The treasure orb had just been found, and they knew they couldn't get it. They were just slumped on the ground to rest when Qin Wuchuan spoke. Let's go, pack up, and go treasure hunting immediately. Xia Xiaoyu, treasure hunt? Boss, you want to steal someone's treasure? Yin Xiaolin had just sat up when he collapsed again. No, our lives are our lives too. That person can kill an 8th level beast, so he must be very powerful. I won't go even if I die. Qin Wuchuan kicked him angrily. It was Lu Xingchen who got the treasure hunting orb. Xiaoxiu, haha, I guessed it a long time ago. Yin Xiaolin, it was Lu Xingchen who got the treasure hunting orb? Then we can't steal it. Boss, I can't beat her. Xiaoxiu, you're crazy. How could you steal Lu Xingchen? It must be that Lu Xingchen needs your help. Qin Wuchuan smiled faintly. Neither. We're going to dig a treasure ourselves. Stop wasting time. Get up and follow me. Elsewhere, Wei Lin and Wei Ying set off with their men. About half an hour later, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, and the others arrived at their respective treasure locations and began their treasure hunt. Lu Xingchen also reached the middle treasure, but after some thought, she paused. She wanted to be the last one. She didn't know if she needed to be so rigorous. For the sake of the little white cat, she'd better be cautious. Chatterbox and Dummy followed her closely. The two tigers had lost their chatterboxes and looked nervous. Chatterbox, in particular, had a worried look on his face, sighing repeatedly as he looked at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, what's going on? Nothing happened, right? While waiting for Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin to start their treasure hunt, she wandered around. She quickly found the treasure location and, after digging, uncovered a small stone hut. In just an hour, Qin Wuchuan and the Wei family had completed their treasure hunt. Qin Wuchuan obtained 1 advanced pet contract, 1 basic pet contract, 2 rare weapons, a grand hunting map, and 4 plots of black gold land. Wei Lin obtained 1 or 2 basic pet contracts, 2 rare pieces of equipment, 1 perfect weapon, a grand hunting map, and 4 plots of black gold land. The 2 men obtained similar items. After they shared their good news, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Wuchuan was moved. I heard treasure hunting in other areas is very difficult, requiring slaying numerous monsters and breaking numerous traps to obtain treasure. But for us, it was easy. We just casually killed 2 level 5 monsters and opened the treasure chest. Wei Lin, it's about the same here. It's so smooth it seems unreal. They also wanted to give half of the items to Lu Xingchen, but Lu Xingchen looked at them and didn't really need any of them. She already had the pet contracts and a fair amount of black gold land, and she didn't need the rare weapons and equipment. So, she asked the 2 men to keep them. Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin were incredibly grateful, and both decided to find a way to repay Lu Xingchen in the future. Qin Wuchuan had already distributed the supplies. Naturally, he took the advanced pet contracts, while a few core subordinates drew lots for the basic pet contracts, which ultimately went to Xiaoxiu. The rest of the group received equipment. The black gold land was given to Qin Shiro. Their supplies were all mixed together. The Wei family members received similar distributions. Wei Ying and Wei Lin received basic pet contracts, while the land went to Wei Ting, and equipment was distributed according to need. Their supplies were also largely mixed together, making the distribution smoother. Lu Xingchen had already entered the stone house. Based on Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin's treasure hunt, she expected to slay several exotic beasts as well. To her surprise, there wasn't a single exotic beast. Lu Xingchen hesitantly opened the treasure chest in the center of the room. A dazzling white light shone. Opening the chest, she received 1 unknown pet egg. Inside the chest lay a white egg, roughly the shape of a chicken's egg, about a meter tall and quite large. The eggshell was as white as jade, shimmering with a lustrous luster. It was beautiful, smooth, and lustrous. Lu Xingchen touched the eggshell. It felt cool. Huh? It's so cold. Can this egg hatch? Lu Xingchen couldn't help but think of the process of hatching chicks. Chicks need to be kept at a constant temperature, at least 37.8 degrees Celsius. Could this egg, so cold, even hatch? She looked up the information on the pet egg. Unknown pet egg. This is a pet egg. No one knows what life is lurking inside. Maybe a shrimp, an ant? Or maybe an elephant. Please be patient while it incubates. Note, it requires ice crystal jade to maintain a low temperature. Any higher temperatures, and the egg will rot. Lu Xingchen was startled. High temperatures mean the egg will rot? No way. If an egg this big rotted, it would probably smell even worse than Lanlin's. But what is ice crystal jade? If she wants to keep it cold, couldn't she just freeze some ice cubes? Why would she need ice crystal jade? Oh, why isn't there anything else? Could her treasure be an egg? So, this is the treasure the little white cat asked her to find? She was pondering when Chatterbox and Little Mute walked in. Seeing the egg, Chatterbox roared, rushed over, hugged the egg, and began to cry. "Ah, boss, you're so pitiful." "Little Mute, don't cry, don't cry. Let's first confirm if it's boss." Lu Xingchen, So, there might be a little white cat inside? Chapter 374. Lu Xingchen felt the giant egg, feeling worried. Knowing there was a good chance the little white cat was inside, she became even more worried. What if the egg rotted? What was ice crystal jade? Lu Xingchen touched the giant egg and asked Chatterbox and Mute, "Do you know what ice crystal jade is? Do you know where I can find it?" Chatterbox, "Why would I need it? To hatch eggs? Ice cubes are different, right?" Lu Xingchen beamed, "Ice cubes will work, right?" Mute, "Nonsense. How can you use ice cubes? If you dare use ice cubes to hatch eggs, the boss will be furious." Lu Xingchen, "Huh? Then I can't find any ice crystal jade right now. What if the egg rots?" Chatterbox, "How could it stink? It's not hot. I want the boss to stink inside, even if it's over 100 degrees. With such weather, it'd take hundreds of years, right, little Mute?" The Mute was stunned, quickly winked at the Chatterbox, and kicked him again. "Nonsense, over 100 degrees means the cat will mature early." The Chatterbox glared. No, when the boss was bragging to me, he said it wouldn't stink, let alone overcook. It's immune to high and low temperatures, and it's invulnerable to all poisons. He just wanted to scare Xiaohong, so she hatched the eggs faster. He also said that in order for Xiaohong to cherish it, and to be worthy of its noble status, it needed precious ice crystals. Oh! The Chatterbox suddenly covered his mouth, his eyes rolling. The Mute, "Haha, why aren't you mute?" The Chatterbox immediately turned his back to Lu Xingchen, not daring to speak. Lu Xingchen, however, understood clearly. So, the little white cat was deliberately trying to scare him. This guy never tells the truth. Since it won't stink, she doesn't have to worry anymore. Lu Xingchen casually placed the giant egg into her storage backpack and patted the Chatterbox kindly. "Good boy, let's go." "Let's go!" "Good boy." The Chatterbox, wanting to cry but unable to, looked at the Mute. "Do you think the boss will poison me and make me mute later?" The Mute sneered. "I don't know whether it wants to poison you or not, but I want to poison you and make you mute right now." Lu Xingchen patted the Mute again. "Stop it, you naughty boy." The Mute, Lu Xingchen was in high spirits. She felt that this trip was worth it. Although the treasure hunt didn't yield much, it wasn't too much trouble, and she even did 2 favors for Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin. Not bad. After leaving the stone house, Lu Xingchen jumped onto the Chatterbox's back. The Chatterbox, like a frostbitten eggplant, his legs limp, asked, "Where are we going?" Lu Xingchen thought for a moment. There wasn't much else to do, except that Lon Lon was a little restless inside the pet bag and wanted to come out and play. She released Lon Lon and Meow Meow, letting the 2 little ones roam freely. Lon Lon let out a strange cry and soared into the sky, leaving Lu Xingchen with a faintly foul odor. Lu Xingchen looked up at Lon Lon, who had already soared high into the sky, and sighed. "No, I have to find a way to get rid of Lon Lan's stench. I can't keep it this way." Back on the raft, Lon Lon definitely wouldn't stay in the pet bag. Wouldn't the raft be filled with a stench and a foul smell? No, I can't stand it. After some thought, Lu Xingchen opened the trading hall and searched for items with the word fragrance on them. After a long search, he found nothing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. There were people from 10 districts here. If she shouted, she might get something unexpected. Lu Xingchen, collect scented items, preferably fragrances, aromatherapy, or deodorizers. She had no idea how to remove Lon Lan's stench, so she could only collect items and experiment with them one by one. Suddenly, Lu Haoyue invited her to join a team and privately messaged her. "Xiao Xingxing, come on, join the team." Lu Xingchen joined the team and found it quite large. Besides Lu Haoyue, Qi Fangxin, and Bai Kaixing, there were also Gao Dafu and Gu Yin. Team name: Little Stars Are Coming. Lu Haoyue, "Haha, here we come, little stars. We're heading to Area 33. Wait for us." Qi Fangxin, "Gao Dafu, stand up. Your butt's so big, it's squeezing me." Gao Dafu, "Who told you to have long legs? If you didn't have legs, wouldn't there be nothing underneath?" Bai Kaisen, "If you want to argue, just argue. Can you please not use violence? The hovercraft is so small, it capsized in no time." Qi Fangxin, "Don't bother the driver." Gao Dafu, "That's right, don't bother the driver. Come on, I show you guys an extreme jump." Bai Kaisen, "No, please stop performing, thank you." Bang, bang, ah. There was a moment of chaos, but after only 7 or 8 seconds, Gu Yin spoke. Okay, the disruptive driver and passengers are off. Who's going to drive the boat? By Kaisen. Haha, it's quiet now. Lu Haoyue, finally, it's my turn to drive the boat. I'm a newbie, so hold on tight. By Kaisen. Boss, spare me. Lu Xingchen, Why is this group chat so lively? The group chat was silent for only half a minute. Gao Dafu, hey, wait a minute. If you three leave, what are we going to do? Gu Yin, on a donkey. Qi Fanxin, what about me? Gu Yin, in the back. Qi Fanxin, yeah? Not bad. Gao Dafu, old Gu, you're screwing me. My donkey can't carry two people. Qi Fanxin, get off. The little donkey's gone crazy. Lu Xingchen was puzzled and quickly asked during the noise, where did Gao Dafu get this donkey? A contracted pet? Can it be used as a mount right after the contract? Gu Yin, yeah, it can only be used as a mount. Gao Dafu, don't be ridiculous. My pet's still evolving. Hey, Qi Fanxin, don't push. There was a flurry of activity, and Lu Xingchen couldn't stop laughing. Just imagining it, it was a riot over there. Some were vomiting, some were racing, some were riding donkeys, and some were silent. Not bad, a strong smell of fireworks. Lu Xingchen was laughing heartily when a private message came in. It was Qin Wuchuan. Xingchen, are you looking for aromatherapy or deodorant? I have some here. They smell nice, but the scent is too strong. Most people would feel dizzy. Lu Xingchen, come, take a look. Qin Wuchuan, scorching sun fragrance. Lu Xingchen carefully examined the information. Scorching sun fragrance, a very strong perfume, blended with jasmine, clove, and other scents. Can be diluted for use. Negative effect, dizziness. This perfume can cause dizziness. Can it be used on Lan? Lu Xingchen pondered. Before she could make a decision, Qin Wuchuan had already said her scorching sun fragrance. Suddenly, a nearby channel erupted in complaints. Hey, why does it stink so badly? Ugh, what's flying through the air? Oh no, boss, we're being attacked. Run. It stinks. Could it be a biological weapon? Which powerful figure is undergoing a catastrophe here? Put away your tyrannical stench. Ugh. Lan, Gaga, rain and dew are evenly distributed. Lu Xingchen, she shouted, Lan, come back. Look, the moment she goes out, she's causing trouble. Is Lan mentally disturbed? Soon, Lan returned, eyes full of arrogance and indignation. A few more feathers had fallen off, and her crest was crooked. What had happened in just a moment? Chapter 375. Mimi came running back, panting. Lu Xingchen took out the scorching sun fragrance Qin Wuchuan had sent him. Scorching sun fragrance. It was in the shape of a perfume bottle. Opening the lid, a wave of intense fragrance washed over him, causing Lu Xingchen to sway and nearly faint. It was so fragrant, just enough to counteract Lan's stench. Lu Xingchen called Lan over and dropped a drop on its wings, and the fragrance vanished. Is Lan's stench so overpowering? Lu Xingchen, unconvinced, added several more drops. As long as they touched Lan's wings, they vanished. That didn't work. I had to think of another way. Oh, let's get a sprayer. That large-scale sprayer from earlier. It's perfect for a perfumed bath. Lu Xingchen immediately took out the bucket with the sunflowers, filled it with clean water, and dropped about 1/5 of the scorching sun fragrance into it. Not to mention, after dilution, the fragrance was much more pleasant, and the dizziness was gone. However, if we sprayed it over a large area, it would probably be a waste. Lu Xingchen couldn't care less. He had to think of various solutions. Lu Xingchen had told Lan in advance that he would give it a perfume bath later. Lan happily agreed. Lu Xingchen pressed the button on the sprayer and rushed out of the area. A cloud of water mist shot out from the sunflowers, drifting around. Lan fluttered her wings in the mist, happily enjoying a bath. Lu Xingchen and Mimi stood guard outside the area, breathing in the jasmine fragrance and feeling much better. The only downside was that it was night. The mist extinguished several of Lu Xingchen's torches nearby. The wide area spray of water mist had everyone nearby smelling the fragrance and causing them to discuss it. Suddenly, a loud donkey bray broke out. Ah. Followed by this, Gao Dafu and Qi Fanxin started arguing. Gao Dafu, ha, Qi Fanxin, stop tickling my belly. It's itchy. Ha, you pervert. Qi Fanxin, I'm about to fall. Help. Splash. Lu Xingchen stared in shock at the two people plunging into the mist and... A little donkey. Chi Fangxin had already fallen to the ground, and Gao Dafu had also tumbled off. Only then did Lu Xingchen get a full look at the little donkey. It was just an ordinary little donkey, with black fur and a white belly, long ears and big eyes, quite cute. It was quite handsome. The main thing was that it was very small and short, just a little over half a meter tall and less than a meter long. Lu Xingchen was even more shocked. How could Gao Dafu and Chi Fangxin have the nerve to ride on such a small, adorable little donkey? Isn't that bullying? No wonder they kept complaining along the way. You complain about my fatness, I complain about your strength. You complain about my big butt, I complain about your long legs. Ha ha ugh. Ah, ah. The little donkey screamed louder and louder in the mist. Gao Dafu, stop, stop, Pikachu, stop screaming. I grill you some kebabs. Grilled lamb kebabs. Pikachu? The little donkey began to kick and scramble in the mist, accidentally kicking Gao Dafu out. Chi Fangxin also limped out, wiping his face. Hey, why does it smell so good? Both of them were soaking wet. Chi Fangxin asked Dafu, what's wrong with your donkey? Why did it suddenly go crazy? Gao Dafu looked at the little donkey and pondered for a moment. Maybe it likes this scent. It wasn't just him who was enjoying it. Lu Xingchen saw countless dark shadows suddenly descend from the brush, trees, and mountains. Various third dash, fourth dash, and fifth tier exotic beasts rushed into the fragrant mist and began to go crazy. Something's wrong. Boom! With a sound, Lu Haoyu arrived in a hovercraft, bringing Gu Yin and Bai Kaisen with him. A few people disembarked, gathered their belongings, and walked over. Looking at the numerous exotic beasts and spirit pets reveling in the mist, they were stunned. Bai Kaisen, is this a party? Lu Xingchen was speechless. She had no idea. The Fiery Sun Fragrance game hadn't mentioned such a feature before. Fortunately, it was almost over. She could wait a little longer. The spraying hadn't finished yet, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, the game issued an announcement. Dear adventurers, the Great Hunt will end in 3 hours. Congratulations on sticking with it until now. In 10 minutes, the hunting map will undergo earth-shaking changes. 1. Sea beasts and exotic beasts will collectively evolve, increasing by 2 levels. 2. The land area will be reduced to 1/3 of its current size, while the water area will expand, flooding low-lying areas. Please team up and find suitable shelter to survive these 3 difficult hours and the final hunt. Good luck. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel erupted in an uproar. What do you mean? I just rested, and now I have to flee again? The water area is expanding? It's already night, and it's so dark. Staying in the water is a death sentence, isn't it? Stop talking. Those in low-lying areas, run. Run to higher ground. Sea beasts and monsters evolving? Oh no! I'm surrounded by level 3 golden pheasants. I'm roasting chicken, and if they all evolve to level 5, they tear me apart. Stop chatting. Run! Lu Xingchen's face fell. She immediately opened the map and checked. Fortunately, this was high ground, safe from the sea. But she had a group of exotic beasts here. The lowest was level 3, and there were 7 or 8 level 5s. After evolving, they would be level 7. This is terrible. Now, those exotic beasts were already glowing faintly, ready to evolve. Only the silly Lon Lon was still stretching her wings, scrubbing and scrubbing. Lon Lon and Mimi hadn't shown any signs, indicating they weren't exotic beasts and couldn't evolve. This is over, Gao Dafu shouted. Get on the boat. Let's all get on the hovercraft and head to the water. Lu Xingchen shook her head. No, the sea beasts in the water have also advanced. We're even more vulnerable in the water. Gao Dafu, what should we do? When we came here, we saw a group of level 3 and 4 sheep and goats. They've evolved, and we can't handle them. It wasn't just the exotic beasts present. Evolving 2 levels is a big deal. Because the waters are expanding, the alien beasts will inevitably be driven to the higher ground, where they be crowded and filled with even more high-level beasts. They can't even kill them all. If another alien beast from level 6 evolves to level 8, they'd be completely wiped out. Very dangerous. Lu Xingchen glanced at the map again, pointed to a nearby mountain, and said, let's go there. It's the highest point, the steepest, and the area above is smaller, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's perfect for shelter. Come on. Everyone nodded. At that moment, the mist stopped. Lu Xingchen grabbed a large-scale sprayer and killed some low-level alien beasts. Then, calling Lon Lon and Meme, he led everyone towards the mountain. The map-wide chat was in chaos. I'm in a lowland here. How can I reach the higher ground in 10 minutes? I'm panicking. It's over. The higher ground has been occupied by a group of people, and they won't let me go up. It's over for the Lone Ranger now. The advantageous terrain has been taken by a group of people. There's nowhere for me to go. At this time, Lu Xingchen and his group had already reached the top of the mountain. Halfway up, they encountered a group of people. They were the ones who had occupied the higher ground. Chapter 376. The two groups met. Lu Xingchen looked carefully and saw that they were all strangers. He had never seen any of them before. There were about a dozen of them, and at the front was a young man in his 20s with a fashionable flared hairstyle and a single strand of highlights. Lu Xingchen was shocked. They were already in the survival world, and this young man was still styling his hair? Could he have a hairdresser with him? Where did he get the hair wax? Where did he get the hair dye? The two groups met, and tension was high. The young man with the flaming hair looked carefully at Lu Xingchen and his group and snorted, "Excuse me, everyone. We've taken over this mountain. You should find another place." Gao Dafu was displeased. "This mountain is so big, can you possibly take it?" The flaming hair man snorted, took out a steel knife, and arrogantly flicked the tip. "Whether we can take it or not, it has the final say." Gao Dafu, "Okay, come on, let's show you." A young man with a crew cut behind him sneered, "So arrogant. You probably don't know who our boss is, do you?" Gao Dafu, "Who is it? Tell me." The crew cut man shouted, "Look at the leaderboard. Number 36 is our boss." Everyone pulled up the leaderboard and took a look. Number 36, Deng Wenbin. Flamehead shouted, "Shut up. Haha, don't scare them away. I've got my eye on that one." He stared intently at the heavy sword Guyan held, his eyes filled with wonder. "See? That sword? I want it." Guyan frowned. As was his custom, he didn't waste any time talking and just went straight to the fight. He'd been pulling out his sword for ages, and Gao Dafu was still chatting. What a waste of time. Flayhead glanced around and saw the spirit snake whip held by Lu Xingchen. His eyes lit up again, and that whip? "Leave it to me too." He sneered, "You're not leaving, are you? Then don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, go ahead and kill them, and their weapons will be yours." Airplane Head envied by Kaizen's sword. It looked good, he loved it, loved it. Airplane Head shouted, "Brothers, go ahead and kill them." The people behind him swarmed forward, surrounding them. Gao Dafu, "Ba Wei." Guyan shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." He pushed Gao Dafu aside, stepped forward, and swung his heavy sword. Buzz! With a thud, he slashed at Flamehead. Flamehead, startled, sensing something was wrong, immediately activated a defense card, creating a shield around him, blocking Guyan's powerful blows. Guyan remained silent, slashing forward again and again. Flamehead was no match for him, losing ground step by step. As the effects of his defense cards wore off, he had no choice but to play another one. On his own, he couldn't defeat Guyan. The other minions, oblivious to the situation, surrounded Lu Xingchen and the others, intent on killing them and stealing the treasure. Flamehead was shocked. His name was Deng Wenbin, and he was quite powerful. He had always been a bully in their area. This time, he had brought a group of men to Area 33 in search of the orb. But after searching for a long time, they found nothing and were instead faced with the ultimate predation. They had hurried here, slaughtered the few who had previously occupied the area, and just as they were gaining a foothold, Lu Xingchen and the others arrived. Originally, he hadn't intended to attack, but coveting Guyan and Lu Xingchen's weapons had given him the urge to kill and steal the treasure. Who knew this Guyan was so abnormal? He was no match for him. Deng Wenbin was secretly shocked. Guyan was so strong, he must be on the leaderboard. He opened another defense card and asked, "Who are you?" Guyan said nothing, just attacked fiercely. Gao Dafu kicked someone over and said, "Haha, you're scared, kid. You're only ranked 36th, and you're so arrogant. You're such a frog in a well." Deng Wenbin glanced at the leaderboard. He also glanced at the others engaged in the fierce battle. Seeing Lu Xingchen and the others easily knocking his men to the ground, a wave of shock surged in his heart. This group was formidable. Incredibly formidable. It was over. He had run into a top-tier expert. He had to run now. Deng Wenbin quickly sent a message, "Dad, Mom, help, call me." Swish. With a flash, he vanished. Guyan was stunned. Lu Xingchen noticed and shouted, "He's used the stealth card. Watch out." Guyan remained silent. Suddenly, he spun around and slashed fiercely to the left. Ah! Deng Wenbin screamed. Crack! An arm fell to the ground, still clutching a steel knife. It was Deng Wenbin's right arm. Deng Wenbin screamed several times, but finally managed to hold back his cries. A moment later, he appeared under a tree not far away. As soon as he appeared, whoosh! He vanished. His many followers, terrified by the scene, fled, but most of them had already been killed by Lu Xingchen and his men. Naturally, they wouldn't let him escape. They gave chase and quickly wiped them out. A bloody stench permeated the mountainside. Many exotic beasts were already heading this way. Partly because the rising sea level forced them to flee higher, and partly because of the thick, bloody odor. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. Hurry up! There were too many exotic beasts. On the hunting island, most were level 3, mutated to level 5, and there were also a large number of level 6. How could they possibly handle them? At this point, the greater threat to players was the exotic beasts, not the humans. The group hurried upwards. There were also exotic beasts on the mountain. Halfway up, they encountered 3 level 6 golden pheasants. Previously, these pheasants were level 4, a delicacy for players, but after evolving, they were level 6. Even Gu Yan, the strongest fighter, could only handle one. Thankfully, the others were also very strong, and with their combined strength, they finally dispatched the 3 level 6 pheasants. In just a short while, several more groups arrived. They hurried uphill, past Lu Xingchen and the others fighting the golden pheasant. A number of people were talking on the nearby chat. Hey, why are there so many people in Area 33? That's scary. Hey, it's because the treasure orb hasn't appeared in Area 33. Many people from other areas have come here looking for it, and now they're stuck. This mountain is the highest in this direction, and it's the safest, so everyone's running here. I just heard Deng Wei cursing on the global chat. Someone chopped off his son Deng Wenbin's arm in Area 33. I know. When I passed by just now, there were several dead bodies and blood all over the ground. Serves him right. Deng Wenbin wants to dominate this mountain and has killed several groups of people before. He's too arrogant, and now he's met a tough opponent. Lu Xingchen and his group hurried uphill, finally finding a flat spot. This was a bamboo forest with a large open space within it, about 300 square meters. Several people quickly occupied the area. There's no other way. Many more people will be coming up soon. If we don't take up space, there won't be any left. Lu Xingchen, let's stay here. We're already close to the summit, and the mountain isn't necessarily safe. Chapter 377. Gao Dafu immediately brought out tables and chairs, then a tent. Just a few minutes after everyone rested, a group of level 5 or 6 squirrels suddenly burst out of the woods. No one knew why they had come here. Everyone had no choice but to stand up and continue fighting. After half an hour, they finally dealt with them. After another 10 minutes of rest, another wave of monsters appeared. It wasn't just them. Other players were facing the same situation, their hearts aching. Why? We've worked so hard to get here, and there are no monsters left to kill. Humph, I see it all. The game is eliminating players. The final hunt is the most dangerous. I've seen it. In just a short while, our area has lost several thousand players. I noticed that our area has the most monsters. Is it because there are so many players? This isn't happening in other places. The map-wide chat room was filled with complaints. Players were having a hard time. Monsters kept appearing, and no one knew where they came from. The players were exhausted and cursing in the chat. Lu Xingchen and the others were feeling slightly better, but they hadn't rested in ages. Gao Dafu, leaning against the donkey, was almost asleep. There were too many exotic beasts, so Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan and Mei Mei. The moment he saw Lan Lan, Gao Dafu, who had been dozing off, immediately became nervous. Hey, Xiao Lu, is Lan Lan still smelly? Lan Lan was furious. Fatty, you're the one who smells. I smell good now. So good? How about you smell it? It proudly fluttered its wings a few times and inhaled intoxicatedly. Ah, it smells so good, the fragrance of jasmine. Since it didn't seem to be faking it, Gao Dafu believed it and leaned forward to sniff it. Then he turned and vomited, then ran away. Holding onto a bamboo, he vomited non-stop. Qi Fangxin was puzzled. Does it stink? It doesn't stink? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he covered his mouth. Ugh, ugh. He also vomited, holding onto a bamboo. Everyone else was less curious and immediately put on their respirators. Lu Xingchen, also wearing a respirator, asked Qi Fangxin and Gao Dafu curiously. Does it really stink? I washed Lan Lan for a long time, and it smells good now, doesn't it? Lon Lon was also angry. You're accusing me. I smell good now. It's jasmine. Your noses are too low to smell such a high-quality fragrance. Gao Dafu and Qi Fangxin vomited for a full 5 minutes. Both men, exhausted and limp, walked back to Lu Xingchen. Gao Dafu was almost in tears. Xiao Lu, Lon Lan said has improved. It's both fragrant and stinky. It's indescribable, just disgusting. Qi Fangxin, yes, the smell makes me dizzy and nauseous. Gao Dafu, I could hold it in before, but now the smell is too overpowering. I can't. Ouch, I have a headache. Did I vomit too much? Qi Fangxin, me too. I'm too weak to kill the monster. You have to protect me. Lon Lon had wasted 2 men's labor in one fell swoop. Lu Xingchen stared at it in surprise. Lon Lon was stunned, then furious. You don't believe me? I told you, I smell good. Jasmine, osmanthus, absolutely delicious. It smells amazing. It sniffed its wings again, enchanted. It smells wonderful. It glared at Qi Fangxin and Gao Dafu. They're just trying to slack off. Don't believe them. Lu Haoyue was puzzled. Little star, your pet doesn't seem to be lying. Why don't you smell it and confirm? Lu Xingchen had a suspicion, and she hesitated to remove her breathing mask. But she had to confirm it herself. Reluctantly, she removed the breathing mask. Lon Lon fluttered her wings with all her might. I smell so good, so good. Why don't you believe me? A foul odor assaulted her. How could she describe it? It was indescribable, both fragrant and stinky, incredibly strong, and incredibly lethal. Ugh! Lu Xingchen couldn't help it. She immediately tucked Lon Lon into her pet bag. The air was thick with the odor, and it wouldn't dissipate for a moment. 2 level 5 alien beasts rushed in, their limbs limp, their eyes fixed, and they looked like they were dying. Gu Yin, wearing his breathing mask, rushed over and dispatched them one by one. It took Lu Xingchen a long time to recover. He and Gao Dafu sat side by side, their eyes wide open. What was he supposed to do? Even without the gold beast spirit fluid, Lon Lon had evolved on its own. It had become even more abnormal. Luckily, Lu Haoyue's pets were stored in his own pet bag, and Mimi went out to explore, so Gao Dafu's little donkey was unaffected. Otherwise, none of the pets would be able to handle it. Gao Dafu, it's actually a good thing. You see, it's easier for us to kill the alien beasts. Not only we can't stand the smell, but other alien beasts can't either. Several people put on breathing masks and released Lon Lon again. Now, Lu Xingchen confirmed that Lon Lon couldn't smell the stench anymore. It could only smell the fragrance. To it, it didn't stink, it smelled good. Wonderful. So, Lon Lon was very happy. The only unhappy ones were them. However, with Lon Lon around, killing the alien beasts was much easier. Even level 5 alien beasts couldn't stand Lon Lan's stench, and level 6 alien beasts were only slightly affected. Regardless, killing the monsters became much easier. It was 11 p.m., with an hour left before the hunt ended. Suddenly, a game announcement sounded. Dear adventurers, the anonymity effect has expired. The names of the top 10 players will be revealed. The players were excited. Haha, are they finally going to be revealed? I thought the anonymous players would remain anonymous forever. It should have been announced a long time ago. 5 of the top 10 are anonymous. That's ridiculous. That's right. Why are they anonymous? It would be great if we could see who they are. All the leaders on the leaderboard, please remove your anonymity so we can look up to them. Anonymous. The anonymity effect hasn't even expired yet. How come it's suddenly over? This game is so capricious. Except for a few unhappy anonymous players, the other players were overjoyed. Everyone was already interested in the top 10 players, and having 5 of them anonymous was just too awkward. Especially since everyone had been speculating about who this anonymous player was, and who that anonymous player was. Now, the answers were finally revealed. Naturally, everyone was still speculating. 2nd place is anonymous, 3rd place is also anonymous, 5th place is anonymous, 8th place is anonymous. Guess who they are? Hey, report the top spot in each district and see if it's on the leaderboard. Then we know. District 1's top spot is Zhang Xiaodao, haha. Gao Dafu took a look and said, oh my god, it's over, you two are about to be exposed. The game announcement continued. The current top 10 are, 1st place, Xianyuan Batian. 2nd place, Lu Haoyue. 3rd place, Lu Xingchen. 4th place, Yang Feishuang. 7th place, Gu Yin. 10th place, Gao Dafu. The 1st place reward is now announced. The players were stunned. No, It's not even the final moment yet, and the first place reward is already announced. Chapter 378. The rewards for first place were about to be announced, and the players were buzzing with excitement. Besides those 10 players, the others were in for a fight, so who wouldn't want to just watch the fun? Yes, announce it. Let's get them fighting. That's right, set up 10 tiers. 7th and 8th place get different rewards. Let 8th place quickly go and kill 7th place. Support +1. Come on, top 10, get going. Support +2. Hurry up. Support +3. A chorus of support erupted. The game also began announcing the rewards. First place. 1 multivariate invincible set, each with +12 attributes, 1 rare pet egg, 3 interzone chat cards, 3 interzone summoning cards, for black gold lands, 3 advanced landing orders. Second. 10th place. 1 hero set, each with +6 attributes, 1 common pet egg, 2 black gold lands, 3 common landing orders. When the rewards were announced, players were buzzing with discussion. Pet eggs? There are actually pet eggs. I'm so jealous. Yeah, it's so nice to have a pet to fight with. It saves so much trouble. These days, so few players have pets, you almost never see one. Haha, first place gets a rare pet egg. I've noticed too. The first place reward is much better than the next 9. Don't focus on first place, just focus on 10th place. There's a hero set, a pet egg, and black gold land. Aren't you going to grab them? Well, I think those after 11th place need to work harder. Just making the top 10 will earn you generous rewards. Ordinary people can try too. Kill one of the top 10, and you can move up, haha. Many players fan the flames. After all, there are only so many players in the top 100, and only 1,000 on the leaderboard, the vast majority of whom are ordinary players, who can't even make it. Now that there are fewer exotic beasts, they're hiding in safe places, bored to death, so of course they fan the flames. They don't gain anything, and they can't let others easily reap the rewards. More and more people fan the flames, urging the players on the leaderboard to kill and climb to the top. Not only that, many people were offering suggestions. The top 10 have all appeared, and the 5 anonymous ones have also revealed themselves. Haha, they're all the bosses of their respective districts. Yes, except for one person, Gao Dafu. He's fat and useless, and with his strength, he wouldn't even make the top 1,000. So everyone knows the target? Do you have a location card? Locate him, go over, and kill him with a single blow. Isn't the generous reward yours? Location cards for sale. Fixed point teleportation cards for sale. Come on, private message if you want one. The top 10 were discussed and debated, and all the details were revealed. Everyone agreed that the top 9 were truly deserving of their titles, with high martial arts scores, and most of them topping the district rankings. Only Gao Dafu was a piece of easy meat to chew. It would be a shame not to take a bite. So, those selling cards, equipment, and ideas all targeted Gao Dafu. Many people were tempted. Some would give it some thought and plan, but some were naturally more reckless. Just a minute after the reward was announced, while Lu Xingchen and the others were still browsing the chat logs, someone came over. Gao Dafu was leaning against his donkey, nibbling on his homemade pickled duck neck. He was deep in the process when a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure glanced around, locked onto Gao Dafu in a split second, and swung his long sword, slashing at his head. Given no chance to react, Gao Dafu stared wide-eyed as the sword came crashing down. His donkey, however, was alert. It cried out, "Ouch!" and immediately spread its legs. With one kick, it pushed Gao Dafu away, and with another, it kicked the man with the sword away. Gao Dafu tumbled and crawled behind Gu Yin, shouting, "Gu, old Gu, help!" The man rushed forward without a word, sword drawn. Gu Yin stepped in front, blocking him with his heavy sword, and engaged him in combat. Gu Yin was truly formidable. In just a few rounds, the man had used a defense card. Gao Dafu yelled, "Old Gu, don't let him get away. Cut him, cut him." As soon as the defense card wore off, Gu Yin slashed with his sword, slashing the man to death. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. I think he took a screenshot just now. In reality, in survival, while most people can't meet each other, most of the influential figures in each district still know each other, thanks to the convenience of screenshots. Just snap a picture and post it on the chat channel, and it'd be seen by many. Lu Haoyue, Qi Fangxin, and the others didn't care. Most players in District 8 knew them. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin didn't care either. After all, they looked just like that, and they were there. If you had the guts, just come. Once you did, Gu Yan would make sure you never came back. Compared to them, Lu Xingchen was much more low-key. Although the players in District 33 had heard of her, not many had actually seen her. She didn't like people taking screenshots and posting them everywhere. So, she immediately checked the chat channel. Now, someone was cursing in the chat channel. It was Deng Wenbin. Those guys who just attacked me, just wait, my parents will kill you soon. Deng Wenbin, my parents are very powerful, just wait for death. Deng Wei, haha, anyone who offends me is either dead or disabled. Just wait for those who just took over our territory and attacked us. Someone was puzzled. Who is Deng Wenbin, and who is Deng Wei, and why are they so arrogant? Someone immediately replied, Deng Wei is very powerful, the top of District 23. His son Deng Wenbin is not bad either. He's so young. But he's already showing off. Someone else joked, top haha. I saw it, Deng Wei is only ranked 22nd, and that's how strong your District 23 leader is. Someone then noticed, that's right, the District 23 leader can only rank 22nd, a bit underwhelming. It can't be helped. District 33 has 3 of the top 10, squeezing out everyone else. Hey everyone, why haven't you gotten Gao Dafu to the top yet? Suddenly someone spoke up, Gao Dafu isn't alone. He's with several people. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Do you want to know who he's with? Blurry picture, private message with price. Lu Xingchen frowned. There it was, a screenshot indeed. She opened the picture, only to see a bamboo forest in the background, and a few people sitting or standing. However, most of those people were blurred out. At a glance, she recognized them. They were the ones. Many people clicked on the blurry picture to see, but unfortunately, they couldn't make out the faces. I don't know if anyone bought this screenshot, but in less than 2 minutes, Gao Dafu was met with a second wave of assassins. 5 of them, one using a location teleport card to arrive, and immediately gathered the others. 5 wasn't enough. Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue didn't even have to make a move, and those 5 were dealt with by Qi Fangxin, Gu Yan, and the others. Then came a third wave, and these people were nothing more than food for Lu Xingchen and the others. Qi Fangxin was pleased. I've moved up another 7 or 8 places. With Gao Dafu as bait, we're safe. Bai Kaisen, not bad, not bad. Gu Yan frowned. Why hasn't my ranking moved? Gao Dafu trembled, as he gnawed a few more duck necks to calm his nerves. The others were satisfied, but he was afraid. He was just sitting there when someone suddenly appeared beside him, and then, a moment later, another. Then, startled, the duck neck in his hand lost its flavor. Chapter 379. Finally, another wave arrived, this one with higher power, and both Lu Haoyue and Lu Xingchen were eliminated. With the deaths of this wave, Gu Yan successfully moved up 1 spot, becoming 6th place. Qi Fangxin and Bai Kaisen made it into the top 20 and top 30 respectively. Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue's rankings remained unchanged. Neither of them cared about 2nd or 3rd place. They wanted 1st place. Lu Haoyue, Xingxing, we have to work hard. This is a big hunt, and after the hunt, we definitely merge our zones. I'm in Zone 8, and you're in Zone 33. There's a high probability we won't be able to merge. Lu Xingchen nodded, yes, so we must get the 1st place reward. The 1st place rewards were much larger, and Lu Xingchen's most prized prizes were the cross-zone chat card and the cross-zone summon card. Cross-zone chat card. You can privately chat with someone across zones. Open it and use it once, for a limited time of 10 minutes. With these 3 cards, she could communicate with Lu Haoyue 3 times, allowing them to understand each other's situation at crucial moments. Very useful. Cross-zone summoning card. This allows players to summon players across zones. After summoning, they can gather for 24 hours, and then return to their original location. There are also 3 cross-zone summoning cards, each useful 3 times at crucial moments. This is also essential for them. Lu Xingchen speculated that after the next hunt, their Zone 33 would be able to merge with Lu Haoyue. They must persevere, maintain necessary communication, and get through this period. Therefore, these 2 cards are essential. The others are secondary. She and Lu Haoyue have been discussing how to quickly surpass the top spot. There is one difficulty. The real-time leaderboard only displays the ranking, not the points. They have no idea how far behind Xianyuan Batian they are. Logically, Lu Xingchen was already very strong, having already harvested 3 treasures, and should have had the highest points. Unfortunately, she was randomly sent to the safe zone on the first day, earning almost no points, a day wasted. Also, she killed too few people. Lu Xingchen didn't mind this. No matter what, she wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Kill those who should be killed, and leave those who shouldn't be killed alone. Those who came to kill Gao Dafu could be killed easily. Gao Dafu was a good bait. Those who were caught were all experts. And they kept coming in waves, with almost no rest time. It seemed everyone was frantically striving to reach the top 10. Perhaps they could have earned a lot of points. However, their plans were quickly disrupted when someone posted a clear screenshot in the chat channel. The person was Xianyuan Batian. Xianyuan Batian, I don't know how many people went to kill Gao Dafu. Here, I kindly show you a picture. The clear screenshot was a clearer version of the blurry screenshot from before. The most striking figure was Gu Yin, wielding a heavy sword and radiating murderous intent. Behind him, Gao Dafu's panicked face loomed. Not far away were Qi Fengxin and Bai Kaisen, with Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue beside them. Qi Fengxin and Bai Kaisen stood smiling, their faces visible from the front. Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue were seen in profile. All four of them were incredibly relaxed, gazing at Gu Yin and Gao Dafu with smiles, seemingly unfazed by the attackers. After posting the picture, Xianyuan Batian chuckled. Do you recognize these people? If not, let me introduce them one by one. Immediately, the players were excited. Let's meet them. Aren't these Qi Fengxin, Bai Kaisen, and Lu Haoyue? Lu Haoyue was at the top of District 8, and is currently second on the leaderboard. The one holding the knife is Gu Yin, District 33's god of killing, currently ranked 7th. Oh, now 6th. Behind Gu Yin is the fat guy Gao Dafu you're looking for, currently ranked 10th. The girl in the red dress and high ponytail is Lu Xingchen, the undisputed leader of District 33, unchallenged. Xianyuan Batian, great. Now that everyone recognizes her, I'm relieved. Xianyuan Batian, this picture shows 4 of the top 10, so everyone wants to kill Gao Dafu? Someone suddenly realized, oh, I was wondering. How did Gu Yin move up 1 spot? I see. Haha, Xuanyuan's point is, stop sending food. If you do, he might lose his first place. Haha, I see. Smart. Stop them sending food and keep first place. That's right. Those experts, who went to kill Gao Dafu gave up a lot of points for second and third place. As soon as this picture was released, those who had been thinking of killing Gao Dafu immediately gave up. What were they going for? To send points? There's a group of top 10 bosses waiting there, eagerly watching. Who's stupid? I'm not going, that's good. No one's coming anymore. Gao Dafu is safe. However, the discussion about the photo continued. Haha, I suddenly remembered something, Ding Wenbin. It was Gu Yin who chopped off your arm, right? The people you had a conflict with were those in the picture, right? Are you still seeking revenge? What? Ding Wei was scolding them. How brave. Do you think he still dares to scold me now? Ding Wei was furious. Why wouldn't he? They're trying to take over their territory, and now they think they're justified in beating up my son? Someone immediately retorted, come on, I was hiding behind a tree and watched the whole thing. It was your son who tried to steal someone's weapons and kill them, and he got killed instead. As soon as this person emerged, others joined in, mostly players from Area 33. Haha, that Ding Wenbin who blocked the mountain and prevented anyone from ascending? He deserved it. Exactly, too overbearing. Did he run into a tough opponent? Haha, someone ranked 36th actually yelled in front of a bunch of top 10 bosses. Such ignorance and fearlessness. Ding Wei fell silent. However, some people wouldn't let him go. Xia Xiaoyu, Ding Wei, are you still coming? I summon you. Come to my place. Just a little further in, you see Gu Yin, Lu Xingchen, and the others. You coming? Someone was puzzled. What if Ding Wei and the others are far away, and you can't summon them? Someone responded, don't worry, they're close. They're also in Area 33. We can definitely summon them. Many people fanned the flames, irritating Ding Wei. Ding Wei was as dead as a dead man, silent. He's not stupid. Going would be a death sentence. Lu Xingchen and the others were completely idle. 5 minutes had passed, and neither the monsters nor the players had arrived. Lu Xingchen was frantic. How could he collect points like this? Suddenly someone called out, quick, check the real-time leaderboard. The actual points are showing. Lu Xingchen quickly opened the leaderboard and took a look. First place, Xianyuan Batian, 3,021,256 points. Second place, Lu Haoyue, 3,001,256 points. Third place, Lu Xingchen, 3,001,255 points. Lu Xingchen was thrilled. She was only 20,000 points behind first place Xian Yuan Batian. Forget killing. No one was stupid, no one was going to die. The only option was to kill the monsters. Killing a level 5 monster was worth 100 points. A level 6 monster was worth 800 points. And a level 7 monster was worth 1,500 points. 30,000 points would only require her to kill a dozen or so level 7 monsters. Level 7 monsters were plentiful at the foot of the mountain, as the previous level 5 monsters had all evolved to level 7. But they were quite difficult to kill. With so little time, killing 7 or 8 would be the limit. We had to utilize every available resource to strive for first place. What should we do? Suddenly, Lu Xingchen had an idea. Lan Lan's doomed spell had worn off, but the stench was indelible. So let's quickly level up Lan Lan and Mimi. After the upgrade, her combat power would increase significantly, and Lan Lan and Mimi might even evolve powerful skills. That's it. Chapter 380. Time was urgent, and Lu Xingchen didn't dare delay. He immediately hid away from the others, and released Lan Lan and Mei Mei. Lan Lan was displeased upon emerging. What are you doing, little Lu? You won't let me out when I stink, and you won't let me out when I smell good? Too much. Mei Mei ran away without a word. It stinks. The most frightening thing is birds like Lan Lan, who stink without even realizing it. Lu Xingchen held out a bottle of gold-grade bee spirit liquid. Here, do you want some? Lan Lan was excited. Yes. It grabbed the bee spirit liquid in one gulp and drank it all. Lu Xingchen tossed the other bottle to Mei Mei. The two spirit beasts flashed with light almost simultaneously. Mei Mei was enveloped in a white light, and let out a crisp cry, slightly different from its previous calls. The white light surged, and Mei Mei cried again. Elsewhere, Lan Lan was enveloped in a shimmering light, and it let out a clear, melodious cry that echoed far and wide. Then the light surged, soaring into the sky. The commotion was so loud that nearby players could see it, and the chatter was abuzz. What's going on over there? A treasure has appeared. Hurry, go check it out. 2 treasures? A white light, a colorful light. Go! Hey, why are you going there? Are you crazy? That's where Lu Xingchen, Gu Yan, and the others are. Any treasures they have belong to them. Are you going there to give them points? I'm not going. I think it's a conspiracy. They're deliberately luring us there, so they can kill them and earn points. No, I'm going. What if I get lucky? Lu Haoyue, Gu Yan, and the others stared at Lan Lan and Mie Mie in amazement. Lu Haoyue quickly saw the discussion in the chat, and quickly stopped them on the side of the road. Someone ran quickly, and within a minute, several people had arrived. The dense bamboo forest only allowed them to see the light, not the evolving Lan Lan and Mimi. Seeing Lu Haoyue blocking their way, they were immediately displeased. Not everyone knew this was the top 10 of the leaderboard, and a conflict immediately ensued, which Lu Haoyue and Gu Yan dealt with efficiently. Another group arrived, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, and the others. These 2 groups had been treasure hunting before Lu Xingchen, and were naturally nearby. With the announcement of the waterway expansion, they had no choice but to rush to the highest point of this area. So, when the 2 groups met, they simply merged into one, occupying a large area. Seeing Gu Yan, the 2 groups understood and immediately formed a barrier in front of them to guard them. Yin Xiaolin was puzzled and whispered to Qin Wuchuan, Boss, what are those 2 lights? Is Boss Lu going to ascend? Xia Xiaoyu, are you stupid? I think it's her 2 pets that evolved. Yin Xiaolin's eyes immediately lit up. I know. There was a beautiful bird with huge wings that took me flying. Xia Xiaoyu, haha, did it take you flying? I remember it held you, right? You vomited all the way, ugh. That's right, back then, Lan Lan couldn't carry so many people, so she simply lifted Yin Xiaolin up in her claws and flew. Zhu Xiaoyu reflected, well, that bird was pretty good, but a little fierce. Zhu Xiaoyu was the only one in the team to have been taken flying by Lan Lan. After returning, she vividly described the feeling of flying on a plane to the others. Everyone was envious. Xia Xiaoyu looked at Gao Dafu, who was leaning against a donkey and chewing a duck neck, and she felt even more envious. She quickly said to Qin Wuchuan, Boss, you should quickly contract a pet. Look, everyone has a mount. Yin Xiaolin, huh, Fatty has a pet too? Xia Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Fatty's relationship with Boss Lu is much closer than our boss's, so he definitely has one. Yin Xiaolin counted on his fingers. Well, Boss has the pet contract, the Wei family has it, and Fatty has it too. So, being close to the boss really does benefit you. Xiao Xiaoyu, yeah, boss, try harder. Yin Xiaolin puffed out his chest. Why don't you send me out? I represent boss to boss Lu. Zhu Xiaoyu snorted and pointed at the people in the bamboo forest. The lowest there ranked is 28th. Yin Xiaolin, do you think you have the nerve to stand there? Yin Xiaolin suddenly wilted. That's true. Lu Xingchen stared at Lan Lan and Mime. This evolution took a while. 3 minutes had already passed, and the light surrounding the two little creatures was growing stronger and stronger. She didn't dare disturb it, and could only silently pray, hoping it wouldn't evolve for half an hour. Half an hour later, the hunt was almost over. A minute later, Mimi was the first to complete its evolution. The light faded, and Mimi's body hadn't grown at all, only its fur had become even whiter, and a horn the size of an egg had emerged from its head. Soon, it grew to about 10 centimeters long. The horn was as white as jade, and occasionally a flash of lightning would flash from its tip, but it eventually faded. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. She remembered that the last time Mimi evolved, a horn had grown, then slowly disappeared. Why was it the same this time? Could this horn be invisible? Mimi excitedly moved her 4 hooves and said, Master, look at me, look at me. Lu Xingchen looked at its profile. Unicorn. Descendant of the mutated unicorn, 5th level mutation. Skill 1, Lightning Charge. The unicorn's horn can inflict significant damage to enemies, with a random effect of paralysis. Skill 2, Super Hearing. It has excellent hearing, capable of hearing sounds from far away. Skill 3, Invisibility. Can become invisible for 10 minutes. Skill 4, Water Walk. Can walk on water. Duration, 3 hours. Cooldown, 12 hours. Skill 5, Low Altitude Gliding. Can glide rapidly at low altitudes. Lu Xingchen was surprised. This evolution had 2 major changes for Mime. First, Skill 1, Violent Charge, evolved into Lightning Charge, which also has a potential paralysis effect. Although it was only a random effect, this skill was still quite powerful. Think about it. At a critical moment, if the opponent was paralyzed for even a few seconds, Lu Xingchen could seize the opportunity to kill them. The second change was the addition of the skill, Gliding, which was essentially a low-level version of flying. Amazing! Is Mime about to awaken her flying ability? So, will Mime eventually evolve into a giant winged unicorn? Lu Xingchen said happily. Mime, come on, show me a low-altitude glide. Mime had been eager to test her skills for a while. She immediately let out a cry and instantly soared into the air, several meters above the ground, her wings barely visible. With a whoosh, she shot out like an arrow. A flash of white light flashed before everyone. Outside, Qin Wuchuan and the others saw only a flash before their eyes, and a white shadow swiftly passed by, startling them. Before they could see clearly, Mime had already returned to the bamboo forest. Not bad. Lu Xingchen applauded. I hadn't expected gliding to be so fast. Meow Meow is so capable. At this moment, Lan Lan's colorful light faded, and she looked at Meow Meow with disdain. What are you doing? You can't fly, so why are you so proud? Meow Meow snorted. I'd be able to fly sooner or later. She glanced at Lan Lan with a smug look. Even when I can fly, you can't go in the water, little stinky thing. Not only can she glide, she can even walk on water. Lan Lan was furious. You're the one who stinks. Your whole family stinks, not just you, your master, your friends all stinks. Lu Xingchen, Chapter 381. Lan Lan is allergic to the word stinky. After all, it had been stinking for so long, it nearly went mad. Lu Xingchen quickly stopped the 2 bickering creatures, stared closely at Lan Lan, and asked, Lan Lan, how are you evolving? Lan Lan had simply become more beautiful, her crest more prominent and beautiful, and her tail feathers had grown from 5 to 7. The feathers shone brightly, remarkably noble. It was almost as good as a blue phoenix. Lu Xingchen quickly looked at its information. Red-billed blue magpie, blue phoenix bloodline, upgradable, 5th level mutation. Skill 1, Diamond Claws. Combined attacks, Diamond Claws, can easily shred enemies. Skill 2, Lingering Sounds. Singing sounds melodiously, can be used to attack enemies, upgradable. Skill 3, Changeable Size, adjustable size at will. Skill 4, Blue Luan Wings. As the Blue Luan bloodline gradually awakens, flapping its wings can suppress avian beasts, reducing their level by 1 to 2 levels, and passively unleash a skill. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Lan Lan's evolution was quite good. Lan Lan also had 2 changes. The first change, the previous chain claws were transformed into diamond claws, with even greater attack power. The second change was the addition of a skill, Blue Luan Wings. This skill is incredible. Waving its wings can be activated passively, suppressing avian beasts, randomly reducing their level by 1 to 2 levels. In other words, it can suppress a level 6 avian beast to level 5. This skill is incredible. Lu Xingchen beamed with joy. Hee, wouldn't it be easy for her to kill birds and beasts? She'd get twice the result with half the effort. She was so excited that Lon Lon noticed and snorted, "Well, I'm still the best, right, little Lu? What good is that little lamb? Even if it could glide, it'd still be like a sparrow." Glancing at Mimi, Lon Lon grew even more complacent. How can a sparrow compare to a blue phoenix? Mimi was displeased. Lon Lon escalated, raising her head. "Well, Xiao Lu, you have more and more pets. You need a leader to take charge. From now on, I be their leader. Tell me anything you need, and I give them orders." Mimi sneered. "How can there be too many pets? Aren't there just the two of us now?" Lon Lon looked up at the sky. "What's wrong with two? Even two have to be the leader, and the strongest one gets to be the leader." Mimi stamped her hoof, the horn on her head faintly visible. "All right, come on, let's see who's more powerful." Lu Xingchen quickly stopped the two little ones, who were about to fight. She had to kill the beasts quickly. A fight between them wouldn't do. Lon Lon was like that, always provoking. However, Lon Lan's skills were indeed quite impressive this time, so it's no wonder she was so arrogant. Lu Xingchen glanced at the information again, and was suddenly startled. She saw an additional line of small text. Skill 4, Blue Luan Wings. Blue Luan bloodline gradually awakens. Waving wings can suppress avian beasts, randomly reducing the level of avian beasts by 1 to 2 levels. Passive skill release. Upgradable. Blue Luan Wings has an additional mutation effect. Fragrance spreads across thousands of miles, waves wings, emitting a domineering stench that can cause dizziness and vomiting in creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. Triggering chance, 1 in 10,000. Upgradable. This. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened as she stared at the small text. She was a little confused. So, Blue Luan Wings had an additional mutation effect that could trigger a stench. This skill was Blue Luan Wings, the Blue Luan Wings that could suppress avian beasts. This is the key skill for the awakening of the Qingluan bloodline. It actually has such a perverted, unspeakable, and embarrassing effect. No matter how nice the name is, it's useless. It's just a stench, and it's upgradable. Horrible, utterly horrible. So after reaching the top level, would Lon Lon accidentally trigger this skill by flapping her wings, and as a result, all creatures within 1,000 miles would be attacked by this biological weapon? What would she do? Lu Xingchen's face changed drastically. She suddenly remembered a scene. On a raft, she and her grandmother were happily eating, Lon Lon happily flapping her wings beside them, when suddenly an overbearing stench wafted out. She and her grandmother vomited non-stop, and couldn't eat for 3 days. The chickens and rabbits on her raft were just ordinary species. They couldn't withstand such an attack, and turned over one by one. Oh my god, Lu Xingchen didn't dare to think any further. She looked at Lon Lon, her face changing again and again. Lon Lon was surprised. "Little Lu, are you shocked by me?" No need, no need. I only get stronger in the future." Lu Xingchen said with difficulty. "How about you check it carefully?" Lon Lon also noticed it. He paused, thought for a moment, and snorted. "So what?" "That's it." "What, do you dislike me?" Lu Xingchen, "Of course not. What's the point of dislike? Can I still take this skill away? At least now Lon Lan's wings don't stink anymore. That skill has a 1 in 10,000 chance of triggering. It shouldn't be that easy, right? Never mind. The main task now is to kill the beasts, earn points, and win first place." Lu Xingchen didn't dwell on it anymore, and simply sent a message on the nearby channel. "Does anyone know where I can find a tier 6 or 7 avian beast? Tier 8 is fine too." Her message lit up the nearby chat room even more. "Lu Xingchen, the hunt is almost over. You're looking for these exotic beasts, aren't you going to kill them? Oh my god, level 8 is even possible? Boss, you're incredible. Wei Lin, I know where it is. Xingchen, come quickly." Lu Xingchen stopped reading the chat room, and explained the situation to Lu Haoyue and the others. They had just discussed that they would strive to help Lu Xingchen take first place, so they immediately decided to go together. There's strength in numbers. The quickest way would be to kill the exotic beasts, half to death, and let Lu Xingchen take his place. Wei Lin was not far away. Lu Xingchen immediately put Mime into her pet bag, jumped onto Lon Lan's back, and rode it to find Wei Lin. The others could just wait for him to gather. Soon, she reached Wei Lin, let him climb onto Lon Lan's back, and the two of them reached another, lower hilltop. Wei Lin said, "Before, This mountain had many tier 4 and 5 golden pheasants, and there seemed to be one tier 6. Now, they've all been upgraded by 2 tiers, perfect for earning points. Soon, they landed on the mountain, and sure enough, a flock of tier 5 and 6 golden pheasants surrounded them. Lon Lon uttered a clear salute, and the pheasants shuddered in fear. Lu Xingchen noticed that, under Lon Lan's suppression, their tiers had suddenly dropped a tier, to tier 4 and 5. Isn't that easy to kill? Lu Xingchen immediately summoned Lu Haoyue, Gu Yin, and a few others, and Wei Lin stayed to help. With ease, they quickly slaughtered many golden pheasants. Although the pheasants' combat power had decreased under Lon Lan's suppression, their actual tiers remained the same, and Lu Xingchen's points began to rise steadily. In just 10 minutes, her points had risen by over 10,000, surpassing Lu Haoyue and closing in on the number 1, Xianyuan Batian. Everyone was bored, so naturally someone noticed this change. Look, Lu Xingchen has moved up from 3rd place to 2nd. Oh my god, what is she doing? Why are her points increasing like a rocket? Xianyuan Batian is in danger. Chapter 382. Everyone was surprised, wondering why Lu Xingchen's points were increasing so quickly. They chatted, who is Lu Xingchen? She's so amazing. She's even reached 2nd place. At this rate, she soon surpassed Xianyuan Batian. Haha, Lu Xingchen is from District 33, at the top of our District 33 rankings. Impressive, isn't she? Oh my god, her points have increased so much again. Batian, hurry up. Haha, don't you know Xianyuan Batian's origins? Stop bragging. Lu Xingchen can't surpass him. One person said something, and then fell silent. Everyone kept asking, and then the person said, Xianyuan Batian isn't just one person. He's backed by a family. In reality, Xianyuan Batian was frantic. He knew Lu Xingchen was with Lu Haoyue, Gu Yin, and the others. As soon as the real-time leaderboard was released, he paid special attention to the 2nd and 3rd place finishers. After all, those two were the ones most likely to surpass him. Someone, after failing to kill Gao Dafu, took screenshots of Lu Xingchen and the others and posted them for sale. Xianyuan Batian bought it. Upon seeing the clear screenshots, he immediately had someone investigate and quickly uncover the origins of Lu Xingchen, Lu Haoyue, and the others. The top of each leaderboard was very strong, with Lu Haoyue from District 8 and Lu Xingchen from District 33 being the most prominent. Thankfully, he was smart enough to quickly stop the others from risking their lives and losing points. When the specific scores for the leaderboard were announced, he breathed a sigh of relief. The 2nd and 3rd places were very close, but they were still only 20,000 to 30,000 points behind him. The hunt would soon be over, and no matter what, the 2nd and 3rd places wouldn't be able to surpass him. So he took a break. But then, he accidentally glanced at the leaderboard and saw that Lu Xingchen's points had skyrocketed, leaving him only a few thousand points behind. How could this be? Xianyuan Batian immediately stood up and continued to kill the beasts. There were still quite a few members of the Xianyuan family in the 10 districts. They gathered together and immediately began to kill the beasts, giving Xianyuan Batian a final blow when they were almost done. As Xianyuan Batian exerted his strength, his points began to rise. Although Lu Xingchen's points were increasing rapidly, Xianyuan Batian's points were also increasing. The gap between her and Xianyuan Batian was narrowing, but the pace of narrowing was getting slower and slower. 5 minutes later, she had only closed 5,600 points. 20 minutes left, and the hunt would be over. So, in those 20 minutes, she had only closed the gap by 2,300 points. But now, she was still over 8,000 points behind Xianyuan Batian. There was no way she could catch up. Everyone was stunned when they saw Xianyuan Batian's points soaring. Isn't it true? Xianyuan Batian is so powerful. How could he have increased so many points in such a short time? Yes. Lu Xingchen has 5 or 6 people on her side, while Xianyuan Batian is just one, and his points are increasing so quickly. Someone sneered, who said Xianyuan Batian is just one person. You don't understand the Xianyuan family at all. Haha, I've always said that Lu Xingchen will never surpass Xianyuan Batian. Gao Dafu took out a mallet and knocked a golden pheasant unconscious. Unconvinced, he asked, "What's so great about the Xianyuan family?" The man replied, "Everyone in the Xianyuan family practices martial arts and possesses exceptional skills. They're a first-rate family, thriving in the survival world. They're all helping Xianyuan Batian, okay?" He sneered again, "What's so great about Lu Xingchen? How many people are in her family? What rank are they? How can they compare to Xianyuan Batian?" Xianyuan Batian was at the top of District 26 and held a high reputation there. Immediately, many people from District 26 spoke up for him. Exactly. Which family is Lu Xingchen from? An ordinary person? How can an ordinary person compete with a top-tier family? The Xianyuan family is very powerful. We have several of them in District 26. I heard Lu Xingchen doesn't even have parents, only ordinary grandparents. What could she possibly have? People from District 33, stop bragging. She's no match for our top-tier leader. Originally, the people from District 33 were just watching the fun, and before they could say anything, they were furious when they saw the people from District 26 disparaging Lu Xingchen. We're in a survival world now, so why bother with family? We're all starting from the same starting line, okay? There's no point in bragging. Lu Xingchen's points are increasing faster than Xianyuan Beishan's. If he had a little more time, Lu Xingchen would definitely be number one. That's right. He's almost caught up, and you're still bragging. The chat room was abuzz. Seeing the points gap closing so slowly, Lu Xingchen grew anxious. This wouldn't do. But they were already killing quickly. It seemed Xianyuan Batian had plenty of people helping him. Lu Xingchen paused, trying to think of a plan. But then, Lan Lan suddenly fluttered her wings. I'm so tired, so tired. Why are there so many chickens, Xiao Lu? Can't we kill them all? Lu Xingchen was about to say something when a notification sounded. Blue Luan Wings special effect triggered. Fragrance drifts across the miles. Suddenly, a golden pheasant high up in the tree shook its head, then fell headfirst, slamming heavily to the ground. The golden pheasants on the ground also seemed lost, spinning in circles. A small number of the lower level ones even lay twitching, some vomiting a few times. Only a few of the higher level ones were staggering in the air. The special effect had triggered. The stench was definitely coming. Huh? Why couldn't she smell it? Lu Xingchen was stunned when she saw Qi Fangxin, who was nearby, suddenly change expression and rush out. Less than 10 meters away, he clutched a tree trunk and began vomiting. Gu Yan, Lu Haoyue, and the others reacted quickly, donning their respirators. Even so, several of them still staggered and held their heads. Gao Dafu, whose fighting power was slightly lower, stumbled several steps before finally being unable to hold it back and vomiting with a wow. Lu Haoyue was overjoyed. Little star, hurry harvest. Most of the exotic beasts were already crippled. Now was the perfect time to kill them. Lu Xingchen didn't hesitate, immediately picking up the spirit snake whip and attacking the unresponsive golden pheasants one by one. The speed was truly much, much faster. Aside from Gao Dafu and Qi Fangxin, the others recovered quickly and rejoined the battle wearing breathing masks. The golden pheasant's fighting power was greatly reduced, and Lu Xingchen's points skyrocketed as he slew them one by one. Meanwhile, complaints filled the nearby chat room. "Oh, what's that smell? It's so stinky I'm dizzy. How could there be such an overpowering stench? I nearly fell. This smell is familiar. I remember smelling it before, but not with such lethality. Stop talking. Run. Ugh." Lu Xingchen glanced at them, and then stopped. There was nothing she could do. She felt sorry for the nearby players. Lu Xingchen's points rose incredibly quickly, the gap between her and Xianyuan Batian narrowing until they were only 2,000 points behind. At this point, with only 10 minutes left, the hunt was about to end. Chapter 383. Lan Lan's skills were incredibly powerful, sweeping away all nearby birds and beasts, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Lu Xingchen slaughtered them all. The difference was only 2,000 points. At her current rate, she would definitely surpass Xianyuan Batian and take first place before the hunt was over. Everyone was watching the top 10 points, eager to watch the excitement. They all hoped a dark horse would emerge and break into the top 10. It would be best if the top 10 were completely wiped out. Naturally, the points of Lu Xingchen and Xianyuan Batian were of great concern to everyone. Seeing Lu Xingchen's points soar so quickly, many players, especially those in District 33, were excited. Haha, Lu Xingchen's really hitting it big. His points are rising so fast. I told you, Lu Xingchen's amazing. Haha, are the Xianyuan family in District 26 still bragging? Haha, a first-rate family, yet they still look down on ordinary people? Pa! Someone sneered. Just wait and see, the Xianyuan family has plenty of cards up their sleeves. No one paid any attention to him. In the final moments, with only 10 minutes left, Lu Xingchen's points were rising faster and faster, and the gap with Xianyuan Batian was narrowing. In the end, the gap was less than 1,000 points. Just kill 2 level 6 monsters, and he surpassed Xianyuan Batian. The players were incredibly excited, and the chat channel was buzzing with messages. Xianyuan Batian was frantic. They'd been trying to figure out a solution, but seeing this situation, he knew he couldn't hold on any longer. He gritted his teeth and pulled 3 lucky cards from his backpack. Good luck card, doubles your luck, duration, 10 minutes. Stackable. He obtained these 3 cards from the treasure chest and had originally planned to keep them, but he didn't expect to need them so soon. The first place winner not only received better equipment, but also a cross-region chat card and a cross-region summon card, which he needed most. The Xianyuan family had quite a few members, and now that the people from these 10 regions had finally gathered, he also planned to contact the other regions, especially his brothers and sisters. The cross-region chat card and cross-region summon card were essential. He had to get first place. There was no other way. Xianyuan Batian gritted his teeth and slapped the 3 lucky cards on himself one by one. Game prompts rang out. Use lucky card. Luck value x2. Use lucky card. Luck value x3. Use lucky card. Luck value x4. Xianyuan Batian had no idea what his luck value was, but since entering the survival world, his luck had never been bad. He could almost be called the chosen one, a son of heaven. He was still very confident in his luck. After using 3 lucky cards, he was convinced that his luck was unmatched. Now it would be seen where exactly luck would come into play. After using up his lucky card, Xianyuan Batian drew his weapon and continued to kill the beasts. After just 2 or 3 minutes, his pet suddenly moved and ran in one direction. Xianyuan Batian immediately followed. Less than a minute later, he saw 2 dying beasts. They were actually 2 level 8 barbarian bulls. These 2 barbarian bulls were probably level 6 before evolving to level 8. They had just fought, both of them wounded and near death. Xianyuan Batian was overjoyed. He immediately rushed forward and killed each of the level 8 barbarian bulls with a single blow. His points immediately jumped significantly. Killing 1 level 8 barbarian bull earned 3,000 points. Killing 2 gave him 6,000 points. His points immediately surpassed Lu Xingqian's by over 6,000. The match was almost over, and the players, glued to the count, immediately noticed. Look, Xianyuan Batian suddenly gained 6,000 points. Amazing! He's widened the gap so quickly. 5 minutes left, and the hunt is over. Lu Xingqian's in trouble. What a shame! I thought Lu Xingqian could handle it. Haha, I told you all along. Xianyuan Batian is no ordinary player. He has a lot of hidden tricks up his sleeve. See? Are you convinced? Lu Xingqian has a lot of hidden tricks too. Don't brag until the very last moment. The crowd was noisy, reporting their points almost every 10 seconds. Gao Dafu was surprised to see Xianyuan Batian's points skyrocket. How could he have gotten so many points? Even killing a level 6 or 7 monster takes time. Lu Xingqian frowned. Indeed, it was too strange. Unless Xianyuan Batian happened to pick up a few dying high-level monsters. But how could it be such a coincidence? This was just pure luck, right? At this moment, Xianyuan Batian's points jumped again, increasing by another 3,000 points. Now, the gap between him and Lu Xingqian had reached nearly 9,000 points. The players roared, "It's over, it's over. Lu Xingqian is hopeless. Xianyuan Batian has gone all out. What a shame! I was hoping for a miracle. Ah, Xianyuan Batian is truly capable. Lu Xingqian is truly no match for him." Gao Dafu, who said no. "We're the best." He spoke harshly, but his actions slacked off. With such a huge gap, he definitely couldn't win. Lu Xingqian was truly anxious. Just this close to losing to Xianyuan Batian. How could she accept this? With a crack, she whipped a pheasant out of the air. Suddenly, bang bang, 2 colorful shadows rushed over, shouting, "Ugh, I finally found you, little Hong Hong." Ah, why does it stink? Ugh. It was little Chatterbox and little Mute. They stumbled over. Gao Dafu saw it, his eyes lighting up. Wow, an 8th level beast. Xiao Lu, kill it. Kill us, and we have 5,600 points. Little Chatterbox shuddered. What? Xiao Hong, you're going to kill me? You're so heartless. Lu Xingqian held his forehead. I won't kill you. Hurry, help me kill the beast. Little Chatterbox, let's take a break. Gao Dafu, why should we take a break? We're in a hurry. Your little Hong Hong is about to lose. Hurry and help her earn points. Little Chatterbox sneered. Ah, kill it. A single exotic beast only costs a few points. Xiao Hong, if you hatch the boss, you instantly get 100,000 points. Lu Xingqian was stunned, stopping his whip. What did you say? Hatch your boss, and you get 100,000 points? Chatterbox, oh yeah. Find some ice and hatch the boss first. You get points immediately. Xiaohong, you don't get points just by getting the boss. You only get points by hatching it. Lu Xingchen paused. She remembered that after obtaining the treasure and the little white cat's pet egg, her ranking didn't seem to change. At the time, she thought it was because she didn't have enough points, but now it seems maybe her points haven't increased at all. So, should we hatch the egg quickly? At this moment, in just 2 minutes, Xianyuan Batian had earned another 6,000 points, bringing his lead to around 15,000 points. At this moment, the countdown for the Great Hunt began. This hunt is about to end. Countdown. 3 minutes. This hunt is about to end. Countdown. 2 minutes. The players' chatter quieted down considerably. The outcome was now decided. Xianyuan Batian was definitely first. No matter how powerful Lu Xingchen was, he couldn't possibly earn 15,000 points in 2 minutes, right? Xianyuan Batian also stopped the slaughter. He was lucky enough. The effects of the good luck card were about to wear off, and there were no mysterious 8th level monsters for him to kill. The gap of 15,000 points was enough. There was no way Lu Xingchen could catch up. The hunt was about to end. Countdown. 1 minute. The hunt was about to end. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 384. Xianyuan Batian watched the countdown, his heart overflowing with joy. He finally secured first place. Lu Xingchen and his crew were quite strong. They had almost lost. The Xianyuan family cheered. The hunt was almost over 3-2. Even during the countdown, the points and rankings on the real-time leaderboard were constantly changing, especially the top 10, which were clearly visible at the top, allowing players to see them at a glance. In the final seconds, Lu Xingchen's points suddenly jumped, increasing by 100,000 points, propelling him to first place. Many people didn't notice because it was the final moments, and everyone had relaxed and stopped checking the leaderboard. Someone casually glanced over, noticed it, and shouted, "Look, look! Lu Xingchen's first." Some others also noticed and exclaimed, "Haha, a miracle! Lu Xingchen's first. Xiaoyu, wow, amazing! Big brother Xingchen is my idol. First. Meanwhile, the Xianyuan family members were still cheering, even flooding their feeds with messages. Xianyuan family first. Xianyuan is out. 1 against 3. Xianyuan tyrant, leading the charge. Amidst these chaotic shouts, the countdown ended. The hunt concluded, and now the top 10 rankings were announced. First place, Lu Xingchen. Congratulations to Lu Xingchen for taking the top spot in this great hunt. The players went wild. Ah, isn't it Batian? When did Lu Xingchen become number 1? Haha, I saw it with my own eyes. At the very last second of the countdown, Lu Xingchen's points suddenly jumped by 100,000, vaulting him to first place. 100,000, my friends, my dearest ones. Even Batian's sacrifice couldn't earn that much. It's over. I bet on the wrong horse. I even made a bet with my friend that Batian would definitely be first. Batian, why are you so disappointing? Ah, Batian, do you live up to your name? Xianyuan Badeo. Batian, leading the way. Xiaoyu, haha, brother Badeo, could you please look up at the leaderboard? Yin Xiaolin, Badeo is like a tireless troll. He's probably posting with his eyes closed. Xiaoyu, no wonder. It's the middle of the night, and I'm sleepy. Hee. Congratulations, Sister Xingchen. Zhu Xiaoyu, congratulations, Sister Xingchen. Yin Xiaolin, congratulations, Sister Xingchen. Many people in District 33 were saying the same thing below, creating a chaotic scene. Xiaoyu was very proud. See? I was smart. I didn't call Xingchen boss, I called her sister. It's more friendly that way. To be close to a boss, you can't just rely on your efforts. We all have to work together. Yin Xiaolin, yes, let's work together. Boss, please send me over. Zhu Xiaoyu, TSK, boss, Yin Xiaolin's always wanting to change jobs. Look, he's not even loyal to you anymore. Yin Xiaolin, nonsense. Xianyuan Badeo fell silent. The chat channel was abuzz with taunts, questions, blessings, and even fanning the flames. For example, Wan Jinbao, who fanned the flames, said, "Oh my god, Batian, hurry up and investigate. Lu Xingchen must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly gained 100,000 points? Yeah, that's terrifying. What did he do to get 100,000 points? Complain? Support Batian in filing a complaint. What's going on? Where can I file a complaint?" Xianyuan Baishan's face was ashen. He stared intently at the points on the leaderboard, racking his brains to figure out what Lu Xingchen had done to suddenly gain 100,000 points. The Xianyuan family was in an uproar, most of them furious, clamoring to file a complaint. Xianyuan Batian remained silent. Complain? You're kidding. There's no complaint window in this game. Lu Xingchen must have done something, and one day, he find out. The game announcement continued. Congratulations to Lu Xingchen for taking the top spot in this great hunt. The top-ranked Lu Xingchen receives a temporary buff, Heavenly Fortune, which lasts for 3 hours. During this time, rare supplies will randomly drop on the raft. The top-ranked Lu Xingchen receives a wish card, allowing her to make a small wish and trust that it will be granted. The top-ranked Lu Xingchen can designate 7 friends, who will temporarily share the Heavenly Fortune effect for 30 minutes. Several announcements were made for just one top spot. Everyone was dazzled. What? Not only are there more rewards for being at the top, but there are so many benefits too. Too many, I can't even begin to see them all. If I'd known this would happen, I would too. Sister Xingchen, do you remember your lost little brother? That's me. Upstairs, I remember you swore before that Lu Xingchen was just an ordinary person, no match for the Xianyuan family. He's changed so quickly. Nonsense. Didn't you see? Lu Xingchen can designate 7 friends to share the benefits of Heavenly Fortune. Jealousy, envy, hatred. Not towards Lu Xingchen, but towards that fat guy Gao Dafu. How can I be inferior to him? Is it because I don't weigh enough? Gao Dafu, how much do you weigh? Gao Dafu, 500 pounds. Gu Yan looked at him in shock. Gao Dafu smugly, what are you looking at? If they have the guts, go get some weight, Several people were excited, their eyes fixed on Lu Xingchen eagerly. After all, only 7 friends could share the fortune of heaven, and they hoped Lu Xingchen would choose them. Lu Haoyue smiled at Lu Xingchen. Little star, have you chosen? Lu Xingchen looked at the pop-up message in the game. Please select 7 friends to temporarily share the fortune of heaven effect for 30 minutes. Please state the names of the friends you wish to select. Lu Xingchen glanced at the group. Lu Haoyue, Gu Yan, Gao Dafu, Qi Fangxin, and Bai Kaisen were mandatory. These people had been helping her kill monsters and find ways to win first place. No matter what, they had contributed to her success. She named them one by one, selected her server and region, and confirmed them. These people had to be on the friend list, so there was no chance of making the wrong choice. Quickly, she had chosen 5. She was still 2 people left to choose, and she was in a dilemma. Both Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin had helped her before, and they were her closest friends. She better choose one person from each of them. After some thought, she sent a message to Qin Wuchuan and Wei Lin, asking them to each choose one person to share the effects of Heavenly Fortune. After receiving the message, Qin Wuchuan shared the details. Yin Xiaolin was excited. Hey, I heard Wei Lin and the others will also choose one person. So, in Lu Xingchen's eyes, Boss and Wei Lin are on the same level. Xiaoyu. Well, Boss's status has finally risen. Yin Xiaolin. However, I heard Lu Xingchen is spending more time with Gao Dafu and Gu Yan these days, while Wei Lin and the others have been in less contact. Xiaoyu. What else do you want? In the end, everyone decided to let Qin Shiro share the effects of Heavenly Fortune. It was simply because Qin Shiro had the best luck. Wei Lin and the others also made their decision. They chose Wei Ying. Chapter 385. Lu Xingchen finalized the final 2 candidates. Lu Haoyue and the others received a notification to contribute to the Heavenly Fortune. The players were anxious. The hunt was over, so why hadn't they teleported yet? The game announcement continued. First place. 1 invincible variety set, each stat plus 12, 1 rare pet egg, 3 interzone chat cards, 3 interzone summoning cards, for black gold lands, 3 advanced landing tokens. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow. The following are the 2nd, 10th place winners. 2nd place, Xianyuan Batian. 3rd place, Lu Haoyue. 4th place, Yang Feishuang. 5th place, Yu Zilin. 6th place, Gu Yan. 10th place, Gao Dafu. 2nd place, 10th place, 1 hero set, each stat plus 6, 1 common pet egg, 2 black gold lands, 3 common landing tokens. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow. The top 10 places remained largely unchanged, with Lu Xingchen moving up 1 spot. The rewards were announced previously, and there weren't any surprises like the first place winner. So, players weren't as excited as before. Game announcement. The Great Hunt for Area 10 has concluded. Afterward, the areas will be merged tomorrow. Please wait for the announcement. In 10 minutes, players will be teleported back to the raft. Please wait. With this, the great hunt is over. The beasts have quieted down, and the players who had been fighting and killing have lost their energy. Too lazy to kill, they waited in their places, waiting to return to the raft. The next step is to wait for the merge. Players who found friends and family during the great hunt were nervously saying goodbye. So were Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue. The two of them were heartbroken, having just met and now having to part. Although they were both at the top of their respective districts and possessed extraordinary strength, in the survival world, everyone is an ant, and danger could come at any moment. Over here, Grandpa and Grandma were equally anxious. Indeed, they had been worried for 3 days. For 3 days, Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue had been fighting in the great hunt, and they hadn't been able to sleep because of their worry. Bored, Grandpa and Grandma prepared a lot of food and sent it to them, asking them to share it with each other. Because Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue could only communicate in the hunting map. Outside the hunting zone, they couldn't add friends, chat, or send supplies. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Xingchen and Lu Haoyue started a video chat again, allowing both parties to chat for a while. Lu Xingchen also asked Grandma to send a lot of fruit and snacks from his storage box for Lu Haoyue to take. Watching the bags of food arrive, Lu Haoyue was almost overwhelmed. Qi Fangxin, Bai Kaisen, and the others were watching from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Wow, grapes! These grapes look so juicy. Hey, there are also melon seeds, caramelized melon seeds, 5-spice melon seeds, plain melon seeds, so many. Watermelons, strawberries, pears, oranges, my goodness, Big Boss and Little Sister are so capable. We could open a supermarket. Lettuce, spinach, Chinese cabbage, and wow, so many beans? Meat? We don't want the meat, right? We have too much meat. Hey! Roast duck? 8th level exotic beast meat? Yeah. Qi Fangxin's mouth watered at the pile of food. Big Boss, look at what we eat, what your little sister eats. Don't you also grow vegetables and fruit? Why is there nothing to eat? Lu Haoyue glanced at him. Nonsense. It's only been a few days. Do you think I can grow anything? He steadfastly refused to admit that everything he planted died. Lu Haoyue didn't have time to speak, and quickly threw a pile of supplies to Lu Xingchen. He had also asked his grandfather to send these over. He wasn't really good at growing vegetables. Grandpa's arrival had only helped him a little, but there wasn't much to eat right now. The food Lu Xingchen had given him was indeed good. It would greatly improve his standard of living. Worth a trip. 10 minutes passed quickly. The game announcement rang out. The great hunt is over. All players will be teleported back to the raft. 10, 9, 8. Lu Xingchen and the others were waiting to be teleported when suddenly, the chatterbox and the mute rushed over, one by one, hugging Lu Xingchen's thighs. Lu Xingchen, hey? What are you doing? I want to go home. Chatterbox, aw, you kidnapped our boss. How could you leave us behind? Wherever the boss is, there we are. Mute, yes, we're going to find the boss. Lu Xingchen measured the two tigers' appetites. Well, I'm afraid I can't feed you. We don't have much food at home. These two tigers are such voracious eaters. A few roast ducks barely fill their stomachs. She's under immense pressure. Chatterbox, we find our own food. Mute, yes, whatever's available. Lu Xingchen, Qi Fangxin was envious. Come with me. I promise to keep you well fed. An 8th level giant tiger, who wouldn't want to take it home as a pet? If a contract can't be signed, it can be used as a housekeeper. He wasn't the only one who thought that. Gao Dafu and Bai Kaisen also thought so. Two gorgeous tigers, one of them a rank 8, would be so impressive to bring back. Unfortunately, the two tigers only clung to Lu Xingchen, clinging tightly to her legs and refusing to let go. The hunt is over, and all players will be teleported back to the raft. 3, 2, 1, Lu Xingchen swung back to his raft. Two giant pendants still hung on his legs. Grandma came over excitedly, then got a start. Who wouldn't be afraid of tigers this big? Lu Xingchen quickly explained the situation to Grandma and told her to find a quiet place for the two tigers. She also released Lon Lon and Mean to keep an eye on them. She was worried the two tigers might harm their pets. Their chickens and rabbits wouldn't be enough to feed them. Seeing her return, Grandma felt relieved and quickly offered her something to eat. It was already past midnight, and Lu Xingchen was hungry and tired. After 3 days of intense stress, she could finally relax. She ate a quick meal, washed up, and returned to her bedroom to fall asleep. She slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. The sun shone brightly into the room, making it warm. She lingered for a long time, finally finishing her work at noon and washing up again. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't visited Peach Blossom Land yet. She hurried back and went to Peach Blossom Land. Today's luck blessing from Peach Blossom Land is nothing. Lu Xingchen felt a pang of regret. She hadn't signed in for 3 days, and after finally signing in, there was still no luck blessing. Never mind, she was exhausted anyway, and all she wanted to do today was to play it off. She slowly made her way downstairs, only to find her grandmother busy. Seeing Lu Xingchen emerge, she pulled her over mysteriously and said, "Xingxing, the heavens gave you something yesterday." Lu Xingchen, what? Chapter 386. Grandma, really? Starting yesterday at midnight, things suddenly started falling from the sky, one piece at a time, then another. About 17 or 18. I put them all away for you. Go take a look. Grandma put everything into the storage box, and Lu Xingchen looked through them one by one. As soon as she opened the box, she saw 3 red gold Poria Cocos. Red gold Poria Cocos is the main ingredient in the rejuvenation pill, and is very difficult to obtain. I remember the first time she got red gold Poria Cocos, it took her a lot of effort. Thus, she cherished the rejuvenation pill very much and usually didn't want to use it. She would use gold healers whenever she could get by. Unexpectedly, she found 3 of them all at once. These 3 red gold Poria Cocos were very juicy, with a large amount of soul wrapped around their roots, making them look like they had been carefully cultivated. Grandma, that's what fell down first. It hit me on the head. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized, wasn't this the effect of heavenly fortune? She was so tired yesterday that she came home, ate a little, and went to sleep, forgetting that heavenly fortune still had 3 hours left. Not bad, not bad. The supplies distributed by heavenly fortune are really good. Lu Xingchen sorted them out one by one and discovered that the supplies distributed by heavenly fortune were quite diverse, from food and daily necessities to equipment and weapons. The equipment and weapons were all rare, which was great. Unfortunately, she couldn't use them, so she could give them to Grandma. Among the supplies, she unexpectedly found a fully automatic gourmet food cooking machine. It was a large machine, about 1 meter tall, half a meter long and 1.5 meters wide. It sat on the ground and was pure white. It had 2 stoves, 2 different woks, and an LCD screen that let you set the type of food. It offers everything from frying to grilling and deep frying. The menu boasts hundreds of items, including the most familiar Kung Pao chicken, grilled fish, blanched Chinese kale, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, sweet and sour spare ribs, and sweet and sour pork. There are also slightly more challenging dishes, like pork ribs with potatoes, braised beef, braised pig's trotters, Buddha jumps over the wall, and stir-fried lamb with scallions. Just set it up, add the ingredients, and in no time, you have a delicious meal. On a whim, Lu Xingchen used the food processor to make braised lion's head, boiled pork slices, and braised pork with preserved plums. All the dishes were incredibly delicious, rivaling even the best prepared by a chef. It's clear at first glance that this is a high-tech product. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Cooking would no longer be a chore. After cooking, she could eat, then put all the plates, dishes, and bowls in the dishwasher. In no time, they were all clean. Having both cooking and dishwashing fully automated saved her a great deal of time. Grandma didn't really like this thing. She thought the slow, steady pace of washing vegetables and cooking was the norm. Dishes made by machines were all the same old taste. What was the point? Meals cooked by family members are imbued with emotion. No matter how delicious a machine-made dish is, it's still cold and impersonal. She didn't plan to use this thing. Lu Xingchen didn't force the old lady. She happily put the fully automatic food processor in the second-floor kitchen, which was big enough anyway. While she was cooking with the food processor, the chatterbox and the mute followed her around like little tails. Grandma had made 7 or 8 roast ducks early in the morning and divided them between the two. After they finished their meals, still not feeling full, they set their sights on the cute little rabbits, ducks, and chickens. Of course, they were aware of their guest status, and simply drooled near the chicken coop and sheep pen. Even so, they still frightened the hens terribly. The chickens, frightened beyond belief, stopped laying eggs. The lambs huddled together, trembling. After Lu Xingchen finished cooking, Chatterbox and Mute left the chicken and sheep pen and followed him. Lu Xingchen gave them all the leftovers, then turned and pulled a large piece of mutton and beef from the storage box, placing it in a bowl for them to eat. Tigers, after all, need raw food. Chatterbox and Mute ate with gusto. After finishing, they laid down on the raft, basking in the sun. Mimi and Lon Lon were also tired, And now they were either lying down or standing, resting. The flowers of the sea devil vine bloomed quietly, and the occasional breeze swayed the vines. A peaceful and tranquil life reigned on the raft. Lu Xingchen sat on the swing chair. A variety of fruit, snacks, and dried fruits lay on the table. She ate a grape, cracked some melon seeds, and was incredibly relaxed. She used to avoid overindulging in sweet fruits like grapes and watermelon. Now, with so much exercise every day, she wouldn't gain weight anyway, so she could eat as much as she wanted. Lon Lon, having rested enough, spread her wings and flew over. Because it can transform at will, it usually stays smaller when on the raft, allowing for greater agility. Lon Lon stood on the table, pecked at a grape, and happily flapped its wings a few times. Lu Xingchen immediately became nervous. After Lon Lon became smaller, her wings became smaller, and when she flew, they flapped so fast that they left afterimages. I heard that a small bird's wings can flap up to 300 times per minute when flying. I wonder if Lon Lon can reach that speed now. If that's really the rate, that's too bad. She was really worried it would trigger the stinky special effect. Lu Xingchen, hey Lon Lon, how about you get a little bigger? Getting bigger means your wings won't flap as fast. Lon Lon wasn't happy and snuggled into Lu Xingchen's arms, nuzzling. No, I'm so cute now, so petite. She sat upright in Lu Xingchen's arms, looking at Meme provocatively. With her here, Meme couldn't nestle in Lu Xingchen's arms. Meme, stinky little adorable. Lanlin's fur flew up. She couldn't stand the word stinky. She screamed, scrambled out of Lu Xingchen's arms, and pecked Meme twice. Meow Meow naturally fought back, knocking the cute little Lon Lon to the ground. Then, feeling aggrieved, she snuggled into Lu Xingchen's arms. Woo woo, master, little Cho Cho is bullying me again. The chatterbox asked curiously, who is little Cho Cho? Meow Meow nudged Lon Lon. Look, that's the little Cho Cho who nearly made you vomit. The chatterbox suddenly realized, so it was him? I couldn't tell. Meow Meow, you can't judge a person by his appearance. The chatterbox looked at the pretty and clever Lon Lon in confusion. I really can't tell. Is it really him? When Lon Lan's fragrance of 1,000 miles was activated, the chatterbox and the little mute happened to come in. Although only the aftermath remained, the two tigers were still nearly vomiting from the smoke. The chatterbox and the little mute were deeply impressed. Meow Meow, yes, it's the adorable little stinky one. Little mute, little red, the boss doesn't like bad smells. You have to chase this guy away, or he'd be upset when he comes out. Lon Lon was furious. How dare you chase me away? Who are you? Who's your boss? Let it come to see me. Lu Xingchen quickly restrained Lon Lon and coaxed the chatterbox and the little mute away, throwing them a few pieces of raw meat. Lon Lon and Meow Meow were already a lot of fun, and with 2 more tigers, she'd be overwhelmed. Just as the argument ended, Lu Xingchen heard an announcement. Congratulations to our zone's player, Lu Xingchen, for topping the Great Hunt leaderboard. Rewards are now being distributed. Player Lu Xingchen received 1 variety invincible set, plus 12 each attribute, 1 rare pet egg, 3 inter-zone chat cards, 3 inter-zone summoning cards, for black gold lands, and 3 advanced landing orders. At the same time, Lu Xingchen's backpack was filled with many more items. These were the rewards. Chapter 387. Congratulations to our player Gu Yin for placing 6th on the Great Hunt leaderboard. Rewards are being distributed. Gu Yin receives 1 hero set, each stat plus 6, 1 common pet egg, 2 black gold lands, and 3 common landing passes. Congratulations to our player Gao Dafu for placing 10th on the Great Hunt leaderboard. Rewards are being distributed. Gao Dafu receives 1 hero set, each stat plus 6, 1 common pet egg, 2 black gold lands, and 3 common landing passes. Lu Xingchen, It's fine if they just receive something, but why did they announce it to everyone else? Although everyone already knew the first place prize, she felt a bit uncomfortable reviewing it again. Without time to dwell, Lu Xingchen eagerly took out the Invincible Variety Set. Invincible Transformation Set, Invincible Transformation Armor X1, Invincible Transformation Helmet X1, Invincible Transformation Boots X1, Invincible Transformation Wrist Guard X1. Equipped with the set, 1. Constitution plus 12, Strength plus 12, Agility plus 12, Speed plus 6, and increased underwater speed. 2. Resists dust and blood, is impervious to water and fire, and maintains cleanliness at all times. 3. Has healing and health regenerating effects. 4. Can walk on water. 5. Can transform into 6 forms at will, upgradable. Lu Xingchen glanced at the stats and was overjoyed. That's too much to explain. It has 5 functions, 2 more than the invincible set. Each attribute increases by 12, and underwater speed is also increased. Like the invincible set, it resists dust and blood, is impervious to water and fire, maintains cleanliness at all times, and regenerates health. Moreover, she had a new skill, walking on water. She no longer needed the boots she worn before. She could now walk directly on water. This skill was incredibly useful at sea. Not only that, she also had the ability to change her form at will. This feature was quite interesting. She checked and discovered that the invincible transformation set offered 6 forms, essentially 6 sets of clothing. The first was a black work suit, clean and neat. The second was a camouflage suit, exuding a heroic presence. The third was a swimsuit, a dark blue bodysuit resembling a fish. The fourth was a red helmet and armor, reminiscent of an ancient female general. The fifth was a long, wide-sleeved, fairy-like dress with light-colored cloud patterns, reminiscent of a fairy, her sleeves fluttering. The sixth was a costume that blended both ancient and modern styles, a fitted white top and a red horseface skirt. It was quite beautiful. Lu Xingchen immediately put them on, and once she did, she defaulted to the first outfit. On a whim, she immediately changed into her second outfit. Then, on second thought, she switched to her third. Lu Xingchen was excited, trying on each outfit one by one, changing them like a revolving lantern. The chatterbox and the mute nearby were stunned. Lon Lon and Mimi, who had been fighting, stopped fighting and turned to stare at Lu Xingchen. Only the panda cub remained focused on eating bamboo, unfazed by Lu Xingchen's presence. Finally, Lu Xingchen settled on the 6th outfit. This one is so beautiful. The white top, tucked into the red pleated horseface skirt, is beautiful and sleek. She loves it, Lon Lon exclaimed, rushing over and circling Lu Xingchen. Wow, you look good, little Lu, you finally look better. Otherwise, I wouldn't want anyone to know about our relationship. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What's our relationship? Lon Lon snorted proudly. Just the most ordinary, simple friendship. Lu Xingchen, ha. Lon Lon gloated. I thought you weren't good enough for me before, but now, you're finally a little bit of a match. Mimi sauntered over. That's right. If you were a little more stinky, you'd definitely be worthy of little Cho Cho, right? Little Cho is so cute. Lon Lon was furious again. Little Cho. Another chaotic scene. Watching Lon Lon and Mimi fight, the chatterbox and the mute obediently hid in a corner. The 2 tigers took a bite of meat, watched the show, took another bite of meat, watched the show again, and occasionally exchanged words. The chatterbox was content. Awoo, I knew there would be meat to eat if I followed Little Red Hong. The mute, that's right. I didn't expect that there would be not only meat to eat, but also a show to watch. Tisk, it's a Qingwan show. Lu Xingchen ignored them. Let them fight. They're full of energy, what else can they do? Let them fight each other and practice their skills. She took out a rare pet egg. It was about the size of a football, not huge, but far less imposing than the little white cat's egg. I wonder what's inside? Rare quality pet egg. This is a very good pet egg. I don't know what kind of spirit beast it will hatch from. Please take good care of it. Incubate it in a fully automatic constant temperature pet incubator. Other machines will not work. Lu Xingchen, those are pretty high requirements. They even need a fully automatic constant temperature pet incubator. Where can I find that? Forget it, just leave it there. It shouldn't get stinky, right? After a moment's thought, she waved to the 2 tigers watching the fun, and the chatterbox came over. Lu Xingchen pointed at the pet egg and asked, Do you know about a fully automatic constant temperature pet incubator? Little mute, what? Fully automatic what? Lu Xingchen, fully automatic constant temperature pet incubator. Little mute, what incubator? Lu Xingchen, fully automatic constant temperature pet incubator. Little mute, constant what? Lu Xingchen, She noticed that little mute was messing around and pretending to be stupid. The chatterbox got anxious. Isn't it just that so-and-so? I don't know. But pet eggs made with so-and-so are generally not very high quality. Woo. Little mute, huh? Isn't it enough to have our boss? Why are you hatching another egg? You're fickle and unfaithful. Are you worthy of our boss? Lu Xingchen, Little mute was so angry, as if she were a scumbag. Chatterbox realized, oh that's right. Little Hong Hong, since you have so much free time, why don't you go find some broken jade ice crystals for the boss? Little mute, that's right. Even though the boss has started hatching, it won't come out for a while. It has a bad temper and a small heart. If it sees you're using ordinary ice cubes to hatch it, it'd definitely be angry and refuse to come out. Lu Xingchen showed Chatterbox and Little Mute the little white cat's eggs and placed them in the refrigerator with a layer of ice cubes underneath. The two tigers were particularly dissatisfied, thinking the ice cubes were too ordinary and unworthy of their noble boss. They kept nagging Lu Xingchen to find some broken jade ice crystals. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to do it. What if the little white cat got angry at the poor hatching environment and refused to come out? The little white cat was kind to her, so she would definitely try her best to meet its needs. But not now. She had just returned and hadn't finished sorting out the supplies yet. The Chatterbox and the Mute were angry, constantly complaining about their boss. Lu Xingchen, feeling a headache, pointed at the rare pet egg. Okay, this egg won't go bad if I leave it there, right? Is there a hatching time limit? The Mute. No, this kind of egg won't go bad even if I leave it there for 700 or 800 years. The Chatterbox. All right. Lu Xingchen didn't believe them. However, pet egg shouldn't be that delicate. This one is small, so she simply put it in the box where the lamb Mimi keeps her milk. Time stands still there, so it should stay fresh. The third and fourth rewards are the Cross Zone Chat card and the Cross Zone Summon card. Keep them safe and carry them with you. The fifth reward is black gold soil, which Lu Xingchen placed in the planting areas on both sides of the raft. The sixth reward is an island landing order, a high-level one at that. This will be very useful later. Oh, and there's also a wishing card. Chapter 388. Lu Xingchen took out a wishing card. Wishing card. You can make a small wish, and the wishing card will help you fulfill it. Remember, don't be greedy. Validity. 1 week. Please use it within the validity period. Lu Xingchen stared at it for a long time. Trouble, that's what she said. How could you wish for anything? And it has a validity period. You must use it within 7 days, otherwise it will expire. Today should be the first day. Never mind, let's give it a try. The districts will be merged soon, and her biggest wish is to merge with Lu Haoyue, so that the family can be reunited. Actually, if we follow the rules, the 10 districts are District 1, District 5, District 8, District 13, District 15, District 19, District 23, District 26, District 29, and District 33. Generally, the closest districts can be merged. She was in District 33, and Lu Haoyue was in District 8. The two districts were too far apart, so there was no chance of merging. So, I don't know if this wish is big or small. She picked up the wishing card. Wishing card. Please tell me your wish. Lu Xingchen. I wish for Districts 8 and 33 to merge. After a moment, the wishing card said, sorry, that wish is too big. It can't be granted. Please don't be greedy. Lu Xingchen, She was unwilling to give up. Her eyes rolled around, looking at the little white cat's egg not far away. The egg was on ice. These ice blocks were not easy to handle, and just maintaining them was difficult. She didn't know how long it would take to incubate. If it kept going like this, she had to think of another way. Why not make a wish and give it a try? Lu Xingchen walked over to the little white cat's pet egg and said, I wish for this pet egg to hatch immediately. Wishing card. Sorry, that wish is too big. It can't be granted. Please don't be greedy. Lu Xingchen, Is this considered difficult? How hard is it to hatch Xiaobai? She thought for a moment, then went to Mime's fridge, opened it, and made a wish for the rare pet egg. I wish this pet egg to hatch immediately. Wishing card. Okay, do you want to use the wish card? This pet egg will be fine. So Xiaobai must be too high a level. Lu Xingchen quickly cancelled the wish card. What a joke. How could such a good thing be used to hatch an unknown pet egg? She already had plenty of pets. She didn't need this one. She thought and thought, but couldn't think of a wish that could be made with a wish card, so she put it away. Her luck had been mediocre today, and the thrilling hunt had just ended. Lu Xingchen didn't feel like doing anything else, so she returned to the swing chair to eat and drink. In the group chat, Gao Dafu sent a screenshot. Look, hatching. In the picture, he was sitting on a bed, holding a pet egg twice the size of a basketball. It was covered with a floral quilt, with a corner of the egg peeking out. Gao Dafu, my pet egg shows it's hatching, hee. Wei Ying, why are you holding it? Are you not eating? Gao Dafu, it won't hatch if it's covered in the quilt. It has to be held. Plus, I can't leave. If I do, it tells me it's going to fail. It's terrifying. He was still chuffed. This just means my pet is clinging to me, which is good. Wei Ying, haha, even hens hatching eggs go out to find food. Gao Dafu, your pet isn't clinging, it's torturing, isn't it? Lu Xingchen, it's over. Chicks take 28 days to hatch. Gao Dafu, are you planning on going without food or water for 28 days? Gao Dafu, 28 days. Lu Xingchen, yes, chicks are common birds, and hatching takes 28 days. Dafu, your pet must be very good, so it probably take half a year. Wei Ying, after half a year, our Dafu will probably be dried up. Wei Lin, you're so mean. Why are you trying to scare Dafu? Dafu, it's okay. You have food and drinks in your storage backpack. Don't worry, just hatch it slowly. Gao Dafu couldn't hold it in anymore, almost bursting into tears. I just packed my backpack, and I don't even have a bottle of water or a piece of bread. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Lu Xingchen, it's okay, there's always a way out. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, do you want something to eat or drink? Gao Dafu, yes, brothers and sisters, give me some water. Everyone was just amused and laughed, sending Gao Dafu water and food. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, Gu Yin, don't you have a pet egg too? Wei Lin, yes, Dafu and Gu Yin, rank 6th and 10th respectively, each have a regular pet egg. Is Gu Yin hatching one too? Wei Ying, what? Gu Yin, you're also hatching an egg? Unbelievable. Gu Yin, someone so aloof, sitting on the bed with an egg in his arms. It's indeed a bit unbelievable. Lu Xingchen, come on, Gu Yin, take a screenshot. Wei Ying, yes, a close-up. Gu Yin immediately sent a picture. In it, a pet egg the same size as Gao Dafu was casually thrown on the ground, surrounded by 4 braziers. Gu Yin, no need to hold it. Gu Yin, just keep an eye on the braziers. Wei Lin nodded. That's not so bad. Add some wood every 8 hours, so you don't have to hold it constantly. Wei Ying, so you don't have to hold it. So, Gao Dafu, how did you come up with that idea? Gao Dafu screamed shrilly, Gu Yin, you were the one who came up with that idea. Gu Yin, no, I just suggested it. He explained, I didn't think it was good, so I improved it. Poor Gao Dafu, he'd been holding the egg for ages, not daring to move. Seeing Gu Yin so relaxed, his mind suddenly collapsed. His euphoric mood vanished. Gao Dafu wilted, then exploded. Exploded, then wilted again, over and over again, the group chat filled with the sound of his collapse. Lu Xingchen leaned back on the swing chair, swinging back and forth. At noon, the game announcement came. Hello, dear adventurers. The great hunt is over. I believe everyone has gained a lot. Since the number of players in each zone has dropped significantly, we will be merging. Players were all resting, and only a few people were talking in the chat. As soon as the merger announcement came out, players were immediately furious. Why has the number of players dropped so sharply? Don't you have any idea about the game? What do you mean by a great harvest? Pa! I'm broke and lucky to be alive. Look, our Zone 33 now has only a little over 40,000 people, more than half the number. The game announcement continued. After a random draw, the zone merger decision is now announced. Zones 1, 5, and 23 will be merged into Zone 33. Zones 29 and 13 will be merged into Zone 8. Zones 15 and 19 will be merged into Zone 26. Happy gaming everyone. The chat room jumped from over 40,000 to 120,000. With more people, there's naturally more talk, especially after the recent merger. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. We're a big district. 3 districts have merged. Welcome, new friends. Another district merger? Why merge into District 33? Why not District 1? We have over 40,000 people left in District 33. Calculate how many people are left in District 1. Haha, no matter what, we're still District 1, friends of District 1, right? You guys in District 1 are too lazy to talk. Do you think anyone is responding? Qinglong Gang of District 5, assemble. Zhang, the Qinglong Gang of District 5. Triple X reports. The Qinglong Gang from District 5 reports together. Alright, everyone from District 5, can you please stop flooding the screen? Several gangs are gathering, and people from other districts can't even speak. So is there a gang group? Can we report there? No, we always like to flood the regional channel to show how many people we have. Haha, I saw one person from the Qinglong Gang report multiple times. So is that just to show how many people there are? It's over, it's chaos. I have a feeling our district is going to be in utter chaos. Chapter 389. The chat channel was incredibly chaotic. and the people who joined from the merged districts each had their own unique characteristics. District 5 insisted on maintaining its own clique, and was extremely active in the regional chat. Whenever they spoke, they would invariably mention "I'm from Gang X." The people from District 1 rarely spoke, and when they did, they always emphasized District 1. The people from District 23 were well behaved, but extremely adept at stirring up trouble. This merger was unlike any other. It was incredibly lively. Just by looking at the chat channel, one could see endless gossip. Lu Xingchen read with gusto for a long time, taking the opportunity to learn about the various districts. The dwarf, also known as Yang Feishue, quickly sent her a private message. Boss, Yang Feishue reporting in. Lu Xingchen, I just saw you reported to the Qinglong gang. Yang Feishue, hee, no conflict. Boss, if you form a gang, I defect immediately. Lu Xingchen, no need. She specifically asked, is your third sister Yang Feishuang here too? Yang Feishue, of course. It's a pity that my eldest and second brothers are in other districts, and they haven't joined us yet. Sigh. Lu Xingchen, it's okay, it be soon. It's estimated that after the next big hunt, the number of people will drop sharply, and when the districts merge again, they will merge with other areas. By then, Lu Haoyue will also join. Even so, Lu Xingchen was still a little unhappy. The merger wasn't done in numerical order, but randomly. Districts 1 and 5 were merged, so how come District 8 is missing? What a shame. However, someone quickly analyzed the situation. Hey, did you notice that the top 1, 2, and 3 players in this merger weren't in the same district? Yes, Lu Xingchen from District 33, Xianyuan Batian from District 26, and Lu Haoyue from District 8 were in 3 different districts, and, coincidentally, they were all merged. So, it's random, but there's also an element of intentionality. That's good. The bosses are splitting up to avoid fighting. But if it's divided like that, District 33 now has 5 of the top 10 spots. So District 33 is the strongest now. Lu Xingchen thought. Besides her, Gao Dafu, and Gu Yin, there's another Yang Feishuang in the top 10, right? But who's the other one? Before she could think about it, Gu Yin said something. Here's the Gold Beast Spirit Liquid. I got one before, and when we shared Fortune in Heaven, I got another. Gu Yin now has 2 Gold Beast Spirit Liquids. When they were given the double card, Lu Xingchen helped them get one. Gao Dafu got the Advanced Pet Contract card, and Gu Yin got the Gold Beast Spirit Liquid. Yesterday, when we shared Fortune in Heaven, he got another, so he wanted to give it to Lu Xingchen. Gold Beast Spirit Liquid can't just sit there forever. It's a waste. Lu Xingchen thought about it, and accepted it. She could keep it in the box where Min kept her milk, so it wouldn't expire. Soon Gao Dafu, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Ying, and others all brought some things, gifts from the Fortune equals Heaven shared. They kept half, and returned the other half to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen picked out 1 or 2 items, and returned the rest. She kept the useful ones. It would be a waste to keep the useless ones with her. She was sorting through her supplies when Gao Dafu started yelling again in the group chat. Come on, party. Let's get together on my raft. How about that? Wei Ying, Dafu, are you really that lonely? You can't even move, and you still want to get together? Gao Dafu, hey, we're free anyway, so why don't we get together while we're free? I treat you. Wei Ying joked, are you out of food and want us to cook for you? Gao Dafu, you're really judging others by your own standards. Let me show you. Call friends gathering card. Call friends gathering card. Call your friends for a get-together. Gather up to 10 friends on the raft for a 6-hour get-together. After the get-together, you receive a 24-hour good luck blessing, combinable with other good luck blessings, and your wishes may even come true. Usable within 3 days. Gao Dafu beamed. How's it going? Aren't you tempted? Wei Ying, great, I'm so excited. Wei Lin, go, let's go now. Gao Dafu, Xiao Lu, come on. Lu Xingchen was a little reluctant to move. But upon closer inspection, she was touched by a single sentence. Combinable with other good luck blessings. Doesn't that mean that if her paradise receives a blessing of good fortune tomorrow, it can be stacked? The only downside is, she doesn't know how powerful this blessing will be. Something's better than nothing. Let's go and get together. Lu Xingchen made a quick decision. Come on, can I bring my family? Gao Dafu, you mean grandma? Of course, call grandma too. Lu Xingchen, no, I'm talking about 2 tigers, a panda, a bird, and a sheep. She added, I bring my own ingredients. Grandma didn't like running around, and she didn't want to leave all these foodies with her, so she might as well bring them along. She could just bring a fully automatic food processor and plenty of ingredients, wouldn't she? Gao Dafu immediately replied, no problem. Wait a minute, I expand the raft. Hee hee, I'm so excited. It's my first time organizing a party. Grandma had been watching from the sidelines and said to Lu Xingchen, I don't want to run around, but you can have them over. I like a crowd. Why not just gather here on our raft? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, that's fine. I talk it over with them. The elderly do like to have a crowd. Back when we were back home, a group of grandparents would often gather outside Grandma's door, chatting and playing cards. It was a lively scene. It would be fine to invite everyone over. Firstly, there's more space here, and secondly, it would allow Grandma to have some fun. Besides, she has a fully automatic food processor and a fully automatic dishwasher. She doesn't have to worry about cooking or washing dishes. She just has to clear the table and set the plates. With everyone working together, it's much easier. Otherwise, she have to move the food processor over later. Lu Xingchen said in the group chat, why don't you come over to my place? As soon as she spoke, Wei Ying responded immediately, okay, Xingchen, you should have told me earlier. If we go to your place, no need for a reunion card. Gao Dafu, that's too much. Wei Ying, what's too much? Think about your raft, then think about Xingchen's raft. Gao Dafu, hey, actually, I want to go to Xingchen's place too. Gu Yan, your egg? Gao Dafu, carry it, I carry it. No one can stop me. Soon, the agreement was reached. Lu Xingchen calculated the time and told everyone to come back at 4 p.m. From 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., exactly 6 hours. This would allow for more time to rest and enjoy the good fortune of Taoyuan tomorrow. Everyone began to prepare. Of course, no one was coming here to eat for free. They had prepared a variety of food. Gao Dafu also gave Lu Xingchen a reunion card. As soon as 4 o'clock in the afternoon arrived, Lu Xingchen opened the gathering card. Chapter 390. Call Friends Gathering Card. Call your friends for a get-together? You can gather up to 10 friends for a get-together on the raft. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Please enter or say the friends you want to gather. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu, Gu Yan, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Zhong Chang. It's a shame there are only 5 of them, which seems a bit wasteful. However, she didn't want to invite anyone she didn't know well on board, so after some thought, she confirmed the request. Before confirming, she asked Zhong Chang. Zhong Chang only had his 5-year-old son, Long, on board, and Lu Xingchen was worried about him coming alone, so she simply added Long as a child. The gathering card flashed, and Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Zhong Chang, and Gu Yan, holding their son, all appeared before her. After a few seconds, Gao Dafu, wrapped in a blanket and holding his pet egg, also arrived. He came with his legs crossed, the pet egg in his arms. So, upon arriving, he sat on Lu Xingchen's raft, which thankfully was clean. Wei Ying was overjoyed when she saw him. Haha, thank you for your help, Dafu. Gao Dafu, everyone, today I just have to live hand to mouth, relying on you all. Lu Xingchen suddenly thought, huh? Where's your donkey? Gao Dafu didn't have a pet bag, so he couldn't put his pet in it. So the donkey wasn't here? Was it guarding Gao Dafu's house? Gao Dafu's face changed. Oh, how could I forget about this guy? Ah, this guy loves fruits and vegetables. I just planted some. Talking about pets, everyone remembered. Now, Gao Dafu has a pet donkey, and it's hatching a pet egg. Gu Yan also has a low-level pet contract card with a pet egg. Wei Lin and Wei Ying each had a low-level pet contract card, but unfortunately, they hadn't found a suitable one yet. The number of people owning pets was gradually increasing. The few of them chatted for a while. Lu Xingchen's raft was relatively large, and the second-floor terrace alone had ample space, complete with a table, chairs, and a swing. 6 people arrived, plus Lu Xingchen and Grandma, for a total of 8. Grandma was delighted to see so many people, and quickly went to prepare food. How could they leave an elderly person so busy? They hurried to help. So, except for Gao Dafu, who was sitting in a chair with his pet egg, everyone else left the second floor, either going to the kitchen or downstairs. They brought a lot of food, meat, vegetables, fruit, and so on. Even though Lu Xingchen had so much, they felt embarrassed to eat for free. Gao Dafu didn't bring anything because he just packed his backpack and had left all his food behind, and it wasn't convenient for him to carry the pet egg to open the storage box. But he contributed a gathering card, making the biggest contribution. Lu Xingchen led everyone into the kitchen, showed them the fully automatic food processor, and waved, "Come, take a look at the menu." Make whatever you want. Wei Ying and the others fumbled around curiously, examining the recipes one by one. There were so many recipes that everyone was overwhelmed. Wei Ying, I'm the worst cook, but I didn't expect there were such delicious things. Come on, I make my favorite West Lake vinegar fish, dongba pork elbow, and crispy pork belly. Wei Lin, how can it be all meat? I make seafood tofu soup, lotus root pork, and drunken shrimp. Wei Ying turned. Gu Yin, how about you? Gu Yin, stewed lamb, stewed beef, and stewed pork ribs. Wei Ying, haha, all meat, so delicious. Next it was Zhong Chong's turn. He discussed with his son, Long Long, and chose a few of Long Long's favorite dishes. Shrimp stew with eggs, pumpkin soup, and salt and pepper chicken wings. Lu Xingchen didn't plan to cook. Grandma had already roasted a whole oven of roast duck and made a few dishes herself, totaling 15 or 16 dishes, more than enough. Just then, Gao Dafu moved over and shouted unwillingly, I want to come too. I want to cook with the food processor too. Everyone turned around in shock. Gao Dafu was still sitting cross-legged, with a pet egg in his crotch. He held the egg in one hand and supported himself with the other, struggling to move forward. He looked like a disabled person without legs. Wei Ying sighed, Dafu is truly formidable despite his disability. Lu Xingchen kindly said, Dafu, forget it. We make whatever you want. Gao Dafu was unhappy. No, I need to use this food processor. Besides, I've already decided what to make. Doornail meat patties, meat buns, and a braised stew. Lu Xingchen took a look and, lo and behold, the food processor actually did what it could. But Gao Dafu was too short to cross his legs. Gao Dafu, it's okay. Just carry him to the chair. It's just putting the ingredients in there. I can do it. Gao Dafu insisted, and no one could persuade him, so everyone just let it go. Everyone followed the previously agreed order. Wei Ying went first, the others left. Wei Lin, Gu Yin, and Zhong Chong had nothing else to do, so they repaired Lu Xingchen's sheep pen and chicken coop. Lu Xingchen's wrath was spotless. There was nothing else to worry about. This time, the chatterbox and the mute gathered around the oven. The roast duck was almost cooked, and it was emitting bursts of rich aroma from the oven. The two tigers were drooling all over the floor. Everyone started cooking, the food machine working quickly. In just 2 hours, all their dishes were ready and laid out on the table. There was so much food that Lu Xingchen had to build another table. In addition to these dishes, there was also Grandma's roast duck, sesame cakes, stewed fish soup, a large pot of braised chicken legs and eggs, and so on. Lu Xingchen brought out a lot of fruit and placed it on the plates. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the red lanterns glowed faintly, and everyone was already seated at the table laden with food. Zhong Chong bought a case of beer in the trading hall, and Wei Ying brought a case of juice. Lu Xingchen didn't drink beer, so Grandma brought out her homemade wine. Ever since she looked up the winemaking recipes for Master Ling Wang, Grandma has been making wine. She has now developed several varieties, with her most successful being the simple wine. The only regret is that everyone can only use bamboo cups. It's a bit unsightly. Gao Dafu was the most particular. No, when drinking wine, even if we don't use a luminous cup, we can't use bamboo either. Just wait. Gao Dafu shouted in the regional chat. Who has glasses? I buy a set. Many players were speaking in the regional chat, the most active of which were from the guilds in Area 5. Gao Dafu's words didn't cause much of a stir, and were quickly silenced by the guild members in Area 5. Gao Dafu was unwilling to give up. No, I have to find a glass. A message floated through the chat. Player Gao Dafu had used the deafening item, and his post would be pinned for 3 minutes. Wei Lin, Dafu, you're so hard-working. Wei Ying, wow, what a rich guy. This item was quite useful, like when he needed to collect urgently needed supplies, and Gao Dafu actually used it here. Everyone thought it was a waste. Gao Dafu didn't. He just wanted a glass. Gao Dafu, who has glasses? I buy a set. This sentence was pinned, bolded, and played 3 times in a loop. Chapter 391. The players were unhappy. Who are you? Why are you so overbearing? And you pinned it? Gao Dafu, come on if you can. Someone recognized him. Hey, isn't that Gao Dafu? Ranked 10th on the leaderboard. Gao Dafu exchanged 2 glasses, using one for himself and intending to give the other to his grandmother, who shook her head and refused. He offered it to Lu Xingchen, but Lu Xingchen didn't want it either. Finally, he gave it to Long Long. The purple-red wine looked beautiful in the glass, and Lu Xingchen was tempted. Wei Lin and Wei Ying were the same way. Wei Ying couldn't help herself and called out in the regional chat, "Anyone have glasses? I take a set." No one else responded, but Lu Xingchen received a private message from Qin Wuchuan. "Do you need glasses? I have a new set of 6. I was planning to list it on the trading platform, but I didn't get around to it. Give it to you." A set of glasses was delivered. Lu Xingchen didn't want to take it for free, but Qin Wuchuan refused to accept her gift. Qin Wuchuan said seriously, "You've helped us obtain so many treasures and share in the benefits of heavenly fortune. I'm deeply grateful, but I'm afraid I can't help you. A glass can't satisfy hunger or save lives. It's just ordinary supplies, not worth much." Lu Xingchen had no choice but to accept it. After a moment's thought, she gave Qin Wuchuan a jar of her grandmother's wine. In fact, Qin Wuchuan was also gathering with his subordinates. The difference was that they had been summoned using a summon card, and had all arrived on Qin Shiro's raft. Everyone was enjoying their meals and drinking. Just as they were about to use their treasured glass, they saw Wei Ying and Gao Dafu chatting on the chat. Gao Dafu wasn't alone, but when Wei Ying joined in the conversation, Qin Wuchuan immediately realized they were with Lu Xingchen. So Lu Xingchen should need a glass too. He gave it to Lu Xingchen without hesitation. Xia Xiaoyu, sitting at the table, urged, "Boss, where's the glass? Take it out. Are you reluctant to part with it?" Qin Wuchuan smiled faintly. "I gave it to Lu Xingchen." Xia Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. No wonder Gao Dafu and Wei Ying are collecting glasses. So, are they having a dinner?" Qin Wuchuan smiled and nodded. Yin Xiaolin's face suddenly turned sad. "Huh? No more glasses?" Xia Xiaoyu kicked him. "Did you forget how you got your rare weapon?" After harvesting the treasure, Yin Xiaolin was given a rare level weapon. Qin Wuchuan glanced at them, his expression growing serious. "Lu Xingchen has helped us tremendously. While we've given something back, it's far too little compared to what she's given us. You must remember that we're taking advantage of her." Qin Wuchuan, "Lu Xingchen has everything from equipment and pets to weapons. It's difficult for us to effectively repay her. So, as long as she needs something, we try to give it to her. We can't always let others make one-sided sacrifices." Yin Xiaolin didn't dare complain and nodded repeatedly. At this time, Lu Xingchen had already taken out the glasses Qin Wuchuan had given her. These glasses were tall and slender, with colorful prints. There were 6 glasses, each with the same print but different colors, making them easy to distinguish. The set of 6 glasses, plus Gao Dafu's 2, gave everyone just 1. With the glasses, everyone felt much more comfortable. Some drank beer, some wine, and some juice. Combined with a hearty meal, everyone was content. The food made by the food machine was delicious, and everyone raved about it. After dinner, they cleared the table and cleaned Lu Xingchen's raft. Then, they gathered on the second floor to watch a movie. The supercomputer could project anything, right into the air, much like a giant screen movie. Everyone enjoyed watching the movie, while eating fruit and munching on sunflower seeds. Wei Ying leaned back in her chair and sighed contentedly. "Gao Dafu, look at this Xingchen place. There's plenty of space, the house is beautiful, there's a boat full of flowers, and there's a giant screen movie. Who wouldn't want to come?" Gao Dafu, still cradling his pet egg, looked around. "Everything's fine, except the rabbit hutch and chicken coop. They should be moved somewhere else." Lu Xingchen shared the same thought. She planned to replan the space tomorrow and relocate the rabbit hutch and chicken coop. She was chatting when Zhong Chong suddenly gestured to her. The two of them went downstairs, and Zhong Chong pulled out something. "Xingchen, take a look at this." It was a white, round, diamond-shaped stone. Lu Xingchen took it. "Radar upgrade crystal, upgrades the radar, with a selectable upgrade direction." Lu Xingchen was delighted. "Great stuff. Maybe it can be used to upgrade the Vientiane radar." She immediately took Zhong Chong to the Vientiane radar. As soon as they placed the radar upgrade crystal on it, the Vientiane radar displayed a message, "Upgrade crystal detected." Do you want to upgrade the Vientiane radar? Optional upgrade directions. 1. More accurate radar, displaying ship's temperature, humidity, PM 2.5, CO2, and other data. 2. Radar detection, which can measure the loyalty and friendliness of creatures on board. Huh? Lu Xingchen took a closer look. The first option wasn't very useful. She had a constant temperature system, so the temperature was fixed. As for the humidity? Of course, it would be the same as at sea. She didn't have the luxury of adjusting the humidity at sea. As for PM 2.5 and CO2, they were even less necessary. Air pollution hadn't occurred here yet. Not very useful. The second upgrade option wasn't very useful either. She only had family, friends, pets, and small animals on board. The pets' loyalty was fine, but the small animals were ordinary creatures. They probably wouldn't have any resistance, and even if they did, it wouldn't be a big deal. Both upgrade options were a bit useless. After much deliberation, Lu Xingchen chose the second option. After a successful upgrade, creature loyalty and friendliness could be monitored on the omnidirectional radar. If the loyalty or friendliness of a dangerous creature fell below 60, the omnidirectional radar would sound an alarm. Lu Xingchen saw a button on the omnidirectional radar, onboard creature loyalty. She clicked it, and a small green screen appeared before her. It was a miniature version of the raft. The lambs in the sheepfold and the chickens in the chicken coop have a loyalty of 100. The chatterbox and the mute are eating roast duck. The chatterbox's loyalty is 78, while the mute's is a surprisingly low 70. The mute's loyalty is very stable, never changing. The chatterbox's loyalty fluctuates greatly. With one bite of roast duck, his loyalty increases by 1 point. He chokes, and his loyalty decreases by 2 points. Another bite of roast duck, another point. A burp, and his loyalty decreases by 1 point. Haha, Lu Xingchen sneered foodie. The red panda cub is rolling in the mud. His loyalty is 99. Lon Lon was preening her feathers, her loyalty at 96. Mimi, sitting next to her, had a surprising loyalty of 95. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a second look. She hadn't realized that the silly, always disobedient Lon Lon actually had a higher loyalty. What happened to Mimi? Wasn't she usually quite well behaved? The sea demon vine was also a living creature, with a loyalty of 100. Its vine snaked up onto the omnidirectional radar, and it saw the loyalty displayed there. It noticed that Lu Xingchen was constantly looking at Mimi and Lon Lon. The sea demon vine spoke, "Master, don't blame them. A pet loyalty of 90 or above is perfectly acceptable. Don't expect too much. Lon Lon is a bit clumsy and has an incomplete inheritance, so his loyalty is higher. Mimi's inheritance is more complete, so her loyalty won't rise too high." Is that so? Lu Xingchen didn't dwell on it. She casually glanced at the friendship levels of Wei Lin and the others. Wei Lin, 92. Wei Ying, 92. Gu Yin, 95. Gao Dafu, 95. Zhong Chang, 100. Grandma, 100. The numerical differences weren't significant, but Lu Xingchen was a bit surprised to find Zhong Chang's friendship value at 100. It was too high, practically perfect. She was looking at the screen, and Zhong Chang had consciously stepped back several steps, his back facing Lu Xingchen, so he couldn't see the friendship values. Lu Xingchen closed the screen, turned around, and patted Zhong Chang. "Let's go back." The two had just taken a few steps when the game suddenly announced, 1. The barrier between adventurers has disappeared. Sailing at sea, you may encounter other adventurers. 2. Pirates have been rampant recently. They have high military power, and excel at naval warfare. Please be on guard. Chapter 392. 1. Initially, pirates may operate alone or in pairs. Later, large groups of pirates will arrive, and their numbers will be numerous. Please actively equip your rafts and take precautions. Happy gaming, adventurers. When the announcement was made, players were shocked. What? Pirates? Ah, how can we defeat pirates with our limited skills? Woo, are the pirates robbing us of our wealth or our women? I don't have either. No, at least you still have your life. Breaking down. What should I do? I'm panicking. Many were panicked. Everyone was terrified of pirates. Some were also concerned about the first point. It's not just the pirate threat. The barrier between players will disappear, and we encounter each other. Players might be even more brutal than pirates. Right. Didn't you know that when you were hunting? Players are really ruthless. No wonder I couldn't encounter any players before. So there's a barrier. Haha, things are happening. There's a raft floating in front of me. It's quite large. Let me get on it and take a look. The chat channel was in turmoil. Lu Xingchen stood there watching for a moment until Wei Lin and the others called her. Lu Xingchen returned to the table, where Wei Lin and the others were still discussing the game announcement. The difference was that everyone was quite excited. Wei Ying, Wei Lin, hurry up, tell them to give us the coordinates and get together. Gao Dafu, ahaha, old Gu, we're finally on the same boat. Come on, what are your raft's coordinates? Wei Lin, Xingchen, Zhong Chang, Dafu, let's just get together. With more people, we won't have to worry about pirates. Wei Ying laughed. Not only will we be safe from pirates, we won't be afraid of the other players either. They weren't the only ones thinking this. Many players in the chat room had also been thinking the same thing. Since it's so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if everyone came together, like friends, brothers, and sisters before? They could only fight alone. Now that the barrier is gone, they could come together, linking the rafts into one. Wouldn't that be safe? The Qinglong gang members were especially excited. They had 30 or 40 members, and if they could all come together and form a large raft, with so many people, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Maybe they could even do their old tricks again, robbing the rich to help the poor. The players were discussing it enthusiastically. Wei Lin and Wei Ying were so excited they couldn't sit still. They kept sending messages to their family group, discussing what to do with the Wei family. Lu Xingchen, sitting on the swing chair, was also quietly considering this. She had quite a strong force on her raft: Lon Lon, Mimi, Little Chatterbox, Little Mute, the panda cub, herself, and Grandma. Each spirit beast had a higher combat power than an average person, making it equivalent to having 7 people on board. There's also the unpredictable sea demon Vine. Dealing with players is no problem. She wouldn't even be afraid of the 30 or 40-man Qinglong gang. What worries her is the pirates. Pirates aren't players, and their combat power is different and unpredictable. However, the game shouldn't overpower the pirates, wiping out the players entirely. So 1 or 2 pirates shouldn't be a problem. Lu Xingchen prefers solitude and doesn't like being around too many people. She's fine with the occasional lively atmosphere, but constant bustle tires her. So, for the time being, she doesn't want to hang out with others. Wei Lin and the others have almost reached an agreement. The Wei family will try to stay together. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu would also join them. They wouldn't go looking for the Wei family, but would form a team of 2. Wei Ying invited Lu Xingchen, but Lu Xingchen shook his head. No, I'd be fine on my own. Wei Ying and Wei Lin were disappointed, but they were just trying it out, and didn't think Lu Xingchen would join them. That would be like Lu Xingchen protecting the entire Wei family. Wei Ying turned to look at Zhong Cheng. Lu Xingchen also looked at Zhong Cheng. Zhong Cheng, you have Long Long at home, so it's not convenient for you to go out. How about you bring the raft over and join me? Wei Lin and Wei Ying were family after all. Zhong Cheng had been with them all this time, so Wei Lin and the others certainly wouldn't neglect him. But the Wei family was, after all, blood-related and had grown up together, so they had a close bond. Zhong Cheng was considered an outsider in this situation. Lu Xingchen had already learned that Zhong Cheng's loyalty was 100%, almost as strong as that of a family member. That was why she invited Zhong Cheng over. Zhong Cheng's clenched fists loosened, and he nodded, okay. God knows how excited he was. He'd been spending time with the Wei family for a while, and their cooperation had been pleasant. But after all, they were family, and he was an outsider, so he occasionally felt awkward. He wanted to be with Lu Xingchen, but he was afraid of becoming a burden, so he kept it to himself. Now that Lu Xingchen had finally invited him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt safe following Lu Xingchen. By the time everyone had finished discussing their plans, 10 o'clock had arrived, and everyone was teleported back. Lu Xingchen privately messaged Zhong Cheng, giving him his coordinates, and asked, "Your coordinates?" Zhong Cheng gave him the coordinates, and Lu Xingchen was helpless. It's so far away. Zhong Cheng, well, it'd take me a month to get there. There's no way around it. The sea is just too vast. Players' current rafts are relatively low level. Speed depends on wind speed, oars are of little use, and steering is the only way. Players have also noticed this problem, and the chat channel is filled with complaints. My raft isn't listening. It's moving as slowly as a stroll. At this speed, it'd probably take me 6 months to find my friends. Don't be ridiculous. What if you move forward and your friends move forward too? You never meet. I'm so angry. I've noticed this too. Didn't we drift along before? We're drifting along now too. Don't worry, kid. You might not meet your friends, but you might meet pirates. Lu Xingchen then remembered that, indeed, an unupgraded raft behaved like that. In the vast ocean, you might be able to reach a nearby island with oars, but you can't rush forward. She was different. Her raft had been upgraded and equipped with an omnidirectional radar, making it incredibly fast. At that moment, someone in the chat channel exclaimed, "Haha, I got an engine." I opened a chest and got a regular engine. I installed it on my raft, and it's much faster. Hey, I got an engine too. Engine for sale. Private message me if you need one. Haha, I'm working alone and don't need an engine. You're being silly. You run if you saw pirates, right? Why not an engine? Several people in the chat channel had obtained regular engines. Players immediately went to the chests with great enthusiasm. Unfortunately, most people only got regular items. The drop rate for engines isn't very high. In the group chat, Wei Lin sighed repeatedly. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, I'm a million miles away from you. When will I ever get there? Wei Ying, never mind you, haha. Wei Ting and I are close. We go find her right away. Wei Lin, without the engine, it's hard to find her no matter how close we are. Gao Dafu, wait, I go get the crate. With my luck, the first one I find will definitely be the engine, haha. Gu Yin, can you move? Chapter 393. Gao Dafu, oh, I forgot about my pet egg. It's over. Are I supposed to be unable to move even if pirates come? Wei Ying, yes. Gu Yin, my condolences. Wei Lin, stop chatting. Look, someone encountered pirates. Yin Xiaolin, I'm crying my eyes out. I encountered a pirate and couldn't defeat him. He stole everything on my raft, tore down my house, took the wood, and stripped me of my clothes. Now I'm standing on the raft in my short-sleeved shirt and shorts, feeling the cold sea breeze. Crying? Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, don't embarrass yourself. Xiao has an engine and sent it to you. Install it, and quickly go find Zhu Xiaoyu. She's close to you. Yin Xiaolin, oh. Someone was puzzled. Yin Xiaolin, what are you doing now? He speaks strangely, oh, with a trailing syllable. Yin Xiaolin, nonsense. Try stripping off all your clothes. It's cold. The players were fascinated by pirates, but after hearing Yin Xiaolin's words, they were puzzled. Pirates are kind enough not to kill people, are they? Don't be ridiculous. If they rob you of everything and strip you of your clothes, how can you survive? That's right, Yin Xiaolin just ran into a mischievous pirate. I don't believe Yin Xiaolin. I saw a raft in the distance, and on it, a pirate was dismembering a body. It was terrifying. How do you know it was a pirate? Nonsense. There was a small boat nearby with a red sail, and a skull on it. If it wasn't a pirate, what could it be? Or a player? The players were terrified, even more frightened. People are always filled with fear of the unknown. The chat channel was filled with screams of alarm again. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. He went downstairs, checked everything thoroughly, and reminded the sea demon Vine to keep an eye on the sea. Grandma could also read the chat channel. After seeing this, she quickly changed into the equipment Lu Xingchen had prepared for her, and grabbed her weapon. She wasn't used to swords, so she chose a staff. This staff was quite good, a high-level weapon. Grandma was full of energy, and wanted to go on patrol, but Lu Xingchen quickly persuaded her to go back. With the omnidirectional radar, and the sea demon Vine, they would provide early warning, eliminating the need for patrols. It was late now, already 1 or 2 in the morning, and it was time for bed. The players were frightened and terrified, and few could sleep. The chat channel was bustling with activity. Lu Xingchen washed up and returned to his room. Before turning in for the night, he couldn't help but check the chat screen once more. 7 or 8 players had encountered pirates, all solo pirates in small boats. They were very fast and attacked the players as soon as they boarded. Some players were only robbed of a few items, others were completely robbed. Most were beaten, and at least one player was killed, dismembered. So, this wave of pirates primarily focused on looting, generally avoiding killing. However, in such cold weather, even just looting could take a heavy toll on players. Lu Xingchen glanced at it, turned off the screen, and drifted off to sleep. In her dream, she suddenly heard a beautiful song. The song was enchanting, but Lu Xingchen suddenly woke up. It was the song of mermaids. Pirates were already scary enough, but why were there mermaids again? She immediately got out of bed and opened the chat screen. It was only 3 in the morning, and she had only slept for a little over an hour. In the chat, many players were startled. Mermar? The evil mermaid? Why is he out again? I was so scared, I almost jumped overboard. The evil mermaid is here again. Oh, why am I so unlucky lately? I was just robbed by pirates, and just now I was bewitched by the evil mermaid and jumped overboard. I almost got fed to the sharks. No, is there a master? I want to see. The 88th generation descendant of Qingsheng Mountain is here. Give me an engine, and I give you a peace amulet. Get out. Lu Xingchen left the room. Not far away, a flash of light appeared on the vast ocean. Swish. Mira jumped onto the boat. Lu Xingchen, Mira? Mira looked anxious. Lu Xingchen, have you found the gallon pearl I asked you to find? No, Ryan is almost uncontrollable. Previously, Mira brought Ryan back and asked Lu Xingchen to find the gallon pearl, which could be used to purify Ryan. But Lu Xingchen never got any news of the Gallon Pearl. Lu Xingchen shook his head and asked curiously, "Can't you suppress Ryan?" Mira sighed. Something unexpected happened. The pirates suddenly increased in number. One of them sneaked into the Mermaid Palace and awakened Ryan. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Why did the pirates awaken Ryan? Myra's face darkened. The last disaster at the Mermaid Palace might have been related to pirates. Ryan's mother, Luo Qiusha. She might have had ties to a certain group of pirates before. So, I suspect Ryan might have some connection to one of those pirates. Otherwise, that pirate wouldn't have awakened him. Mira sighed. I don't know much, just guessing. Lu Xingchen listened carefully, but there seemed to be no mermaid singing. She asked worriedly, "Where's Ryan?" Myra's face was filled with fatigue. "I knocked him out and had him taken back to the Mermaid Palace." Lu Xingchen, I don't think our Mermaid Palace will be peaceful anymore. Please find the Gallon Pearl as soon as possible. Mira choked up a little. I've lost all my family, and I don't want to lose Ryan again. If she couldn't control Ryan, she would have to kill him. Thankfully, Mira arrived quickly this time. The players were only frightened, with no casualties. Mira left quickly, and Lu Xingchen went back to sleep. Something was on her mind, and she fell asleep a long time later. This sleep made her wake up late the next day. She woke around 9 o'clock. Upon waking, she immediately opened the chat screen. This thing is like scrolling on a phone. The chat room was still buzzing with players. Many lay awake all night, their voices trembling with fear. I've been watching all night, and there are no pirates. I can sleep now, right? Who told you pirates only come out at night? Xiao, don't worry too much. Yesterday at 5 a.m., I encountered a pirate. I quickly gathered my friends, killed the pirate, and even got gold and equipment. Yin Xiaolin, yes, if you encounter pirates, gather your friends quickly. Kill them, and you get a surprise. Gao Dafu, TSK, Yin Xiaolin, that statement from you sounds so fake. Yin Xiaolin, hey, that pirate attacked by surprise. I was stunned and didn't have time to react. Yang Feishua, oh my god, what about those without friends? Don't worry, the Qinglong gang will take you in. Join the Qinglong gang, and you won't have to worry about player attacks or pirate raids. The Qinglong gang will be your warm haven, your most powerful base. Yang Feishua's words blew up the nest of the original District 5 gangs. The Tiger gang is hiring. Space is limited, first come, first served. The Bird gang is incredibly powerful. We have 5 spots available, with priority given to those aged 22 to 35. Who wants in? Our Turtle gang is also hiring. No gender or age restrictions. Everyone has a spot. The chat channel immediately became unavailable, and Lu Xingchen simply closed the screen. She stretched and entered the Peach Blossom Holy Land. Today's Peach Blossom Holy Land's luck blessing, great fortune. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Great. This great fortune is fantastic. This can be combined with yesterday's lucky buff. Now my luck is unstoppable, right? I can use the wishing card. Chapter 394. The wishing card has a time limit and must be used within the next few days. With her grand wish unfulfilled, Lu Xingchen could only think about what difficulties she had encountered recently. The most difficult thing now was finding the Gallon Pearl. So, how about asking for clues about the Gallon Pearl? Lu Xingchen took out the wishing card and was about to test it when the chatterbox suddenly ran over. No. This is bad, Xiao Honghong, go see the boss. Lu Xingchen was startled and hurried to check on the little white cat's pet egg. The egg was placed in the kitchen's simple refrigerator. It was called a refrigerator, but it was just a small box found in a box that could be used for cooling and making ice. Due to lack of space, less than 1/5 of the pet egg was in the refrigerator, which was sealed as tightly as possible, with some crushed ice underneath. The crushed ice was fine before, but now it was almost completely melted. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. What's going on? She touched the pet egg and found it was warm. It was this heat that caused the ice to melt rapidly. It was almost too late to make ice in the refrigerator. The little Mew gently touched the pet egg with his head and burst into tears. Ah, boss must be angry. Look, putting boss in such a small box, it can't even fit. It's so unfair to him. The chatterbox, I'm so wronged. My poor boss, The little mute, boss is so pitiful, finding someone who doesn't value you so much. The two tigers' cries were so deafening that they startled Lon Lon and Mame. Lu Xingchen's ears hurt, and he quickly raised his hand. Stop now. Let's find a solution together. The chatterbox stopped crying. Go find the broken ice, Jade. The mute, that's right, without the ice crystal jade, the little one is pissed off. Look how hot it is, it's just angry. The chatterbox, if it gets any more angry, the little one will be done. Lu Xingqian glanced at it. She felt a little wrong hatching the little white cat this way, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't have a large freezer. No, even if she had a large freezer, it wouldn't work. The little white cat clearly wanted the ice crystal jade. But where could she find the ice crystal jade? Lu Xingqian asked the two tigers. The mute and chatterbox shook their heads. They really didn't know. If they knew, they would have told Lu Xingqian long ago. Lu Xingqian touched the pet egg. Little bye-bye, be good. I need to find the ice crystal jade. You have to give me some time. Don't be so hot. Be good, it will be done sooner or later. The temperature of the pet egg indeed dropped. Lu Xingqian was worried. There was one more thing to do, find the ice crystal jade. She didn't know which of these two tasks the wish card could fulfill. She took out a wishing card. Wish card. You can make a small wish, and the wishing card will help you fulfill it. Please tell me your wish. Lu Xingqian thought for a moment and quickly said, I want to find the gallon pearl and the ice crystal jade. Wish card. Please tell me your wish. Lu Xingqian. I want to find the gallon pearl and the ice crystal jade. She waited for the card to reject her wish. If it did, she would just say something at random. Today is a day of great fortune and luck, and your wish will come true. Please follow your heart, and may you find the gallon pearl soon. The wishing card flashed, transformed into a stream of light, and disappeared into Lu Xingqian's body. Huh? It automatically defaulted to the first one. It's over, it's over. How can I find the ice crystal jade? Lu Xingqian looked back at the pet egg with regret. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. The wish card has already taken effect, so she can do whatever she wants. So if she wants to catch up on some sleep now, can she just go back and do it? Lu Xingqian just thought about it, then felt she had to do something else, so she went to open the box. Good luck is coming. There should be a surprise inside the box, right? Maybe a gallon bead will pop up. Lu Xingqian sat on the beanbag and said to the sea demon Vine, Come on, little Vine, bring the box. Little Vine was used to this, and immediately, with a flick of her vine, she brought a box. It was the one she had just fished out, the box for today. Lu Xingqian reached out and opened the wooden box, and received the blessing of good luck today, and receive a gift box of French macarons X1. Snacks? Small desserts? Lu Xingqian opened the gift box, revealing macarons in various colors, pale yellow, light pink, fresh green, sky blue, orange red, and so on. The color was a lovely, tender pink, very pretty. I don't know if it tasted good, but the color was really pretty. Lu Xingqian admired it for a moment, closed the gift box, and casually put it back in her storage backpack. It was too sweet, she didn't like it. Strange, with the added blessing of good fortune from yesterday's gathering card, all she got was a pretty little dessert? No way. No, open it again. The little vine flicked its vines, delivering another box for today. Lu Xingqian casually opened the wooden box. Today's blessing of good fortune, I get 6 yellow peach yogurts. Yogurt? Isn't today's snack special? That would be boring. Lu Xingqian stared blankly at the yogurt. Suddenly, the omnidirectional radar began to beep. At the same time, the sea demon Vine screamed, Master, enemy attack. Splash. 2 people jumped onto Lu Xingqian's boat. They were tall and slender, dressed in sharp black clothes, with black ribbons tied around their heads. Each of them held a steel knife. One had a buzz cut, the other had long hair. Pirates. Lu Xingqian was instantly convinced. Strange, why had everyone else encountered only one pirate, but she had 2? The buzz-cut pirate surveyed the raft and excitedly shouted, Brother, this boat looks great. Let's rob it. The long-haired pirate, Yeah, quick, kill them all. He glanced at Lu Xingqian and, with a whoosh, rushed over. The speed was incredible. Lu Xingqian's heart sank. Apart from anything else, this speed alone was significantly faster than the other players. Pirates were truly formidable. But this was her territory. Lu Xingqian shouted, Lon Lon me me, go. Seeing his brother go after Lu Xingqian, the buzz-cut pirate charged straight for Grandma. He had taken 2 steps, when he suddenly couldn't move. Looking down, he saw an adorable panda-like creature clinging to his legs. Snap! See devil vines flew, some attacking the buzz-cut pirate, others the long-haired pirate. Lon Lon and Meme also rushed over. Grandma was no less eager, coming over with her stick in hand. She had been wanting to practice for a while, but Lu Xingqian was worried about her, and kept her on the boat. Grandma had been practicing on her supercomputer, following the videos for who knows how long. It finally came in handy. Fearing that Grandma was in danger, Lu Xingchen ordered Lon Lon and Meme to protect her and attack the buzz-cut pirate, while she fought the long-haired pirate alone. The two exchanged many moves in a flash. Long-haired pirate, huh? We've met a tough opponent. Lu Xingchen, haha. She swung her whip and entangled herself, even with the Sea Devil Vine's help. Seeing Meme and Lon Lon sniffing the buzz-cut pirate, Tuanzi couldn't squeeze in, so he quickly rolled over to Lu Xingchen's side and hugged the long-haired pirate's thigh. Snap! Lu Xingchen's whip lashed out at the long-haired pirate's face. A bloody mark immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 395. The buzz-cut pirate couldn't hold on any longer. Lon Lon and Mei Mei were so formidable, and now there was a fierce old lady. The old lady wasn't very strong at first, but she fought harder and harder, swinging her club with such ferocity that she accidentally hit him on the arm. It hurt quite a bit. The buzz-cut pirate yelled, "Brother, no! Run!" The long-haired pirate suddenly pulled something from his waist and threw it upward. Whoosh! An object soared into the sky, about to burst into a ball of sparks. The sea demon vine suddenly grew, one vine shooting upwards, instantly engulfing the object on the verge of exploding and pulling it down. With a flick, it was thrown into the water. Bang! Sparks exploded again, scattering in the water, and the sea demon vine's vines broke into pieces. Sea devil vine, ouch, it hurts, master, it hurts so much, ouch. Lu Xingchen's spirit snake whip flew, constricting the long-haired pirate's neck. He tightened it, causing the pirate's eyes to roll upwards, seemingly unable to move. Elsewhere, Lon Lon also tore the crew-cut pirate to pieces, causing him to let out a piercing wail. Lu Xingchen's spirit snake whip gradually tightened. The long-haired pirate had already dropped his weapon, clinging to Lu Xingchen's whip with both hands, rolling his eyes. Grandma shouted, "Xingchen, keep him alive for questioning." Grandma was still expert. Lu Xingchen loosened the whip, and the still-crying sea devil vine immediately extended several vines, tightly binding the long-haired pirate. The pain had been intense, and the sea devil vine's grip tightened, squeezing the lanky pirate like a chopstick, causing him to scream in agony. Grandma rushed over, struck him hard with a stick, and shouted, "Stop screaming! I smash you to death." The long-haired pirate was too frightened to scream, only able to swallow the pain, looking at Lu Xingchen with tears in his eyes. "Lu Xingchen, how many of you are there?" He had clearly been trying to report something. The long-haired pirate's eyes rolled. Not many, only 6. It was obvious he was lying. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to swing his snake whip, Grandma slammed it down, striking the long-haired pirate on the arm. "Grandma, tell the truth, or I cut your arm off." Grandma was so fierce, Lu Xingchen silently put away the snake whip. Lon Lon also rushed over, eager to watch the fun, cut his arm off. "Quick, quick, or I do it." Grandma and Lon Lon tortured him, while Lu Xingchen went to the buzz-cut pirate's body. Kill the pirate Black 11. Should we loot his supplies? Ranked 11? That pirate group must have at least 11 people. Lu Xingchen, yes. Collecting the supplies, she found 3 gold coins, 10 dried fish, 1 water sack, 1 black robe, 1 black ribbon, and 2 gold bells. That's all? Lu Xingchen was disappointed. She looked at them one by one. The gold coins were about the size of coins, and seemed to be gold. She wondered what they were for. The dried fish looked ordinary. They must be pirate food. Lu Xingchen shook her head. Were pirates' lives so bad? Could they only carry dried fish as food when they went out? The water sack was just an ordinary water container. Lu Xingchen casually tossed it into the storage box. The black robe and black ribbon added some stats, but they were pretty ordinary, so she tossed them into the storage box as well. The last item was a pair of gold bells. 2 small gold bells tied together with a thin blue ribbon. Swaying them slightly made the gold bells jingle. A ringing sound. It's very beautiful, and looks more like an ornament. Golden bell, a little girl's favorite hair accessory, increases constitution by 5 and agility by 5. Lu Xingchen was surprised. He had never imagined that a small golden bell could increase so many attributes. This was arguably the most valuable and precious item on this pirate's person. Perhaps because it was so cute and beautiful, the pirate couldn't use it, so he kept it on his person. After collecting the crew-haired pirate's supplies, Lu Xingchen turned back. The poor long-haired pirate had been completely tormented by Lon Lon, and was now shirking responsibility with Mimi. Lon Lon, Mimi, just interrogate them. Why are you so impatient? Look, they're dead. What's the point of asking? Mimi, go away. You are the one who killed them. Lu Xingchen walked back and asked, "Did you find out anything?" Grandma shook her head. This pirate insisted there were only 6 of them. He didn't say anything about the others. Mimi, it's not that he didn't say anything, it's that he didn't have time to say it. Lon Lon killed them. Lon Lon felt guilty, and quickly flapped her wings and flew away. Lu Xingchen didn't care. He probably wouldn't get anything out of him. Kill the pirate Black Tin. Do you want to loot his supplies, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Collect the supplies and receive 8 gold coins, 10 dried fish, 1 water sack, 1 black coat, 1 black ribbon, 1 Vulture Island cellar key, and 1 Vulture Island landing pass. Cellar key? That's definitely useful. Lu Xingchen immediately put the key away. Vulture Island landing order? Doesn't this mean she should go to Vulture Island? She should pack first. She put her water bladder, black clothes, and other common supplies into the storage box. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Xingchen went to check on the Sea Devil Vine. The poor little creature had just had a vine blown off, but it had also stopped the pirates from sending a message to their accomplices. The Sea Devil Vine cried, and Lu Xingchen comforted it for a long time. She was a little puzzled. The omnidirectional radar and the Sea Devil Vine's warnings were a little late. How could it only notice the pirates when they were about to board the ship? Sea Devil Vine, woo-woo, master, the pirates are good at sneaking up on you from underwater and avoiding radar blind spots. If you're not careful, it's too late. Sea Devil Vine, woo-woo, master, am I really useless? Lu Xingchen, of course not, this little vine is very capable. She had to find a way to upgrade the Sea Devil Vine. That would have to wait until she got back. Lu Xingchen decided to set off for Vulture Island. She accidentally glanced at the chat screen. Today was even more lively. Not only had some people encountered pirates, but others had also encountered players. Wan Jinbao. Huh? Yin Xiaolin? Yin Xiaolin, HUU. You know me? Wan Jinbao. Haha, aren't you the only one with nothing on the raft? TSK, you're frozen blue. Yin Xiaolin. What? What are you doing? Wan Jinbao. Haha, I, the leader of the Qinglong gang, invite you to join the Qinglong gang. Yin Xiaolin. HU, no, I already have a boss. Wan Jinbao. Then I won't be polite. A moment later, Yin Xiaolin angrily shouted, Wan Jinbao, just wait, HU. Wan Jinbao. Haha, I got the engine. Clearly, Wan Jinbao had encountered Yin Xiaolin and taken his raft and engine. Yin Xiaolin was summoned away by Zhu Xiaoyu. Soon, a verbal exchange between the Qinglong gang and Qin Wuchuan's men began. The players were terrified. If they could actually run into each other, if they weren't friends, they'd definitely go robbing. We had to form a gang quickly. Lu Xingchen frowned. Zhong Chang, a player and a pirate, was too dangerous to leave alone. But Zhong Chang didn't have an engine yet, so it would take too long for him to reunite. She asked for Zhong Chang's coordinates again, set them, and set the omnidirectional radar to guide the raft towards Zhong Chang. Then she arranged matters on the raft, instructing Grandma to use the summon card to summon her if she encountered danger. Then she put Lon Lon and Mimi into the pet bag, packed her equipment, weapons, medicine, traps, and everything else, and took out the Vulture Island landing token. Vulture Island landing token. Use this token to reach Vulture Island directly and return in 48 hours. Do you want to use it? Just as Lu Xingchen was about to use it, she glanced over and saw the little mute and the little chatterbox guarding the roast duck oven. Grandma was roasting duck for them again. Their occasional roars sent the chicks in the coop and the rabbits in the hive trembling with fear. This time, Grandma even roasted a few rabbits because they had frightened several timid rabbits to death. Lu Xingchen frowned. These 2 gluttons were going to bankrupt her. They couldn't stay here, or else there would be no eggs to eat, and all the rabbits would die. Besides, Grandma would have to worry about keeping them fed. Grandma didn't need to worry about them here. If there was any danger, she could just summon them. Besides, she had just encountered a group of pirates, so the chances of encountering them today were slim. But after some thought, she decided to keep one of them, the clever little mute. Lu Xingchen waved, Chatterbox Mute, do you want something delicious? Chatterbox and Mute immediately ran over. Yes, yes. Lu Xingchen put an arm around Chatbox. Wait. Do you want to use the Vulture Island landing order? Lu Xingchen, yes. Swoosh. Lu Xingchen, carrying Chatbox, disappeared from the spot. Chapter 396. Lu Xingchen only took the Chatterbox away, leaving behind the Mute, who could help Grandma in case of danger. The Mute was much more thoughtful than the Chatterbox. Lu Xingchen's vision flashed, and she appeared on an island. The island was dotted with peaks, And not far away, a waterfall cascaded down from a high peak. It was spectacular. Wow! Wow! The unpleasant chirping of birds echoed from all directions. Then, Lu Xingchen smelled a foul odor. The chatterbox reacted even more strongly than her, yelling, "Ah wow, it stinks! Xiaohong, have you let your little stinky cutie out again?" Thanks to Mime's tireless guidance, Lan Lan now had a new nickname. Little Stinky Cutie. Lu Xingchen covered her nose and glanced around. She was surprised. Not far away, several large beasts lay dead, surrounded by large vultures, each as tall as a man, feasting on the carcasses. The stench was emanating from the carcasses of wild animals. The vultures cried wow, wow as they ate. Lu Xingchen took a closer look and found that most of them were level 6, with a few level 7. Their heads were grayish-white, their tails and wings were black, but around their necks was a ring of golden feathers, like a golden scarf. Their eyes were also golden, with a sharp gaze. Lu Xingchen looked at their information. Golden-necked vulture, a ferocious vulture that prefers to feast on dead animals and generally doesn't attack living creatures. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. As long as they didn't attack, it was good. Otherwise, there was no telling how long it would take for so many vultures to finish their killing. Besides, this was Vulture Island, and as the name suggested, vultures would be plentiful. Given that, she decided to avoid provoking the numerous natives. As expected, the golden-necked vultures were solely focused on devouring the beast's carcass, paying little attention to Lu Xingchen and the others. Just now, Chatterbox's roar had startled a few of the golden-necked vultures, causing them to flutter their wings a few times. After glancing at Chatterbox, they continued to feed. Chatterbox was only a level 7 mutation, seemingly not much stronger than the others. Chatterbox raged, "Awoo, awoo, the king of beasts has arrived, awoo, all of you quickly pay homage." The vultures ignored him. Chatterbox was still going wild. Lu Xingchen had already released Lan Lan and Mime. After Lan Lan emerged, she flapped her wings and soared high into the sky, immediately unleashing her passive ability, Blue Luan Wings. The vulture's level was immediately suppressed by 1 level. Lu Xingchen said to Lan Lan and Mime, "You two go explore the area first." Wow! A sudden roar interrupted her. A 2 to 3 meter tall golden-necked vulture spread its wings, soared high into the sky, then swooped down, bearing its claws at Lu Xingchen. Startled, Lu Xingchen quickly stepped back, dodging to the side, while drawing her spirit snake whip and lashing at the giant vulture. Only then did she see clearly that this vulture was larger than the others. Not only were its neck feathers golden, but its outstretched wings were also streaked with golden wisps. Golden-necked vulture, an 8th level mutation. During its weakened state, it has a violent temper. Please do not provoke it. I hadn't expected this golden-necked vulture to be so high in level, and it looked even more ferocious. Just now, this vulture had been hiding behind the others, perhaps lying nearby, so Lu Xingchen hadn't noticed it. However, there was a bloody hole near its tail, indicating injury. Maybe it was lying down to heal its wounds. But vultures generally don't attack living creatures, they only favor the dead. So why would it attack them? Is it because it's aggressive? Lu Xingchen wondered, dodging and maneuvering, engaging the vulture. Little Chatterbox and Mime also joined the fray. Unfortunately, none of them could be of much use. Since it was a flying bird, only Lu Xingchen's spirit snake whip could hurt it. Mime and Little Chatterbox weren't much help. Lan Lan was circling in the air. It was the best weapon against birds. Lu Xingchen shouted, "Lan Lan, come back." Lan Lan rushed back and engaged the golden-necked vulture. Thankfully, its blue Luan wings suppressed the golden-necked vulture, whose true power was only a 7th level mutation. It sensed this and became even more aggressive. Lan Lan entangled the vulture, giving Lu Xingchen a chance to unleash her silver-horn bow and feather arrows. She drew her bow and unleashed a volley of arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 feather arrows darted straight at the vulture. Although wounded, the golden-necked vulture remained agile, dodging left and right, and all 3 feather arrows missed. The golden-necked vulture dodged Lan Lan and swooped down again, heading straight for Lu Xingchen. It locked eyes with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen had to pull out her spirit snake whip again. She still wasn't very good at fighting birds. No wonder, even the Chatterbox king of beasts was helpless against a vulture of the same rank. Lan Lan followed, its body enormous, its wingspan considerably larger than a rank 7 vulture's. Lan Lan called out, "Come on, little Lu." Lu Xingchen leaped onto Lan Lan's back. After all, due to the bloodline suppression, the golden-necked vulture did not want to confront Lan Lan head-on, so it turned around and attacked Mime. Mime was fast and small, roaming around while fighting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Xingchen unleashed her feather arrows and fired repeatedly. The golden-necked vulture was already injured, and the diminutive Mimi had made it dizzy and unsteady. Soon, it was struck by several arrows, 2 of which hit its left and right wings respectively. The golden-necked vulture quickly flew down, grabbed a young vulture, and fled westward. Lu Xingchen refused to let it go. It was so ferocious even when injured, and how much more ferocious it would be once it healed. She had to nip the danger in the bud. She asked Lan Lan to chase after it. She stood on Lan Lan's back, drew her bow, and unleashed a dozen feather arrows in quick succession. The golden-necked vulture, pierced by several arrows, finally collapsed and fell to the ground, where it was dismembered by the rushing Chatterbox and Mimi. Lu Xingchen heard a notification. Killed the 8th level mutant golden-necked vulture. Do you want to decompose the body, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Decomposition successful, obtaining 10 vulture feathers and 10 vulture meat. Lu Xingchen, This time, he was quite generous, actually giving 10 pieces of vulture meat. He wasn't greedy at all. But vultures feed on dead bodies, and the meat is fishy and smelly. Who would eat it? Suppressing her nausea, she still put the vulture meat into her storage backpack. The Chatterbox suddenly called out, "Huh? There's a little one here?" It turned out there was another little vulture, the same one the vulture had captured earlier. Unfortunately, the little vulture was like a fool, only occasionally making a wow sound. Meow Meow yelled, "I get it, little stinky cutie. The problem is you." Lan Lan was furious. What? What does this have to do with me? Meow Meow, vultures don't attack humans on their own. They only attack when they think their young are threatened. You passively released the blue Luan wings, and the vulture thought you attacked its child, so it attacked us. Chatterbox, ouch, I get it. Xiao Hong is its master, so it attacked Xiao Hong. Is that so? Lu Xingchen couldn't say for sure. Perhaps it was just because the golden-necked vulture was too aggressive. She waved her hand. Don't worry about it. Lan Lan, Meow Meow, go explore the route, and keep a close eye on any caves or cellars. She also had a key to the cellar. Chapter 397. Lan Lan and Mimi left. Lan Lan knew she was too big, too beautiful, and would draw attention, so she deliberately shrank. After she shrank, her azure Luan wings lost their effectiveness. Chatterbox saw Lan Lan and Mimi leave and eagerly said, "Little Hong Hong, I want to go play too." "No, I want to explore the way too." Lu Xingchen glanced at her. "Follow me." Lan Lan and Mimi were her pets. She probably knew where they were and could contact them. But Chatterbox was different. If he ran away, she'd be lost. Besides, she was missing a mount. Walking was so tiring. Lu Xingchen jumped onto Chatterbox's back. "Come on, let's go too." Chatterbox, "No, I don't want to." Why should Lan Lan and Mimi get to run around and play while it has to sit here as a mount? It wasn't willing to accept this. Lu Xingchen, "Haha, you ate a few roast ducks, rabbits, and chickens from my house? Remember? Don't use your boss as an excuse. Your boss didn't say you can eat and drink for free." Chatterbox, It's a debt of gratitude, and it's a gift of greed. What can it do? It's its own fault. Besides, it revealed its boss's secret. When the boss comes out, it'd have to rely on Lu Xingchen to speak up for it. Chatterbox didn't dare resist, and obediently led Lu Xingchen forward. Lu Xingchen pointed to a nearby waterfall and said, "Let's go take a look around the waterfall. After we're done, we take the nearby mountain path up to the source. Our mission now is to find the cellar. Perhaps the Gallon Pearl is in there. This waterfall is quite unique and worth a closer look." As the Chatterbox left, Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered something. Hey, where's the little vulture from earlier? There was nothing to be seen, and it looked dazed, yet it ran quite fast. After a quick glance, Lu Xingchen saw no sign of the little vulture, so she didn't worry and told Chatterbox to hurry to the waterfall. The man and the tiger soon reached the waterfall, where the water splashed and rumbled. Lu Xingchen even circled the waterfall for a long time, making sure there was no cave behind it. Then she climbed back onto Chatterbox's back. Chatterbox carried her up the mountain, where she saw lush green grass and low trees. At the source of the waterfall was a rushing stream. In the sunlight, the water shimmered with tiny white gleams, and beside it lay light green grass. A few dozen meters away stood a few low trees, laden with green fruit. Lu Xingchen picked a few, but found them unremarkable and threw them away. Mimi was the first to send a message. "Master, I've been circling the island. It's strange. There are quite a few exotic beast carcasses along the edge of the island. They have several wounds on them, all round holes." Lu Xingchen, A lot of exotic beast carcasses? Is there a super monster on the island? This monster is so strange. It only kills and doesn't eat? And it kills so many? Is it specifically feeding vultures? Mimi, there are quite a few vultures on the island. Why else could it be called Vulture Island? Lu Xingchen warned. Be sure to be careful. If you encounter an exotic beast of too high a level, return quickly. Mimi responded, and Lu Xingchen warned Lan Lan again. Lan Lan sent a message. Xiao Lu, the left side of the island, where we landed, is very warm. But the right side of the island is covered in snowy mountains and has many vultures. Lu Xingchen quickly asked, are there any wild animal carcasses? Lan Lan, none yet. Without a corpse, what would the vultures eat? Do they always come here to feed? Lu Xingchen felt strange. She sat on Chatterbox's back and let it follow the stream up. There was a high mountain above, and the stream flowed down from there. After climbing for about half an hour, Lu Xingchen saw clumps of trees. These trees were taller than the previous ones, but not too much, only about 7 or 8 meters. The trees were covered with dense leaves, completely blocking out the sunlight. The island was still a bit hot, and Lu Xingchen was almost sweating. Lu Xingchen jumped off Chatterbox's back and stood in the shade, because Gao Dafu had summoned her. In the group chat, Gao Dafu howled, pirates? Ah, there are pirates! I can't move. Xiao Lu Lao Gu, come and save me. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, has Gu Yin gone? I'm not very available right now. Gu Yin, he's here. You're busy. I can handle it on my own. Lu Xingchen was a little worried and kept an eye on Gao Dafu's movements. If she went to Gao Dafu now, she wouldn't be able to return to Vulture Island, and the Gallant Pearl mission would probably fail. If Gu Yin could handle it, she wouldn't have to go. Wei Lin and Wei Ying also hurried to greet him. Gao Dafu simply clicked on the live video feed and focused on Gu Yin and a black-clad pirate. The two were fighting at a rapid pace. The black-clad pirate frowned, very impatient. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the black-clad pirate suddenly jumped back and leaped onto his small boat. His boat was light, with pointed ends and a cannon-like object on top. He kicked back, and the boat instantly retreated dozens of meters. Then, he pressed the gun position, and arrows with fireballs flew out and hit Gao Dafu's boat. One rocket even hit Gao Dafu's clothes. Gao Dafu screamed, ah, fire, fire. Old Gu, help. Even then, he still clutched his pet egg. Gao Dafu's boat was on fire. The black-clad pirate's frown finally relaxed, and he burst into laughter, firing rockets frantically at Gao Dafu's boat. He was far away, and if Gu Yin wanted to kill him, he would have to swim over, which was very inconvenient. Moreover, Gao Dafu's boat was on fire, so Gu Yin couldn't chase him. For a moment, Gao Dafu's raft was in chaos. Rockets blazed in. Lu Xingchen stood up. She had to get over there. Suddenly, Lan Lan's voice came over. Little Lu, I've made a great discovery. Come to me. Lu Xingchen opened the map and looked. Lan Lan was still a long way off. It would probably take her over half an hour to get there. Gao Dafu's situation was urgent, and she couldn't wait any longer. Lu Xingchen had an idea and quickly sent Gu Yin a fully automatic sprinkler toy, saying, try this first. Wouldn't an automatic water sprinkler be enough to put out the fire? Besides, 500 square meters would be plenty of space. She watched as Gu Yin quickly retrieved the automatic sprinkler, filled it with ordinary water, placed it in the center of the raft, and pressed the button. A gentle drizzle fell on Gao Dafu's raft. The automatic sprinkler system began to work, and the fire on Gao Dafu's raft gradually died down. Gu Yin also extinguished the fire on his clothes. The black pirate continued to fire rockets, but his rockets were not very powerful to begin with. They only carried a ball of fire, and when they reached the range of the sprinkler, they quickly went out. The spray toy only lasts half an hour. The black pirate tried for a long time, but seeing he couldn't hurt Gao Dafu, he snorted and left unwillingly. He had to leave. Gu Yin was already preparing to go into the water to find him. The black pirate's boat was fast, and Gu Yin couldn't catch up. Seeing Gao Dafu out of danger, Lu Xingchen felt relieved. Gao Dafu's clothes were burned, and a small area of his belly was also burned. Terrified, he howled in the chat channel, Gao Dafu, why? Why did the pirates I encountered use rockets? They're burning me to death. Xiao, rockets? Which rockets? Rockets? Pirates even study this stuff. They're so knowledgeable. Gao Dafu, no, it's just ordinary arrows with kerosene. But why did he have a turret? Fortunately, it was a rocket. If it was a cannonball, my raft would have been destroyed. Gao Dafu was terrified. How terrifying would it be if a pirate used not only force, but also weapons similar to cannonballs? After a long discussion, everyone realized they only encountered ordinary pirates, using the same cold weapons as them. They hadn't spotted any pirates using hot weapons. What if there were hot weapons? Then everyone discussed why everyone had only gotten cold weapons, not a single pistol, machine gun, sniper rifle, or mortar. Lu Xingchen was also puzzled. But as long as everyone got the same, it was fair. Gao Dafu was fine. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. He then jumped on the chatterbox's back and went to find Lan Lan. Lu Xingchen, Lan, tell me, what important discoveries have you made? Chapter 398. Lu Xingchen was anxious to find Lan Lan, so they left the area and followed the path towards Lan Lan's location. That location happened to be near the snow-capped mountains. Just as they were about to arrive, Lu Xingchen heard a loud boom. She was startled. The sound was right where Lan Lan was. She immediately urged the chatterbox to hurry, passing through a dense forest until they finally reached a clearing. A small courtyard appeared before them. Outside, Lan Lan stood in front of a cannon-shaped object, flapping its wings frantically. It was excited. Haha, Xiao Lu, come on, this is fun. It flew over the cannon, suddenly dropped, and pressed the button hard with its claws. The cannon fired a shell, hitting the rocks nearby with a loud boom. Lan, look, rocks are flying. Haha, hey little lamb, why are you here too? Mimi arrived just in time, and was nearly hit by the flying rocks. Lan gloated, stay away. This cannon has no eyes. It swung the cannon and pointed it at Mimi. Mimi got angry. Are you stupid? If you keep firing like that, the owner will come back. Yes, there's a cannon here, and there's a yard. It's obvious that someone lives here. Lan fiddled with the cannon. I checked. No one's here. No one's in the house. Lu Xingchen was also worried. She quickly stopped Lan and asked Mimi to pay attention outside. She then entered the yard. The yard was littered with all sorts of jumbled items, likely defective items from the failed cannon tests. The courtyard was a mess, with barely any room to step. Inside was a house made of stone. Lu Xingchen pushed open the heavy stone door and emerged into a vast space. It was a very large house, approximately 300 square meters, with a high ceiling, perhaps 7 or 8 meters high. It had thick stone walls and no windows, and the room was illuminated entirely by torches mounted on the walls. In the center of the room were several large tables, upon which lay several night-shining pearls. The items in the room were also bizarre, ranging from broken sticks to oddly shaped pieces of iron. She found a note on the table. January 7th, sunny. How can I optimize the ship's artillery? I've read so many books, but why can't I test out effective artillery? February 8th, cloudy. Haha, I found the gunpowder formula. I'm going to give it a try. February 29th, heavy rain. Why do I keep failing? Why? May 11th, light rain. I met Master Lei Jin. I heard he's very capable. I asked him for advice for a long time, but he was stupid. He didn't say a word and was just busy experimenting. I'm so angry. How dare he ignore me? I'm the famous Black Nine. The Black Skull Pirates. One of the core figures. No, I'm going to teach him a lesson. May 13th, sunny. Today is a good day. I stole Lei Jin's treasures. Let me count. 1 treasure, 2 treasures, and a living treasure. Haha, so happy. May 14th, sunny. On the way back, I met Master Ling Wang and stole some of her cherries. The cherries were so delicious. This woman is so wasteful. She wasted several baskets of such delicious cherries. Making wine? Can she even do that? She might as well have given me the cherries. Oh my! They're so delicious. I declare that cherries are the most delicious fruit in the world, bar none. May 15th, sunny. Third brother came. I gave him my favorite cherries, and after he ate them, he started running uncontrollably. He's actually allergic to cherries. Haha. X month XX days sunny. Finally, I invented a rocket launcher that can be placed on a ship, although the range is a bit short. X month XX days sunny. A new continent was discovered, and many weak sea adventurers appeared. The eldest brother said those adventurers were weak, and could be dealt with by one person, so we could all split up. Haha, I took my freshly baked rocket launcher, and went out to rob. Lu Xingchen took a quick look and understood. This is the laboratory of Black Nine, one of the Black Skull Pirates. Black Nine enjoys researching shipboard offensive and defensive weapons, and has become somewhat famous. He usually experiments here, and only occasionally goes out to rob. It seems his fighting skills are average. He's quite the thief, even stealing from several masters. He's quite bold. Also, it seems he recently developed a rocket launcher, and he used it to rob. Look at this guy's failed experiment. The so-called rocket launcher only fires arrows filled with kerosene. Really low-level stuff. However, while low-level, it's enough to deal with average players. Look, the latest diary entry indicates he's out robbing players. Huh? Could he be robbing Gao Dafu? Lu Xingchen quickly glanced at the chat screen. In reality, there's always one or two players who encounter pirates. Some get completely robbed, some half-robbed, and some even lose their rafts. Some die, and those people stop talking. The number of people in the chat channel is slowly dwindling. It's over. Only 4 pieces of my raft are left. I'm back to the days before liberation. Woohoo! What's going on upstairs? I ran into a pirate. They stole everything I had, and then launched rockets. My raft burned down, leaving only the original 4 pieces. I'm still in the sea. He left triumphantly. It's over. I want to die. I ran into him too. He was launching rockets. Huh? He suddenly stopped. Ah, he's gone. I'm safe. Ha ha. Lu Xingchen's mind struck a chord. She quickly exited the stone lab and called to Lon Lon and Meme, quick, retreat. Get out first. Lu Xingchen mounted Chatterbox and quickly left. When they reached a secluded spot, Lu Xingchen stopped. She said to Lon Lon and Meme, Lon Lon, turn into a bird and monitor the yard. Meme, stay nearby. Use your super hearing to listen for any noise. She suspected that Heijio was coming back. Although Black Nine's fighting power is average, he has a lot of stuff in his hands, so be careful. Lon Lon and Mimi set out immediately, while Lu Xingchen hid behind a tree, pondering a strategy. The more troublesome thing now is that Vulture Island is inhabited by pirates. She needs to find the Gallon Pearl while avoiding the pirates. At the very least, she needs to observe how many pirates there are. After a while, Lu Xingchen heard Lon Lan's voice. Wow, awesome. A black guy suddenly appeared in the yard. He went to see the cannons. Hey, he cursed. Lon Lan's voice was furious. He cursed me. He actually cursed me. Little Lu, I can't bear it anymore. Lu Xingchen, you have to endure it. Come back here, immediately. Chapter 399. Lon Lon, don't be reckless. That guy has gunpowder rockets. Don't burn Lon Lon bald. Lon Lon reluctantly left, and soon returned to Lu Xingchen's side. It was tiny, perched on Lu Xingchen's shoulder, impatiently preening its feathers. It was upset to be called back so suddenly. Lu Xingchen comforted it while asking about Mimi. Mimi said, Master, 2 people have arrived. From what they call each other, one is Lao Jiao, and the other is Lao San. Mimi's voice was urgent. Master, they've discovered the cannons have been tampered with, and are searching the island. Master, you must hide. Soon Mimi returned. Not long after it returned, 2 people hurried over. Lu Xingchen recognized them immediately. One of them was the pirate who had attacked Gao Dafu, the master of Vulture Island. Black 9. There was another figure, even taller and thinner, with a stern gaze, scanning the surroundings. Heijio shook himself and shouted, What kind of bird is this? It's so unhygienic, it pooped on a cannon. If I see it, I pluck its feathers. Mimi stared at Lon Lon in shock. There was contempt, disdain, suspicion, and disbelief in her eyes. Lon Lon was furious. It wasn't me. Mimi nodded. Okay, it wasn't you, cute little Cho. Lon Lon was furious. Damn it, don't call me that. Mimi. Okay, little Cho. Lon Lon. I kill you. Lu Xingchen quickly restrained it, and winked at Mimi. Don't tease Lon Lon. If you push it too far, it won't care. Heijio kept cursing. The bird poop stinks. It's disgusting. My clean cannon is dirty. Stinky bird, dirty bird, shameless mixed feather bird. It must be said that Heijio's mouth is quite foul, and he's always busy. Lon Lon got even more angry. It's not me, it's me. Lu Xingchen quickly reassured her. It's not you. He was scolding the bird that pooped, not you. She had an idea. Maybe it was a vulture? Mimi pondered. It seems vultures don't poop everywhere, they only poop on their legs. Lon Lon was about to get angry again, but Lu Xingchen calmed her down. No, the vultures on this island have mutated. Their habits are different from those of ordinary vultures. Who can say for sure? Most of the animals, plants, and birds in survival games have mutated, and their habits, appearance, and abilities are different from those of ordinary ones. For example, The vulture she just encountered was a strong flyer, had sharp claws, and was very good at fighting. Heijio, third brother, why are we searching the island? It's just a bird, isn't it? There are so many birds on the island, Hyzen, shut up. You think a bird can fire a cannon? Your button is so small, and no bird has pressed it in days. How come it pressed it today? Heijio, maybe. This bird is smarter? Oh, it must be Master Lei Jin's bird. Hyzen, just shut up. Heijio, I'm busy, third brother. I still need to improve my rocket launcher. Hyzen, busy as hell, messing around with useless stuff all the time. If you put that much effort into practicing, you wouldn't be so weak that you can't even defeat an adventurer. The two men had already reached Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen held Lan Lan down, his mind racing. There were only two people, Hyzen and Heijio. He didn't know what his chances of victory were against them. No way. Heijio and Guyan fought to a draw, but He-san thought Heijio's fighting power was very low, so He-san must be much stronger. She couldn't act rashly. These were pirates, NPCs, not players. Their strength was unpredictable. Lu Xingchen held her breath. Heijio frowned and rushed towards the tree where Lu Xingchen was standing. He was almost in front of her. Suddenly, wow! Wow! With a few loud cries, a giant vulture swooped down, heading straight for the tree. Not only was the vulture's neck golden, but even its wings had hints of gold. Level 8 mutated golden neck vulture, exceptionally ferocious. Its claws have been mutated, becoming like steel hooks. However, it generally doesn't attack humans. If it attacks you, think carefully. Are you killing its cubs or stealing its wife? Lu Xingchen, She understood. This golden neck vulture was coming for her. He-san turned around, unsheathed his long sword, and with lightning speed, he slashed at the vulture's claws. Wow! The vulture dodged, then charged again. In a flash, the two exchanged several blows. He-san was faster than the vulture, and with a swish, his long sword slashed off half of the vulture's tail. Wow! The vulture screamed, soaring high into the sky, and staggered away. In just half a minute, He-san defeated the 8th level mutant vulture. Lu Xingchen's face paled, and she dared not breathe. He-san's strength was too great for her to defeat. Not only her, but Lan Lan, Mimi, and the three of them would likely be no match for him. In this situation, she could only hide. He-san frowned. Vultures don't usually attack humans. What happened today? He looked toward the tree where Lu Xingchen was hiding. Could it be? Pa! A round object fell from the sky, and He-san quickly dodged. Looking down, he saw a pile of black feces. Guano. He-san was furious, pointing at Heijio and cursing. Look! You killed so many exotic beasts, and now you've attracted so many vultures. Aren't you annoying? Heijio's eyes lit up. Old third, this feces is the same as the guano on my cannon. So, the one that accidentally fired the cannon just now was a bird. No need to look for it. Let's go back. He-san frowned. Forget it. The two of them left. Lu Xingchen wondered where the poop had come from. She couldn't help but look back at Lan Lan. Lan Lan exploded again. It wasn't me. Don't look at me. Mimi, but I just saw you leave. Lan Lan angrily. It wasn't me, and that wasn't me either. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. Okay, it wasn't you, Mimi. Just quietly follow them, and see where they're going and what they're doing. Mimi replied and ran off. Lan Lan stood angrily on Lu Xingchen's shoulder. The chatterbox had quietly returned. Previously, it had been hiding behind a rock, not daring to say a word. He-san was so powerful, it knew the situation well, and couldn't expose itself. A short while later, Mimi brought word that He-san and Heijio had returned to the same courtyard. Heijio was now busy outside, working on his cannon. He-san sat nearby and watched. On Vulture Island, only these two pirates had been spotted so far. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. She had already checked Heijio's yard, but found nothing useful. Now, she should go find the cellar and see what's inside. After all, she had the key. She asked Min to continue monitoring Hyzen and Heijio, and asked Lan Lan to continue exploring to see if there were any places resembling a cellar. Then, she rode Chatterbox toward the snowy mountains. She hadn't been there yet. On the other side, the weather was still warm, but as they approached the snowy mountains, the temperature dropped sharply, and a chilling wind blew against them. The snow was thick, reaching about calf height. Lu Xingchen had been riding Chatterbox for just a few dozen minutes, when Min suddenly said, Master, Hyzen and Heijio have gone to cook. I heard Hyzen say he's going to deliver food to someone later. Delivering food? Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Meme, don't move. I be right there. Chapter 400. She urged the chatterbox to turn around and leave, soon arriving near He San's courtyard. She dared only approach quietly, hiding behind the bushes and watching He San and He Jiao from afar. Sure enough, He Jiao had finished cooking. He seemed to say something to He Jiao before leaving the courtyard, carrying the basket. He San dozed off on a chair in the courtyard. Great. The rather useless He Jiao was going it alone. Lu Xingchen asked Mimi to wait there and keep an eye on He San while she quietly followed He Jiao. He Jiao walked along a path toward a forest. Lu Xingchen looked around and was stunned. It was the same woods near the source of the stream. Could that be He Jiao's destination? Lu Xingchen quietly followed He Jiao. After only a dozen minutes, she heard a bleating voice. Master, bad news. He San is chasing us. Hide quickly. Lu Xingchen was startled. They hadn't even reached the grove yet. The only large rocks along the way were some large ones. She hid behind one, waiting for He Jiao to walk a distance before rushing out and finding another hiding spot. Even then, she was still trembling with fear. He San was coming. Where could she hide? She could hear brisk footsteps behind her. Lu Xingchen quickly dodged, ducking behind a large rock and holding her breath. As expected, it was He San. He hurried forward. When he reached Lu Xingchen's hiding spot, he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" and peered closely at the tangled, trampled grass. Lu Xingchen was startled. This was exactly where she had just passed. He San was indeed alert. He had noticed something unusual. He San called out, "Lao Jiao, stop!" He Jiao, who was in the distance, turned around and asked unhappily, "What's going on?" He San, "I still feel something's off. Has anyone arrived on your island?" He Jiao, "Yes, that little girl, isn't she?" "Stop it, old three. I have to get her some food. She hasn't eaten all day. She's starving." With that, He Jiao ignored He San and continued walking forward like a gust of wind. He San, however, moved towards Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen gritted her teeth. There were weeds beneath her feet. Even with the invisibility card, walking on the grass would easily leave traces. He San was incredibly alert. She was already prepared for battle, and He San was about to reach the rock. Suddenly, a bleating sound came from not far away. A lamb appeared by the roadside, nibbled some grass, and called out to He San in a naive manner. He San turned around, his eyes widening. "Little lamb?" "The lamb? Me!" It stomped happily on the grass and bleated again. He San suddenly realized. So it was you, you little fellow, stomping on the grass. Strange, how did Lao Jiao start raising sheep? They're so tender. Not bad, not bad. We can have roast lamb tonight. His eyes sparkled, and he turned and walked towards Mimi. Seeing him approach, Mimi bleated and turned and ran. He San excitedly chased after him. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked, "Mimi, how's it going?" "Mimi, don't worry, he can't catch me." "Master, go and do your work." Lu Xingchen was relieved. Mimi was fast and could glide, so He San certainly couldn't catch him. However, that would make him suspicious. There was no time to dwell on it. He Jiao was already far away, so he continued to chase him. Lu Xingchen ran all the way and finally caught up with He Jiao. He Jiao quickly passed through the woods and came to an open space. The clearing was littered with rocks. He found a large rock, opened something, and jumped in. A cellar? This is it. Lu Xingchen was excited. Finally found the cellar. Could he find the gallon pearl? No, He Jiao was here to deliver food. Someone was imprisoned here. Oh right, he just said it was a little girl. Lu Xingchen quietly approached the rock, hesitating whether to go in. Suddenly, she heard He Jiao swearing, the sound getting closer. She had no choice but to rush back to the woods and hide. He Jiao jumped up again, swearing, "Eat it or not, I starve you to death." He left, cursing. Lu Xingchen asked after Meme. Meme was still desperately trying to escape, running circles with He San. He San wouldn't be able to catch her for a while. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. After He Jiao left, she walked over to the large rock. The stone was about 2 meters high, with a stone slab underneath, scattered with large and small stones. Lu Xingchen observed carefully, and saw a crack in the stone. She pushed the stones apart, and finally uncovered an iron ring. She grabbed the ring and lifted it, but nothing happened. She pressed it down, but nothing happened either. After a moment's thought, she pushed it to the side. Crack! The stone slab slowly slid open, revealing a dark hole underneath. Is this the cellar? The same place He Jiao had just entered. Before entering, Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan, telling it to find the chatterbox. The chatterbox had been hiding, but she was afraid of being discovered because of its size. After Lon Lon flew away, Lu Xingchen took out her night shining pearl, shone it downward, and jumped. After only 3 or 4 meters, she landed. Fortunately, she was now very agile, so this height was nothing. If she had jumped down before, she would have been seriously injured. The interior was made of stone. Lu Xingchen, holding the night shining pearl, descended the steps. After only a dozen meters, an iron door appeared in front of her. A door made of fine iron couldn't be opened with brute force. It needed a key. So wasn't that where it came in handy? Lu Xingchen immediately took out the cellar key, located the keyhole, and inserted it. The key fit perfectly. With a twist, the door clicked open a small gap. Lu Xingchen gently pushed the door open, revealing another passage. After walking another 7 or 8 meters, she finally reached a room. As she entered, a plate flew towards her with a crash, landing right at her feet. The chicken legs inside fell all over the floor. There were 7 or 8 large chicken legs, braised in sauce, and covered in a red, sticky broth. Clang! Another plate was thrown, hitting the stone wall beside her. Inside were 2 loaves of bread. The bread looked golden and soft, quite good too. Crack! A small bowl shattered, landing not far from Lu Xingchen, spilling a rich soup. It was meatball soup, still steaming. The food was good, wasn't it? Was this what Heijio cooked? She could still lose her temper. It seemed this person was treated well, and Heijio wasn't treating her like a prisoner. Yes, Heijio had said it was a little girl. She paused near the door. The door was open. The room inside was large, with a small bed covered in floral sheets. On the stone wall were night shining pearls, illuminating the room brightly. There wasn't just a bed, but also a table and chairs. They were made of wood, mahogany, intricately carved with patterns, and looked very valuable. Wow, I didn't expect Heijio's cellar to be so well furnished. And it was spotless. But where's the person? They just thrown plates and chopsticks around. So how could there be someone here? Lu Xingchen stood at the doorway, surveying cautiously while tightening her grip on her spirit snake whip. She looked for a long time, but the room was empty. There was nothing else in this room besides a wooden bed, a wooden table, and wooden chairs. There was absolutely no way the gallant pearl could be found there. Lu Xingchen sighed inwardly, knowing this matter wasn't that simple. But she had to find the person imprisoned here. Heijio treated her to delicious food and drinks, and the room was even better furnished than his laboratory. The person here must be someone special. Lu Xingchen's eyes searched every inch, saying, "Come out. I can see you." The room was silent. One night pearl wasn't enough, so Lu Xingchen took her own and squatted down. The light from the night pearl shone under the bed, revealing a pair of large eyes. The eyes were large and round, emitting a faint green glow from beneath the bed. Lu Xingchen, could that be a wolf? Her eyes met those of a wolf. Lu Xingchen smiled grimly. "Aren't you coming out yet? Little girl, if you don't, I release the tiger." Chapter 401. Chatterbox. I'm coming. It suddenly appeared from behind Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was startled. "Why are you here? Go!" Chatterbox was so large, it was easy to spot. The shrunken Lon Lon also flew in, excitedly saying, "I'm here too." "Xiao Lu, do you need my help? Do you want to beat someone up?" "Huh?" Lu Xingchen quickly gestured to them to shut up. Because someone slowly crawled out from under the bed. It was a little girl. After crawling out, the little girl stared blankly at Lu Xingchen, not blinking. Lu Xingchen also got a clear look at her face. The little girl was no more than 5 or 6 years old, with black hair that reached just below her shoulders, tied in 2 small braids. But now it was a mess, almost like a chicken coop. She was wearing a light blue dress that wasn't too dirty. But she was too thin, with small cheeks, which made her eyes look particularly large. Her eyes were large and, at first glance, black, but a closer look revealed a tinge of green. That was why Lu Xingchen had thought they looked so green earlier. So pretty, so cute, so kawaii, and so thin, she looked so pitiful. And she just stared blankly at Lu Xingchen, her mouth tightly shut, not saying a word. Lu Xingchen, "Little sister, what's your name? Could Heijio be a human trafficker? He actually stolen a little girl and kept her in the cellar. This girl was so pitiful." She asked repeatedly, but the little girl remained speechless, as if she hadn't been the one throwing the plate. Finally, Lu Xingchen was helpless. "Do you want to go home? I rescue you and take you home, right? Perhaps this little girl has some inextricable connection to the gallant pearl." Lu Xingchen's expression grew even kinder. She patiently spoke to the little girl, who remained silent. Lu Xingchen, you can't speak? The chatterbox, I do it, I can sign. Oh, back then, the little mute was mute for so many days, and I communicated with him through hand gestures. Awoo, awoo. The chatterbox crouched on the ground, stretched out his 2 paws, and began to sign. Lu Xingchen didn't understand, since she hadn't learned it anyway. The little girl had already lowered her head, picking at her fingers, completely ignoring the chatterbox. The chatterbox worked for a long time before suddenly collapsing. No, she doesn't even know sign language. Is she an idiot? Lon Lon stood on Lu Xingchen's shoulder, head tilted for a long moment, then suddenly cried out, "Oh my god, is she autistic?" Chatterbox, she's an idiot. Lon Lon, autism. Chatterbox, idiot. Lu Xingchen raised his hand to stop their quarrel, then said sternly to the little girl, "You want to leave? I take you." She stepped forward and took the little girl's hand, but the little girl yanked it away, sat down on her own bed, and continued picking at her fingers. Chatterbox, oh, she doesn't even know how to run. She's definitely an idiot. Lon Lon, what do you know? That's what autism is like. She doesn't like to talk, she lives in her own world all day. Chatterbox, oh, then you're definitely not. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but glance at Lon Lon. What kind of nonsense had she learned? However, this girl might actually be autistic, or perhaps have some mental issues. How about forcibly taking her away? Suddenly, a bleeding voice rang out, "Master, leave quickly. Hei San and Hei Jiao are going to your place. Hurry!" Lu Xingchen's expression darkened, and he tugged at the little girl again. The girl flung her hands away, and suddenly let out a long drawn-out scream, "Ah!" Her voice was so loud that it startled both Chatterbox and Lon Lon. Lu Xingchen frowned. With such a commotion, taking her out would easily expose them. Besides, since Hei San and Hei Jiao hadn't been dealt with yet, it wouldn't be a good idea to take her out. First, the little girl was slow and would be a burden. Second, she wasn't sure of the little girl's relationship with Hei Jiao. After all, Hei Jiao had provided her with good shelter and food. Forget it. She made a quick decision and said to Chatterbox and Lon Lon, "Let's go." The group quickly left the cellar. Lu Xingchen locked the cellar door, then pulled the iron ring back to square one, placing even the stones exactly as before. Then, she quickly hid in the woods with Lon Lon and Chatterbox. Hei San and Hei Jiao arrived soon after, panting. They immediately descended into the cellar, and emerged moments later. Hei San angrily said, "You've invited a shrew here, haven't you? I see she hasn't eaten. She's starved to death. What are you going to do?" Hei Jiao fumed, who knew she'd become stupid. "Hei San, send her back." Hei Jiao, "No, I stole her with great difficulty." Through their conversation, Lu Xingchen gained a general understanding. Since arriving here, the little girl had remained silent. It was unclear whether she was originally stupid, or if she had simply become insane after being caught by Hei Jiao. In short, the little girl remained dazed and silent. Besides, this little girl was of a special status, so Hei Jiao didn't dare do anything to her. So why was she imprisoned? Lu Xingchen was lost in thought when a new announcement suddenly appeared in the game. Master Ship Weapon Designer Lei Jin has issued a quest. Find your lost daughter. Mission description. Lei Jin's daughter is missing, and he can't find her. If you can help him find her and bring her back to him, he'd be incredibly grateful. Mission success reward. Successfully complete the mission, and you get to choose a treasure from Lei Jin's treasury. Mission failure penalty. Random. Lei Jin has been having a bad time lately, and it's hard to say what the punishment will be. He could kill you, burn all your belongings, or even abandon you to the sea to feed the fish. As soon as the mission was released, players buzzed with chatter. "Haha, another mission, another one. Hurry and take it. Are you stupid? You dare take it? Don't you even look at the penalty for mission failure? It's deadly. Random penalty? Do you think a random penalty is any good? I wouldn't dare take a mission like this. Besides, we're being asked to find our daughter without any clues. Who can possibly find her? That's right, that's too difficult. I won't take it." Lei Jin's temper is obvious. Other missions don't have such severe penalties. The players debated for a long time, but no one dared to take Lei Jin's mission. Lu Xingchen stared at the mission instructions. Lei Jin? Looks familiar? Where have I seen that name before? Oh, isn't that the name in Hei Jiao's experimental journal? He's a master ship weapon designer, specializing in shipboard weaponry. When Hei Jiao saw him, he asked for his advice, but he ignored him. In the end, Hei Jiao stole several of his treasures. Oh, and there was also a living treasure. Could it be That little girl is Lei Jin's daughter? The living treasure Heijio stole? It's almost certain. Lu Xingchen speculated secretly. But, having stolen Lei Jin's daughter, shouldn't he use this as leverage to blackmail Lei Jin into teaching him his skills? Why would Heijio keep the little girl captive and treat her to such lavish food and drink? Lu Xingchen was pondering when He San's expression suddenly changed. Huh? Lei Jin lost a daughter? Heijio, tell me the truth, who is that little girl in the cellar? Chapter 402. Heijio rolled his eyes guiltily. I told you, it's an ordinary little girl. Maybe she's related to someone powerful. He San was furious. It's Lei Jin, right? Seeing Heijio's eyes rolling, about to say something, He San immediately said, don't lie. I know. She's Lei Jin's daughter. Heijio was stunned. Huh? A daughter? He San was furious. Don't play dumb. Heijio quickly said, I don't know. I found this little girl in Master Lei Jin's lab, and I brought her back. He San was irritated. Why did you bring her back? Heijio, didn't I tell you? Don't underestimate her. She knows a lot. I want her to help me make weapons. Third brother, what happened? He San frowned. Big boss, we got word that Master Lei Jin's daughter is missing, and we are looking for her. Lu Xingchen had listened to the two men's conversation for a long time, wondering how they knew the little girl was Lei Jin's daughter. Now he finally understood. The pirate group was well informed, and had learned of Lei Jin's search for his daughter. That's right, Master Lei Jin wouldn't just post a quest to the players if his daughter was missing. He'd definitely tell other NPCs as well. Heijio said nonchalantly, let him find her. No one can find me in this place, hee. He San fumed you. Ah! Heijio, third brother, are you still afraid of Lei Jin? He won't help us anyway, so why worry about offending him? No, Lei Jin's already started looking for her, and this little girl has to play a role. Lu Xingchen was still debating whether to accept Master Lei Jin's quest. Suddenly, the game announcement sounded again. Black 9, one of the pirates, issued a quest. Players are requested to cure his daughter's mental illness. Quest description. Black 9's daughter has been frightened and has developed psychological problems. She is ignoring people, speaking, and uncommunicating. Players are requested to cure her mental illness, so that she can communicate smoothly. Rewards for successful quest. Rocket launcher. You can equip your ship with a turret that can fire rockets, and the Black Skull Pirates favor. Penalty for failed quest. Randomly loot 1/10 of a player's supplies. Black 9 actually issued a quest. Lu Xingchen looked at Black 3 and Black 9 in surprise. They were pirates who robbed players, yet they could actually issue quests? But didn't the Mermaid Queen also issue a quest before? And she tricked the players. So, Lu Xingchen was still pondering, but the chat channel was already buzzing with activity. Haha, what's going on today? Another mission? Is Heijio's daughter autistic or mentally handicapped? Those with a psychology background can take on this. This mission is good. The penalty for failure isn't much, and most, you lose some supplies. If you succeed, you gain the favor of the rocket launcher and the Black Skull Pirates. Doesn't that mean you won't have to worry about pirates anymore? There are more than one pirate group, but gaining the Black Skull Pirates' favor is always a good thing. I'm good at psychology. I've seen the short video, and I'm planning on taking it. I'm good at communicating with people. I was a top seller last year, so I'm planning on taking it too. Lu Xingchen watched the conversation, a thought forming in his mind. Is Heijio lying? This little girl is clearly not his daughter. If many players accepted the quest and failed, wouldn't he get the supplies for free? Even if only 1/10 of them did, with more people, the rewards would be substantial. At this moment, available quests appeared in the upper right corner of her chat screen, and she could accept both. Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment. Swish, swish, swish. Several people appeared around Heijio. Among them were a few familiar faces. Xia Xiaoyu Yang Feishue, the rest were unknown. Heijio was delighted and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. I plan to find 10 people to complete the quest, one short. Lu Xingchen, with a sudden thought, decisively accepted Heijio's quest. Then she took out her disguise card. She had been wanting to use it for a while, because she also wanted to accept Lei Jin's quest. In other words, she accepted Heijio's quest just to complete Lei Jin's. This way, she could take the little girl away openly. If she took the little girl away, she would definitely offend Black 3 and Black 9, and thus the Black Skull Pirates. It would be better to change her appearance. The disguise card has 3 uses. She already used it once during the Great Hunt. leaving her with 2 more. Use it. After so long in the survival world, Lu Xingchen has experience. Don't be reluctant to part with your props. The ones you find later will be even better. Disguise card. After use, you can randomly change your appearance. Note: you cannot change your gender, voice, or figure. Use limit 2. Each use lasts 15 hours. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. She felt a change and touched her face. It seemed different from before, but unfortunately, there was no mirror. But that didn't matter. She had definitely changed. At this moment, she also received a notification. You've accepted Heijio's mission. You will now be teleported to Heijio's side. Do you agree? Lu Xingchen: yes. Swish. With a swish, she arrived beside Heijio and immediately lined up, becoming the last one in line. Heijio glanced at her again. Why do you look like this? Lu Xingchen touched her face again. What kind of face had she changed into? Incredibly beautiful? Incredibly ugly? Heijio quickly stopped paying attention to her and said to the others, Okay, I only select 10 people to complete the mission. Before that, let me make it clear. No matter what you see, don't tell anyone or I kill you. He flashed the long sword in his hand. She had just been wondering, isn't Heijio afraid that the players will expose these little girls? So he's waiting right here. Maybe it's another trap. She stood in the last row, waiting obediently. Heijio led them to the outskirts of the woods, then returned. A short while later, he returned with a little girl. He even dressed her up. The little girl wore her old clothes, but her hair was much smoother, braided into 2 pigtails. Lu Xingchen was surprised that Heijio was quite skilled. Not only was he a good cook, he could also braid the little girl's hair. Pigtail braids are difficult to do. She couldn't learn them even after trying for ages. The little girl remained stunned, letting Heijio hold her hand. Heijio didn't bring her over, but instead had her sit on a clean rock. Then, returning, he said to Lu Xingchen and the others, First one, go over and try. The first person was Xiaoxiaoyu, who was likely the first to accept the task, and she immediately went over. In the chat channel, Xiaoxiaoyu happily said, Haha, I met Heijio's daughter. She's a beautiful little girl. Everyone, wait! I'm going to put my profound knowledge of psychology to use. Gao Dafu, Xiaoxiaoyu, are you studying psychology? Xiaoxiaoyu, I learned it from watching short videos. Gao Dafu, you are so brave. Xiaoxiaoyu, haha, I'm not afraid of failure, because I've moved all my supplies, haha. Lu Xingchen, the devil is always stronger than the righteous. Heijio's plan to trick the players might not work. Xiaoxiaoyu went over and lingered for half an hour. During that half an hour, Lu Xingchen saw Xiaoxiaoyu dancing and saying something. Finally, Heijio lost his patience and shouted, Come back. Xiaoxiaoyu returned, unwillingly saying, I still have over 100 jokes, 70 or 80 dances, 30 or 40 stand-up comedy routines, and 20 or 30 nursery rhymes to perform. Brother Jiu, I need time. Chapter 403. Xiaoxiaoyu is a pleasant-looking person, and when she smiles, she's harmless, evoking a warm impression. Heijio, who was about to curse, paused and said, What's the use? Next. The next person, Yang Feishue, took the stage. It was obvious that all his supplies had been given to Yang Feishuang. Lu Xingchen was curious, eager to see the short man Yang Feishue's specialties. The short man walked over, exclaiming in the chat room, Short video psychologist Xiaoxiaoyu has already failed. Now it's my turn, the gold medal salesman. In fact, many people had wanted to take the task, but many were rejected. As a result, many people were watching them in the chat room, wondering how they were doing. Yang Feishue walked over, squatted beside the little girl, and remained motionless. Xiaoxiaoyu asked in the chat channel, Yang Feishue, what are you doing? You're pooping without moving? Yang Feishue, stop it, I'm using my eloquence to talk to the little girl. Is she autistic? Xiaoxiaoyu, frightened? Who knows? I told so many jokes, and she didn't react at all. It's weird. Yang Feishue didn't move at all. Heijio grew impatient. Can you do it? If not, come back. Yang Feishue dawdled for another 10 minutes before returning dejectedly. Another person went up, and each of them took turns, each returning in defeat. Lu Xingchen watched their movements. They could be said to be using all sorts of strange tricks, dancing, chatting, playing games, but no matter what, the little girl remained motionless. Finally, she yawned and dozed off. Heijio was anxious. Why are you so useless? Finally, only Lu Xingchen was left. Heijio hesitated, then said with disdain, "Why do you look like this? I should have known not to choose you." "Forget it, go ahead." Lu Xingchen rubbed his face again. So what did she really look like? She didn't have time to dwell on it, and walked over to the little girl. The little girl was dozing off, her head tilted back and forth, adorable. Lu Xingchen squatted in front of her. Before that, she pondered for a long time. The 9 people who had come before were quite capable. They all worked with children or understood a little psychology. They just displayed their skills, but the little girl had ignored them, and her heart had gradually cooled. She didn't understand psychology, wasn't very sociable, and there was no way she could communicate with the girl. It was already roughly confirmed that the girl was Lei Jin's daughter, and that she'd been stolen by Heijio. All she had to do was take her away, and complete Lei Jin's mission. Unfortunately, Hei San and Heijio were watching closely, making this mission difficult. Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth, squatted in front of the girl, and whispered, "Are you Lei Jin's daughter?" The girl's head still nodded, so Lu Xingchen had no choice but to hold her hand, resting on his knee, and added, "Your father, Lei Jin, is looking for you." The girl, startled awake, twitched her hand. She looked up and saw Lu Xingchen. She was stunned for a moment, then a glint of joy flashed in her eyes, and then tears welled up. She called softly, "Wu, sir." Lu Xingchen was delighted. This little girl wasn't stupid. She reacted to her father's name. She listened carefully, but Black 3 and Black 9 didn't react at all. They were far away, and Lu Xingchen had guessed they couldn't hear anything from this side. So, she took the girl's hand again and whispered, "Yes, I'm your sister. Come with me, I take you to see Papa Lei Jin, okay?" The little girl reached out and touched Lu Xingchen's face, then her nose. Tears streamed down her face, and she said in a baby voice, "Sister, Wu-Wu, sister, I miss you so much." Lu Xingchen sensed something was wrong. The little girl reached out and hugged her, continuing to cry, "Sister, Wu-Wu, sister won't leave." Lu Xingchen, surprised, patted her back, "Okay, I won't leave." Heijio couldn't hear what they were saying, but he saw the little girl move and hug Lu Xingchen, and he was immediately excited. "Is it done?" Lu Xingchen quickly turned around, glared at him, and gestured. Heijio quickly fell silent, not daring to speak. The little girl hugged Lu Xingchen tightly, sobbing loudly, "Sister, baby, be good. I won't leave. If I leave, there'll be no one to keep me company." Lu Xingchen frowned. Did the little girl recognize the wrong person? What kind of face did she have? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Heijio was already excited, and might be here soon. She quickly said, "Baby, do you want to find Daddy?" The little girl said, "I want you, not Daddy." Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, "Sister, I take you to find Daddy, okay?" The little girl wiped her tears sweetly and said, "Okay." Lu Xingchen said, "But we can't let the people over there know. They're bad guys. If they find out, they won't let us go, so—" The little girl interrupted her. "I know what to do, sister." Lu Xingchen, "Huh?" The little girl pushed her aside and scurried over to Heijio, saying sternly, "Don't come with me. I like that sister, and I want to play with her for a while." Heijio was overjoyed. "You're not stupid anymore, haha, you're not stupid anymore." The little girl, "You're the stupid one." Hei San frowned and asked Lu Xingchen, who had hurried over out of worry, "What did you do?" The little girl said arrogantly, "What do you care?" Hei San was about to say something. The little girl glared, "Why is your mouth so big? If you have a big mouth, you should talk less. If you talk too much, your mouth will become like a toad, quack quack." Hei San couldn't help but touch his own mouth. His mouth was bigger, but it couldn't possibly be like a toad, could it? He thought of the toad's appearance, and his face changed. Heijio was overjoyed. "Haha, little girl, when are you going to teach me how to make a better rocket?" The little girl snorted, "Shut up. I want to play with this sister now, and you can't follow." Heijio rolled his eyes, and looked at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Did I complete the mission?" Heijio rolled his eyes again. "This?" Lu Xingchen wouldn't tolerate his tricks. "She can communicate smoothly. I've completed the mission." Heijio's mission instructions were clear. As long as the little girl was no longer stupid and could communicate smoothly, her mission would be completed. The little girl, though she didn't understand what they were talking about, unconditionally helped Lu Xingchen and immediately said, "She's completed the mission." Heijio helplessly, "Okay, okay." Lu Xingchen received a game prompt. "Congratulations on completing Heijio's mission. Mission rewards: 1. One rocket launcher, which can be equipped on your ship. 2. Gaining the favor of the Black Skull Pirates, and the Black Skull Pirates cannot attack your raft." Chapter 404. Just can't attack the raft? Lu Xingchen looked a little dissatisfied, but soon smiled again. Even if she stole the little girl, He San and He Jiao couldn't retaliate. At least they couldn't attack her raft, so Grandma was safe. Seeing Lu Xingchen complete the mission, Xia Xiaoyu and the others were filled with envy. Of course, they couldn't recognize Lu Xingchen because she had disguised herself. Xia Xiaoyu, sister, how are you so amazing? You just squat over there, and the little girl starts talking. Yang Feishu pointed, maybe it's because of her looks? After all, none of us look like that. It had to be said that Yang Feishu was telling the truth. Lu Xingchen touched his face again. Oh, there was no mirror, and he was just so curious. What an amazing face. He Jiao waved his hand, his face darkening. Alright, you go back. Those who fail the mission will automatically accept the punishment. Everyone was smiling, not afraid at all. Nonsense. Most of those who can come here to complete the quest have already transferred their assets. The little girl grabbed Lu Xingchen and said domineeringly she can't leave. She has to stay with me. He Jiao smiled and said, okay, she stay with you. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feishu, Xia Xiaoyu, and the others disappeared. In the chat channel, Xia Xiaoyu said, oh, we're back. Oh, my assets are down. Oh. Yang Feishu said, my supplies are down too. Oh. Everyone asked, did the quest fail? Xia Xiaoyu said, one person succeeded and was left behind. Strange, that person looks familiar. Yang Feishu said, familiar? How can you recognize someone so strange? There's no player who looks like that. Huh? Lu Xingchen touched her face again. She looked strange, that couldn't be possible. The little girl liked her so much, she was even holding her hand. The little girl kept pulling Lu Xingchen towards the cellar. He Jiao was anxious. Hey, you can't go back. The little girl turned around, her face cold. Why? He Jiao, you. The little girl, even if you want to ask me for advice, you have to wait until I'm free, right? He Jiao, yes. The little girl snorted, pulled Lu Xingchen away, opened the cellar door, and jumped in. He San, who had been watching, frowned. What's wrong with you? You can't even control a child? He Jiao sat next to He San, staring at the cellar without blinking. Don't say anything. I'm going to wait for her to come out. Don't be so aggressive. Stay away from her, or she'd be scared again. Scared? He San almost cursed. The little girl just now didn't look like someone who would be easily scared. Only He Jiao treated her like a deity. He gritted his teeth. He endured a little longer, to see what tricks the little girl had up her sleeve. Lu Xingchen had already returned to the cellar with the little girl, to her room. Turning around, the little girl threw herself into her arms again. Sister, I missed you so much. She didn't act like a stranger. Lu Xingchen glanced at the screen, thought for a moment, and accepted Master Lei Jin's mission. Accept the mission. Master Lei Jin has provided you with a photo of his daughter, Wawa. Please bring Wawa back to him as soon as possible. Note: Wawa knows the way home. Lu Xingchen opened the photo and took a look. The photo showed two girls, one in her 20s, the other about 5 or 6 years old. The 5 or 6-year-old girl smiled brightly. She was cute and pretty, with a small nose, big eyes, and fair skin. She looked like the little girl next to her, only a little chubbier. The girl next to her, in her 20s, was different. She smiled softly, looking gentle, but there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She had slightly yellowish, slightly curly hair, a long, thin face, slightly bulging eyes, and a large nose dotted with freckles. She looked nothing like a doll. In fact, she was a little ugly, a little strange. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but shudder. She touched her face and nose. Isn't that nose a little too big? She was looking at the screen from here, so Wawa couldn't see. She only saw Lu Xingchen in a daze, so she shook Lu Xingchen's arm. Sister? Lu Xingchen closed the photo and asked, Wawa, do you have a mirror? She wanted to look at herself, right now. Wawa shook her head. No, sister, don't you dislike mirrors? Lu Xingchen, confirmed, it's that weird, ugly kind. In the chat channel, Yang Feishu and Xia Xiaoyu were more active. Yang Feishu, haha, everyone, look at the screenshot and identify He San and He Jiao. Screenshot. Lu Xingchen quickly clicked on the screenshot. It showed He San and He Jiao, with a group of people standing beside them. At the very back, stood a girl. A girl with an unusual appearance. She had a long, thin face, bulging eyes, and an exaggeratedly large nose. Although she was the farthest away, and not at all noticeable in the picture, her exaggerated appearance still caught everyone's attention. The players were discussing, Hey, who's that person behind? Is he a player? Why does he look like that? Is he mutated? I suspect she ate something poisonous, and her body has been severely damaged. It's terrible. I don't want to look like that. Lu Xingchen touched her large nose. Okay, no need for a mirror. She knew what she looked like. Does Wawa's sister look like this? Is she her real sister? Lu Xingchen squatted down and asked Wawa, Wawa, am I our father's biological daughter? Wawa, sister, what's wrong with you? You never said that before. They all suspected I wasn't father's biological daughter, but they never suspected you. Wawa, dad likes to wear a mask. Don't imitate him, sister. Lu Xingchen, huh? She seemed to have discovered something significant. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on these details. Wawa was so close to her because she looked like her sister. Therefore, she had to take Wawa away quickly within the disguised time and complete Lei Jin's mission. The mission just mentioned that Wawa knows the way home. Lu Xingchen, Wawa, let's go home, okay? You know the way, you lead the way. Wawa clapped her hands. Okay, okay. Sister, go beat up those two bad guys outside. Lu Xingchen, Lu Xingchen, oh Wawa, I can't beat them. What should I do? Wawa gave Lu Xingchen a strange look. Sister, aren't you very powerful? You have a mallet. Just hit them a few times and they'd be dead, right? Lu Xingchen was startled. Oh Wawa, I lost my club. Wawa, don't worry if it's lost. I can handle them all by myself. Wawa's sister was so formidable, Lu Xingchen admired her for a moment, then continued, but, Wawa, after I left home, something happened. I'm very weak now, and can't beat them. Wawa's eyes welled with tears. Ah. Sister, are you useless? Wawa, wow sister, why did you run away? The world outside is terrifying. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to comfort the heartbroken Wawa for a while. She understood. She needed to deal with He San and He Jiao outside. If they were driven away or killed, Wawa could lead the way home. But how could she deal with that expert He San? Chapter 405. Only by defeating He San could we possibly escape with the doll. He San's power level was too high. Even if she, Lon Lon, Mimi, and Little Chatterbox attacked together, they might not be able to defeat him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Xingchen didn't want to put herself and her pets in danger. So, invite someone to kill him? No, that would be too much of a waste for the player. Besides, no one is stupid. Oh, by the way, He San is allergic to cherries. When he's allergic, he runs wildly, and then his fighting power will be completely destroyed. Looking for cherries, Lu Xingchen lamented. She had plenty of fruit on her raft, but unfortunately, there were no cherries. She immediately opened the trading hall and searched, but there were no cherries. She opened the chat screen again and posted in the channel, "Who has cherries? I buy them for a big price." Gao Dafu, seemingly watching the chat screen, was the first to reply. Lu Xingchen, what do you want cherries for? Lu Xingchen, it's useful. Many people responded in the chat channel, but unfortunately, most of them were just jokes. No one had any cherries. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. As expected, it's not easy to find. She said it wouldn't be this easy. Gao Dafu, perhaps too bored hatching eggs, kept posting in the chat, "Hey, by the way, who's accepted Master Lei Jin's quest? Isn't it about finding my daughter? Finding the treasure that will give Master Lei Jin his prize? Xia Xiaoyu, aren't you going?" Xia Xiaoyu, no, it's a life-threatening job. Who would dare to do it? Yin Xiaolin, I know someone went. There are always those who risk their lives to survive, like the one who got robbed by pirates. Xia Xiaoyu, yeah, there are always those who take risks. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Yes, no matter how difficult Master Lei Jin's quests are, no matter how severe the penalties for failure, there will always be one or two players who will take a gamble. She might not be the only one on this quest. She had to complete it quickly, otherwise, with other players getting involved, it would become increasingly difficult. Lu Xingchen was lost in thought when he suddenly received a private message. Li Wenlin, I have some cherries. The picture indeed showed cherries. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Okay, I trade you a defense card, a small bomb, or some equipment. Li Wenlin, haha, no, I want a motorboat or a submarine. Lu Xingchen, you've collected so many treasures, so these must be among them, right? During the Area 10 war hunt, the game had announced the treasures that could be found in the treasures. It wasn't surprising that Li Wenlin could reveal this. Either of these would be the rarest treasures. Lu Xingchen frowned. Just a few cherries, Yet Li Wenlin was asking such a ridiculously high price. Did she know what she was doing? Lu Xingchen, sorry, I don't have that. I give you a piece of black gold land. She was offering a high price. If time wasn't urgent, and she had a lot of black gold land, she wouldn't have done such a loss-making business. Li Wenlin, no, I need a motorboat or a submarine. Lu Xingchen, you can't possibly not have one. Lu Xingchen, There was no way she was going to give him a motorboat. The value was too disproportionate. Besides, she only had one motorboat. This Li Wenlin was a bit strange. She seemed confident, yet also deliberately trying to make things difficult. Had she offended her? But she couldn't even remember her name. Lu Xingchen didn't reply, but instead sent a private message to Qin Wuchuan. Boss Qin, please do me a favor and help me look up Li Wenlin. Qin Wuchuan isn't just a businessman. His intelligence system is also impressive. Finding out about him shouldn't be a problem. Qin Wuchuan immediately agreed. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to say something to Wawa, Heijio's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Hey, have you guys had enough fun? Come out now, I need to talk. Wawa tugged at Lu Xingchen and whispered, Sister, he wants me to teach him how to make weapons. Lu Xingchen had heard Heijio mention this before, and it seemed like Wawa knew a lot about this stuff. Heijio had stolen her back just to learn from her. Lu Xingchen glanced at Wawa. You were playing dumb, weren't you? Wawa nodded seriously. Yeah, I didn't want to pay attention to him. Ha, she was pretty good at it. This little girl is quite impressive. She's got some great acting skills. Xiao Xiaoyu told so many jokes, yet she managed to remain silent, playing dumb to the end. Talent. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. You're not stupid anymore, so it's hard to fool him. So you deal with him first. I find a way to deal with those two, and then we leave together. Wawa nodded repeatedly. Heijio started knocking on the door. Lu Xingchen and Wawa came out, and Heijio couldn't wait to take Wawa to his lab. Wawa was very clingy to Lu Xingchen, and wouldn't let him leave, so Heijio had no choice but to keep him. Arriving at the lab, Lu Xingchen came up with another idea. She'd find a way to get underwater, and see if she could contact the little seal. She had the little seal contact Mira, and Mira would have asked Mira to find Master Ling Guang. Master Ling Guang had a lot of cherries. Of course, it would be even better if Mira could help her kill He San and Heijio directly. Lu Xingchen squatted down and said to Wawa, Wawa, go play first. I go get you some ingredients and make you lunch, okay? With that, she turned to leave. Heijio, wait, you can't leave. As expected, Lu Xingchen sighed, turned around, and said, I'm going to go catch some fish and cook for Wawa. She's starving. Wawa immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I want to eat my sister's cooking. Heijio was suspicious. You've never eaten her cooking before. What if it's terrible? Wawa's face changed, and she immediately became overbearing. I don't care. Your cooking is terrible. I want to eat my sister's cooking. Heijio helplessly. Okay. He San came over and stared at Lu Xingchen intently, a fake smile on his face. She smiled. You don't have to go. I go catch some fish for you. Tell me, what kind of fish do you need? Lu Xingchen also stared intently at He San. Well, I want a toadfish. They look like toads, with big mouths. They have fewer bones, and are more delicious. Also, I need one that's 7.7 inches long. Not an inch longer or shorter. They're the most delicious, and perfect for making sweet and sour fish. And... He San frowned and stopped her. Stop. How come I haven't heard of this fish? Lu Xingchen chuckled to himself. Of course he hadn't. Because she was talking nonsense. However, she looked serious. You haven't heard of it? Then maybe you don't recognize it. After all, there are so many different kinds of fish, and this one is only found very deep in the ocean. Thank you for your help. He San could go catch the fish. It would be a good tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He San stared at Lu Xingchen for a moment, then suddenly sneered, I don't know it. Go find it yourself. He always felt that Lu Xingchen had bad intentions. Lu Xingchen, you better come with me. I'm afraid of danger. Whether He San followed or not, she had a plan. He San stared at Lu Xingchen intently, then suddenly smiled. Go ahead. Don't worry, I can see you from here. Chapter 406. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. This guy is too difficult to deal with. Most importantly, He San's strength is too high, and ordinary methods can't deal with him. Trouble. Lu Xingchen left immediately. She didn't believe He San could have clairvoyance. She made her way to the beach. On the way, she communicated with Lon Lon and Mimi, asking Mimi to keep a close eye on Heijio and Wawa, while Lon Lon patrolled the air. As for the chatterbox, since communication was impossible, he might be hiding in the grass somewhere. When they reached the beach, Lon Lon sent a message. Xiao Lu, big-mouthed He San has been keeping an eye on you. So that's how you saw it? Lu Xingchen felt relieved. She thought He San had some untapped skills. Lu Xingchen jumped into the sea and sank. She wanted to listen to what the little fish were saying first. Maybe there were stories about baby seals. Schools of small fish swam back and forth, chirping, "It's so cold, so cold. Don't go over there. There's a snowy mountain over there, and it's so cold near the snow. Yes, yes, it's too cold. There's something strange about that snowy mountain. Yes, yes, it was fine, and then suddenly it got cold and snowed. It's so weird. The little seal will definitely like it." Sure enough, the little seal appeared. The little seal, whose omnipresent friends are everywhere in the underwater world, appeared again. Lu Xingchen quickly imitated the little seal's voice. Woo woo, woo woo. The little fish fled in panic. Ah, there's a monster. Why is she so ugly? Run, run. She's even imitating a cute little seal. Her eyes are so bulgy. So ugly. Lu Xingchen, the first time I've been called ugly. It seems appearance is still important. Even if I change my face, no one will pay attention, even if I imitate a little seal. So sad. Lu Xingchen spared no effort to imitate the little seal, hoping a less attractive fish might help her, ask her a question. But the fish around her were dwindling. Lu Xingchen, helpless, emerged from the water. Not far away, a dark figure flashed by. He San, how could he be so fast? How could I kill him? Lon Lon, Xiao Lu, that loudmouth He San is like a psycho. He's been running back and forth several times, checking on He Jiao and then back to check on you. He San's speed was even faster than expected. With such speed and such powerful strength, it was impossible to defeat him, even with all the traps. We still have to rely on wits. Suddenly, Qin Wuchuan sent a message. I've inquired. Li Wenlin is Deng Wenbin's mother. Is she causing you any trouble? Be careful. Deng Wenbin's father is Deng Wei, formerly the top of the district. His mother, Li Wenlin, is also quite capable. Both of them are extraordinary. I heard they hate you. Deng Wenbin, isn't he the one who blocked our way in the mountains and had one of his arms chopped off? So Li Wenlin is his mother. No wonder he's giving her a hard time. Lu Xingchen, do you have any way to buy the cherries Li Wenlin has? Qin Wuchuan, I try, but it won't work. They're very cautious. If you can't buy them, I probably won't be able to either. Qin Wuchuan immediately guessed the reason. After a pause he said, Deng Wei and Li Wenlin are no ordinary couple. They have people under their wing. How could someone who managed to reach the top of the list and gather so many people to fight for them be so easy? Lu Xingchen nodded. Okay, I think of another way. She sank back down, hoping the cute little fish could offer some inspiration. Lu Xingchen imitated the baby seal's calls a few more times, and as expected, she scared off the fish. Soon, her area was clear. With no other options, Lu Xingchen had to change locations, circling the island. The water grew colder around her, and she surfaced to see a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains. Has this reached the other half of the island? It's quite cold. She sank back down, waiting for a group of small manta rays to swim by. A giant manta ray swam over and circled Lu Xingchen several times. It was the one she had rescued earlier. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly grabbed the giant manta's fin. Big guy, do you remember me? Woohoo, woohoo, I'm looking for woohoo. It's the baby seal, your friend. Lu Xingchen gestured and imitated for a long time. The manta ray purred twice. Is that you? The little seal's best friend? Lu Xingchen was delighted. Woo woo. It's me, it's me. The manta ray finally understood her. The manta ray was clever after all. It purred twice, its calls echoing far away, and even further away, another purr echoed. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. This way, her message would spread quickly. Finally, the little seal she hadn't seen for a long time came to her. The little seal was excited. Woo woo woo, shrimp. Lu Xingchen petted it. Hurry and find Mila for me. I give you some blue krill. She was exhausted. Finding the little seal was so difficult. She'd been struggling underwater for 2 hours. How about a contract? The little seal had already happily swam away. Lu Xingchen went back into the water, caught a few fish, and came ashore. Lon Lon, little Lu, He San is here again. Did he put a tracker on you? Why does he always find you? Lu Xingchen was troubled. Pirates were so terrifying because they lived on the sea and knew so much. Maybe Hey-san was gifted with a nose. Since the little seal had delivered the message, there was no need to worry. Mira was very capable, so she didn't have to wait in the water. Lu Xingchen swam back to the other peninsula, landed, and brought back a few fish. When she returned, Wawa was having a tantrum. Wawa arrogantly said, "Xiaojiu, why are you so stupid? I don't want you as my apprentice anymore." Heijio, sweating profusely, toiled in front of his cannon, repeatedly apologizing, No, let me try again. Charcoal and sulfur, right?" Seeing Lu Xingchen return, Wawa happily pounced on him. "I'm not going to teach you anymore. I need to eat." Lu Xingchen glanced around. "Where's the kitchen?" "There should be a kitchen? Where does Heijio usually cook?" Heijio led Lu Xingchen into the laboratory. He reached a corner, unplugged a torch, and the stone wall beside it creaked open. Inside was a spacious kitchen. Pots, pans, bowls, and stoves, everything you could need. There was also a large, 3-door refrigerator with a transparent panel, allowing for a clear view of the various vegetables, meats, fish, shrimp, and so on. Next to it were spice boxes, star anise, bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, rock sugar, dried chilies, and so on. There were also various bottles on the cabinets, sesame oil, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, and so on, several bottles of each, neatly arranged. The kitchen was so tidy and clean. I hadn't expected Heijio to be such a particular person. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. She didn't have all the seasonings, and she didn't even have a refrigerator. Heijio said proudly, "See? It took me a while to set up this kitchen. Just cook for me." Lu Xingchen, "No problem, just watch me." She had made up her mind to empty Heijio's kitchen when she took the baby away, but before that, she had to do something. She looked around, her sleeve accidentally brushing against a soy sauce bottle. She was surprised. "Hey, why is your bottle crooked?" Heijio's kitchen was immaculate, everything meticulously arranged. Even a slightly crooked bottle stood out. Heijio was stunned for a moment. "Strange, I clearly put it all away." He went over and arranged them one by one, satisfied. "Okay, you can use them first, but be sure to put them away when you're done." Thinking of all the rewards she have, Lu Xingchen brightened up and smiled brightly at Heijio. "No problem." Heijio glanced at her. "Don't smile like that, it's irritating." Lu Xingchen, Heijio left, and Lu Xingchen leisurely cooked. She wasn't a great cook, so she just wanted to explore Heijio's kitchen, do some calculations, count her own backpack, and then tell her grandmother to wait while she packed up. Lu Xingchen wasn't primarily busy cooking right now, but killing time. She had already told Lan Lan to keep an eye on the beach, so she could talk to Mila if she came. With Mila's skills, it should be quick. She was leisurely chopping vegetables when she suddenly received a message from Qin Wuchuan. "Xingchen, are you on Vulture Island?" Lu Xingchen was surprised. "How did you know?" "Qin Wuchuan, I've heard new information. Deng Wei and Li Wenlin have both gone to Vulture Island. They used a location card and found your location. Also, if you're doing Master Lei Jin's mission, be careful. More than one person has accepted it." Chapter 407. Deng Wei and Li Wenlin are here? Lu Xingchen's expression froze, and he quickly contacted Lan Lan and Mime. "Have you found anything?" Lan Lan, "No, nothing except the vulture." Mime, "I haven't found anything either." "Huh? There's a stranger talking. Why can't I hear it?" Lu Xingchen quickly said, "Listen carefully. At any rate, someone must be here. No matter how difficult Master Lei Jin's mission is, or how severe the punishment is, with over 100,000 players, someone will definitely take it." Also, when Heijio issued the mission, 10 people showed up. All 10 of them had seen the doll. How could they guarantee that everyone would keep their mouths shut? Some clever players might have guessed that the doll might be related to Master Lei Jin's mission, so someone must be here. Just like Qin Wuchuan said, more than one person will come. A location teleportation card, or a raft that just happened to drift here, are all possible. We must get the doll away as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. Lu Xingchen, preoccupied, worked tirelessly, quickly preparing 3 dishes, a steamed fish dish, a beef and celery dish, and a vegetable dish. She had originally planned to make egg drop soup, but found no eggs in Heijio's refrigerator, so she abandoned the idea. It took her over half an hour to prepare all these dishes, during which time there was no news from Mira or the little seal. Lu Xingchen was terribly anxious. Heijio could no longer bear it. Wawa, citing hunger as an excuse, sat motionless, silent, and ignoring everyone. Heijio, filled with questions but unable to ask, could only wait patiently. Hei-san stared at the kitchen with a fierce gaze. Lu Xingchen brought out the food and placed it on the table. Wawa immediately cheered, sat down beside it, and obediently picked up her chopsticks. Lu Xingchen had no appetite and coaxed her, "Eat something." Wawa was too thin. Wawa took a bite of the fish and smiled. "Sister, this fish is delicious." She took another bite of the celery and beef. "Wow, sister, your stir-fried meat is delicious too." Heijio was puzzled. "Is it really that delicious?" He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the celery and beef, swallowing it with difficulty. He then took another bite of the steamed fish and spat it out with a poo. He pointed at Wawa with a hurt look on his face. "That's it? You say it's delicious? Haven't you tried my cooking? My cooking is 1,000 times better than hers." Heijio couldn't stand it anymore. "You're not eating this delicious meal I worked so hard to make, but are eating this pig food?" Lu Xingchen, ? Wawa's face darkened, and she slammed her chopsticks down. "Who told you to eat it? It's dirty, I won't eat it." "Heijio, come on, you just don't eat it because it's disgusting." Pa, it's too disgusting." "Wawa, it's dirty, I won't eat it, I won't eat it." "Heijio, don't pick on me. I didn't touch the vegetables, you eat them." "Wawa, you spit on them, it's dirty." Lu Xingchen, curious about their bickering, picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites. When she got to the steamed fish, she silently vomited. It was disgusting, and it smelled fishy. It wasn't her fault. She'd been distracted while making it. Perhaps Wawa really didn't eat it because it was unpalatable. While Heijio and Wawa were arguing, Lu Xingchen received a message from Lan Lan. Xiao Lu, I found someone acting suspiciously." She went to the cellar where Wawa was staying. "It's a woman." "Meow meow, master, someone's approaching the courtyard." Lu Xingchen immediately became alert. At least 2 people have arrived. If only it were Li Wenlin and Ding Wei. They have cherries. Since Mila and Little Seal hadn't arrived yet, they had no choice but to grab the cherries themselves. Lu Xingchen first told Lan Lan, "Keep an eye on her." Then, feigning frustration, she stood up and said, "Ahem, I used the wrong seasoning just now, baby. Wait a minute, I go catch some more fish." With that, she walked out of the courtyard. Heijio kept staring at her. Lu Xingchen knew Heijio would definitely be following them. She whispered to Meow Meow, "Where did that person go?" "Meow Meow, I just heard him say he found a house and someone there. He's probably pretty close to where you are." Lu Xingchen touched her face. Her face had been exposed in the area chat channel. It was so strange, I guess many people would remember it. Since that was the case, she decided to act as bait. So, she began to stroll around the yard, keeping an eye on her surroundings. There was a hillside near the yard, and bamboo shoots sprouted from it. Lu Xingchen pretended to pull them out. Soon, she realized someone was following her. Players weren't particularly wary of NPCs, so they were likely to attack her. As expected, unfortunately, Hei-san was also following her, and she didn't want to expose her strength to him. If that player was foolish enough to attack at this moment, it would be troublesome. Lu Xingchen gathered the bamboo shoots and suddenly quickened her pace, heading for the beach. Soon, she reached the beach, and when she looked back, Hei-san hadn't followed. After seeing this, Hei-san, worried about the courtyard, returned. If my guess was correct, Hei-san would stay in the courtyard for a while and return soon. She had to use this time to deal with the person behind her. The person was slower than her and had just arrived. Lu Xingchen sat down on a rock and said, "Come out. You've been following me for a while, haven't you? Come out, and let's discuss how we can work together." A nearby branch shifted slightly. The person refused to come out. Lu Xingchen sneered, drew his bow, and swish, swish, swish 3 feathered arrows flew out. Bang, bang, bang. All hit the tree, and the person fled in panic, dodging. Lu Xingchen dodged, reaching her. He swung his spirit snake whip, and like spirit snakes, countless whip shadows surrounded the person. The person was overwhelmed and dodged repeatedly, even using a defense card. The man yelled, "Slow." How could Lu Xingchen slow down? She was going to take them by surprise. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several flying knives flew out. The spirit snake whip's attack intensified. The man was middle-aged, and his face looked familiar. Lu Xingchen quickly recognized him. This must be Ding Wei. He looked very similar to Ding Wendan. Mini appeared silently and launched a brutal charge, knocking Ding Wei toppling over. Lu Xingchen swung her spirit snake whip with a swish, wrapping Ding Wei tightly. "Ding Wei, Slow, let's cooperate. Lu Xingchen tightened her spirit snake whip. Talking about cooperation now, are you even qualified? Ding Wei had come here to kill her. Ding Wei was stunned. He had indeed come here to kill Lu Xingchen. He couldn't understand. The location showed Lu Xingchen was on Vulture Island, but when they arrived, they only found a strange-looking player. Ding Wenbin said Lu Xingchen was very beautiful and couldn't possibly look this strange. Soon, they saw the picture. According to some players, this strange-looking person had coaxed the little girl and was retained by Heijio. They didn't think about the disguise card and simply assumed the strange-looking player wasn't Lu Xingchen. So, the two of them split up, with Ding Wei planning to capture the strange-looking player and question Hei San and Heijio about their situation. Since he was the top player in the front zone, his fighting skills were naturally not bad. However, he was quickly defeated by Lu Xingchen after just a few encounters. Chapter 408. Ding Wei was horrified. This strange-looking player was fast, had high power, and possessed a spirit snake whip and a lamb. It had to be Lu Xingchen. Damn it, he'd been so careless. Ding Wei wanted to send a message to Li Wenlin to let her know what was happening. But Lu Xingchen was prepared. She had tied Ding Wei up so tightly that he couldn't even open the chat screen. Lu Xingchen roughly tugged Ding Wei into the nearby woods, telling Mimi to be on the lookout for anyone approaching. Then, with a smile, he said, Ding Wei? Ding Wei played dumb. Huh? Who's Ding Wei? We're both players. How about working together? Lu Xingchen chuckled. Alright, don't waste time, Ding Wei. Hand over the cherries. Don't say you don't have them. Your wife has them. Ask her for them now, right now. Ding Wei was overjoyed. Let me go. I sent her a message. He was just worried about not being able to contact Li Wenlin. Lu Xingchen sneered. Okay, no problem. If you want your wife to die, I welcome it. She swiftly released one of Ding Wei's arms. Send a message asking for cherries, or I chop off your arm. She drew her dagger, waved it before Ding Wei, and sneered, Ding Wenbin knows how fast I am. If you try to play tricks, I don't mind chopping off your arm first. It won't kill you anyway, right? Time was pressing, and she didn't want to waste time with Ding Wei. From the outset, she had blocked all of Ding Wei's escape routes. Ding Wei choked. Li Wenlin's fighting skills were inferior to his. If she did come, she would only be serving as a burden to Lu Xingchen. In this situation, not only would he not call Li Wenlin, he would also tell her to stay away and flee. He asked nervously, if I give you what you want, you let me go, right? Lu Xingchen, yes. Let him go then. It'd be easy to catch him again. Ding Wei gritted his teeth and said, okay. You must keep your word. He opened the chat screen and said to Li Wenlin, Wenlin, give me those cherries right now. Li Wenlin's voice rang out, cherries? What do you want them for? Ding Wei, don't worry, send them over right away. Li Wenlin was alarmed. Did Lu Xingchen capture you? She wanted the cherries before. Lu Xingchen interrupted, yes I did. Hurry and send the cherries over, or I kill him. Li Wenlin sneered, okay, if you can, kill him. There are so many of us here. If you dare, we all seek revenge on you. Lu Xingchen was surprised and glanced at Ding Wei. Your wife doesn't seem to care whether you live or die. Ding Wei was anxious. Li Wenlin, hurry, send the cherries over here, or I kill you. Li Wenlin snorted. Haha, you've already been caught, how can you kill me? You useless piece of shit. Ding Wei, okay, Li Wenlin, we've been married, and you're so heartless. Just wait. Ding Wei looked at Lu Xingchen with anger. Lu Xingchen, let me go, and I kill that bitch for you. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Really? Lon Lon had already sent a message. The woman who was exploring the cellar was rushing over here, and would be arriving soon. The couple was acting. Okay, then, let's act it out together, Lu Xingchen sneered. Let you go. What if you run away? So, take out everything in your backpack. Ding Wei hesitated, pushing and shoving, before finally producing a few defense cards. Lu Xingchen collected them. Ding Wei was still feigning a quarrel with Li Wenlin. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Li Wenlin, if you come and see your husband's body, remember that you killed him. Ding Wei shuddered. Lu Xingchen, don't. That woman doesn't care if I live or die. Lu Xingchen gently wrapped the spirit snake whip around Ding Wei's neck. Really? Then what's your value? She had already drawn her dagger. Ding Wei was startled. Lu Xingchen, stop. Li Wenlin screamed. Lu Xingchen, stop. Swish. Li Wenlin appeared beside Ding Wei, her face pale, and her longsword slashed at Lu Xingchen. Desperate, she used the teleport card and arrived at Ding Wei's side. Lu Xingchen's dagger flashed, silently piercing Deng Wei's throat. He then stepped back, retracting his spirit snake whip and dodging Li Wenlin's long sword. Deng Wei's body slowly fell to the ground, blood gushing from his throat. Ah! Li Wenlin screamed, her mind pounding. At the same time, Lu Xingchen heard a notification from the game. Kill Deng Wei. Do you want to loot his supplies? Lu Xingchen, yes. Loot Deng Wei's supplies, and you receive. Lu Xingchen didn't have time to listen to the notification, because Li Wenlin had gone completely mad. She yelled, swish, 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 and summoned 7 or 8 people. Li Wenlin pointed at Lu Xingchen. Go kill her, kill her. Lu Xingchen looked around. There was no Deng Wenbin among them. So, was Li Wenlin worried that her son wouldn't return alive? A group of people rushed over. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to attack, he suddenly heard Lan Lan hurriedly say, Little Lu, Big Mouth is coming. He's running so fast, hide quickly. A loud shout came from not far away. What are you doing? He San had already arrived. He San was so fast that Lan Lan didn't even have time to report him. Seeing the NPC, the players summoned by Li Wenlin retreated several steps in fear, cautiously surrounding Li Wenlin. He San looked at Lu Xingchen coldly. Didn't you come out to look for food? Why are you here? Lu Xingchen was not afraid at all. He pointed at Li Wenlin and the others. They kept chasing me, and asked me where Master Lei Jin's daughter was. I said I didn't know, but they didn't believe me. They almost killed me just now. He San immediately frowned and looked at Li Wenlin. Li Wenlin's eyes widened. Nonsense. It was clearly you. Lu Xingchen interrupted her. Why else would you have called so many people here? Is there anything you want on Vulture Island? I heard you went to the cellar just now. What were you doing there? Li Wenlin raged. It was clearly you. Lu Xingchen sneered. How dare you say you didn't go to the cellar? He San lost his patience and drew his long sword. All right. He didn't care who Li Wenlin and the others were. As long as they weren't from his island, it was safe to kill them. Only Lu Xingchen was useful, otherwise he would have killed them long ago. He San dodged and arrived next to Li Wenlin. Swish. With a single blow, he chopped down a player. Ah! The other players freaked out and fled. He San was too powerful. He killed them with a single blow. Li Wenlin's face darkened. Hurry, go back. Hurry. Get Wenbin to gather the troops. Hurry. Swoosh. With a swish, she vanished from the spot and ran away. The others, seeing the situation was dire, immediately called for help, and quickly, one by one vanished. He San turned his head, and glared coldly at Lu Xingchen. Go back. From now on, you're not allowed to go out. Woo woo. A soft voice rang out, and Lu Xingchen tilted his head. A fleeting shadow of a baby seal appeared on the nearby beach. The baby seal is here. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed, thinking Mira had come too. But why hadn't Mira come out? Chapter 409. It would have been nice if Mira had come over and taken care of He San right away. Sadly, after the little seal disappeared, there was no more movement. He San had grown deeply suspicious of Lu Xingchen, and wouldn't let her near the beach, forcing her to return to the courtyard. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to follow He San back. She winked at Wawa, who immediately asked in surprise, Sister, did you catch any fish? I want to eat some. Lu Xingchen spread her hands and pointed at He San. Wawa, he won't let me catch any fish. What should I do? Wawa's face darkened, and she immediately threw a tantrum, demanding to eat. She wouldn't teach Heijio until she had something to eat. But He San was determined not to let Lu Xingchen leave. She had wanted to wait for Mira, but she couldn't get her anywhere. She had specifically sent Lan Lan to patrol the beach, but not only was Mira nowhere to be found, but even the little seal was nowhere to be found. What should I do? Suddenly, Gao Dafu privately messaged, Hey Xiao Lu, you killed Deng Wei again. You're still on Vulture Island? Lu Xingchen was surprised. How did you know? Gao Dafu, hey, aren't you checking the chat? Li Wenlin's been scolding you for ages. Lu Xingchen had been so busy trying to figure out a solution that she hadn't even had time to check the chat. She glanced over and saw, as expected, Li Wenlin was going berserk. Li Wenlin, Lu Xingchen, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Li Wenlin, Lu Xingchen, don't think that just because you're at the top of the list, we can't do anything to you. One day, you fall into my hands. Li Wenlin, Lu Xingchen, don't you want cherries? Cherries, haha, I've eaten them all, one by one, but I won't give them to you. Li Wenlin, I'm done. I ate all the cherries. I ate every last one of them. even throwing the seeds into the sea. Lu Xingchen, there are no more cherries left. Let's see what you're going to do. Lu Xingchen, TSK, you're willing to sacrifice your husband's life for such a small amount of food. Li Wenlin, you're amazing. Xia Xiuyu, poor thing. There were only 3 cherries, and you give up your husband for just 3 cherries. Yin Xiaolin, who's so greedy? Li Wenlin, shut up. Lu Xingchen closed the chat screen. If she couldn't get it, she couldn't get it. There were always other ways. For example, setting up a formation. She loved that enchantment formation so much. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough formation stones. Also, why not have Gu Yin come over, stack 7 or 8 speed cards, use black 3 to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and so on. All of these gameplays require relatively high-quality resources. Lu Xingchen sat in the yard, chin in her hand, thinking, and her imagination began to run wild. After a long moment of thought, she finally remembered that she just killed Ding Wei and gotten quite a bit of goodies. She immediately opened her backpack and scanned through them. Besides Ding Wei's weapons and equipment, there were a few cards, though of course, none of the speed cards, defense cards, or small bombs. Ding Wei didn't have anything useful. Huh? What's this? Silver Plant Nutrient Solution X3. 3 bottles, Silver Plant Nutrient Solution. Accelerates plant growth. 1 bottle can speed up growth for a year. Note: suitable for plants with short growth periods. Not bad at all, only slightly worse than the Gold Plant Nutrient Solution. In fact, Lu Xingchen also had 3 bottles of Silver Plant Nutrient Solution, but he'd been reluctant to use them. This is good stuff. I think about it when I get back. Using this on the apple tree should help it produce apples. Unfortunately, this stuff is useless against the sea demon vine. Lu Xingchen took a look and put the plant nutrient solution back. Besides that, another item caught her eye, a character identification card. Character identification card provides detailed information about a player or NPC, including their name, strengths, weaknesses, and so on. Usage limit, 2/3. A character identification card that has been used once. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Ding Wei had already used the identification card once. Who had he used it on? But this is a good thing. How about identifying Black 3 and Black 9 later? Let's wait a while, and save our time. In the commando group chat, Gao Dafu kept grumbling. Gao Dafu, my legs are numb. My eggs, how many days will they take to hatch? Lu Xingchen, didn't I tell you it's 3 months at least? This isn't like hatching chicks that come out in 21 days. Gao Dafu, shut up, Xiao Lu, you're already trapped on Vulture Island, and you're still restless. Gu Yin, do you need any help? Lu Xingchen, wait a little longer. This favor could be fatal. Gu Yin, don't worry, I'm bored. Gao Dafu, hey, if you're bored, could you come and help me hatch the eggs? My legs are broken. Gu Yin, no time, open the box. Gao Dafu, huh? You dare to open the box? No, leave the box for me to open. Send it to me. Gu Yin, don't be upset. Don't open the box. Lu Xingchen said lazily, just open it for him. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, go away. Are things not going well for you? Otherwise, why are you always giving me trouble? Lu Xingchen sighed, yeah. But it's been so rough. I even used the wishing card, and it's still full of hardships. Cherry's nowhere to be found, Mila won't come, and the little seal ran away. Gu Yin, half a tattered, dirty mask and a tattered, dirty fishing net. Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, you opened it. Or you opened a box? Look at what a piece of crap you opened. Can you please stop? I've been nestling eggs here, and haven't found a box in ages. Can you please open it for me? Gu Yin, the last one. Gao Dafu, no. Gu Yin, a brand new, clean-gnawed cherry pit. Gao Dafu, awesome, you're amazing. You even found the cherry pit that Li Wenlin had just gnawed clean. You're amazing, Gu Yin. Gao Dafu, in the game, they just randomly pick up something and put it in the box, right? Right, Gu Yin. Gao Dafu, can you find something to do, Gu Yin? Stop messing with the box, okay? Throw away all that junk. Throw it away, throw it away. Gao Dafu was about to collapse. Lu Xingchen rested his chin in his hand, feeling troubled. He glanced at her, then dozed off. After taking another look, she shuddered. Gu Yin, don't throw it away. Give it to me, all of it. Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen, stop collecting junk, thank you. Lu Xingchen frantically said, come on, I have uses for them, especially the cherry seeds. Gu Yin, don't throw them away. Give them to me, give them to me. Now it's time to plant cherries. Gu Yin immediately sent over all 3 pieces of junk. Perhaps seeing the usefulness of his creations, Gu Yan's confidence soared. Wait, you guys. I open another box. Gao Dafu frantically said, no, no, no. Gu Yin, stop your dangerous behavior. Ah, Lu Xingchen, call him away. Don't let him mess up the box. Gu Yin, okay. He was truly bored and in desperate need of excitement. As Lu Xingchen collected the 3 pieces of junk, he said, that won't do. It's too dangerous. I might die. He San's fighting power was too high, and Gu Yin was no match for him. If He San wasn't so formidable, would she have gone to such great lengths to find cherries? Lu Xingchen quickly retrieved the cherry seeds. As expected, they were fresh, with a little bit of flesh still remaining, revealing they were freshly harvested. Maybe they were Li Wenlin's leftovers. They looked ripe, but I wondered if they would sprout. With just 1 seed, I had to be very careful. Chapter 410. Lu Xingchen gave the cherry pits to Grandma, asking her to choose a plot of black soil to plant them. Black soil can only ripen herbs quickly. Cherries, being trees, can't ripen immediately. However, Lu Xingchen had just obtained silver plant nutrient solution. It belonged to Deng Wei, so she didn't feel bad about it. She gave Grandma 3 bottles of silver plant nutrient solution, asking her to try one first. After using one, Grandma exclaimed in surprise, Xingchen, your seeds are good. They sprouted and grew immediately. Lu Xingchen, use another bottle. Grandma used another. Not bad, not bad. The leaves are getting thicker. I think they bear fruit soon. Oh no, they're not growing anymore. Lu Xingchen, use another bottle. Grandma used another bottle, and there was no response for a long time. Lu Xingchen was anxious. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Grandma finally said, Xingchen, the cherries are ripe. They're bright red, delicious, and very sweet. Grandma then sent over a basket of cherries. Lu Xingchen's heart suddenly relaxed. That's good. She finally had the cherries, and Grandma had washed them. Lu Xingchen glanced at Heijio, who was pestering Wawa with questions. She then glanced at He San, who was standing at the doorway, leaning against the frame, his eyes slightly closed. Lu Xingchen secretly took a cherry, and put it in her mouth. It was sour and sweet, delicious. She was savoring it when He San suddenly looked over and asked coldly, What are you doing? What are you eating? Lu Xingchen, angry, also replied coldly, Poison? What? Want one? He San gave her a stern look. Stop playing tricks. Go get cooking. Lu Xingchen didn't move. She was trying to think of a way to get He San to eat cherries. Unfortunately, He San had tried them once, and knew he was allergic, so he didn't dare to eat them anymore. How could he get him to eat a little? I never seen He San and Heijio eat since I came here. Would they only eat once a day? No, I need to identify He San first and find his weaknesses. Lu Xingchen quietly took out the character identification card. Character identification card. You can find out the player or NPC's name, strengths, weaknesses, and other detailed information. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. There are no characters to identify. Note, not close enough, not close enough. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Do we need to be very close? Or should we go to He San? Suddenly He San dodged, whoosh. Swooshing to Lu Xingchen's side, he drew his long sword and waved it across Lu Xingchen's body. He said coldly, What are you up to? Go cook. Lu Xingchen hid the character identification card in his sleeve and angrily said, Are you sick? You call me a stunt just because I move. Are you that incompetent? You're so scared of me. Wawa was fed up. Don't scare me, or I won't teach you anymore. Heijio quickly winked at He San. He San's voice softened a little, and he nodded at Wawa. That little girl hasn't eaten much all day. Go cook for her now. Heijio realized, yes, Wawa hasn't eaten. He had once delivered a meal, but Wawa threw it away. Lu Xingchen had just cooked a meal, but it was so bad that no one ate it, so he threw it away too. Lu Xingchen said reluctantly, Okay, I just make something for the baby. After that, she turned around and secretly took out her character identification card. Is the distance finally enough now? Character identification card. This card reveals the player or NPC's name, strengths, weaknesses, and other detailed information. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. He San, what is it? Lu Xingchen turned and shouted angrily, Cooking. She saw He San's detailed information. He San, a member of the Black Skull Pirates, with a cold and tough personality. Strengths, Highly skilled in combat, extremely fast. Weaknesses: poor sense of smell and taste, allergic to cherries, causing him to run wildly for over half an hour. If cherries and strawberries are mixed, the allergic effect is doubled, causing him to run wildly for over an hour. Quirk: likes cute, small foods. TSK: so he's allergic to more than one fruit. He also likes cute, small foods. I hadn't realized. Lu Xingchen looked at He-san again and again, chuckled, and turned back into the kitchen. Grandma suddenly sent a message. Xingxing, look. Cherry jam. I made it. It's so sweet. I bring it back for you. Lu Xingchen was surprised. So fast, Grandma? Lining, haha, I made it with your fully automatic food processor. It was quick. So a food processor can make jam. Not bad. Lu Xingchen walked into the kitchen. He-san is allergic to cherries. If strawberries were added, the allergic reaction would be doubled, and he'd be running wild for more than an hour. An hour would have meant she and the baby would have run away long ago. But how could she get him to eat cherries? He'd eaten cherries before, and he knew he was allergic. There was no way he'd eat them on his own initiative. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen had an idea. He-san liked small, cute foods. She immediately said to Grandma, Grandma, can you make me some buns with cherry jam and buns filled with little buns and buns? Add some strawberry jam. They should be small, with thin skin and a generous filling. They look cute and pretty. She can't make them, but Grandma does. Grandma can make all kinds of adorable buns. Bunny buns, bear buns, pig buns, and so on. When Lu Xingchen was little, she ate them often. And Grandma can add red bean paste filling. Wouldn't it be better to just swap the red bean paste for jam? Grandma immediately agreed. Use our food processor. It ferments quickly. Xingxing, just wait. I have it ready in half an hour. Grandma is increasingly fond of the food processor. Lu Xingchen was slowly cooking in the kitchen. This time, she wasn't distracted and cooked a meat dish and a vegetable dish for the baby. After more than half an hour, the two dishes were out of the oven, and Grandma also brought in the steamed buns. Each one was smaller than a baby's fist, and so adorable. Lu Xingchen found 2 plates and placed the buns on them. She first brought over the dishes, then a plate of small buns. She called out to Wawa, come, Wawa, it's time to eat. Wawa was immediately drawn to the buns. Wow, a little white rabbit, a little white sheep, and even a little panda cub. So cute. All these Grandma made were what we had on the boat, and they were so lifelike. Especially the little panda, holding a shimmering green bamboo leaf. Wawa fondled the buns, reluctant to eat them. Heijio followed and, seeing only 2 dishes, was displeased. Only 2 dishes, how can they be enough? Lu Xingchen's face immediately darkened. I made this just for Wawa, there's no share for you. She stole a glance. He-san was already stunned, staring intently at the plate of buns, his eyes filled with longing. Lu Xingchen would never proactively invite them to dinner. That would be too much, and He-san would become suspicious again. Besides, she knew He-san was hungry too, otherwise he wouldn't have urged her to cook. Grandma's buns were so cute and small, she didn't believe He-san could resist. Before He-san could move, Heijio reached out. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Come on, let me have one first. Lu Xingchen pulled the plate back, protecting it. No, these are for the dolls. She deliberately left a gap for He-san. He-san, swift as a shadow, snatched the plate away, picked up a panda-like bun, glanced at it lovingly, and quickly tossed it into his mouth. He chewed it a few times, swallowed it, and nodded, sweet, a little sour. What's the filling? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Poison filling. Chapter 411. Lu Xingchen kept nagging He-san, and He-san was used to it. He rolled his eyes at Lu Xingchen, then picked up another panda cub, and casually tossed it into his mouth. Wow! The baby cried, woo, panda cub, woo, he ate it all, ate it all. That's right, there were only 2 panda cubs, and He-san devoured them all. Lu Xingchen quickly snatched the plate back, angrily saying, why are you taking things from children? He-san smacked his lips. It tastes good, sweet and sour. Does this smell a little familiar? His sense of taste and smell was a little dull, and he couldn't react for a moment. Heijio loved cooking, and was quite skilled at it. He sniffed, this smells a bit like cherries. Cherries? He-san's face darkened, and he cried out, oh no! He-san's face flushed, as if he'd been holding his breath. He struggled to control himself, veins popping from his hands, as he screamed in fear, no, I don't want to run away. Ah! Lu Xingchen, fearing he might hurt the baby, quickly protected the plate and pulled the baby away, saying, "Let's go to the kitchen to eat. Don't fight over it." She dragged the baby into the kitchen and slammed the door shut. Finally, unable to hold back, she pried open a little more and looked at Hey-san. Hey-san's legs trembled, and his voice was filled with fear. "Hey Jojo, I don't want to run. I don't want to run." "Ah!" Whoosh! Hey-san flashed like lightning, dashing straight out of the yard. He didn't even have time to go through the gate before collapsing the stone wall. Stone chips flew everywhere, and Hey-san's screams faded away in an instant. Heijio was stunned for a moment, muttering, "Oh no!" Last time, Hey-san ran for half an hour after only eating a few cherries, nearly killing him. This time, he's eaten a lot. Heijio, "Ah Hey-san, don't run yourself to death." His face fell drastically, and without a care for Lu Xingchen and Wawa, he panicked and grabbed a rope and rushed out. Wawa didn't understand what was happening. She just fondled the adorable little buns, not wanting to eat them. Soon, Lu Xingchen received a message from Lon Lon. "Haha, this is hilarious. Hey-san is running like crazy, he's knocked down a tree, and Heijio is trying to tie him up, but there's no way he can catch him." Lu Xingchen quickly said, "Go keep an eye on them." "Okay, Hey-san will have to run for an hour. At that speed, there's no way Heijio can catch him. Heijio's strength is average. Lu Xingchen and his pets can easily handle him. If we don't leave now, when will we?" Lu Xingchen immediately squatted down and said to Wawa, "Wawa, you know where you are, right? I take you home now, okay?" Wawa nodded, "Okay." Lu Xingchen turned around and cleaned up all the seasonings and other items from Heijio's kitchen. She sent them to Grandma, who put them in a storage box. She cleaned out Heijio's kitchen and dragged Wawa out of the yard. She was stunned for a moment, seeing mist swirling in the direction of the snow-capped mountains. "What happened?" she quickly asked Lon Lon. Lon Lon was excited. "Haha, Hey-san is amazing. He runs so fast. He's circling the snow-capped mountains, making them collapse like snow. Haha. That's incredible. Lon Lon, Speedy. Speedy. Lu Xingchen, okay, come back, call Chatterbox, and let's go." By the time she reached the beach, Lon Lon, Meme, and Chatterbox had all arrived. Lu Xingchen threw the hovercraft out, put Lon Lon and Meme into the pet bag, and hopped on board, holding the baby. Chatterbox also boarded the hovercraft. Once in the sea, Lu Xingchen said to the baby, "Where is your home? Do you have the coordinates?" The baby blinked, bewildered. "Coordinates? Huh, the NPC doesn't understand this?" Lu Xingchen said, "Then you give me directions and I drive." The baby nodded obediently. "Okay, sister, drive ahead." Lu Xingchen piloted the hovercraft, riding the wind and waves, speeding across the sea. Wawa suddenly spoke up, "Sister, don't you remember home? Why do you need me to show you the way?" Lu Xingchen turned around and sighed, "Wawa, I'm not." She wanted to tell Wawa the truth. She couldn't keep lying to the little girl, making her think she was her sister. But Wawa interrupted her, "Oh, I know. Sister's been away for so long she's forgotten where it is. It's okay, I show you the way. Here, turn left, that's right." Lu Xingchen, "Wawa, I have something to tell you." Wawa, "Huh? Sister, you're going the wrong way. You're getting further and further away from home." Lu Xingchen was stunned. "Huh? Wrong? Wasn't that the direction you were pointing in?" She was a little worried. Could Wawa, so young, really know where home was? The two of them began discussing where home was, the speed of the boat, and how long it would take to get home. But soon, she became even busier because the Chatterbox got seasick and vomited all the way on the hovercraft. The air was filled with a sour, foul smell. Lu Xingchen was exhausted. The Chatterbox was so difficult to place. It couldn't be taken back, nor could it be left on Vulture Island. On the boat, it was still vomiting profusely. The Chatterbox vomited and cried, "Ah, little mute, come and save me. Ah, I'm being tortured to death by little Red Hong." The Chatterbox, "Ah, my life is so miserable." Lu Xingchen helplessly said, "Stop crying. Look at you. You've been vomiting for ages, and you're not done yet. How much have you eaten?" The Chatterbox, "Ah, you think I've eaten too much? Even the boss doesn't think I'm miserable. Ah, my life is so miserable." Lu Xingchen had to coax it for a long time, and finally, he gave it a peach. After eating the peach, the Chatterbox finally calmed down. It lay weakly on the hovercraft, tears welling up in its eyes, and it kept complaining. Over half an hour passed in this lively and bustling atmosphere. Lu Xingchen was tired. "Wawa, how long until we get home? Can you confirm?" Wawa nibbled her finger sadly. "Sister, my home is so far away, will you abandon me along the way? Lu Xingchen, "Aw, no, we're not in a hurry. It's okay, just keep going." About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lu Xingchen checked the time. He-san had been running for over 40 minutes. In another 10 minutes, he stopped. He probably couldn't catch up, right? Why was Wawa's home so far away? She assumed Wawa could get her home quickly. The chatterbox was so large that it almost filled the hovercraft, lying across it, humming and groaning. Suddenly, it cried out in surprise, "Aw, someone's here. Aw, another naughty kid." Huh? Lu Xingchen slowed down and looked out into the distance. A small boat drifted across the sea. 2 people stood on it, waving excitedly at her. It was G23 and G49. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She hadn't seen them in ages. She quickly slowed down and slowly approached them. G23 smiled faintly. "Lu Xingchen, how are you?" G49 looked at the chatterbox in surprise. "Sister Lu, why are you carrying a big tiger? Are you going home to kill it and eat the meat? I've never had tiger meat before." 49's mouth was watering again. Chapter 412. The chatterbox was furious. "Aw, you dare to eat me? I eat you first, you little bear." It opened its bloody mouth and roared. G49 glared. "Sister Lu, it's so fierce. Kill it, and I keep it in the freezer for you." The chatterbox, "Aw, how dare you." Lu Xingchen quickly stopped the chatterbox and said to G49, "Its meat isn't tasty. Come, I give you something delicious." She gave the remaining cherries to G49. 49 ate a few cherries and nodded repeatedly. "Delicious, so delicious." "Sister Lu, what are you going to do?" Lu Xingchen was worried about finding Master Lei Jin's house, so she just happened to ask 23 about it. She briefly explained the situation and concluded, 23, do you know where Master Lei Jin's house is?" G23 gave Wawa a long look. "Going to Master Lei Jin's house? Why are you going east? Isn't his house to the west? Aren't you getting further and further away?" Lu Xingchen was startled. "Huh?" She turned back to Wawa. "Wawa, did you remember the wrong way?" G49 had a mouthful of something in her mouth. Looking at him now, he mumbled, "How could she have remembered the wrong way? She's not stupid." Lu Xingchen stared at Wawa. "Wawa, what's going on?" Wawa became nervous. I might have remembered it wrong." "Then, sister, let's go back." Lu Xingchen asked. "Then if we go back, how long will it take us to get home?" Wawa's eyes rolled. G49's eyes lit up. "You can get on my boat. I take you home in minutes." Lu Xingchen was delighted. Yes, G49 could teleport. She was about to agree, but Wawa was unhappy. "I won't go with him." By now, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but notice. She stared at Wawa in silence. Wawa blinked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Wow, sister, you're going to send me home and then leave, right? I don't want you to leave, even though I know you're not my sister." Sure enough, Wawa saw through it. She'd been constantly changing the subject, and Lu Xingchen should have figured it out. Lu Xingchen sighed. "I see you often." Wawa just shook her head. G23 said softly, "Since you saved her, send her back as soon as possible. Otherwise, old man Lei Jin will start to overthink things. Also, don't be too affectionate with her, or he start to overthink things again." Lu Xingchen, "Huh?" G23, "Master Lei Jin has a very strange temper, and is very difficult to deal with." Lu Xingchen made a snap decision, and said to Wawa, "Let's go back. I remember your home's location, and come visit often. Okay?" Wawa nodded dejectedly, pursed her lips, and sat down on the boat, silent. Lu Xingchen, holding her, was about to jump onto G49's wooden boat, when she suddenly felt as if she were bound and unable to move. Moreover, she felt a powerful suction. "Ah!" she screamed, her head spinning. With a thud, she was thrown to the snow. Whoosh! He-san let go, sprinted past, and shouted to Heijio, "Catch them! Wait for me to run another lap." The voice faded, leaving only a cloud of snow. Lu Xingchen, holding the baby, felt as if she were bound and unable to move. Heijio stood before her, furious. "You actually stole from my kitchen? You actually stole from my kitchen?" Lu Xingchen, Lu Xingchen, listen to my explanation. Heijio, shut up. I'm furious. I lent you my precious kitchen, and you stole it, and my treasures. Heijio pointed at the doll. Hei-san scurried past, cursing, "Fool! Keep an eye on them. I'm going to run another lap." A thick cloud of snow and fog rose again around Lu Xingchen. Through the mist, Lu Xingchen saw Hei-san's legs and feet, swollen and horrible. She wondered how He Sen had managed to recapture her. Lu Xingchen checked the time. He Sen had been running for an hour and a half, and he was almost stopped. She had to hurry. She stretched her arms, and found they could move. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and immediately jumped aside, internally groaning. She hadn't had time to put away her hovercraft and chatterbox when she was recaptured. Now, even if she wanted to run, it was difficult. Lu Xingchen released Lan Lan. Hurry, take us flying. Lan Lan let out a clear cry and instantly grew larger. Lu Xingchen leaped onto its back. Run, run. Lan Lan soared into the air, flying towards the sea. He San returned, stopped, and looked up at Lan Lan and Lu Xingchen in the sky, cursing profusely. Lu Xingchen sat on Lan Lan's back and asked Wawa, "Okay, can you show us the way now?" Wawa, "Sister, it's not that I don't want to show you the way, but I really can't in the air. How about we go back to the boat?" Where was the boat? The hovercraft, carrying the chatterbox, drifted off to who knows where. Besides, there was no telling how long Lan Lan could fly. What if she couldn't fly in the vast ocean and fell overboard? She could still swim, but what about Wawa? Forget it, let's go back to the raft. We discuss it later. Black 3 and Black 9 can't attack her raft anyway. Lu Xingchen told her grandmother to summon her. She put Lan Lan into the pet bag and descended from the sky, holding the baby doll. Lining wants to summon you to her side. Do you agree, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Swish. With a swish, she was back on the raft. The baby doll was also safely in her arms. The baby doll was overjoyed to see the beautiful raft. She was so curious that she petted the sea demon vines, the panda cubs, and then got on the swing. Grandma looked at the adorable baby doll and tugged at Lu Xingchen. "Xingxing, where did you kidnap this little doll?" Lu Xingchen, feeling both amused and embarrassed, recounted the story. The baby doll was adorable. She ran around on the raft, asking questions of Grandma, much to her delight. Lu Xingchen rested for a while. She had to get the doll back quickly. After all, 23 had already said that if she returned too late, Master Lei Jin would become suspicious. Besides, the master was a strange person. After watching the doll play for a while, Lu Xingchen beckoned. "Doll, you show me the way. I take this big boat to your house." At this, the doll, who had been so excited, immediately wilted. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, tears falling heavily on the deck. Finally, she raised her head and sobbed, "Sister, can't you just let me play here for a day?" Lu Xingchen was worried. "But your father is very anxious. How about we meet your father, tell him, and then come back?" We had to tell the master that she was with her. The doll shook her head repeatedly. "No, no, I can't get out that way. Sister, please, just let me play for a day." The doll sobbed uncontrollably. The situation was stalemated when suddenly, a hovercraft appeared on the sea, with little Chatterbox sitting on it. Behind it was a small boat, and the one rowing it was none other than G49. Chapter 413. G23 waved, untied the hovercraft, and tossed the rope onto the raft. He said to Lu Xingchen, "Quick, take your tiger. You've been crying all the way." Yes, the little Chatterbox was still tearing up. It had been terrified just now. Lu Xingchen had suddenly left, and it was lying on the hovercraft with its tiger, facing the vast ocean. Its legs went limp with fear, and it burst into tears. G23 couldn't bear it any longer, so he tied the hovercraft to G49's boat and towed it back. Lu Xingchen thanked 23 and 49 and threw a roast duck to the Chatterbox to calm it down. Grandma had roasted 8 more ducks today for the 2 tigers. When G49 saw this, his mouth immediately watered again. But he was too shy to say anything, simply blushing and wiping his saliva. As soon as he wiped it, another stream of saliva began to flow. G23 rubbed his head in disdain. Lu Xingchen laughed heartily, and quickly had them set the table. Grandma brought over a set of roast duck, along with a pancake wrapper and shredded vegetables. Lu Xingchen then released Lan Lan and Neem, and the little friends finally gathered together, happily playing on 49's boat. Wawa saw this, and was filled with envy. Lu Xingchen felt sorry for her, and let her go over and play with 49 for a while. After all, they were the same age, and it didn't take long for Wawa to become one with them. G23 glanced at her, and shook his head. "You have to send her back quickly, or Master Lei Jin will be furious." He also took a closer look at Lu Xingchen's face. "But if you go back with that expression on your face, you might get into even more trouble." Lu Xingchen touched her large nose. Yes, she was still in disguise. Luckily, she had just explained everything to Grandma, otherwise, she would have beaten her down. But how did G23 and 49 recognize her? She immediately questioned. G23 smiled but said nothing, simply asking, "When will your face heal?" Lu Xingchen checked the time. The disguise card only worked for 15 hours, and 11 hours had already passed, leaving 4 more. She would have to spend the night on the raft. She thought about it, and felt that G23 was right. If she went there with a face that looked remarkably like Master Lei Jin's daughter, he might become suspicious. According to G23, Master Lei Jin was very suspicious. He had paranoid delusions. Lu Xingchen simply gave in. Let 49 and the others have some fun and eat. I send the baby away later. After all, having dealt with her nephew before, Lu Xingchen had some experience with children. She called Wawa over and said sternly, "I keep you here for 2 hours. After 2 hours, no matter what time it is, you must go home." Wawa blinked. 3 hours, okay? Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, 3 hours, no more. Wawa's eyes lit up, and she was about to say something. Lu Xingchen's tone became even more serious. No bargaining. Wawa pouted, reluctantly agreeing. With 4 hours to spare, Lu Xingchen immediately went to the kitchen and cooked several delicious meals for 23 and 49, each of whom would enjoy them. Snacks and fruit were also served, constantly on the table. Later, 49 would have to send Wawa off. 3 hours passed quickly. Just now, Lu Xingchen had agreed with 49 that 49 would take her and Wawa to Master Lei Jin's home. Paddling their own raft, even at their fastest, wouldn't reach Master Lei Jin's home for a while. Wawa hesitated for a while, but with about half an hour left, Lu Xingchen's disguise card expired, and the others set off. 49 rowed the boat slowly, leaving Lu Xingchen's raft far behind. Another stroke, and with a splash. Lu Xingchen felt dizzy. Looking up, she could vaguely see an island not far away. It was still a little dark. 49 paused. "Sister Xingchen, that's Shuangyu Island. Master Lei Jin's home is there. I can only take you there. If we follow him, Master Lei Jin will think too much." Lu Xingchen thanked 49 and touched his face. It was still his big nose. After 7 or 8 minutes, the disguise card's effect would wear off. Lu Xingchen took out the hovercraft, placed it in the sea, and hopped onto it, clutching the doll. 49 and 23 waved goodbye. The doll hugged her neck, but suddenly her arms tightened. Lu Xingchen patted her. "Don't worry, we see your father soon." After 5 more minutes, her disguise card wore off. She had originally thought the journey would take at least half an hour, but 49 had brought them there in just over 10 minutes. In the end, her disguise card remained, and she could only drift on the sea for a while. The doll, "Woo woo sister." Suddenly, a cold, hard voice rang out, "Doll, come here." Lu Xingchen turned around in surprise, only to see a tall, thin, masked figure standing on a small boat, gazing at her with a stern expression. He held a cane in his hand. Wawa hugged Lu Xingchen tightly and softly called, "Daddy." "Is this Master Lei Jin?" Lu Xingchen looked closely, but unfortunately, the master was wearing a mask, so she couldn't tell what he looked like. Master Lei Jin stared at Lu Xingchen intently for a long moment and asked, "You're the one who accepted my mission?" Lu Xingchen forcefully pulled the doll's arms away and handed her to Master Lei Jin, smiling faintly. "It's me, Master. I brought the doll back." Master Lei Jin, still staring at her, suddenly asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Xingchen, Something's wrong." She was just smiling politely. Why would Master Lei Jin ask such a question? She truly has a strange temper. Lu Xingchen's smile faded. "Nothing. I'm just happy to think I can get the reward." "Master, am I getting the reward I deserve?" Master Lei Jin, still staring at her, suddenly said, "You're not her." Lu Xingchen's face paled. Trouble, trouble. Her face hadn't returned to normal, and it would soon. Lu Xingchen, "Yes, I'm not her. I'd be back to my old self soon." After all, there was only a minute left before Master Lei Jin would see her true face. She might as well tell the truth. Master Lei Jin suddenly pointed his cane at Lu Xingchen. "No, this is better." Lu Xingchen felt an itch on her face, and she quickly touched it, finding a large nose. "Hey, the time's up. Why haven't I changed back? What did Master Lei Jin do? Did she fix the effect of the disguise card?" Lu Xingchen was speechless. "Master Lei Jin, why are you doing this?" Master Lei Jin sneered. "Don't you like dressing like this? If so, why not keep it this way?" "What? You think it's ugly?" Chapter 414. What a scoundrel. Lu Xingchen cursed inwardly. No, this master has such a strange temper. Does he enjoy seeing others fuming? Is he deliberately provoking me? Looking at Master Lei Jin's masked face, Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly. She touched her nose. Who said I'm ugly? Look at my tall, big nose, it brings wealth. Look at my bulging, frog-like eyes, they're cute. And my long, pointed face, it's beautiful. Master Lei Jin looked at Lu Xingchen in shock. You really don't care? Lu Xingchen, why should I care? It's not me who's looking at this face. Wouldn't it be better if she just didn't look in the mirror? Master Lei Jin was wearing a mask, so Lu Xingchen couldn't see his expression, only a pair of dull eyes. Master Lei Jin had crashed. Lu Xingchen quickly said, Master, mission accomplished, I want my reward. Just give me the reward, we talk about the face later. Master Lei Jin finally came to his senses and nodded. Don't worry, you won't be left behind. He tapped his cane, and Lu Xingchen swung onto the shore, where the hovercraft was right beside it. She quickly folded up the hovercraft. Master Lei Jin, holding the baby, was already walking forward, with Lu Xingchen following closely behind. With a slight tap of his cane, the island suddenly lit up. A broad blue brick road appeared before them, lined with streetlights. What a beautiful sight! Lu Xingchen followed behind, reaching a fork in the road. Master Lei Jin tapped the ground with his cane, making a bang sound. Lu Xingchen felt dizzy, and arrived in front of a tall gate. On the gate were inscribed the arrogant words, Lei Jin's treasure. Much more straightforward than Babu. Master Lei Jin walked over, and tapped the door with his cane. The door creaked open, revealing a dazzling light. Master Lei Jin turned and said, Go in, choose a treasure on the first floor, and then come out. Remember, don't be greedy. I know exactly how much you've taken. How straightforward. Lu Xingchen nodded, and walked through the door. She entered a large room, tall and wide. 3 sides were lined with grids, each holding a treasure chest. Each chest had a lock, but the locks had keys. Some chests were even a crack open, showing no locks at all. Names were written on the chests, such as Spirit Beast Pill, Black Gold Land, Archery Mastery, Golden Beast Spirit Liquid, and so on. Lu Xingchen nodded repeatedly. So straightforward, so straightforward. The keys were placed on the chests, and the treasures were labeled one by one. Isn't Master Lei Jin afraid someone will come and take all his treasures? Looking along, there are still many treasures that Lu Xingchen is tempted by. She saw one, Ice Crystal Fragmented Jade. Ice Crystal Fragmented Jade? Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. Wasn't this what the little white cat had been asking her to find? She had said she needed Ice Crystal Fragmented Jade when she made her wish. So, was the wish card working? But what she needed more now was the Gallant Pearl. Since Mira had already come, Lei and was losing control. He had to use the Gallant Pearl. This was the most urgent matter. Never mind, she couldn't be too greedy. Ice Crystal Fragmented Jade would be fine. That's it. Lu Xingchen was about to reach out when she heard a clang. A box suddenly fell from the wall behind her to the ground. The box tilted, and the lid opened. Gulu. A bead rolled out. At the same time, Master Lei Jin outside shouted, What are you doing? He walked in, holding the doll, glanced at the box on the ground, and nodded, Have you chosen your treasure? Okay, let's go! He tapped his cane, and Lu Xingchen swayed, returning to the path they had taken. Even the entrance to the treasure chest was out of sight. Master Lei Jin placed the bead in her arms. Here's your reward, you can leave. Lu Xingchen was annoyed, but Master? Huh? The Gallant Bead. When worn, it purifies all impurities and eliminates all toxins. It is the legendary treasure of the Mermaid clan. The Gallant Bead? It's the Gallant Bead. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. It was effortlessly obtained. Lu Xingchen examined the Gallant Bead carefully. It was the size of a ping-pong ball, light blue, as icy as jade, and cool to the touch. She only touched it for a moment before she felt her hearing and eyesight clear, and she felt incredibly comfortable. It truly is a treasure. After the ecstasy, Lu Xingchen's heart stirred. When she made her wish, she had opportunistically made 2 wishes, for the Gallant Pearl and the Ice Crystal Jade. These 2 treasures just happened to be in the treasure chest. So all her wishes had come true? But how could she obtain the Ice Crystal Jade? Master Lei Jin had already walked forward, clutching the doll. Lu Xingchen hurriedly called out, Master, do you have any other instructions? Master Lei Jin suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with alarm. What else do you want? How boring. Isn't this person's life tiring? Every word someone said to him instantly set his alarm bells ringing. Being so vigilant, how many years of life will be lost? Lu Xingchen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I also want the Ice Crystal Jade from your treasure. Do you have any other quests? I can help you. Master Lei Jin's eyes coldened. No, you can go. He raised his cane. Lu Xingchen was startled. A tap of the cane might send her back to the raft. Lu Xingchen, wait, master. She no longer doubted herself, and quickly used the character identification card in her hand. She had wanted to use it the moment she met Master Lei Jin, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Now, she could only use it to find a breakthrough. Character identification card receives the player or NPC's name, strengths, weaknesses, and other detailed information. Number of uses, 1/3. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen took a few quick steps, approached the master and said yes. Master Lei Jin, Master of Ship Weaponry. Detailed identification information. 1. Handsome, eccentric, sensitive and alert, with unusual thinking. 2. Expert in warship construction and ship weaponry. 3. A gourmet, he praises any dish with the utmost respect. A culinary killer, he excels in dark cuisine. 4. He admires girls who appear plain, but are confident and cheerful. If you possess an unattractive face, but exude confidence, he will be incredibly tolerant. Oh, so much information. Lu Xingchen stared intently at Master Lei Jin's appraisal, lost in thought. His mindset is truly extraordinary. He actually admires ugly girls. Great, doesn't she possess a rare, unattractive face? So, all he needs is confidence. Simple. Seeing Lu Xingchen lost in thought, Master Lei Jin grew impatient. If it weren't for her attractive face, he would have thrown her into the water long ago. Master Lei Jin frowned. What else? Lu Xingchen came back to his senses, his expression serious. Master, do you have a mirror? Master Lei Jin was stunned. What do you need a mirror for? Lu Xingchen, I need to look in the mirror. I've been so busy lately that I haven't really looked at my face. It's so beautiful, it would be a shame not to see it more. Chapter 415. Master Lei Jin stared at Lu Xingchen in shock. Wawa turned around and said happily, Sister, you're beautiful. Lu Xingchen feigned complacency. Of course. Wawa threw a small mirror over. Sister, I have a small mirror here. Take a look. Lu Xingchen took the mirror and carefully examined the face in it. Actually, it wasn't a big deal after getting used to it. Isn't it just a longer face, a bigger nose, and bulging eyes? Aren't they just a few freckles? At least her skin was good, a healthy tan. However, Wawa was so pretty and cute, so how could her sister look like this? Besides, the identification card just now showed that Master Lei Jin was handsome. So, Wawa's sister wasn't her biological daughter? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Lei Jin saw that Lu Xingchen was transfixed by him, and he couldn't help but snort. Do you really think she's pretty? Lu Xingchen blurted out, of course. The girl's eyes were bulging, but they were large. Her nose was large, but it was straight. Her face was long and thin, but she had a pointed chin, a perfect cone-shaped face. She looked even better with makeup. Master Lei Jin had been observing her, and seeing her expression of satisfaction, which didn't seem fake, he suddenly felt much better. Finally, I've met someone with a normal aesthetic. How rare. Wawa suddenly rubbed her stomach. Oh, I'm hungry. Dad, let's invite sister to my house for breakfast, okay? Without waiting for Master Lei Jin to reply, Wawa cheerfully said to Lu Xingchen, Sister, my cook's cooking is delicious. You can have breakfast before you leave, okay? Lu Xingchen was looking for an excuse to stay, so he cheekily nodded and said, Okay, okay. Lei Jin snorted, but didn't refuse. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. It worked. Seeing Lu Xingchen stay, Wawa happily broke free from Master Lei Jin's embrace, jumped down, grabbed Lu Xingchen's hand, and ran off. Soon, the group arrived at a small castle. The castle was beautiful. Wawa sat with Lu Xingchen at the dining table, chattering non-stop. She was excited because Lu Xingchen, who looked so much like her older sister, was having breakfast with her. Soon, a middle-aged woman brought up 2 slices of bread and a glass of milk. They each had one. The bread was dark in color, and had an indescribable, strange smell. Lu Xingchen waited a moment, then realized when Wawa picked up the bread slices. That's all. You're just going to eat this? Wawa nodded, yes. Lu Xingchen took a bite of the bread and put it down. Disgusting. This was so perfunctory. Seeing the blooming flowers on the island and the exquisite castle, one might have expected a sumptuous breakfast. This is a fat-reducing meal, right? A fat-reducing meal comes with an egg and some fruit. And so, on Vulture Island, Wawa threw away Heijio's food? She understood. Wawa hadn't starved herself on Vulture Island. She had starved herself at home. Such a young child, there was no need to worry about malnutrition. Lu Xingchen couldn't eat. She was so thin now, she didn't need a fat-reducing meal at all. Seeing her dislike, Wawa seemed to understand. Sister, are you not used to it? That's right. Sister's cooking is so delicious, and our cook. Master Lei Jin suddenly looked up, and Wawa said with difficulty, Yes, our cook's cooking is delicious too. Master Lei Jin ate with his mask on, but he seemed to be enjoying it. Strange, the master is a gourmet? He can even eat this? Could it be that the master's definition of gourmet food is also different? Lu Xingchen absolutely couldn't eat this breakfast. She privately messaged Grandma, Grandma, what's breakfast today? Grandma immediately sent a shrimp and egg custard, a bowl of millet and red date porridge, a thin stack of beef pancakes, a plate of vegetables, and some pickled mustard greens that Grandma had prepared herself. To Grandma, this was just a simple breakfast. Grandma was delighted. The child came yesterday, and I made quite a bit. I go get lunch and let him eat here. Lu Xingchen was surprised. G49? Grandma, yes, he came alone. 49 actually went to get breakfast by himself. Alright, that little guy helps her out a lot. Sister? Wawa nudged Lu Xingchen. Why aren't you eating? Lu Xingchen came back to her senses and smiled mysteriously. Wawa, I show you a trick. She took out the breakfast Grandma had sent and placed it on the table. Here, try my breakfast. Isn't Master Lei Jin a gourmet? Then let's see if his food appreciation skills are as extraordinary as his taste. As soon as the food was placed on the table, the aroma immediately wafted out, and Wawa's eyes widened. Wow! Lu Xingchen pushed the egg custard towards her. Here, try this. Egg custard is perfect for children. Wawa took a bite and loved it. Even Black 9 didn't have this. The beef pancake exuded a rich aroma, and Master Lei Jin couldn't resist. The beef pancake was thin and soft, with a little beef filling and chopped green onions. This was a delicacy made by the food machine, and it tasted absolutely perfect. Since arriving in the survival world, Lu Xingchen's appetite had increased considerably. Grandma had given her 10 beef pancakes, stacking them up in a large stack. Master Lei Jin's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop swallowing. But since Lu Xingchen hadn't invited him, he couldn't eat. The aroma of the beef pancakes made bread taste like chewing wax, and Master Lei Jin couldn't eat any more. He sat there motionless, his eyes fixed, as if he were lost in a hallucination. He even reached out to grab the mouth-watering beef pancake, but then realized his mistake and quickly pulled his hand back. His eyes struggled fiercely beneath his mask. Lu Xingchen chuckled inwardly. It seemed that Master Lei Jin's definition of delicious food was the same as everyone else's. That was all that mattered. She pushed the beef pancake aside and said, Master, I ate your breakfast. It's rude not to reciprocate. Why don't you try ours? Master Lei Jin, haha, I'm full. As he spoke, he couldn't help but pick up a pancake with his chopsticks. He paused, a look of embarrassment in his eyes. Lu Xingchen lowered his head to suppress a smile. Finally, the master gave in and ate it. Not only did he eat it, he devoured it without a trace. Of the 10 pancakes, Lu Xingchen ate one, Wawa ate half, and the rest went into Master Lei Jin's stomach. The master, who was giving in, showed no restraint and pointed to the untouched millet and red date porridge. How about I have this too? Don't waste it. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Master, please. In the end, the master devoured everything, not even leaving a single pickled vegetable shred. He knew he'd gone too far, and after finishing his meal, he immediately said, You want the ice crystal jade? Here you go. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Master Lei Jin waved his hand, turned away, and quickly returned with a treasure chest. Opening the chest, he found a transparent, football-sized object, similar to ice. It was the ice crystal jade. Chapter 416. Is this the ice crystal jade? Lu Xingchen touched it. It was cool, extremely cold. And it had many sharp edges, just like crystal. This thing is a little small for the pet egg, isn't it? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Lei Jin asked curiously, What are you using the ice crystal jade for? Lu Xingchen told him the truth. Master Lei Jin shook his head. No, this ice crystal jade isn't enough to hatch the pet egg. You need smaller pieces of ice crystal jade, and a lot of them. Lu Xingchen was surprised. A lot? Where can you find so much ice crystal jade? Master Lei Jin nodded. Yes, ice crystal jade isn't that precious. The piece I have is precious because it's so large. Smaller pieces are easy to find. Where can you find them? Lu Xingchen asked hurriedly. Master Lei Jin pondered for a moment. I know a place with a large amount of small pieces of ice crystal jade. Bring your pickaxe, and I take you there to dig. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Thank you, master. In reality, Master Lei Jin wasn't that difficult to get along with. As long as he possessed an ugly face, possessed exceptional self-confidence, and fed some delicious food, he would be fine. Masters these days are so easy to talk to. Master Lei Jin waved his hand. Okay, go ahead. Swish. Lu Xingchen felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the vast snow-capped mountains. Huh, this place looks familiar? She's been here before? Ah, there she is, again! Suddenly, a strange cry rang out. Lu Xingchen turned and saw He San and He Jiao not far away. Huh? Back to Vulture Island again. Lu Xingchen looked around, quickly feeling both amused and embarrassed. Surely Master Lei Jin had sent her back to Vulture Island. Isn't this Master Lei Jin's revenge? No way. He had been so friendly just a moment ago. How could he have sent her back to danger in the blink of an eye? Lu Xingchen was only momentarily depressed, then immediately understood. Master Lei Jin couldn't have done it on purpose. He had no idea He San had stolen his daughter, nor that He San was on Vulture Island. If he had known, he would have come to rescue her long ago. Why would he have issued a quest? Besides, while Master Lei Jin had a strange temper, he was relatively simple-minded. He wouldn't be so sinister. It just happened that Ice Crystal Broken Jade was on Vulture Island. After understanding, Lu Xingchen's depression eased. She turned around to see He San and He Jiao staring at her in shock. At this moment, He San sat on a large rock, his legs hanging down like soft noodles. His shoes were worn out, the soles of his feet gone, exposing his big toes. Next to him was He Jiao, his face bruised and swollen, his clothes torn and tattered, as if he'd been severely beaten. He wiped his eyes and screamed, "It's you! Give me back my kitchen!" He Jiao threw his bowl and scurried forward. Then, with a wail, he crouched down. "Ah, He San, why are you so cruel? I tied you up for your own good. Your feet are rotten from running." "He San, idiot, you can't tie me up." He looked at Lu Xingchen warily. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized, were they both disabled? No wonder she'd been here for so long, and the two men were just bluffing, not daring to come over. She smiled at He San and He Jiao. He San was furious. "What are you looking at? Jiao, go get the brothers." Lu Xingchen took out the spirit snake whip. He San's face turned cold, and he stood up. "What? You want to fight?" He San gritted his teeth. "Even if my legs aren't very nimble, I can easily kill you." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "Hey, don't be so sensitive. I'm not here to kill you." Not far away, she had spotted an ice hole, a faint reflection of a cold light, the radiance of crystal jade. Master Lei Jin was considerate enough to lead him directly to the entrance of the crystal jade ore. There were a multitude of footprints scattered around the snowy mountain, likely caused by He San's trampling. It was his trampling that caused the mountain to collapse, revealing the crystal jade ore. Lu Xingchen scurried to the mine entrance, then turned around and set several quicksand traps and scattered thorns. Indeed, even if He San's legs and feet were injured, she couldn't defeat him. Fighting him would only be a waste of time, giving them time to call for reinforcements. Her goal was the ice crystal jade, or more importantly mining. As long as she could dig enough ice crystal jade before He San's reinforcements arrived, she would be complete. Lu Xingchen rushed into the mine, took out his top-grade pickaxe, and began digging. Obtained ice crystal jade or X1. Obtained ice crystal jade or X1. The prompt sounded, and Lu Xingchen dug with great pleasure. Outside the mine, He Jiao was stunned for a moment and shouted, "He San, there's or there. Ice crystal jade. Damn it! Why didn't I see it just now?" He San frowned. "Ice crystal jade?" He Jiao angrily said, "Yes, she stole my ore. Damn it! This entire Vulture Island belongs to me. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every fruit on Vulture Island is mine. And she stole my ore right in front of me. I kill her." He Jiao stood up and limped towards the other side. Heisen stopped him. "Don't go. You're no match for him." "He Jiao, how could that be? I'm very powerful, right?" Heisen sneered. "You can't even run properly now. How are you going to fight? Get back here and wait for our men to arrive. She can't escape." Despite saying this, the two men heard clanging sounds from inside, and the more they listened, the angrier and more anxious they became. After about half an hour, two men finally came running in. Both were dressed in black, just like Heisen and He Jiao. Heisen, surprised, pointed to the mine. "Hurry, go in and capture that ugly woman in there." The men were Heisai and Heiwu, a middle-aged man and woman. The man wielded a scimitar, the woman carried a bow and arrows. Both were slender. Seeing Heisen and He Jiao's miserable state, the two men couldn't help but laugh. Hey see, the middle-aged man gloated. Haha, have you two ever been this embarrassed? All because of an ugly woman? Hey Woo, the middle-aged woman, was also overjoyed. Oh, our lovely little San's legs are rotten. Pity you. Why did you let an ugly woman trick you? Hey San's face darkened. Alright, go catch her. She's no pushover, be careful. Hey Woo chuckled. How no pushover? I shoot her ears off first. Old four, go. She rushed forward first. Lu Xingchen had already heard the noise outside. Lon, patrolling nearby, knew Hey Si and Hey Wu were coming. They had already dug up more than half of the ore, with a small amount still to go. She was reluctant to leave. She swung her pickaxe, speeding up. Hey Wu fired 3 arrows in quick succession, piercing the mine and brushing past Lu Xingchen. Oh no! Those two outside are formidable. Lu Xingchen tapped a defense card and continued mining. Hey Si, scimitar in hand, slowly approached. Near the cave entrance, he took a step forward. Suddenly, swish. Countless thorns erupted from under his feet, piercing his left foot and stabbing into his calf. Ah! Hey Si screamed, gritting his teeth. A layer of stone-like skin appeared on his foot, protecting his leg like armor. Hey Si stepped back, finally escaping the thorn trap. His right foot was already covered in blood. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, or his calf would have been crippled. Hey Si screamed, damn it. Chapter 417. Hey Si gritted his teeth, pulled the thorn from his foot, and applied medicine. Hey San could finally gloat. Look, right off the bat, you've fallen for that ugly woman. Hey Si, how could you be so useless? Hey Si and Hey Wu were inseparable, a married couple. Seeing this, he flew into a rage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, she fired a barrage of arrows. Unfortunately, Lu Xingchen's defense card was still active. She was frantically digging for ice crystal jade fragments. Logically, there should be enough ice crystal jade fragments now to hatch a little white cat. But who could ever complain about having too many treasures? Of course she had to dig them all. She had already notified her grandmother, and she was waiting to be summoned back to the ship at any moment. Outside, Hey Si and Hey Wu launched an attack, but Lu Xingchen ignored them and continued mining with her defense card active. When the defense card wore off, she immediately took another one. She had plenty anyway, so as long as they didn't come in, she would keep digging. Hey Jiu watched, his heart aching. Hey, ugly fellow, can you please stop digging? Leave some for me, please? Aw, why did I call you here? I've really let a wolf into the house. Hey San, alright, stop howling. Go in and catch her. Hey Wu turned around. Go in if you dare. Hey Si observed Lu Xingchen for a long moment, then took 2 steps back, took a run-up, sprinted, and then leaped into the mine. As Hey Si took a run-up, Lu Xingchen knew what he was going to do. The pirates had been wary, fearing the numerous traps nearby, so they had been taking their time. Now, they simply jumped in. Hey Si must have found a spot clear of traps. Hey Si soared into the air, and she swung her spirit snake whip. Hey Si didn't dare dodge, fearing he'd leap into the wrong spot, and quickly grabbed the end of Lu Xingchen's whip. Lu Xingchen pulled, but it wouldn't budge. She immediately understood that Black 4 was also quite powerful, and a fight would be too time-consuming. She waved her hand, releasing Mimi, who held Black 5 in check, while she returned to mining. Give her 3 more minutes, just 3 minutes, and she had mined all the remaining ice crystal jade. Lu Xingchen swung his pickaxe relentlessly. Mimi and Black 4 engaged in a fierce struggle, leaving the men outside the mine stunned. No, why is there a sheep? Black 3 and Black 9 were weak and couldn't jump that far, so they couldn't go in. Black 5 could, but her ranged attack meant she was useless, and the mine was too small for her to enter. The men outside, anxiously scrambling, could only watch Lu Xingchen mining. Seeing Lu Xingchen dig away the last piece of ice crystal jade, Heijio's eyes darkened. Damn it! He didn't even leave me a single piece. Hey Wu was even more furious. Didn't we agree on half of the ice crystal jade? It's all gone. What's the point of splitting it? We came here for nothing. Heijio was unhappy. Who told you not to kill her? Lu Xingchen had already dug up all the ice crystal jade, and Mimi was almost at her limit. She asked her grandmother to gather her, turned around, took Mimi in, and the two of them disappeared. Black 4 was furious, hunting her across the seas. I don't believe we can't kill her. Black 5, hunting her across the seas. I tear her into pieces. They come all this way, suffered injuries, and gone to great lengths, only to find nothing. How could they not be furious? Black 9 was silent for a moment, then said weakly, but we can't issue a wanted notice because... Because she's in the good graces of our Black Skull pirates. I gave her that. Black 4. Huh? What good graces? When did that happen? Black 5. Oh, you told us earlier that you'd be able to upgrade our ships and get advanced weapons soon. So you gave that key figure a boost in our pirate group's favor? Black 4. You said that key figure helped you solve a problem? Black 3. Yes, she did. She took the problem away. Black 5. Is that the key figure? Black 9's voice faded even further. Didn't I discuss this? You agreed? Black 5. Pa. Black 4. Fool. Black 5. Old 3. He's stupid. We know he's stupid. What, are you stupid too? San was inconsolable. He had been on guard against Lu Xingchen the entire time. His defense is impeccable, but... He wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Why was he so greedy? Why was he eating that panda cub's bun? Bah! San grew increasingly angry. No, we can't let her go. Wu's eyes rolled. If we can't go, we can find someone else. There's so much ice crystals and jade. There's more than one person in this, right? San and the others discussed a plan. Lu Xingchen had safely returned to the raft. Upon her return, she saw G49 and the adorable little seal. 49, the little seal, and the panda cub were having a blast playing. Grandma sat happily nearby. A peaceful atmosphere prevailed on the raft. Seeing Lu Xingchen return, the little seal rushed over, blinking its black eyes, and acting cute. Woo, Mira is asleep. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. You can't wake her? The little seal shook its head. I can't. How could he sleep so well? However, having acquired the two treasures, Lu Xingchen didn't dwell on it. She patted the little seal's head and said, then, please notify Mira later, and ask her to come get the gallon pearl. The little seal responded, and went back to playing. Lu Xingchen went to the refrigerator, and looked at the large pet egg. She estimated its size, and fashioned a large wooden barrel just large enough to fit the pet egg. Placing the barrel in the middle of the living room on the second floor, she placed the ice crystal jade inside, then brought the pet egg over and placed it in the barrel. The pet egg sank into the ice crystal jade, cooling even lower. Lu Xingchen clapped her hands. Okay, finally, one thing's done. Now all she had to do was wait for Mira to come get the gallon pearl. With both things settled, Lu Xingchen relaxed. She first went to the Peach Blossom Holy Land. The Peach Blossom Holy Land's aura of good fortune. Great luck, great luck. Not bad. Today was a great day for unboxing. From yesterday until now, the Sea Demon Vine had already retrieved 7 boxes. Lu Xingchen had the Sea Demon Vine drag the boxes over one by one, and she began opening them. Opening a wooden box, she found a set of Princess Castle building blocks. Lu Xingchen pulled out a large box with a pink princess painted on it. Opening it revealed a box of building blocks and a picture of a princess castle. Building blocks? What are they for? To comfort a child? Lu Xingchen looked up at G49. This kid is grown up now. He won't like building blocks anymore, will he? Forget it. Put them in the storage box. Opening a wooden box, she found a box of exploding mochi. Snacks? Lu Xingchen put the items back in the storage box and continued opening boxes. Opening a wooden box, she found a set of exquisite children's hair accessories. Children's hair accessories? Lu Xingchen opened it and looked inside. Inside were small hairpins and hair ties in various colors, as well as a variety of beautiful hair accessories. Cute, beautiful, and childlike. She couldn't use them. It was just right for the doll, so Lu Xingchen put it back into the storage box. After repeatedly finding these useless things, she felt like opening the box again. She simply put the box aside and leaned back on the beanbag, trying to take a nap. Suddenly, the omnidirectional radar alert went off. Beep, beep. The Sea Devil Vine swung, pulling underwater, and Lu Xingchen suddenly stood up. Chapter 418. The omnidirectional radar sounded a few warnings and then stopped. Lu Xingchen hurriedly asked the Sea Demon Vine about the situation. The Sea Demon Vine said with a hint of disappointment, Master, my underwater combat ability is too poor. I let it escape. Someone did attempt a sneak attack just now, but they only tried to attack briefly before escaping underwater. It's still unknown whether the person who came was a player or a pirate. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen and found it bustling with activity. I was so scared. Just now, a pirate broke through the raft and emerged from the water. With 2 cracks, he almost killed me. Oh my god. You managed to escape from the pirates. You're quite capable. Many people suffered heavy losses, and only one boat is left. I killed one pirate, but what if another one comes? What if I deal with a whole group of pirates? Brothers, get together quickly. Pirates always travel in groups. How can we fight them alone? The Azure Dragon Gang is recruiting. The Turtle Gang is recruiting online. The Flying Bird Gang already has over 300 members. We're gathering together. Anyone else joining? Facing pirates, most players chose to form groups. Even so, some still encountered pirates sniping. Lu Xingchen observed for a moment and understood that many people like the Azure Dragon and Flying Bird gangs gathered together, and that way, pirates really wouldn't go. Most pirates these days operate alone. Of course, there are those who are unlucky enough to encounter a large pirate ship, only to be stripped of their belongings by the pirates, leaving them with nothing but their underwear. They howl and leap into the sea. The sea is a bloody storm. Lu Xingchen felt a constant unease. Even though her ship was large, equipped with omnidirectional radar, sea demon vines, and a group of capable spirit beasts, what if a whole group of pirates arrived? Her ship's defenses were still too weak. Soon, it was dark. Lu Xingchen and her grandmother finished dinner and went back to rest. G49 left, and so did the little seal. Lu Xingchen had Meme, Lon Lon, the Chatterbox, and the Mute take turns patrolling. There were also the Sea Demon Vine and the All-Seeing Radar, so they wouldn't be attacked by surprise. Lu Xingchen went back to her room to sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly heard a loud crash, followed by Lanlan's angry curses and Meme's startled screams. And then, there were the howlings of the Chatterbox and the Mute. The All-Seeing Radar also began beeping. Oh no! She jumped up, instantly donned her invincible suit, and rushed out. In the light of the red lanterns, she saw two people in red clothes, with red ribbons tied around their heads and flying phoenixes embroidered on their sleeves. Wielding a scimitar, with deft skill, he was being attacked by Lon Lon and Meme. A section of the deck had been hollowed out, and seawater was gushing out, causing the raft to sway from side to side, making it extremely unstable. The wind was strong. Meme called to Lu Xingchen, Master, hurry up and repair the deck first. The two people who had come aboard were probably pirates. Lu Xingchen had Meme, Lon Lon, and the two tigers hold him back while she quickly opened the crafting table, crafted wood, and repaired the deck. Thankfully, she didn't have to go into the water to repair it, otherwise it would have taken forever. Grandma had already rushed out, wielding an iron rod with great swiftness, joining the fray. These two were formidable, remaining unfazed by the onslaught of so many pets. Lu Xingchen drew his silver horn bow, unleashing a flying feather arrow, and commanded the Sea Demon Vine to join the fray. With their combined strength, the two pirates were quickly overwhelmed. One of them cursed angrily. Didn't Hei-san say she was incompetent? Why is she so difficult? Another was also furious. Damn, liar. Go back and ask them to raise the price. Lu Xingchen heard something. Did the Black Skull Pirates send you here? The Red Pirate pouted. They don't deserve it. We're here for the gold. Lu Xingchen immediately understood. A murder for hire. That's right, she had earned the Black Skull Pirates' favor. They couldn't attack her raft. Seeing their situation was hopeless, the two pirates exchanged glances and quickly retreated towards the raft. How could Lu Xingchen let them go? He swung his spirit snake whip, entangling one of them. The other was about to plunge into the water when Mimi and Lon Lon attacked and killed him. At the same time, Lu Xingchen heard a voice prompt, "Kill the pirate. Do you want to loot his supplies?" "Yes." Receive 1 Fire Phoenix Pirate's badge and 1 scimitar. Nothing else. Not even clothes. Lu Xingchen was also impressed. Didn't the pirates come out without treasure? What a waste. One pirate was killed, and the other, with no will to fight, quickly fled. With so many capable fighters on Lu Xingchen's side, there was no way he could escape. He quickly tied him up. Lon Lon was about to attack, but Lu Xingchen quickly stopped her. Wait a moment, I want to ask him a few questions. She asked the red-clad pirate, Fire Phoenix Pirates? She knew this from the badge. According to the chat channel, the islanders encountered now were all wearing black, mostly belonging to the Black Skull Pirates. The two red-clad pirates were probably getting special treatment. The red-clad pirate said arrogantly, "Yes, I advise you to let me go, otherwise, our people will come looking for you." Lu Xingchen scoffed. "I ask you a few questions. I ask you answer. If you don't want to answer, I send you packing." She didn't even give the red pirate a chance to speak. She simply asked, "How many pirate groups do you know of? Roughly how many people are in each group?" The red pirate snorted and remained silent. Grandma's eyes lit up. "Nothing? Come on, Xingxing, get out of the way. I've learned a few tricks lately. Fatigue, psychological warfare, coercion, and torture. There's always one you like." Lu Xingchen was stunned. Grandma, you're still learning this? When did Grandma learn torture? Grandma waved her hand. I can't be completely useless, so I've learned everything I can. Xingxing, go back to the room and come out later. Make sure he's honest and answers whatever I ask. Lu Xingchen, oh. Grandma rubbed her hands excitedly, ready to show off her skills. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, then turned back inside, letting the old lady do her thing. After a while, Grandma called Lu Xingchen out. When Lu Xingchen emerged, the red-clad pirate had indeed calmed down, with no signs of torture on his body. Lu Xingchen was surprised. Grandma, you didn't torture me? Grandma waved her hand. What torture? Psychological methods. Impressive. Grandma's even started studying psychology. Lu Xingchen sat down in front of the red-clad pirate and asked, Name. The red-clad pirate's eyes were dull. Name, Hong Shursan, unmarried, weighs 62 kilograms, skilled in archery, scimitars, and planting. Lu Xingchen, that didn't really need to be so detailed. Lu Xingchen simply wanted to learn about the pirate gang. Lu Xingchen, how many pirate groups are there on the sea? Do you know how many people are in each group? Hong Shursan answered obediently. There are many pirate groups on the sea. I only know a few, the Black Skull Pirates, the Fire Phoenix Pirates, the Green Snake Pirates, the Great White Goose Pirates, and so on. Green Snake? Great White Goose. Those names are quite interesting. Lu Xingchen, how many people are in each pirate group? Hong Shursan shook his head. I don't know. Pirate groups range from a dozen to dozens, or even hundreds of people. They keep their strength secret, so we don't know. I don't even know how many people are in our Fire Phoenix Pirates. Lu Xingchen's mind moved. How many people are there in the Black Skull Pirates? Do you know their situation? Chapter 419. Hong Shursan answered obediently. I don't know exactly how many members of the Black Skull Pirates there are. I only know a few who are more prominent. Black 3 and Black 4 are highly skilled, Black 9 specializes in shipborne weaponry, and it's said that their pirate group also has a very mysterious and powerful leader. Lu Xingchen paused. I still don't know enough. However, Hong Shursan didn't seem to be lying. After a long interrogation, unable to elicit much useful information, Lu Xingchen stopped the interrogation. Hong Shursan quickly said, Grandma just said that as long as I answer my questions, you won't kill me. Grandma waved to Lu Xingchen. As Lu Xingchen approached, Grandma whispered, I don't think the Black Skull Pirates and the Fire Phoenix Pirates are on the same page. Xingxing, you've already offended the Black Skull Pirates, so don't kill the Fire Phoenix Pirates just yet, to avoid making too many enemies at once. That Red 13 can raise rabbits and chickens, and he can also grow crops. Let him work for us, and then let him go after he's worked for a while. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Is that okay? However, Grandma was right. She had already offended the Black Skull Pirates, so it was best to avoid offending others. However, how could Red 13 possibly work here so obediently? After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingchen had an idea and immediately searched the trading hall, looking for something to trap Red 13. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything suitable. I accidentally flipped through the chat screen and saw someone selling blueprints. Gao Dafu, give me the anklet blueprints. Take a look. The sturdiest anklets, they look so beautiful and adorable. Yin Xiaolin, that's not an anklet, it's handcuffs, okay? Xia Xiaoyu, Gao Dafu, you're absolutely insane. Why don't you wear something so beautiful? Gao Dafu, it's very strong, isn't it? Even a rare-grade dagger can't cut it. It's the most exciting prison game. Gao Dafu, TSK, such a great blueprint. Why doesn't anyone want it? Gao Dafu, hey, Xia Xiaoyu, don't you guys love collecting things? Do you want this blueprint? Xia Xiaoyu, keep it for yourself. It seems Gao Dafu has been clamoring for a long time. Lu Xingchen looked at the anklet's details. Anklet blueprint. You can create a set of the strongest and most beautiful anklets. A chain blueprint is included. The chain's length is adjustable, so it won't restrict your movements, and it can also activate the alarm. Lu Xingchen saw a picture of the anklet. It was very beautiful, a thin, shiny chain that fit perfectly around the foot. Originally, it was okay, but the anklet also had a long chain attached to it. Now it really looked like handcuffs. The difference was, there was only one handcuff. No wonder Xia Xiaoyu refused to accept it. Not only Xia Xiaoyu, but Gao Dafu had been calling for it for ages, but no one wanted it. Hey, it's perfect for Hong Shursan. Lu Xingchen immediately messaged, Dafu, give me the anklet. I need it. She was private messaging him, and Gao Dafu was excited. Haha, someone knows what it is, right? I sold it. Xia Xiaoyu, who? Tell us, so I can see who's the pervert. Lu Xingchen, Gao Dafu happily handed Lu Xingchen the blueprints. Both the anklet and the chain require high-grade marcasite, and a piece of ice crystal jade. It's impossible for ordinary people to make them. Lu Xingchen quickly crafted an anklet and fastened it to Hong Shan, tying one end to a pillar next to the sea demon vine. With the sea demon vine watching, Hong Shan would definitely not be able to escape. The chain was just long enough for Hong Shan to move around the planting and breeding areas, but still prevent him from entering the sea. Lu Xingchen gave the key to Grandma. Hong Shan watched Lu Xingchen's actions in shock. Lu Xingchen pointed at Grandma. Listen to Grandma from now on, okay? You could also send a message to your Fire Phoenix pirates. You'd definitely be the first to die anyway. She took out a pill and popped it into Hong Shan's mouth. Hong Shan was shocked. What is this? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Guess? What is that? It's just an ordinary pill, used to coax people. Lu Xingchen's unfathomable nature filled Hong Shan with fear. He had already imagined several poisons in his mind, and his face turned pale. Grandma patted him happily. Come on, 13, I tell you what to do. Great. From now on, someone will do the cleaning of manure, the cleaning of the chicken coop, the planting and watering of vegetables, the picking and washing of vegetables, and so on. Grandma enjoyed these tasks, but lately she's taken a liking to more sophisticated things, like torture, psychological analysis, winemaking, and so on. If she wants to be a good logistician, she can't always waste her time on low-level tasks. Lu Xingchen can't always do this either. Late that night, Hong Shan began his tireless work on the raft. Lu Xingchen and Grandma went back to bed. This time, he finally slept well. Early the next morning, Lu Xingchen woke up, stretched, and entered the Peach Blossom Land. The Peach Blossom Land's auspicious blessings, double happiness. Yes, today's a good day for unpacking boxes, just as long as it's not filled with snacks and toys. Yesterday, Lu Xingchen opened the remaining boxes, and they were all filled with children's snacks and toys. She was already tired of opening them. When she reached the second floor landing, Grandma had already prepared dinner. Hong Shan was helping, wearing thin iron chains on his feet, and he worked meticulously. His eyes were filled with longing as he gazed at the delicious food on the table. He secretly swallowed his saliva. Because Lu Xingchen was on the boat, Grandma prepared a very sumptuous breakfast today. In addition to porridge and beef pancakes, she also made fragrant pot stickers and thumb pancakes. Not only that, she also squeezed fresh orange and watermelon juice. Stylish glasses held the orange and red juices, each with an ice cube. The golden fried thumb pancakes had a large, shiny filling, revealing the scallion and pork filling. As for the chatterbox and the mute, roast duck was enough for them. Lon Lon and Mei Mei ate a basket of strawberries and were full. Hong Shan, chained, squatted not far away, looking pitifully at the delicious food on the table, drooling profusely. He was a prisoner now, so he dared not act recklessly. However, they had never had such a sumptuous and beautiful breakfast before. He had never seen anything like it. Lu Xingchen took a look around and nodded silently. Hong Shan was quite capable. He kept the chicken coop spotless, watered the vegetables, and the raft spotless. It was nice to have someone to work with. Grandma called Lu Xingchen to dinner. Just as Lu Xingchen sat down, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and two more people appeared on the raft. It was Master Lei Jin. Clad in a neat white robe and his usual mask, he cradled a doll in his left hand and leaned on a cane in his right. He suddenly appeared on Lu Xingchen's raft. Lu Xingchen, She remembered that she had already completed the mission, didn't she? What was Master Lei Jin doing here? Chapter 420. Lu Xingchen looked at Master Lei Jin in surprise. Master Lei Jin struggled to turn his gaze from the table full of delicious food, and said to Lu Xingchen, "Excuse me, could you do me a favor?" Lu Xingchen, "Oh? Master Lei Jin, I'd be out for a while. Could you please look after the doll? The reward is access to my treasure vault on the first floor, where you can choose any treasure." "That's quite generous. But..." Lu Xingchen glanced at the doll. She was in a dangerous situation right now. She might encounter pirates or players. What if she accidentally hurt the doll during a fight? She still had to go out exploring. Couldn't she protect the doll all the time? Lei Jin immediately understood what she meant and said, "Don't worry, the doll can protect itself. You don't have to worry at all." The doll smiled and said, sister. In that case, Lu Xingchen had nothing to worry about. She nodded, okay. Lei Jin put the doll down, and the doll happily rushed towards Lu Xingchen. Sister, I can finally be with you. Master Lei Jin looked at Lu Xingchen's face, and his cane hit the ground with a whoosh. Lu Xingchen felt a slight itch on her face. She touched it, and found that her big nose was gone. Her face had returned to normal. Grandma looked at her with surprise and joy. Xingqing, you're back. That's great. God knows how hard it was for Grandma to get used to this face. She hadn't mentioned it to Lu Xingchen, because she didn't want to upset him. The doll seemed oblivious to her transformation, and continued to hug her thighs. Sister, I missed you so much. Master Lei Jin suddenly tapped his cane again. Lu Xingchen swayed slightly, feeling a strange connection between her and the doll. But he couldn't articulate what that connection was. Master Lei Jin, don't worry, Wawa will always be with you. She can take care of herself and help you. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Master Lei Jin coughed. Okay, you keep an eye on Wawa for me. I have to go. Even so, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the breakfast table. One glance, then another. Master Lei Jin took one last look and said reluctantly, okay, I have to go. Lu Xingchen, Then you go ahead. Wawa tugged at Lu Xingchen's sleeve, and Lu Xingchen ducked down. Wawa whispered, Sister, please invite Dad to dinner. Don't worry, he's a man of honor, and won't eat for free. Lu Xingchen smiled and nodded at Wawa. She had wanted to invite Master Lei Jin to dinner. He was a master, after all. In the survival world, anyone worthy of the title was no ordinary person, especially since this master possessed so many treasures. No matter how eccentric his temper, it was important to befriend him. Lu Xingchen looked up and invited Master Lei Jin. Master, how about breakfast before leaving? Master Lei Jin, no? That would be embarrassing. Before he finished speaking, he was already impatiently sitting at the table. Lu Xingchen, However, Master Lei Jin was a respectful person. He waited until the host hadn't even started eating. Lu Xingchen, Grandma, and the baby sat down to eat breakfast together. Grandma even prepared 2 glasses of juice for the baby and Master Lei Jin. The group began to eat. Master Lei Jin was a quiet man, seemingly polite, but he was anything but polite when it came to eating. He ate so quickly that Grandma had to add more thumb pancakes, and juice. Seeing Master Lei Jin devouring the food, Lu Xingchen's heart stirred, and she turned to the omnidirectional radar. The omnidirectional radar had been upgraded to display the favorability and loyalty of the creatures on the raft. She wanted to see if Master Lei Jin and Baby had eaten all this in vain. Lu Xingchen clicked on the omnidirectional radar. Perhaps because Baby and Master Lei Jin had a casual relationship, only their favorability values were displayed. Master Lei Jin's favorability value, -128. Lu Xingchen, ? What had she done? Master Lei Jin's favorability value was actually negative? Isn't the lower limit -100? How could it be -128? Now, Master Lei Jin's favorability value was slowly increasing, but it was so negative that no matter how much it increased, it would still be negative. Lu Xingchen shook her head secretly. Baby's favorability value, 88. Finally back to normal. Baby's favorability value was quite high. Lu Xingchen watched for a long time, only to see Master Lei Jin's favorability value slowly increasing. After just one meal, it had only risen by 5 or 6 points. She left the omnidirectional radar. Finally, having eaten and drunk his fill, Master Lei Jin stood up. Lu Xingchen, I leave the doll in your care. Also, thank you for breakfast. He placed 2 round medals on the table, turned, slammed his cane, and disappeared. What was left behind? Lu Xingchen picked them up curiously. The 2 round medals were one large and one small. She took the larger one first. Favorability medal. After wearing it, you can see the player's favorable impression of important NPCs, valid for 7 days. Huh, there's more to it? That should be the same value as the omnidirectional radar, right? Lu Xingchen immediately wore the favorability medal. When she looked at the doll again, the value displayed above its head was favorability value, 88. The readings matched the omnidirectional radar. So Master Lei Jin's favorability towards her was truly negative? Weird. She picked up the small badge. Advanced Favorability Badge. When worn, increases the favorability of a designated NPC by 20. It can even increase the favorability of a designated NPC. This works. Lu Xingchen put the Advanced Favorability Badge away, planning to use it later. After cleaning up the table with Grandma, Lu Xingchen sat on the beanbag. Baby followed her at first, but then she went to play with the panda cub. However, no matter how they played, She stayed very close to Lu Xingchen, always within 20 meters. Lu Xingchen didn't care. She planned to open the box and play. Just as they were about to open the box, Gao Dafu suddenly screamed in the commando group chat, "Ah, there are pirates! Xiao Lu Lao Gu, help! Lu Xingchen, why are you encountering pirates again?" Gao Dafu, "Ah, it's Heijio. He's here with 2 black guys. I'm still hatching eggs and can't move. Help!" Gao Dafu summoned you to his side. "Do you agree?" Gao Dafu used the summon card. Lu Xingchen quickly put Lon Lon and Mei Mei into the pet bag and picked up the chatterbox. "I wonder if He-san is there. If he is, it'd be a bit tricky to deal with. We should bring a few more helpers." Gao Dafu summoned you to his side. "Do you agree, Lu Xingchen?" "Yes." With a swish, she arrived at Gao Dafu's raft. At that moment, Gao Dafu was on the deck, rolling around with his pet eggs, his pet donkey kicking its feet nearby. There were 3 people on the raft, Heijio, Haisai, and Heiwu. They were all familiar faces. Gu Yan had also arrived, locked in a tussle with Haisai. Heiwu's arrow had nearly hit Gao Dafu. Seeing Lu Xingchen, the others were startled. "Heijio, help? Humph! No matter how many come, you can't escape today, fatty. I'm determined to take everything on your boat." He didn't recognize Lu Xingchen's face, and with a swish, he rushed over, scimitar in hand. Lu Xingchen dodged. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Wawa is over 20 meters away from you. Wawa has activated its passive skill, Shadow Follow." Chapter 421. Wawa appeared in Lu Xingchen's place, a naive expression on her face. Having just arrived, she was still clutching half a watermelon and chewing on it. Heijio's scimitar slashed towards them. Lu Xingchen was startled, swung his spirit snake whip, and was about to save Wawa. Suddenly, a multicolored ball appeared out of thin air. It wasn't big, only slightly smaller than a small watermelon, and it was covered in the same multicolored watermelon pattern. The ball bounced on the ground and suddenly exploded, revealing several pitch-black crabs. The crabs were only half the size of the Wawa, their claws glistening black and incredibly sharp. There were 3 crabs in total. After they emerged, one rushed forward and, with a crack, clamped onto Heijio's scimitar. Another crawled to Heijio's leg, its claws closed, ready to grab Heijin's leg. Another one, brandishing its claws, leaped up and landed with a bang, landing on Heijio's foot. It happened in a split second. Heijio was completely caught off guard. He screamed, dropped his scimitar, and leaped to his feet, clutching his feet. Shinger dodged the crabs clawing at his legs and scrambled towards Heisi. As he ran, he shouted, "Old Four, hurry, save me!" Heisi, who was battling Guyan, glanced back and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Heijio shouted, "Master Lei Jin, Master Lei Jin's weapon." As he ran, the crabs gave chase, but only briefly. When Heijio was 10 meters away from the doll, they all stopped and scurried back to the doll. Gao Dafu was stunned. He roared and rolled over, clutching the pet egg, to the doll's side. He was being hunted by Heiwu, who immediately drew his bow and arrows, swishing them at Gao Dafu. When they were 10 meters from the doll, the crabs suddenly leaped up, their claws waving with a crackling sound, knocking the arrows away. The crabs were made of an unknown material, but they were incredibly hard. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up. Awesome. Now, he firmly sat down beside the doll. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Master Lei Jin had emphasized that the doll could protect itself. So, was this a protective weapon Master Lei Jin had given the doll? Awesome. Heijio, clutching his feet, reached Heisi's side, glanced back, and shouted, "Hurry, run, run!" Heisi frowned. "Why are you running?" Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he picked up the doll and swung himself over to Gu Yan's side. The doll's crabs followed. Gao Dafu was startled, and quickly rolled over to catch up. Black Four's scimitar flashed, slashing down with a powerful gust of wind. 3 crabs leaped up and clamped onto Black Four's scimitar. Crack! 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 They clamped onto Black Four's scimitar. It was like a string of crabs, one still dangling from the tip of the knife. One of them couldn't hold onto the crab, and when it reached Black Four's hand, crack! It took a deep bite. Black Four, ah! Ah! Heisi quickly dodged and shook it off, but the crab seemed to be attached to the scimitar, and he couldn't get it off. Heijio, hurry, run! He kicked off and dove into the sea. Heiwu's expression changed, and he decisively turned around and, with a plop, leaped into the sea. Heisi froze for a moment, then immediately dropped his scimitar and leaped into the sea. Gu Yan, relentless, chased after it. Lu Xingchen stopped, turned around, and stared at the crab in wonder. Looking closely, these must be mechanical props. Amazing! Master Lei Jin could design such ingenious devices. What powerful combat capabilities! She wanted to take a closer look, but after chasing for about 10 meters, the crabs lost their target and immediately stopped, crawling to the doll's side. Crack, crack! A series of movements, and in an instant, the colorful ball retracted. This time, Lu Xingchen saw it clearly. The colorful ball bounced, instantly shrank to the size of a glass bead, and then swooshed back to the doll's wrist. On the doll's wrist was a red string with two small, colorful ball-shaped beads on it. Just now, the crabs had jumped out of one of these beads. How sophisticated! Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. No wonder Master Lei Jin said the doll could take care of herself. She was carrying a sophisticated weapon. Lu Xingchen approached the doll and examined the small watermelon beads on her bracelet, feeling a surge of wonder. How did such a small thing conjure up several crabs? Gao Dafu rolled over, clutching the pet egg, and said to Wawa with a smile, "Hey, little sister, you're here too." He was also participating in Heijio's mission and knew Wawa, but he didn't know her identity. Wawa acted as if she didn't see Gao Dafu, and simply looked at Lu Xingchen happily. Gao Dafu continued trying, "Little sister, do you still remember me?" Wawa, "Yes, fatty uncle." Gao Dafu was unhappy. "You and Xiaolu call me sister, why do you call me uncle?" Wawa, "Because you're much older than sister, old uncle." Gao Dafu, "This kid, you're not sweet at all." Lu Xingchen asked in surprise, "Wawa, can you fire your weapon again?" Wawa, "No, sister, this weapon can only be released passively. It only comes out when I'm in danger. Do you like it, sister? How about I give it to you?" Lu Xingchen shook her head. How could she possibly take Wawa's life-saving weapon? Master Lei Jin is amazing. She had obtained Master Babu's treasure several times, but she had never seen such a powerful treasure. Wawa was like having several bodyguards. There was really no need to worry about her safety. Quickly, Gu Yin jumped out of the water. He hadn't caught up with Hei Si and the others. Lu Xingchen had already figured out that these people were pirates, living in the water for who knows how long. How could they possibly catch up? This is what I heard from the chat channel. In just one day, a significant number of players have disappeared, leaving the chat room abuzz with anxiety. I've been robbed by pirates again. In just one day, I've encountered 2 waves of pirates. I'm completely broke and destitute. Okay, you're lucky. At least the pirates didn't kill you. Look at how many players are gone. Angry, really angry. I encountered one group of pirates, and another group of players. The pirates only stole a few lockers, and those 2 players are here to kill me. Why are you so anxious to kill me, brothers? Hey, I feel. Survival was tough, both as a pirate and a player, living in constant fear, afraid to sleep. The Qinglong gang is recruiting, specifically impoverished players. Private message if you're interested. The Fanio gang is recruiting, and we're open to anyone. Gao Dafu was amazed. I really admire those gangs from District 5 for their relentless recruitment efforts. I wonder how many people they gathered. Gu Yin, cannon fodder. Gao Dafu slapped his knee. Yes, cannon fodder. Although everyone wanted to gather together, the short time available meant many hadn't yet gathered. However, Wei Ying, Wei Ting, and Wei Feng had already reunited. Gu Yin would be here soon. Lu Xingchen's omnidirectional radar was constantly tracking Zhong Chang's location, but it was too far away to gather them. After a short stay, Lu Xingchen said goodbye. She was worried about Grandma. Grandma summoned her back, and the baby immediately activated Shadow Follow and followed. Chapter 422. Lu Xingchen experimented a few times, and finally figured it out. As long as she was more than 20 meters away from the doll, it would automatically trigger Shadow Follow and fly to her side. This is a great skill. I have to say, Master Lei Jin has so many treasures. Back on the raft, Lu Xingchen immediately rearranged it. She placed the second-story building and the warehouse closer together, and used the high-quality wood gifted by Master Ji Li for the deck. This would prevent players and pirates from breaking through underwater. The black gold land was also placed in the center. The outer layers contained chicken coops, rabbit hives, ordinary land, and so on, and the outer layers were empty. Lu Xingchen had so much wood, she expanded the raft. Previously, it was 3,000 square meters, but now she expanded the outer layers, bringing the raft to over 4,000 square meters. The Vientiane radar provided more accurate monitoring of the raft, giving her ample time to react even if pirates breached the raft. The only downside is that the raft is now too large. While the Sea Devil Vine's vines can still reach it, their attack power is significantly reduced if they're too far away. Lu Xingchen touched the Sea Devil Vine. It really needed an upgrade. Unfortunately, with the Sea Devil Vine's growth, there were few items that could upgrade it. Lu Xingchen pondered this moment in silence when suddenly, the omnidirectional radar sounded. Hostile targets ahead. Lu Xingchen immediately stood on the second floor and looked ahead. A raft was approaching from a distance. It wasn't large, and there were few supplies on board, just the engine and rudder. On it stood 5 people. They were armed with various weapons and dressed differently. Lu Xingchen recognized them instantly. They were players. Lu Xingchen glanced at the chat screen and, sure enough, someone in the chat channel was exclaiming, "Wow, I see a huge ship. It's so huge, and there are so many flowers on it. So beautiful. Ah, and there are houses, such beautiful houses, with so many vegetables growing on them. There are countless rows of black gold fields. Wow, I posted it, haha. Silly, tell the group." The other players were surprised. Huh, the Qilong gang? Damn, don't you know? The Qilong gang has gathered in large numbers and started looting everywhere. I don't know how many players have been killed by them. Those gangs are disgusting, but the most disgusting are the Qilong gang. They're like bandits, even worse than pirates. That's right, pirates might only steal a few boxes, but if they run into them, they'd be dead. Qilong gang members? Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. No, these people can't be released. Otherwise, if they report back, they bring more people in. The Sea Demon Vine has the skill Fairy Mist floating, but unfortunately, it consumes spiritual energy, so it doesn't normally use it. Unexpectedly, they discovered him. Lu Xingchen immediately gathered his gear. At this moment, the 5 men had already approached. Lu Xingchen's raft was quite heavy with stuff. Little Chatterbox and Little Mute were huddled to one side, while Lon Lon and Meme were at the stern. Therefore, they only saw Lu Xingchen and the bracing grandmother. One of them's eyes lit up. Haha, there are only 2 people left, and an old woman. Brothers, hurry, raid their house. Another said cheerfully, raiding their house wouldn't be good. Just take it away. Then let our boss come aboard. This raft is much more luxurious than his. Finally, one clever person's eyes flashed. Oh no! There are so many rare treasures on this boat. The owner must be powerful. Let's go back to the leader. The rest of the group also came to their senses. Of course, this boat is so beautiful, with so many exotic flowers and plants and treasures. The owner must be powerful. Even if the owner isn't home right now, the 2 people in front of them can quickly summon him. Most people were considering retreating. Only the man who spoke first, a tall, thin man with a spear in hand, said disdainfully, "You're too cowardly. Each of us is quite skilled. We've killed so many people. What are you afraid of? Go!" He leaped onto Lu Xingchen's raft. The others, half helpless, half disdainful, jumped aboard. Lu Xingchen sneered. He wouldn't let any of these people go. She immediately and quietly instructed Meow Meow and Blue Lawn to guard the rear and attack one each. She then shouted to the Chatterbox and the Mute, "Quick, kill! 3 roast ducks for each kill." Chatterbox, roast duck? Mute 3? Awooh! 2 tigers rushed out from the shadows. Meanwhile, Blue Lawn and Meow Meow each zeroed in on one of them. Only one remained, the tall, thin one who had come first. Lu Xingchen swung his spirit snake whip and charged forward. Grandma, clutching an iron rod in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, paused for a moment. No chance for me. Several spirit beasts suddenly appeared, startling the Qilong gang members, who rushed to engage. As Lu Xingchen rushed forward, he was more than 20 meters away from the baby. The baby, using his shadow-like form, followed him and immediately joined the battle. Bang, bang. The crab in the small ball immediately jumped out. These players were considered above average in strength among the players. Against Lu Xingchen and his group of spirit beasts, there was no chance of victory. Not to mention the 3 brave crabs scurrying about. The battle was over in less than a minute. The 5 men were beheaded and their bodies shattered, and none of them escaped. The Chatterbox and the Mute even started arguing over who was responsible for the kill. The men only had time to scream a few times in the chat, "Ah, help, gang leader. Tiger, help, help, quickly gather the troops." Gang leader, crabs. Who told them to chat so often? In their anxiety, they didn't even have time to switch to the gang group. They only had time to scream a few times before they were dead. Their voices were so shrill that they startled the other players in the chat channel. Isn't this the Qilong gang player who just mentioned encountering a beautiful ship? He died so quickly? At least 3 people died. That's too fast. Hey, the Qinglong gang always gang up in groups of 5. I don't know how many players they bullied. They've hit a wall this time, right? It's deserved. Wang Jinbao, who killed our Qinglong gang members? Yang Feishue, who dares to kill our Qinglong gang members? They're courting death. Lu Xingchen had already begun cleaning up the battlefield. Unfortunately, the 5 men were small fry, with little in the way of useful items. They only collected 2 defense cards they hadn't had time to use. So poor. However, through the chat channel, Lu Xingchen also knew the gang members going out on patrol didn't carry many valuable supplies. To join a gang, players had to hand over their treasures, trading supplies for temporary safety. So, while many players joined gangs, many more chose to travel alone or with a few friends. Barely an hour later, Lu Xingchen was resting when he received a message from Yang Feishue. Boss? Did the Qinglong gang just board your boat? Yang Feishue, someone figured it out and told you. He's located your raft. It's not far from us, and he's coming to kill you. Yang Feishue, boss, there are a lot of us. Run. Chapter 423. Lu Xingchen frowned at Yang Feishue's words. A lot of people? That was a bit ominous. No matter how powerful she was, 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. Besides, the other players weren't necessarily weaker either. What if they had all sorts of strange and bizarre items? Trouble. Under the current circumstances, fighting alone was too difficult. In her group chat with Wei Lin and the others, everyone was also discussing this issue. Wei Lin, why don't we recruit some other people to join? Several people have already applied. Wei Lin, I've been thinking about that. While we have a large Wei family, there are fewer than 10 of us. If we were to encounter a large gang, like the Azure Dragon gang, we'd be a bit vulnerable. Wei Feng, brother and sister, I heard about a story about a powerful family of 5. Someone wanted to join them, and they agreed. But then one of them, an undercover agent from the Azure Dragon gang, wiped out the entire family. Wei Ying, the Azure Dragon gang is so powerful. I thought it was just a ragtag group. Wei Feng, I've observed that the Azure Dragon gang has expanded significantly in the past 2 days. They shouldn't be underestimated. Wei Lin, then we have to be vigilant. For now, we should hold off on recruiting. We should keep our distance from the Azure Dragon gang and avoid its influence as much as possible. Wei Ying, okay. Lu Xingchen had originally considered asking them for help, but after reading their chat, he thought better of it and decided not to. What if the Azure Dragon gang sets their sights on them? The Wei family has a lot to consider with their families, so let's not bother them. Let her handle it herself. Yang Feishue privately messaged, Boss, I suggested it to our boss, and after some persuasion, he decided to only bring 30 people. I'm also in there. I gave these people a laxative, so they might not be very strong for a while, but even so, you can't handle it. Lu Xingchen, it's okay, let them come. If my guess is correct, Wang Jinbao and the others should have fixed-point teleportation cards, teleporting directly to her raft and gathering everyone over. She has 30 people to deal with, time to make a proper deployment. She has quite a bit of combat power here. She, Grandma, Lon Meme, Little Chatterbox, Little Mute, and the Sea Demon Vine, that's 7 of them. Their combat power is no less than any other player. Oh, and there's also a baby. The baby's little crab is quite powerful, so it can easily take on 2 players. However, to protect the baby, she still had it stand next to the Sea Demon Vine. Of course, she had to be nearby. Even so, dealing with 30 people wouldn't be easy. What should they do? Oh right, traps. Lu Xingchen placed 2 quicksand traps and 2 thorny ground traps near the Sea Demon Vine. She had Lon Meme, and the others memorized the locations of these traps before entering the Peach Blossom Land. She also had caltrops. She had picked them earlier and planted them, and they were already ripe. She dragged many of the caltrops into designated locations, directing the men to avoid key areas. What a shame, the raft was being used as a battlefield. Just as she finished her arrangements, Yang Feishue's message arrived. Boss, this is bad. Wang Jinbao is being too cautious. He's decided to bring Deputy Gang Leader 1 with him. He's a recent recruit from the previous district. I heard he had a good opportunity in the big hunt and is very skilled. He's using him to deal with you. Lu Xingchen, okay, I understand. Thank you. Fighting was inevitable, and she had plenty of cards up her sleeve. Yang Feishue's voice rang out urgently. Boss, they're almost here. Swish. A person appeared on a raft. Swish, swish, swish. 2, 4, 8, 16, 30. In a matter of seconds, her raft was filled with people. Among them was Yang Feishue. Lu Xingchen and Grandma sat on a bench beside the sea demon vines. Lon Lon Meme and the chatterbox and Mute hid away. The men glanced at Lu Xingchen's raft, their eyes aghast. Wow, we're so rich. There's such a beautiful place, haha. No wonder those dead guys said this place is great. It really is. Stop talking nonsense, guys. Don't you see that person over there? So what if they have someone? An old lady and a weakling are no match for us. And the boss had to send so many people here. He's looking down on us. You're stupid. Don't forget, that's where the 5 of us got screwed. Not a single one of us escaped. Those are just useless people. Although there were a few who were arrogant and talkative, the majority of the 30 players were more cautious. They looked around warily. One of them muttered, so grand. Could this be Lu Xingchen? Wang Jinbao hadn't said who he was going to kill, so they didn't know he was coming to kill Lu Xingchen. This person was from District 33 and was immediately intimidated. Yang Feishue yelled, brothers, charge. Charge. Don't let them react. Don't let them gather their forces. Quick, quick victory. There are so many of us. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yang Feishue, the Qinglong gang is invincible. Charge. Yang Feishue, we're 30 strong. What are we afraid of? Charge. Immediately, a dozen reckless men rushed over, heading straight for Lu Xingchen and Grandma. After all, they had 30 of them, and they'd been undefeated for the past 2 days, ambushing countless players. Lu Xingchen and Grandma's faces were filled with fear, and they retreated again and again, which gave them confidence. They charged forward. The first few were quickly caught in the quicksand trap. 3 of them were trapped in it, and 2 were caught in the thorny ground. Aw, sand! Aw, help! Help! It hurts, my leg! The screams continued, and those trapped in the quicksand grabbed their companions' hands in fear, pulling one of them down with them. The leg of the one caught in the thorny ground was bleeding profusely from the punctures, and it was already broken. Blood flowed out, and 2 pools of blood immediately appeared on the deck. The charging players' faces paled, and they stopped, quickly retreating. Lu Xingchen waved his hand, setting 2 more quicksand traps, and 2 more thorny grounds behind them. Instantly, 2 more of the retreating players were trapped in the quicksand, and 3 more in the thorny ground. Another series of screams rang out. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a third of the 30-plus men had been killed. Yang Feishue, who had been cheering from behind, paled at the sight of this situation. She texted Lu Xingchen, boss, no wonder you told me not to charge forward. We were almost dead. Yang Feishue, hey boss, your place is so beautiful, like a garden. Yang Feishue stretched out in the back, quietly texting Lu Xingchen while surveying the surroundings. Several people trapped in the quicksand were quickly swallowed by the yellow sand. Several others caught in the thorny ground struggled to climb out, their legs broken, and they cried out for help. Some were already considering retreating. Suddenly, a voice roared, no retreat. Boss said, this time we can only succeed, not fail. Charge. It was a tall, stout young man, with a thick neck and large ears, and a very sturdy build. He held a pair of meteor hammers with long chains in his hands. With a flick of his hand, one of them struck Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen dodged, swung his spirit snake whip, and wrapped it around the end of the meteor hammer, pulling. Yang Feishue's message arrived. Boss, that's Deputy Gang Leader Wang. He's very powerful, be careful. Seeing Lu Xingchen's movement, Deputy Gang Leader Wang realized the safe spot and burst into laughter. He leaped over to Lu Xingchen and gave him a hand. At the same time he shouted, hey, come here. Lu Xingchen sensed a powerful force coming at him, and immediately pulled back. Lu Xingchen didn't move, but Deputy Gang Leader Wang took 2 steps forward. He was shocked. So much strength? He was slapped in the face. He was almost the strongest in the entire Qinglong gang. Lu Xingchen looked so frail, but he was actually stronger than him. Instantly alert, he swung his meteor hammer, freeing himself from Lu Xingchen's whip. A stream of light struck Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen dodged, and the light didn't reach her, exploding near her. At the same time, she heard the system prompt sound. Chapter 424. Wang XX has used a combat suppression card on you, reducing your combat power, agility, strength, and constitution by 50% for 5 minutes. Lu Xingchen felt as if her movements were hindered, and her legs and feet had lost much of their strength. He was willing to use such a precious treasure. He really thought highly of her. She remained calm. I had expected this long ago. Wang Jinbao, with so many people under his command, must be no pushover. It's been several days since the merger, so he must have already figured out his situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent such a powerful person and allowed him to use a combat suppression card. Deputy Gang Leader Wang was delighted to see her slow down, shouting, "Hurry! She's running out of energy. Surround her." Yang Feishua shouted, "Everyone, hurry up and pack up. With so many goodies, you'd be a fool not to take them. Deputy Gang Leader Wang is powerful and capable, don't worry, we take our own." The others were already dazzled. They wanted the black gold land, the exotic flowers and fruits, and the boxes stacked in the warehouse. Who cares about Deputy Gang Leader Wang? Wan Jibao values him so much, I wonder how many good things he's given him. And yet he's calling in a mob to attack a frail woman? What a waste! Deputy Gang Leader Wang gritted his teeth. In reality, of the 30 players, only he and Yang Feishua knew the target was Lu Xingchen. The others simply assumed he was a wealthy player. Wan Jibao, and he had already investigated Lu Xingchen's situation, and were extremely cautious. They had already discussed a countermeasure. Using the power suppression card, a mob attack by a group would have meant Lu Xingchen couldn't escape, no matter how powerful he was. But they didn't care. Let them ignore him. He was powerful enough, and he could kill Lu Xingchen himself. Deputy Gang Leader Wang charged forward, meteor hammer in hand. The other players scattered in all directions. Lu Xingchen gave a silent command, and Lon, Mame, the Chatterbox, the Mute, and the Sea Demon Vine all charged simultaneously. They rushed out. Tigers roared, and the players were in a state of confusion. The Sea Demon Vine swung its vines, lightning flashing wildly, crackling. It lashed out at the enemy. Lon unleashed a barrage of sharp claws, Mame charged savagely, and the Chatterbox, the Mute, tore at everything. Grandma, holding an iron rod in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, was filled with excitement. This was her first time participating in a battle, and a large one at that. Her recent hard training had finally paid off. She raised the iron rod, knocking someone unconscious with a thud, and then swung the knife. Some wailed, others screamed in pain. The scene was a scene of chaos. Amidst the chaos, several players exclaimed, "Ah, why does my stomach hurt? Ouch, it hurts." For the moment, no one paid attention to Wawa. She tilted her head to look at Lu Xingchen, took a few steps forward, and entered the battle. Bang, bang. The small bead on her wrist leaped, transforming into a small ball and bouncing twice. 3 ferocious crabs rushed out. Lu Xingchen had already used a sprint card. Deputy Gang Leader Wang had slowed her down, so wouldn't she also speed up? The two cancelled out, so her speed wouldn't be much slower. She also used a defense card for herself and charged forward. After more than a dozen rounds, Deputy Gang Leader Wang was astonished. Lu Xingchen's strength was simply too great. Even though his combat power was suppressed, he managed to hold out for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Lu Xingchen had recovered his strength. Deputy Gang Leader Wang glanced around, and saw that the people who had come with him were in a miserable state. Some were being chased by tigers, some had their heads bruised and bleeding after being butted by lambs, and some had been torn to pieces by a beautiful bird. Others clutched their stomachs and wailed. 2 even had their arms broken by an old woman, leaving them drenched in the pursuit. The rest were disoriented by the swirling vines. It was over, it was over. Defeat was inevitable. I hadn't expected so many powerful creatures on Lu Xingchen's ship. Deputy Gang Leader Wang was distracted, and Lu Xingchen's spirit snake whip entangled his meteor hammer. With a thrust, the whip suddenly transformed into a gun. With a puff, it pierced his chest. At the same time, 2 crabs rushed over, biting through his hammer with 2 cracks. Deputy Gang Leader Wang was left with only 2 chains. Oh no! He tried to summon the troops, but a crab bit his foot. He felt a piercing pain, and just as he groaned, Lu Xingchen dodged forward. In a flash of silver light, a dagger pierced his chest. Deputy Gang Leader Wang felt the pain pierce. Lu Xingchen drew her dagger, wiped the blood, and watched as Deputy Gang Leader Wang's body slowly fell to the ground. Finally dead, this guy was quite capable. Hopefully he had something. Kill Wang XX. Do you want to loot his supplies, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Receive 1 combat suppression card, 1 empty card, 2 broken meteor hammers. The combat suppression card has 2 uses. 1 has already been used, and 1 more can be used. However, one of the items caught Lu Xingchen's attention. What is an empty card? She glanced at it casually. Empty card. Wonderful hands. A card created by Master Kong Kong. As the name suggests, it means taking someone else's things for free. After using it, you can randomly take an item from someone else's storage backpack. Valid range, within 100 meters. Lu Xingchen, What do you mean by taking someone else's stuff for free? Isn't that just stealing? That's a pretty subtle explanation. Lu Xingchen put away his things, and the battle nearby was drawing to a close. Most players were crying and wanting to escape. Unfortunately, even being summoned back required the gang leader's approval. Yang Feishui collapsed pitifully at the outermost edge. Brothers, I'm begging the gang leader. We're going back right away. Lu Xingchen glanced off into the distance and saw a figure not far away. The figure was standing on a raft, looking in this direction. A player cried, gang leader, help. The man on the raft was Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen put on his waders and immediately gave chase. Yang Feishui's voice came over in a private chat. Boss, don't waste your energy. Wan Jinbao has a lot of item cards. You won't be able to kill him even if you go over. This old guy is very cunning. That's right. Lu Xingchen looked over. Sure enough, Wan Jinbao seemed to lower his head and say something, then used a defense card on himself first. The raft retreated at high speed. His body swayed. If my guess was right, someone should call him back. What a coward. Lu Xingchen remembered that Wan Jinbao was in the top 10 during the Great Hunt, proving his fighting ability was quite good. He didn't even fight, just ran away. What a coward. Lu Xingchen's mind flashed. Wan Jinbao had a lot of item cards? Wouldn't that mean he could use the empty card? The distance was just right. As she ran, she took out the empty card she had just obtained. Empty card. After using this, you can randomly steal an item from the target character's inventory. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Please select a target. Lu Xingchen directly selected Wan Jinbao, who was not far away. Successful use, obtaining one of Wan Jinbao's items. The Bing card, grants all requests. Can be used on NPCs whose strength is at least 30% lower than your own. After using this card, the NPC will grant the player a reasonable request. Remaining validity, 3 hours. Wan Jinbao shuddered. Lu Xingchen, how dare you steal my things? Lu Xingchen ignored him and treaded the water towards him. Wan Jinbao, heartbroken and unwilling to give up, had no choice but to summon him. However, he still turned back to pry at a black object on the raft. He pried, and the black object dodged. He pried, and dodged. Wan Jinbao was anxious. You won't come with me. Do you want to die? A familiar voice came from inside. I will never go with you. Chapter 425. Wan Jinbao firmly grasped the man, while Lu Xingchen was already treading on the water. Knowing Wan Jinbao was about to flee, she quickly swung her spirit snake whip. With a swish, the whip spun forward like a spirit snake. Wan Jinbao dodged quickly, wrapping the whip around the man he was holding. The man struggled again, and Wan Jinbao panicked, his hand slipping, and he shifted his grip to embrace the man's head. At this moment, Lu Xingchen was almost in sight, and he couldn't think twice. The prompt continued, Do you agree to the call? Wan Jinbao, yes. He held the man's head tightly, while Lu Xingchen clung to his body. Their eyes met, and a brief tug-of-war ensued. Finally, Wan Jinbao vanished with a swish, leaving only the man's scream, Ah, my head, my neck. This time, Lu Xingchen won the tug-of-war. In reality, Lu Xingchen hadn't wanted this person either. Time was too short, and she didn't have time to whip him a second time. Wan Jinbao was trying to grab him, so she instinctively followed suit. And so, she ended up snatching this person. At that moment, Lu Xingchen had already jumped onto the raft. With a flick of her whip, she could see the person she had just wrapped around. A familiar face. Hey San. Hey San freed one hand and rubbed his neck in fear. During the tug-of-war, Lu Xingchen and Wan Jinbao had nearly severed his neck. Lu Xingchen had only just noticed that He San was bound with a white rope. His limbs had been tightly bound, but the tug had only just freed one of his arms. Seeing Lu Xingchen, He San's expression froze, and he rolled to the right, about to fall off the raft. Lu Xingchen swung her whip, wrapping the arm he had freed tightly around him. She sighed, Don't run. You drown if you go in like this. He San, I rather drown. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. No, it's better to live than to die. You still have a bright future. This guy is useful. When Lu Xingchen carried He San back to his raft, the battle on the raft was over. With the exception of a few who escaped, most of the group had died. Lu Xingchen tied He San to the side of the sea demon vines, and hurried to clean up the battlefield and gather supplies. She saw that the white ropes on He San were called dragon binding tendons. No matter who was tied to them, they couldn't break free. Wan Jinbao had some tricks up his sleeve. He San, tied to a pillar next to the sea demon vines, looked up and saw a familiar face not far away staring at him in shock. Hei-san was surprised. Hong Shi-san, why are you here? Hong Shi-san was wearing a floral apron, carrying a basket of vegetables, and had a beautiful chain around her ankle, which also happened to be fixed to his pillar. Hong Shi-san was silent for a moment. Working. What about you? Why are you here? Hei-san, are you blind? Hong Shi-san rolled his eyes. I'm not blind, I just didn't think of it. Hei-san quickly looked around and whispered, Shi-san, come on, untie the dragon tendons for me, and I cut the chains for you, okay? Hong Shi-san, you're stupid. He turned and walked away. It's not like he hasn't tried before. The sea demon vines nearly electrocuted him. Even on the other side, Wan Jinbao sat on the raft, beating his chest and stamping his feet in anger. Shameless. So shameless. Lu Xingchen actually stole something. She stole my Bing card. Yang Feishua was stunned. The Bing card you were planning to give to the NPCs? Wan Jinbao, yes, I also lost Hei-san. Yang Feishua, huh? We lost 50 or 60 men to capture Hei-san, and we used a lot of props. Leader, why did you lose him? Wan Jinbao grew even more enraged. How would I know? I just went over to watch the fun, and I didn't expect 30 of you to be unable to kill Lu Xingchen. He directed his anger directly at Yang Feishua. Didn't you say 30 men were enough? Yang Feishua smiled bitterly. Leader, 30 men are certainly enough to kill Lu Xingchen, but who could have imagined there was more than one Lu Xingchen aboard? Other members who had managed to escape reported that there were 2 ferocious tigers, a treacherous lamb, and a powerful bird aboard the ship. There were also man-eating vines. They even saw a pirate slave on board, but thankfully the pirate didn't attack him. Wan Jinbao slammed the table and said, No, we can't just give up like this. We need to gather our forces and get all the other teams back. Tonight, we're going to raid Lu Xingchen. Wan Jinbao, if 30 isn't enough, then we have 100. If 100 isn't enough, then we have 200. We must take Lu Xingchen down. He had seen Lu Xingchen's beautiful and large raft. He was envious. Also, there was one thing he hadn't said. Someone had already tipped him off. Wan Meiyun was dead, murdered by Lu Xingchen. Even if it weren't for that beautiful raft, he had to kill Lu Xingchen. Wan Jinbao issued orders in the gang chat. The lucky gang members, who had returned, shared screenshots of Lu Xingchen's raft. Wan Jinbao began to mobilize. If we kill Lu Xingchen, we move onto her raft. There are fruits and vegetables on it, and there's also a lot of black gold soil. We'd be blessed from now on. As expected, the gang members were excited. Wan Jinbao decided to gather more than 100 people before setting off again. Yang Feishua quickly relayed this news to Lu Xingchen. Yang Feishua, boss, I can't convince Wan Jinbao. He's quickly gathered over 100 people. You can't handle that many alone. Call your friends for help. A moment later, Yang Feishua, oh no! Wan Jinbao has blocked your escape route. Open channel, Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen, I'm sworn enemies with you. Wan Jinbao, Lu Xingchen, wait. I definitely come find you tomorrow. Wan Jinbao, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Zhong Chang, stay on your rafts and don't move. This is between Lu Xingchen and me, not your business. Gao Dafu, Wan Jinbao, are you crazy? Who are you threatening? I'm going to move, Ba. Gu Yin, with you? Wei Lin, Lu Xingchen's enemies are our enemies. Wei Ying, I don't know what happened, but if you dare to attack Lu Xingchen, Wan Jinbao, we, the Wei family, will come to your aid. Zhong Chang, plus. The bustle here naturally attracted the attention of many players. Wow, the Qinglong gang has a lot of appetites, and they're starting to target Lu Xingchen. The Qinglong gang has recruited many people, hoping to use their numbers to bully the weak. Alas, in this world these days, we can only stick together for warmth. Fighting alone, no matter how powerful, is useless. That's Lu Xingchen, the Lu Xingchen who's always been at the top of the leaderboard. What's the point? The Qinglong gang has so many people. Over 100 of them would just destroy her ship. How can one person fight against 100 people? Wan Jinbao, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Zhong Chang, we've already locked in. Your position. If you dare go over to help Lu Xingchen, the nearby Qinglong gang will raid your home. Wan Jinbao, go ahead if you dare. Wan Jinbao, I make sure you never come back. Xia Xiaoyu, oh my god, I'm so scared. There's someone so domineering out there. Yin Xiaolin, have you read too many novels about domineering CEOs? Wan Jinbao, okay, forget about Qin Wuchuan. Qin Wuchuan, focus on your business. I be your biggest client from now on. Wan Jinbao, Qin Wuchuan, I heard you treat your brothers well. You wouldn't sacrifice their lives to help Lu Xingchen, would you? Qin Wuchuan, haha, gang leader 1 is so domineering. Chapter 426. Lu Xingchen had received private messages from many people. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Gao Dafu, Gu Yin, Zhong Chang, and so on. Qin Wuchuan also sent a message. I can roughly guess that Wan Jinbao can send over 100 people. I will bring 20 of our elite soldiers to help you. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. She had a super undercover agent. Yang Feishue. Yang Feishue kept private messaging her. Boss, Wan Jinbao is desperate and will kill you this time. Yang Feishue. He has sent people to target your friends. If they really go to help you, their own families might be wiped out. Yang Feishue. The Qinglong gang has a lot of people. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. Gu Yin and Gao Dafu were together now, but Gao Dafu was still incubating his eggs and was now useless, so Gu Yin couldn't leave the raft. Zhong Chang was even worse off. He had a son. Wei Lin and Wei Ying weren't any match for them. If they came, the remaining Wei family members on the raft might not be able to hold out. Qin Wuchuan was indeed formidable. But Qin Wuchuan was very strict about recruiting, prioritizing quality over quantity, so his numbers were far fewer than those of the Qinglong gang. He couldn't come either, because he didn't know how many men Wan Jinbao could send to raid the house. The Qinglong gang accepted anyone, regardless of their gender, and they moved swiftly, making them the largest gang in District 33. She couldn't rely on any of these people. They all had families to support, and she couldn't put them in danger because of her. However, with over 100 people coming, she could protect herself, but she was worried she wouldn't be able to take care of Grandma, Baby, and the others. She had to get some help. But where would they come from? She glanced around and saw He San struggling, tied to a pillar. An idea suddenly struck her. Lu Xingchen swung in front of He San and asked, how many people are there in the Black Skull Pirates? He San was startled. Haha, we have 300 or 400 pirates. You better let me go, or we flatten your raft. Lu Xingchen, so many? Not bad. She pulled out her Bing card, then, how about you do me a favor? The Bing card is almost expired, so I need to use it quickly. Doesn't Wan Jinbao have over 100 people? Since I can't invite players to help, I might as well ask pirates for help. Bing card, grant any request. This card can be used on NPCs whose strength is at least 30% lower than yours. After using it, the NPC will grant the player any reasonable request. Validity remaining, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Please select the NPC you want to use. Lu Xingchen immediately chose He San. Sorry, the target's strength is higher than yours, so this card can't be used. No, that's right, He San is still quite strong. Lu Xingchen stared at He San, speechless. He San was unnerved by his gaze. What are you doing? Lu Xingchen, hee. Desperate, she pulled out the power suppression card she had just obtained from Deputy Gang Leader 1. Power suppression card reduces the target's power, strength, agility, and vitality by 50%. Usable times, 1/2. Do you want to use it, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Please select a target. Lu Xingchen directly chose He San. She felt a pang of pain. The power suppression card was such a good thing. What a shame. If she hadn't been completely helpless, she wouldn't have wasted it. Yang Feishue just sent a private message. Although Wan Jinbao deliberately said in the public channel that he would attack Lu Xingchen tomorrow, he actually planned a night raid. It was only 5 or 6 hours away. Lu Xingchen didn't have time to think of other options. The power suppression card had been used successfully, reducing He San's power by 50%. He San felt his body grow heavier, his face darkening. What did you do to me? Lu Xingchen ignored him, and used the Bing card again. He San's power is at least 30% lower than yours, so it can't be used. Huh? Is He San that powerful? Wan Jinbao must have put a lot of effort into catching him, right? What should I do? Lu Xingchen stared at He San. Lon Lon flew over, curiously asking, Xiao Lu, why are you staring at this guy? He's ugly. What's there to see? Grandma also came over. Yes, Xing, this guy isn't as capable as 13, so just kill him. Grandma still held the iron rod. Lu Xingchen saw it all in a flash. Grandma, can I borrow your iron rod? She took the rod from Grandma's hand, swung it, and struck He San's arm hard. Ouch! He San groaned. Crack! His arm was broken. The excruciating pain washed over him, and he trembled, nearly fainting. Hong Shersan, who was feeding rabbits not far away, happened to see it. He shuddered, quickly dumped the vegetables into the food bowl, and quickly walked over to feed the chickens. His legs went weak. Oh my god, how brutal. Even those pirates aren't this brutal. Some of them are quite benevolent, only robbing, never killing. Lu Xingchen took out the Bing card and tried it again. Hey San's strength is at least 30% lower than yours. This won't work, still not enough. A broken arm, and his strength hasn't decreased much? Lu Xingchen was anxious. What if he broke a leg too? She swung the iron rod again. Hey San was also anxious. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Hey San, what do you want me to do for you? Just tell me. Hey San, go on, tell me. Lu Xingchen just asked him for help, then started torturing him, nearly driving him crazy. Lu Xingchen was also anxious. She looked at He San and picked up a few cherries from the table. Will you eat them? He San's eyes were filled with fear. No, I won't. What was he going to do with the cherries? Run in circles? He was tied up with ropes. How could he run? Jump like a zombie? With so many cherries, wouldn't he jump to death? He San felt a wave of despair. He felt that Lu Xingchen didn't really want his help, but was just looking for an excuse to torture him. Hey San, what do you need my help for? I promised you. Lu Xingchen, call the Black Skull Pirates to help me guard the ship. Hey San, okay, let me go, and I go get them. Lu Xingchen, no, I don't trust you. Releasing him would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountains. Besides, if he were released, he'd have gone far away. How could he possibly bring anyone back to help? Do pirates keep their word? She had to use the Bing card to feel at ease. Hey San was devastated. This won't work, that won't work. What do you want? Just give me a quick death and kill me. Lu Xingchen tried using the Bing card again. Success? Please tell He San your request. It actually worked? Could it be that He San had a mental breakdown, causing his strength to decline? Whatever, it works. Lu Xingchen, He San, I want your entire pirate group to serve me from now on. He San despaired. I can't even do it. How can I expect you to? You might as well kill me. Look, he's so angry he's even saying tongue twisters. Is the request unreasonable? Lu Xingchen had to lower it again and again, finally saying, I want you to quickly gather forces and help me repel the enemy attacking tonight. He San nodded. Okay, no problem. Lu Xingchen untied the dragon binding tendons and kept them for himself. He then gave He San the gold medicine and reattached his arm. He San regained his aloofness. I definitely keep my promise, Lu Xingchen, right? Just wait. Lu Xingchen, I wait? He San's mouth twitched. No, you wait. Chapter 427. He San left. After all this busy work, it was already dinner time. Lu Xingchen and Grandma ate dinner. Because they had the food machine and Lu Xingchen had plenty of ingredients, they were never perfunctory about breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Afterward, they would give the leftovers to Hong Shersan. Hong Shersan ate with gusto. He might have been a bit lazy while working, but after seeing Lu Xingchen tormenting He San that afternoon, he became completely diligent. He was so busy that he even did the dishes. Lu Xingchen made some arrangements on the boat and explained the possible events of the evening to Grandma, Little Chatterbox, Lon Lon, and others. Everyone was fully prepared. In the chat room, people had been discussing Wan Jinbao's declaration of war for a long time. Are the Qinglong gang really going to kill Lu Xingchen? Wouldn't that mean Lu Xingchen is finished? I heard Wan Jinbao has gathered over 100 people. Lu Xingchen definitely can't defeat them. What a shame! A generation of genius is about to fall. Times have changed. Now it's the era of gangs. Single-handed combat is no longer enough. It's pitiful. Lu Xingchen is finished. Most people thought Lu Xingchen couldn't hold out. After all, no matter how capable one person is, he can't take on over 100 people. Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Zhong Cheng, and others kept privately chatting, asking to come over and discuss how to defend against the enemy with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen refused. What if they come and something happens to the people left behind? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the game suddenly released several announcements. The recent wars have been raging, and adventurers are suffering. To help everyone through this difficult time, ship and weapon design masters will be setting sail today for an indefinite period. If players can earn enough favor with the masters, they may learn how to craft ship and weaponry. The ranking of ship weapon design masters that will appear this time is as follows. First place, Master Lei Jin, specializes in advanced fireball cannons, advanced rocket launchers, advanced arrow turrets, and surveillance radar construction. Strength, 17889. Initial friendship, -1000. Second place, Hong San. Specializes in intermediate fireball cannons and basic arrow turret construction. Strength, 1677. Initial friendship, 10. Third place, Boo Boo. Specializes in advanced arrow turrets, underwater weapons, and defensive weapon construction. Strength, 1666. Initial friendship, -100. Seventh place, Wawa. Unknown, paper talk, status to be determined. Strength, 1435. Initial friendship, -100. 10th place, Heijio. Specializes in simple rocket launcher construction. Strength, 999. Initial friendship, 10. Note: 1. After earning the favorability medal, you can check your friendship level with the masters when you meet them. 2. The master will only grant crafting experience if the adventurer's favorability with the master is above 60. 3. To gain a master's favorability, you need to understand the master's personality and quirks. 4. Some masters have unusual personalities, making it extremely difficult to gain favor. In these cases, it's recommended to give up and choose a master who's easier to conquer. Please patiently explore for more information. Happy gaming! As soon as this announcement was released, players were buzzing with comments. Finally, it's here. Haha. I was saying it. The sea battle has already begun, so how could we not arm the raft? Great. With these weapons, it'd be much easier to defend the raft. The Qilong gang has been so proud these past few days. Not bad. We have rocket launchers and arrow towers. These weapons are awesome. After the excitement died down, the players began discussing the 10 masters. Naturally, everyone's initial attention focused on the first place Master Lei Jin. Isn't Master Lei Jin, the first place winner, too good? His strength is over 10 times greater than the second place winners. He's a huge lead. More than a huge lead, he's in a league of his own. Hey, you're not targeting Master Lei Jin, are you? Excuse me, his initial friendship value is -1000. Can you imagine that? Oh, isn't Master Lei Jin the one who posted the quest to find his daughter? The conditions. It's so harsh, the punishment is so severe. This guy has an extremely eccentric personality. If he's not eccentric, how could he indiscriminately reduce everyone's favorability to -1000? He looks down on everyone. So, please read the instructions, and give up on those you can't conquer. Lu Xingchen thought about it. Indeed, Master Lei Jin is so eccentric. Don't people with such different ways of thinking dislike everyone? Now think about it. Her current friendship value with the master is over -100. That's already very high, right? Master Lei Jin thinks highly of her. But Master Lei Jin can give up. After a long discussion, the players gave up on Master Lei Jin. The discussion turned to the other players. After all, the difference in strength between 2nd and 10th place wasn't that big, so any of them would be fine. Wouldn't it be better to just pick the one that's easier to conquer? Red 3 and Black 9 were the most discussed, as they both had the highest initial friendship value of 10. Isn't Heijio a pirate? Can pirates teach? Perhaps there are too few masters, so they have to let pirates fill the gap. Bubu is good. She teaches advanced arrow towers, underwater weapons, and defense. Unfortunately, her initial friendship value is -100, so she can't handle it. That Wawa is also weird. I don't know what she can teach, and her initial friendship value is also -100. Why discuss that? Let's just give up on Bubu and Wawa. The players were buzzing with discussion over the announcement that had just appeared. Lu Xingchen stared at it for a long time, then turned to Wawa and asked, "Who is Bubu? Do you know?" Wawa blinked. Bubu? I don't know. I've never seen her. Never seen her? Why is it so strange, with a negative initial friendship value? Looking at the leaderboard of the 10 masters, only Wawa, Lei Jin, and Bubu had negative initial friendship values. I felt like there was some inexplicable connection between the three of them. Lu Xingchen reviewed the announcement again and took note. This was just a side note. Although Wan Jinbao hadn't spoken recently, he certainly hadn't given up on attacking me. The players had been discussing the announcement for a long time, and soon after it was released, someone encountered the masters. Many people encountered masters, but unfortunately, they didn't understand their temperaments, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't raise their friendship points. Only a lucky few garnered the master's favor. Players complained, "Hey, I met Red 3. She's so pretty, but she glanced at me, and immediately, our friendship point went from +10 to -20. Then, she stole 3 of my chests. Oh my god, I'm crying." Me too, me too. I'm even worse off. Red 3 glanced at me, and our friendship point went to -50. Oh my god, she almost hijacked my ship. I saw Black 9. Hee, our friendship point is now 30. Upstairs, asking for a guide. I saw Black 9 too, and my friendship point isn't going up or down. It's a waste of effort. Hee, I won't tell you. Lu Xingchen scanned the chat, gathering information. She had actually thought that if her guess was correct, she should first find character identification cards. Using them on the masters would help her understand their personalities and temperaments, allowing her to find a corresponding method to increase their friendship points. Unfortunately, she didn't have any character identification cards anymore. Suddenly, Yang Feishua sent a private message. Boss, you should move the supplies on the raft. Wan Jinbao has a lot of hidden cards up his sleeve again. Chapter 428. Lu Xingchen, what's wrong? Yang Feishua, I don't think it's good. Wait a moment. Lu Xingchen patrolled the ship again. 3 or 4 hours had passed, and there was still no news from He San. It was unclear whether he could bring anyone in time. However, with the Bing card, it shouldn't be a problem. Even so, Lu Xingchen had to be fully prepared. She began rummaging through the storage compartment. Over an hour later, Gao Dafu privately messaged her. Xiao Lu, check the chat channel. Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen. It was Wan Jinbao. Wan Jinbao, haha, 2 pieces of good news. The first is, Yuan Ming from our gang has won the favor of Hong San, and his favorability with him has reached 60. Hong San promised Yuan Ming that he would teach him how to build an intermediate fireball cannon and a basic arrow tower the next time they meet. Wan Jinbao. The second piece of good news is, 3 members of our gang have gained the favorability of Heijio, and it has also reached 50. They will receive guidance from Heijio next time. Wan Jinbao. Everyone is welcome to join the Qinglong gang. If you join for more than 7 days, we will tell you the secret to gaining the favor of Hong San and Heijio. Wan Jinbao. The Qinglong gang is undoubtedly the largest gang in this area. For the next 3 days, you can join unconditionally. After 3 days, all new members will undergo a strict review. Wan Jinbao spoke in a flurry. Many people fell into deep thought. Yang Feishua privately messaged Lu Xingchen. Wan Jinbao leaked these 2 pieces of news to quickly gather more people. Boss, there may be more than 100 people coming to your place soon. Lu Xingchen was also pondering Wan Jinbao's intentions. She guessed that Wan Jinbao had 2 motives. First, to recruit people. Second, to intimidate those who wanted to help her. Sure enough, many people soon expressed their willingness to join the Qinglong gang on the public channel. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment. This wouldn't work. The more people Wan Jinbao recruited, the more people would attack him later. He had to interrupt his recruitment plan. She waved and called Hong San over. Hong San was washing dishes. He didn't use the dishwasher. If he did, he wouldn't have anything to do. He was afraid of running out of work. When Lu Xingchen called him, he shrank back in fear and walked over slowly. Lu Xingchen pointed to the chair across from him. Sit. Hong San sat obediently in the chair, his hands on his knees, looking at Lu Xingchen timidly. So timid? Lu Xingchen looked at Hong San. I hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection, I realized that Hong San was actually quite young. He looks no more than 13 or 14. Before, I only knew he was tall, so I thought he was an adult. Could he be a minor? Lu Xingchen asked. How old are you? Hong San, 10, 14. Lu Xingchen was surprised. So young? Is there no one at home? Being a pirate at such a young age, how could your family be at ease? Hong San answered obediently. I have an older sister. Her name is Hong San. Hong San? That's what Lu Xingchen wanted to ask. Hong San is so well behaved. He answers everything I ask, and sometimes even gives a little surprise. Not bad. Lu Xingchen, Hong San is also a member of your Fire Phoenix Pirates, right? Hong San nodded obediently. Yes. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. So, what kind of person is your sister? What does she like? What doesn't she like? With Hong San here, there's no need for a character identification card. I'm not afraid of Hong San telling me. There are plenty of ways to deal with him anyway. Lu Xingchen's eyes couldn't help but grow fierce. Hong San sensed it. That was the same expression Lu Xingchen had when he picked up the iron bar and broke He San's arm. He shuddered. I tell you. Hong San, my sister is very beautiful. Well, she likes good-looking men, the better. She doesn't like ugly men. If a man is too ugly and an eyesore, she kill him. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. She immediately sent a private message to Yang Feishue. How does Yuan Ming, the one you're helping, look? Yang Feishue, TSK, pretty boy, not so good, not as good as me. Lu Xingchen, send me a screenshot of him. A moment later, Yang Feishue sent a screenshot of a man. He was a young man, probably around 23 or 24, in the prime of his life, and very handsome, even more beautiful than the younger celebrities. Okay, I understand why he and Hong San have such a high affinity. Lu Xingchen asked Yang Feishue, have you encountered any master NPCs? Speaking of this, Yang Feishue bristled. Yes, it was Hong San. She looked at me, stole 3 boxes, and even lowered my friendship rating. I was pissed. Lu Xingchen carefully recalled Yang Feishue's appearance and nodded. Yeah, about right. Based on Yang Feishue's appearance, this was the treatment he expected. Lu Xingchen turned to look at Hong Shersan. Anything else? Hong Shersan thought for a long time, feeling distressed. That's all. My sister spends her days looking for pretty men, playing with them, throwing them, stealing things from ugly men, and killing the ugliest. She doesn't do anything else. Lu Xingchen, Undeterred, she asked, so? How does your sister feel about pretty birds, flowers, and pretty people of the same sex? Does she like them? Well, Hong San is second on the leaderboard, and her chance of appearing is high. Lu Xingchen wanted to boost her friendship points, just in case she could learn something. Hong Shersan thought for a moment and said, just ignore her. Lu Xingchen, oh. That was it. There was no way to boost Hong San's friendship points, so she had to give up. She also wanted to equip the ship with some defensive and offensive systems, but it seemed like that wasn't going to happen for the time being. What a shame, but even if she couldn't, she didn't want Wang Jinbao to recruit too many people. She immediately privately messaged Qin Wuchuan and explained the situation. Wang Jinbao was still shouting on the public channel, join the Qilong gang and you gain access to a method to increase your Red 3 friendship points? Aren't you coming yet? Xia Xiaoyu, oh what method? Wang Jinbao, Pa, you think I'm going to tell you? Xia Xiaoyu, you don't dare to tell me, do you? Don't be fooled. Even if you know how to gain Red 3 friendship points, you can't do it. Someone was curious, why? Xia Xiaoyu, hee, asked that deceitful gang leader Wan. Xia Xiaoyu, we also know how to gain Red 3 friendship points, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for 99% of people. Gang leader Wan is probably planning to attack Lu Xingchen, so he needs more cannon fodder. Yin Xiaolin, huh? Really? I heard gang leader Wan just lost 30 cannon fodder. Maybe he's short on manpower? Wang Jinbao, nonsense. We're going with 100 or 200 people this time. We're not afraid of not being able to kill Lu Xingchen. Xia Xiaoyu, TSK, 100 or 200? It seems like gang leader Wan knows that 30, 50, or even 70 or 80 people aren't enough for Lu Xingchen to kill. Yin Xiaolin, if it were me, I wait until gang leader Wan kills Lu Xingchen before joining. Wouldn't joining now mean you'd just be cannon fodder? After Xia Xiaoyu's words, those who had been considering joining the Qinglong gang hesitated. Everyone knows that the Qinglong gang is a no-brainer. It's not worth the money. Right now, the Qinglong gang is killing Lu Xingchen, having already lost 30 members. Wang Jinbao's decision to bring so many people simply shows his lack of confidence, which indirectly demonstrates Lu Xingchen's strength. Joining now means you just be cannon fodder. Immediately, many people gave up on joining the gang for the time being. Those who had originally agreed to join began to procrastinate, planning to wait 2 days. Those already in the Qinglong gang were wary, making excuses like it was too far away and they couldn't get through, making all sorts of excuses. Wang Jinbao was furious. Originally, they expected over 200 people to go, but after Xia Xiaoyu's disruption, only 120 or 130 could make it. Wang Jinbao was a very cautious man, and he was still urging the other deputy gang leaders to bring their men, aiming for at least 150. Yang Feishue encouraged him, Boss, these are more than enough. Over 100 of us, what's there to be afraid of? Go! Wang Jinbao gritted his teeth and said, yes, with so many of us, there's no way we can't kill Lu Xingchen. Let's go! Chapter 429. In the chat channel, more than one person was watching the show. There was no other way. The Qilong gang had so many members that anyone could join. Wang Jinbao brought over 100 more this time. Some were highly skilled, while others were just cannon fodder. With so many people, information leaked like a sieve. On the eve of their departure, almost everyone in the district knew they were going to kill Lu Xingchen. Everyone simply stayed awake, discussing in the chat room. Oh, what a shame. Lu Xingchen, such a strong man, is about to fall. How do you know it's Lu Xingchen who's going to die? What if Wang Jinbao's finished? Lu Xingchen is the undisputed leader of District 33. Wang Jinbao's Qinglong gang is the largest gang. He's quite capable. Haha, a single tree can't make a forest. Lu Xingchen's still a little short of his potential. Yeah, she's just not smart enough. If she surrendered to our Qinglong gang earlier, she could have been deputy leader. I think so too. If she really can't do anything, she could just give in. Why is she so stubborn? Having more people does have its advantages. Look, didn't someone in the Qinglong gang win the favor of Red 3 and Black 9? Once their raft's defense and attack systems are up and running, it'd be even harder for others to get through. But after just a few hours, everyone's confidence in Lu Xingchen had dwindled. No matter how capable he is, he's still just one person. Strength in numbers is not just talk. At this moment, Qin Wuchuan was making arrangements in the group chat. Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, we take 20 elite troops. As soon as Wang Jinbao's men board the boat, we immediately reinforce them. Zhu Xiaoyu, you stay behind to watch over the enemy. If we can't hold on, call us back immediately. Xia Xiaoyu, got it. Humph. We go ahead and earn a profit if we kill one, a pair if we kill two, and as many as we can. Yin Xiaolin, yes. Zhu Xiaoyu, got it. I hope your timely help is successful this time. Elsewhere, Wei Lin had made arrangements. Wei Ting, you and Wei Qing, lead the others to look after the family. Wei Ying, Wei Feng, and I will take 2 people over. If things get tough here, call us. Wei Ying, okay. Xingchen's in trouble this time, and we definitely do our best to help. Gao Dafu, clutching his pet egg, was practically dying of anxiety. It's over. I can't go. Old Gu, help me kill a few. Gu Yan, don't worry, call me if you need anything. Everyone was discussing how to take care of the family, while still helping Lu Xingchen. Even though Lu Xingchen had declared they couldn't help, how could they just sit back and do nothing at this moment? Zhong Chang was also busy. He silently sent the valuables from the storage box to Lu Xingchen one by one, then said to his son, Long, I take you to a place later. Stay with your brothers and sisters there, and wait for me to come back and pick you up. He and Wei Lin had agreed to send Long to their boat, leaving Wei Ting and the others to help look after him for a while. He was going to help Lu Xingchen. Even if his raft was robbed, it wouldn't matter, all the valuables would be given to Lu Xingchen. Even though he was extremely reluctant to leave Long, he had to go. Because Wang Jinbao would have to bring over 100, maybe even 200 people, Lu Xingchen would be in great danger. Lu Xingchen had saved his life, and he couldn't bear to see her killed. Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, and the others probably knew when the Qinglong gang would attack Lu Xingchen because they had an undercover agent. The Qinglong gang recruited so many people, regardless of their social status, that they had no secrets at all. Placing an undercover spy wouldn't be easy. Lu Xingchen was completely unaware of everyone's plans. She had already prepared the raft and assigned a task to Hong Shersan. Last time, Hong Shersan didn't take action, but this time he would. Even at only 14, he was more than capable. Lu Xingchen had even found a machete for him. Alas, by midnight, the Qinglong gang still hadn't arrived, and He Sen hadn't brought anyone either. They dawdled for another 2 hours. At 2 or 3 in the morning, Lu Xingchen received a message from Yang Feishue. Boss, they've left. I can't even administer the laxative this time. Boss, why don't you abandon ship and run? Lu Xingchen, it's okay, let them come. Even so, she was anxious. The Black Skull pirates hadn't arrived yet, and she didn't know what difficulties they had encountered. Lu Xingchen had to prepare for the worst. By now, she had already deposited most of her storage boxes into the Peach Blossom Holy Land, and there were no valuables left in the warehouse on deck. She wanted Gao Dafu to summon Grandma, but she refused. She had no choice but to give up. If that didn't work, she would ask Gao Dafu to summon her again, and let Grandma take the pet egg and leave. If it really came to the last resort, she could just run away with the doll. At worst, she could abandon the boat and come back later. No matter how many men Wang Jinbao had, she could easily kill 20 or 30 of them by surprise attacking them every day. Besides, she could enter the Peach Blossom Holy Land, which was on the raft. She could appear and disappear like a shadow. Once she had the doll settled, she could sneak out and attack whenever she wanted. In a few days, she would have wiped them all out. In the end, she would recapture the boat. Lu Xingchen planned every step and made every preparation. Around 3 in the morning, 5 figures appeared on Lu Xingchen's raft. Then, more and more people appeared. Lu Xingchen's boat was packed, and more people appeared. After all, they had experience, so they appeared farther away from the sea demon vines. The omnidirectional radar alarm was blaring. The night was dark, but the lanterns on Lu Xingchen's raft provided ample illumination. Those who arrived were stunned by the red lanterns, the flowers lining the boat, the beautiful 2-story building, the gurgling hot springs, the rows of land, the fields of fruits and vegetables, the exquisite railings, and the tables and chairs. Though I've seen screenshots, seeing it in person was the most powerful way to understand it. It's so beautiful. A paradise in paradise is no exaggeration. Everyone exclaimed, "Wow, are we at the Garden Villa? So beautiful. Such a large ship is still spotless. It's so clean. I'm dizzy looking at this, envious and jealous. Is Lu Xingchen on vacation? He's not living the same life as us. Grapes? Strawberries? Mulberries, lettuce, spinach, cabbage, potatoes, pumpkins? Every kind of fruit and vegetable. Wow, my mouth is watering. You've come to the right place, haha. Are we going to live here from now on? Of course. The gang leader promised that everyone here today will live here from now on. Haha. For our happy life, keep going." Lu Xingchen watched coldly. Taking a step forward, they face quicksand traps and a field of thorns. Laugh, or soon, some of them will cry. Chapter 430. Sure enough, because there were so many people, they couldn't squeeze through, and some people, anxious, hurried forward. Instantly 5 people fell into the quicksand trap, their feet sinking in, and in a blink of an eye, they were up to their thighs. They were shocked. "Ah, help, help, brothers, give me a hand." Yang Feishue, "Oh, how could I forget, don't pull. If you do, you go down with him." Those who were about to reach out immediately withdrew their hands in fear. The crowd was so large that some people couldn't see ahead. Anxious, they pushed the people in front. "What are you doing? Don't even move. A good dog doesn't block the road. Hurry!" The 2 people in front screamed and fell into the quicksand trap. Someone shouted, "Stop pushing, stop pushing. There's a trap down there." Someone else got anxious and said, "Stop gathering. Can't you see it's full? There's no place to stay." "Wait, wait, wait!" Yang Feishue, "What are you waiting for? 30 people aren't enough to kill them. You want to enter in batches and be killed separately? We fight for strength in numbers. Hurry, keep gathering." Yang Feishue, move forward, move forward. "Why are you crowding?" Someone shouted, "There's a trap up ahead. We can't move." Yang Feishue, "So what if there's a trap? Move forward. Fill it up. Fill it up with your lives." Someone got angry and said, "Come on if you can." Yang Feishue, "What are you doing standing back?" Someone had just been gathered and had no place to stand. Now it was a lively scene. Some people were riding on other shoulders, some on others' heads, and some were stacked several layers high. None of these players were honest. They were pushing and shoving, and suddenly many people fell. A chorus of curses. Yang Feishue kept urging, "Quickly gather the troops, quickly move forward, quickly, quickly." Someone bashed around with various objects, finally finding the path and shouting, "Go this way. There are no traps here. Hurry!" Everyone rushed forward. After just a few steps, the 7 or 8 people in front let out a cry and entered a thorny field. Someone inside screamed in agony. The rest retreated in fear. There were still people pushing from behind. There were so many of them. Lu Xingchen drew his bow and began firing. With so many people, and afraid to move forward, how could they dodge quickly? Feather arrows flew by, injuring many. There were still many experts inside, and soon they burst out, a large group charging towards Lu Xingchen with great momentum. With numbers came strength and courage. Lu Xingchen waved his hand, and Lon Lon, Meme, Little Chatterbox, Little Mute, Sea Demon Vine, and Grandma charged forward. And there were Wawa and Red 13. The scene was bustling with activity. Lon Lon let out long, long cries. Mimi charged recklessly. The Chatterbox and Mute Boy was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and the Sea Demon Vines danced with lightning. Hong Shursen brandished his scimitar, and Grandma brandished her iron rod. The baby's crabs leaped and leaped, unstoppable. None of these creatures were easy to deal with. However, having fought them before, Wan Jinbao knew their strength, so when he sent his men this time, he had already divided them into several groups. Which group would deal with the baby, and how would they deal with it? Which group would deal with Lon Lon and Mimi, and how would they deal with it? Even if they were incredibly brave, they couldn't withstand the force of numbers. 10 or 20 people surrounding one would be too much for anyone to handle. Not to mention, They had all sorts of defense cards, defense-breaking cards, and items. Lu Xingchen was anxious. She could handle it alone. Even 10 or 20 of them could handle it. However, Wawa and Grandma were inexperienced in combat, and there was no room for error. Not only did she have to fight the people besieging her, but she also had to take care of Grandma and Wawa. She was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The people who rushed forward were overjoyed, shouting, "Hurry! She can't hold on any longer. Grab it, grab it. Yang Feishua, grab it. This boat is ours from now on. Take good care of it. The guardrails, the ground. No one is allowed to touch it. Yes, yes, Deputy Gang Leader Yang is right. Everyone, don't damage the boat. Take good care of it." The members of the Qinglong gang loved flooding the public channels. How could they not speak during such a high-profile moment? The chat channel was filled with their arrogant comments. Haha, Lu Xingchen is finished. Such a beautiful. The raft is ours. From now on, the Qinglong gang will kill gods and Buddhas, and no one can stop them. That's right, if we're interested, you have to surrender. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen will be your fate. The Qinglong gang is invincible. Yin Xiaolin, Ba, just wait. Xia Xiaoyu, Xingchen, we take care of those bastards and go right away. Wan Jinbao, haha, you're too busy to take care of yourselves. Stop bragging. Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Gu Yin, and the others were held up by Wan Jinbao's men. Lu Xingchen's side was in danger. Just as many people were about to rush to the second floor, there was a sudden splash from the side of the raft. A slender black figure leaped from the water and onto the deck. With a flash of a scimitar, crack! A player's head fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, there was a continuous splashing sound from both sides of the raft. One after another, dark figures leaped from the sea and began to slaughter the players on the deck with impunity. They were all dressed in black, with black ribbons embroidered with black skulls. The players were shocked. Ah! Pirates! Pirates! The skeleton pirates? Why are there pirates? Ah! He's killing me! He's killing me! Black 9, it's me! It's me! Our friendship level is almost 60. Don't kill me! Don't! Oh! The scene was in chaos. Over 30 pirates arrived, but they were all experts, each capable of taking on 3. Swish, swish, swish. Several more figures appeared on the deck, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Gu Yin, and the others. There were too many members of the Qinglong gang who had previously besieged them, so they killed some and rushed over. The remaining ones were dealt with by those who stayed behind. The group was stunned when they saw the pirates. Especially when they saw the pirates fighting with the Qinglong gang, they were at a loss as to what to do. Yin Xiaolin, this boss's ship was attacked simultaneously by 2 groups? Xia Xiaoyu, so we're just going to sit back and watch the fight? Qin Wuchuan observed for a moment. Go to Lu Xingchen. Whoever kills her, we kill them. The crowd rushed over. Lu Xingchen, thank you, everyone. Those with black ribbons are pirates. They're allies. Don't kill them by mistake. Xia Xiaoyu, huh? Can we really do that? Yin Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Oh my goodness. Wei Ying, wow, I never thought we'd become allies with pirates one day, haha. Wei Lin, come on, kill them. Qin Wuchuan nodded. Okay. The group also rushed into the battle. A chaotic battle ensued. On the sea not far away, several rafts loomed. Lu Xingchen glanced around, but didn't see Wan Jinbao. He was probably just a spectator. Wan Jinbao wasn't among them. Apparently he didn't dare come. What a coward. Indeed, those rafts were players who had come to watch the fun. They happened to be nearby and couldn't help but come over to watch. They didn't expect to see such a scene. Lu Xingchen's men were all elite soldiers and generals. Even if Wan Jinbao had sent a number of elites, they wouldn't have been able to hold out. They all called for help. However, for this visit, Wan Jinbao had gathered nearly every nearby gang member who could come, leaving 1/3 on his own raft and sending 2/3 here. There were also those who attacked Wei Lin and Qin Wuchuan separately, so how could they spare the manpower? And the remaining gang members were rather cunning. Seeing so many people unable to hold out, who would dare to come, they all made excuses. The remaining gang members, realizing the situation was hopeless, begged their friends to gather them away. The battle was soon over. Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Gu Yin, and the others hurriedly said their goodbyes, fearing their homes would be robbed. Lu Xingchen was deeply grateful. Unfortunately, she was too busy cleaning up the battlefield right now, so she had no time to prepare a thank you gift. She'd have to wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Qin Wuchuan and the others had left, and He San was also leaving with his men. Lu Xingchen quickly stopped them, smiling, "Thank you all for your help. It's almost morning, how about I stay for breakfast?" She had already earned the Black Skull Pirates' favor from her previous missions, and this time she wanted to go the extra mile and boost He San and He Jio's friendship points. The Qilong gang was still around, and after she killed so many of them, they definitely wouldn't let it go. The Black Skull Pirates were still useful. He San, still terrified, coldly declined, "No thank you, see you later." This ship held too many unpleasant memories for him. Staying even a second longer would be torture. How could Lu Xingchen let them go? Suddenly, she saw Wawa. Lu Xingchen waved, "Wawa, come here. Do you still recognize these two uncles?" She pointed at He San and He Jio. He San's face darkened again. Seeing the doll brought back some unpleasant memories, especially the brutal snowy mountain lapse. He turned and walked away. Chapter 431. He Jio's eyes lit up. "Wawa, you're actually here? Haha, do you still remember Uncle Jio? Come on, Uncle Jio has something to ask you." He always wanted to ask Wawa something. Lu Xingchen winked at Wawa. Wawa was so smart. He understood immediately. He raised his head and said proudly, "I just wanted to ask you how to modify that shoddy rocket launcher of yours." "Okay, I tell you after I've rested." He Jio was delighted. "Really?" "Wawa, of course, it's not a difficult task." He Jio was happy. "Okay, I wait." "I let them go first." Lu Xingchen interrupted. "Let's have breakfast together. I have a food machine here that makes delicious breakfast." He Jio thought for a moment and said, "Okay." He turned around and asked everyone, "Would you like to have breakfast before leaving?" He Si and He Wu looked around and exchanged glances. "Okay, no problem." It was so beautiful here, they couldn't wait to stay longer. After all, they had helped, so how could they not eat? This was their first good deed. The other pirates thought the same thing. The raft was ablaze with flowers and lush greenery. It was exquisite and beautiful. Just being here was refreshing. What's wrong with staying a little longer? Of course, it would be nice to be able to rob it, but unfortunately, the road is blocked by He Jio. Blocked. At this moment, the sky brightened, and the scenery from Lu Xingchen's raft was in full view. The pirates marveled at this boat. It was much prettier than their own. Especially the shimmering purple grapes and juicy strawberries. They looked so delicious that their mouths began to water. Lu Xingchen turned to Hong San and said, "Go pick some grapes and strawberries, wash them, and serve them to the guests." Everyone finally noticed Hong San. "He Jio, oh my god, Hong San, why are you wearing an apron? Hey, what's with that chain? Hey Si, hey, your sister's been looking for you like crazy. Hey Wu, wow, that anklet is so pretty. How about I get one?" Hong San blushed and ignored them, going back to picking grapes. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. Hong San was looking for Hong San. Then he'd probably be here soon. That might be a good idea, to see if he could improve his friendship. She had already put on her friendship badge and checked the friendship scores of each pirate. Perhaps because of the previous mission, their friendship scores with her were all 20, except for Black San, whose score had dropped to 5. Black Jio, being a bit careless, also had a friendship score of 20. He Jio was most interested in Hong San. Hong San carried a large bowl of grapes to the kitchen, and he followed her in. As a result, they saw the food machine. He Jio was shocked. "What is this?" Lu Xingchen came over and explained, "This is the food machine. I make breakfast later. Just put the flour and various ingredients and seasonings in, select them, and in a few minutes, you get fried dough sticks, pie, xiaolongbao, and the like. What do you want?" He Jio, seasonings? He took one look at the rows of spice jars in the kitchen, and his nose immediately turned crooked with anger. "Aren't those all mine? Aren't they mine? Mine?" Lu Xingchen had brought the jars and the seasonings together. He Jio took one look, heartbroken, and gritted his teeth. Shameless. So what if she was shameless? Because of the last mission, Lu Xingchen had earned the favor of the Black Skull Pirates, so they couldn't attack her raft. Of course, they couldn't steal her belongings either. He Jio was on the verge of tears. "I put so much effort into collecting all this stuff. Lu Xingchen, could you please stop being so excessive and leave some for me?" He Jio was practically stamping his feet and beating his chest. Lu Xingchen felt a little guilty. "How about you use these spices to cook? That would count as using them for yourself, wouldn't it?" He Jio's eyes lit up. "Yes, your kitchen is beautiful." Lu Xingchen nodded. "Yes, and my food machine is incredibly easy to use. The food it makes is incredibly delicious." "He Jio, Just brag. Lu Xingchen, why don't you try it? She taught Heijio the simple controls, and he quickly mastered them, happily cooking. Lu Xingchen left the kitchen. That was great. She didn't have to do anything. As for ingredients, she had plenty. The first dish Heijio made was beef pancakes. A few minutes later, a large stack of them emerged from the oven. Lu Xingchen suddenly heard a notification. Heijio used your food machine to make beef pancakes. He's in a great mood. Your friendship level has increased by 2. Lu Xingchen, ? So great? Just making one dish, and she's already gained 2 friendship points? Sure enough, Heijio's friendship level reached 22. Lu Xingchen hurried back and saw Heijio preparing the second dish. Pork dumplings. Soon, several trays of dumplings emerged from the oven, and Lu Xingchen heard another notification. Heijio used your food machine to make dumplings. He's in a great mood. Your friendship level has increased by 2. Now, Heijio's friendship score was 24. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Heijio rubbed his chin and said, "No, they're like animals. This little soup dumplings isn't enough. I have to make more." He made a few more trays of soup dumplings. This time, Lu Xingchen didn't hear the notification sound of a friendship score increase. Heijio's friendship score remained at 24, unchanged. When Heijio was about to make soup dumplings again, Lu Xingchen stopped him. "I have many other breakfast options. Why don't you try something else?" Under Lu Xingchen's guidance, Heijio made egg drop soup, dumpling soup, chive fritters, beef fritters, millet porridge, hand-pulled pancakes, thumb pancakes, and egg pancakes, among others. Every time he made a new dish, his friendship score with Lu Xingchen increased by 2 points. So, after making 10 different dishes, his friendship score with Lu Xingchen had reached 40. Heijio also became much more affectionate towards Lu Xingchen. A few people moved the breakfast items out. By then, the pirates had already feasted on fresh, juicy fruit and were enjoying a hearty breakfast. They were pirates. Their daily routine consisted of murder and robbery, and their meals were simple, consisting of large portions of fish and meat. They had never experienced such an exquisite and rich breakfast. The food machine's creations were incredibly delicious. The pirates raved about them. They devoured the delicacies like a whirlwind, devouring every last drop. Lu Xingchen observed their friendship points and noticed that they had all increased slightly, though of course, they were no match for Black 9. Black 3's friendship point hadn't risen at all. He stared at Lu Xingchen warily, feeling she was up to something. If he hadn't brought these people with him, and had to take them back safely, he would have left long ago. Lu Xingchen glanced at Black 3. No, Black 9 might be stupid and easy to grow, but his strength was average. Black 3's strength was high, enough to rival 3 Black 9's, and he held considerable influence among the pirates. He still needed to grow his friendship point. How do I do it? Lu Xingchen carefully recalled the information on the character identification card, smiled slightly, and an idea came to mind. Chapter 432. After breakfast, the other pirates said goodbye. They still had things to do. Pirates? What's a pirate without robbing? They were busy robbing. Heijio stayed because Wawa hadn't yet taught him how to improve the rocket launcher. Wawa said she was overfed and needed some rest. Wawa finally relented, so Heijio naturally waited. Heijio refused to leave, so Hei-san frowned and tried to persuade him. Hei-san believed Lu Xingchen had ill intentions. If Heijio stayed, he'd soon become the next Hongshi-san, chained and forced to work for others. Heijio refused to leave, even if he died. Helplessly, Hei-san stayed. He and Heijio had a good relationship, and he wanted to keep an eye on Lu Xingchen to prevent him from plotting against him. Lu Xingchen couldn't have wished for more. If Hei-san didn't stay, she wouldn't be able to improve her favorability. Heijio carefully coaxed Wawa, while Hei-san stared at Lu Xingchen with a fierce look. Lu Xingchen went upstairs to the Peach Blossom Holy Land. The Peach Blossom Holy Land was blessed with good fortune today. A double blessing. With the blessing, she went to the vegetable garden and picked various vegetables and fruits, packed them up, and distributed them to Zhong Chang, Qin Wuchuan, Wei Lin, Gu Yan, and the others. She then searched the storage box and took out some good equipment and weapons, which she gave to them. They had risked their lives to support her yesterday, and she was deeply grateful. She took these things as a thank you gift. She gave Qin Wuchuan a set of bravery sets. During the Great Hunt, she had killed several former leaderboard champions and obtained several bravery sets. Grandma had no use for them, so she had been storing them in the storage box. She gave them to them. Qin Wuchuan had many men under his command, so they could use them. Qin Wuchuan laid out a basket of fruit, a basket of vegetables, and a set of martial arts uniforms, showing them to everyone with a smile. Xiao Xiaoyu was more alert. Did boss Lu send them? Qin Wuchuan nodded. Yin Xiaolin drooled as he looked at the juicy grapes and pears. Wow, that's a lot. Boss is so generous. Grapes. There are only 2 people selling grapes in the trading hall right now, and they're so expensive even for a single bunch. Boss just gave me a whole basket. Oh my! I'm so greedy. Zhu Xiaoyu, you're useless. Why don't you look at the equipment? That's a valor set. The second place finisher gets a valor set, and there are only 10 sets in 10 zones. Xiao Xiaoyu, right, Yin Xiaolin always misses the point. Yin Xiaolin, the valor set isn't even mine. Hee, I can definitely get a share of these grapes, right? Qin Wuchuan, actually, even if we hadn't gone yesterday, Lu Xingchen would have been fine, given all the pirates. So she gave us too much. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. So boss, we have to give you something. Qin Wuchuan thought for a moment. We continue to gather intelligence and various seeds. That's all we can give you. Xiao Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. Boss, check the chat. The chat was bustling. Everyone, how's Lu Xingchen? I've been waiting for hours. Why is no one chatting? What are you talking about? Are there any Qinglong gang members still hanging around? Huh? Why? Why? Because they were all killed by Lu Xingchen? What, Lu Xingchen is okay? Yes, I was lucky enough to watch. Wow, the battle was intense. Suddenly, a group of pirates showed up and slaughtered the Qinglong gang without a word. Some were killed, some were injured. Over 100 people went, and only a dozen escaped. Amazing. Lu Xingchen actually has pirates helping him? I admire you. Lu Xingchen lives up to his reputation, haha. Of course, he's the undisputed leader in our District 33. Where are those arrogant Qinglong gang lackeys from earlier? Why aren't they talking? Pa, a mob. Wang Jinbao's face turned pale. On the one hand, he felt heartbroken because over 100 people had died, including many elites. On the other, he felt terrified that Lu Xingchen had actually enlisted the help of pirates. How could they possibly survive then? At the same time, he was thankful he hadn't gone over there and had many experts protecting him. Otherwise, he might not have made it back. Wang Jinbao shuddered and immediately announced to the gang, everyone who attacked Gu Yan and Qin Wuchuan, returned to the main raft for now. He needed more people to protect him, lest Lu Xingchen teleport in and kill him too. What he hadn't anticipated was that his loyal deputy gang leader Yang had already tipped off Lu Xingchen. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen might actually go find him. Lu Xingchen and Yang Feishua chatted for a while, and they realized that rushing over to kill Wang Jinbao now was a no-go. Wang Jinbao was incredibly timid and cautious. He had so many followers, and had obtained numerous defensive treasures from them. He was also surrounded by a group of elites. Going in alone would be impossible to kill him. At least not now. We could only wait for him to relax a little before thinking of a solution. Lu Xingchen lay on the beanbag, taking a rare moment of rest. At noon, just as Grandma was about to start cooking, Lu Xingchen stopped her. Shujio, come on. Lu Xingchen waved to Heijio. Heijio came over happily. What's up? Lu Xingchen, what do you want for lunch? I have beef, chicken, duck, pork, rabbit, all kinds of meat, and vegetables too. How about we go to the food machine and look up the recipes? Heijio nodded, sure. He had been nagging all morning, and Wawa had finally taught him something. Just that little bit made him burst with joy. Wawa was amazing. It was like he was receiving instruction from Master Lei Jin. Who was Master Lei Jin? A freak with superb skills and a strange personality who wouldn't accept any apprentices. Try to learn from him, no way. But his daughter knew quite a bit. Even a little knowledge he could glean from Wawa would be enough for him. Heijio happily went to the kitchen with Lu Xingchen, and they looked at the food machine together. Finally, they settled on 10 dishes and 2 soups, golden prawns, braised pork knuckle, black pepper beef tenderloin, steamed spare ribs with pumpkin, 1,000-layer meat pie, boiled pork slices, peppercorn chicken, cumin lamb. 12 dishes in total. Lu Xingchen's lips curled up. She was so happy. Hee, that's 24 friendship points. She could also take this opportunity to have Heijio make some of her and Grandma's favorite dishes, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Xingchen patted Heijio. Come on. I can use your seasonings and ingredients again. Aren't you happy? Heijio's eyes lit up. I'm happy. Even if he couldn't steal or rob, he would use up all his things himself. He definitely wouldn't give them to Lu Xingchen. Heijio had decided to stay here a few more days. After giving Heijio his instructions, Lu Xingchen happily left the kitchen. Heijio grabbed Hong Shersan's floral apron and busied himself in the kitchen. He happily hummed a little tune as he cooked. Hei-san came in with a scowl. When are you leaving? Heijio, leaving? Why would I leave? The food and drinks here are delicious, I can cook, and I can learn things. Why would I leave? Hei-san's face darkened even further. What are you doing here? Working for someone. Like Hong Sher-san? Heijio was unhappy. How can I be like him? I'm not wearing an anklet. Hei-san roared. That's right, you don't even need an anklet. Hei-san, are you stupid? Chapter 433. Heijio wasn't one to take advice. Okay, Lao-san, you go out. I make a few of your favorite dishes. After a moment's thought, he said considerately, aren't you too idle? Why not go clean up the deck and wipe the chairs? You stop worrying when you're busy. Hei-san's face sank as he stormed off. Lu Xingchen stared at Hei-san's friendship level and heard a notification. Hei-san is furious. His friendship level with you is 1. Now, Hei-san's friendship level is only 4. This won't do. Hei-san is a stickler for advice. If nothing else, he have to cook some more delicious and adorable food. After a while, Heijio had all the dishes ready. He placed them on the table one by one, saying proudly, come on, let's eat and taste the chef's cooking. He had cooked 10 dishes and 2 soups, and his friendship level with Lu Xingchen had increased by another 24 points, reaching 64. That was a very good friendship level. Heijio treated Lu Xingchen even better. Lu Xingchen went to the kitchen and, with Grandma, made a few cute little buns, similar to the ones they had last time, with red pandas, lambs, chickens, and rabbits. They were filled with red bean paste. After bringing them out, they were placed directly in front of Hei-san. Hei-san's eyes widened. He leaned back slightly, staring at the buns with a look of deep fear. Wawa liked them very much and quickly scooped out a red panda and put it in. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Okay, everyone, take whatever you like. She glanced at Hei-san. Hei-san's face paled, then flushed, and he suddenly covered his mouth and turned to run to the raft. Everyone heard the sound of suppressed retching. Lon, wow, he's vomiting. Is he pregnant? Mimi, how can he be pregnant if he doesn't have a wife? Lon, how do you know he doesn't have a wife? Mimi, how can he stay out all night if he has a wife? Lon, why can't he stay out all night if he has a wife? Isn't he on a business trip right now? Lu Xingchen, that's not the point, okay? Whether Hei-san has a wife or not, he can't be pregnant. After a while, Hei-san came back weakly. Seeing the bun still in front of him, he covered his mouth again. Lu Xingchen, huh, you don't like these buns? Hei-san waved his hand weakly. Take them away, take them away. Heijio quickly took the buns away, and flatteringly placed them in front of Wawa. He turned around and asked worriedly, didn't you love these cute little things the most? Ah, I see. After last time, you must be traumatized. Hei-san remained silent, his brow furrowed. He simply skipped his meal and sat back, lost in thought, in a chair. Lu Xingchen suddenly understood. Hei-san must be suffering from PTSD. Now, he couldn't even look at these cute little things, let alone like them. Poor thing. It seemed the cherry buns from last time had truly left a psychological scar on him. After feeling pity, she became worried. What else could Hei-san possibly like? The food was pretty good for everyone, with Heijio and Hong Sher-san eating especially much. The food made by the food machine was truly delicious. After lunch, Heijio cleared the dishes and suddenly clapped his hands. It's over, it's over. I have a mission. No, I have to go out for a while. With that, he whipped out a small boat, threw it into the sea, and jumped on board. Then, with a swish, he vanished. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then spotted Heijio in the chat. By the way, didn't the Qinglong gang say someone was favored by Hong San, and that the two of them were close to Heijio? Why haven't we heard from him yet? Yeah, I haven't seen Heijio all morning. They say Heijio's friendship points are the easiest to boost among these people. Just give him some treasures, and his friendship points will rise rapidly. I've been waiting for him all morning. Why hasn't he appeared? Haha, I saw Heijio. He's here, he's here. I've got the treasure ready. Hey, why did he leave? I ran into Heijio too. He spoke to me absent-mindedly for a few words, and then left in a flash. I saw him too. Was he in a hurry? Why did he just show up and leave? He didn't even bother to say a word? Yeah, it was like he was completing a mission. He just showed up and left in a flash. How perfunctory. Why? He's the best at boosting friendship points. Why is he in such a hurry this time? The chat was buzzing with discussion. Lu Xingchen was stunned. So, Heijio also had a mission to show up, and he hadn't shown up all morning, so he rushed off to complete it. People in the chat room were complaining about Heijio not talking to them, coming and going in a hurry, and leaving before anyone could even refresh their friendship points. About 2 hours later, with a whoosh, Heijio returned. Heijio was relieved. Finally done. Alright, Wawa, let's get back to researching the rocket launcher. Wawa, I'm tired. I need to rest. Heijio was dumbfounded. Why did I rush back here? Why are you taking another break? Wawa, I'm taking a nap. Lu Xingchen quickly said, Wawa's still young and sleeps a lot. Heijio, study on your own for a while. Heijio scratched his head. Okay. Heisen looked glum and sat down at the table. He had just vomited all the delicious food and couldn't eat it, so he was starving. But they were on someone else's boat, and he felt embarrassed to ask for food. He wanted to leave, but he was worried about Heijio. He rubbed his stomach and decided to hold it in. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and went to the kitchen. A moment later, she came out with a plate of something yellow. Lan saw it and screamed, Ah, Xiaolu, you made a plate of poop? Yes, it was a bunch of uglier, black, yellow, and green things that looked like poop. Lu Xingchen placed the plate of food in front of Heisan, exuding a wave of kindness. These are my steamed buns. It's my first time making them, so they're a little ugly, but they're definitely delicious. How about one? Heisan's eyes widened again. After staring for a moment, he picked up a so-called bun and broke it open. It was stuffed with scallions and pork, and definitely no cherry sauce. Heisan took a few tentative bites and nodded. Definitely no cherry sauce. He was starving, so he finished the bun in a few bites and reached for another. After he had eaten 2 buns, Lu Xingchen heard a notification. Heisan, you've eaten your ugly buns, and you've relieved your hunger. Your friendship score has increased by 1. The friendship score has finally returned to 5. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Any increase was welcome. It seemed Heisan had been greatly stimulated and no longer liked small, cute food. Now, he seemed to prefer large, ugly food. Perhaps this shape would give him a sense of security. Heisan, with his voracious appetite, ate 3 more buns. Lu Xingchen received a notification. Heisan ate your ugly buns, relieved his hunger, and his friendship score increased by 1. His friendship score has reached 6. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. He just needed to find a solution. Worst case scenario, he could just slowly increase his friendship score. He was here anyway. Suddenly, Gao Dafu sent a message. Xiao Lu, check the chat. Lu Xingchen opened the area chat, where Wan Jinbao was spamming the screen. Chapter 434. Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen, you're actually colluding with pirates. Wan Jinbao. You're actually colluding with the notorious Black Skull pirates. Wan Jinbao. They don't know how many players they've killed and robbed. Lu Xingchen, are you going to make all the players your enemy? Lu Xingchen immediately said bluntly. Wan Jinbao, you've also killed and robbed many players. Are you going to make all the players your enemy? Wan Jinbao, I'm different. Lu Xingbao, how is it different? You kill the players after you rob, but pirates might not kill them after you rob, right? Wan Jinbao, no matter what, we players are in opposition to the pirates. This is an internal conflict among the players. You're colluding with the pirates now, betraying the players, and making them your enemy. Have you ever considered the relationship between Lu Xing and the Black Skull pirates? With such good relations between the pirate groups, perhaps she was behind the Black Skull pirates' raids on players. Li Wenlin. I think so, haha. Gao Dafu. Hey Li Wenlin, are you still here? I heard you killed your husband just for a few cherries, is that right? Yin Xiaolin. Yes, I testify. Li Wenlin angrily. Get lost. She continued. Boss Wan, what are your plans? Tell us. As long as it's against Lu Xingchen, we definitely support you. Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen is colluding with the pirates, and we won't tolerate him. I hope all players will unite and kill Lu Xingchen together. Li Wenlin. No problem. Wan Jinbao. I've already made an agreement with the Flying Bird Gang and the Turtle Gang. They join us. We hope more talented individuals will join us to kill the Black Sheep, Lu Xingchen. Xia Xiaoyu. TSK, aren't you the Black Sheep, Wan Jinbao? Xia Xiaoyu. How shameless. Yin Xiaolin. This is the first time I've seen someone who distorts right and wrong without a blush. Wan Jinbao, you're amazing. Wan Jinbao. None of your business, Qin Wuchuan, keep your people under control. Qin Wuchuan. I think they're right. Without your Qinglong gang, District 33 wouldn't be in such a mess. Xiaoxiu, that's right. The chat channel was abuzz with noise. Yang Feishu has sent a message. Boss, Wan Jinbao has allied with several other gangs and wants to kill you. They're mainly after your ship. Lu Xingchen, how many people, how many gangs? Yang Feishu, they're a bit timid and want to gather more men. The initial plan is to attack in 5 days. Boss, you only have 5 days, so hurry and find a solution. Yang Feishu was getting anxious. I estimate they can gather over 500 men. Boss, do the Black Skull Pirates have enough men? Lu Xingchen's face was as gloomy as water. She knew Wan Jinbao wouldn't give up. With the arrival of pirates, players could encounter each other, and the advantage of numbers became apparent. As a result, several gangs have risen in power in recent days. With more people, naturally, they become more aggressive. More than one gang wants to kill her, seize her ship, and her supplies. Without Wan Jinbao and the Qinglong gang, there will be others and other gangs. Even if the realms are merged, this kind of thing will happen a lot. There will be no more peaceful days. Now she had 2 options. The first was to join Wan Jinbao and the others, gathering players and establishing a large gang. However, this would inevitably lead to gang warfare, which might even become more frequent. Moreover, with more people, there are more problems. There are interpersonal conflicts, undercover agents from various gangs, and so on. It's impossible for her to be a carefree wanderer anymore. The second path is to strengthen the raft's defensive and offensive capabilities. Build it into an indestructible and powerful ship. Firearms would be best. Lu Xingchen looked up at Heijio, who was flitting around with the doll, and waved, "Little Jio, come here." Heijio pinched 2 cherries, and came over happily. "Lu Xingchen, you have so many cherries. I'm so lucky." Heijio was delighted and didn't understand why Hei-san wanted to leave. Heijio had delicious food and drinks here, the environment was beautiful, and you could study. What a wonderful life. Hei-san just didn't know how to enjoy himself. Thinking of this, Heijio couldn't help but increase his friendship points towards Lu Xingchen by 2 more. "Lu Xingchen, how's your rocket launcher now? How many people can it take out?" Heijio immediately patted his chest. "You want to learn? I teach you. My rocket launcher is powerful. Bang! It fires 3 rockets at once. It might not kill, but it's definitely enough to ignite." Lu Xingchen, She thought it was unreliable. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What if I want to modify my boat so it can actively target and attack hostile targets, preferably preventing them from boarding? Is that possible? The most annoying thing is that those people can teleport to their own rafts and then gather a large group of people. If only it could be banned." Heijio's eyes widened. "You're asking too much. I guess only Master Lei Jin could do it." Lu Xingchen beamed. "Master Lei Jin can do it?" Heijio nodded. "Absolutely. Master Lei Jin is amazing." After praising Master Lei Jin for a bit, Heijio sighed. "It's just that the master has a weird temper, and is too impatient to accept apprentices. I'm still young and don't know much." "What a pity." Lu Xingchen paused. "Master Lei Jin is indeed amazing. It would be great if I could learn from him. Alas, he's so weird that it's impossible to increase your friendship points. And he's nowhere to be seen." Players in the chat channel have said more than once that, over the years, the other masters have made appearances, but Master Lei Jin is like a dead man, never appearing. Lu Xingchen was lost in thought when I came over and hugged her arm, saying, "Sister, come play with me." Lu Xingchen was lost in thought, and didn't have time to spend with her. After a moment's thought, she pulled out the Princess Castle building blocks she found in a box earlier and said, "Come on, let's play with this." The blocks were beautiful, and I immediately fell in love with them. I was also smart, and I could build them beautifully without Lu Xingchen doing anything. I couldn't let go of them. Lu Xingchen was about to lose herself in thought when she heard a notification from the game. "Doll has received your building block and is very happy. Your friendship value has increased by 2. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. Doll was so adorable. Its friendship value was already 88, and now it's 90. It's a pity that Doll can't teach anything. Suddenly, another notification sounded. Doll's friendship value has increased by 2. Master Lei Jin is grateful, and has increased his friendship value by 20. Lu Xingchen was stunned. How did Master Lei Jin's favorability increase? She hadn't even met him, and it increased by 20 points all at once. So impressive. She took a closer look at the notification. Could it be that, if she treated Doll well, Master Lei Jin's friendship value would increase? No, she had to try it again. Thinking for a moment, Lu Xingchen took out the macarons she had obtained earlier and said to Doll, "Doll, do you want to eat this?" Macarons were brightly colored and adorable, and children loved them. As expected, Doll was delighted and immediately grabbed one and started eating it. Lu Xingchen heard a notification. The doll has received your macarons and is very happy. Its friendship with you has increased by 1. Lu Xingchen was excited and waited patiently. Finally, another notification sounded. The doll has increased its friendship with you by 1. Master Lei Jin is grateful, and his friendship with you has increased by 10. Chapter 435. Okay, confirmed. If she gains the doll's friendship points, Master Lei Jin's friendship points towards her will also increase, and it will increase tenfold. So, that's how Master Lei Jin's friendship points are increased. Great. In just a few moments, Master Lei Jin's friendship points, which were previously negative 128, have increased by 30 points to negative 98. Lu Xingchen immediately became excited. She decided to increase Master Lei Jin's friendship points and learn his skills. Armed ships. There are still several days left. Let's go all out. I must keep Doll happy these next few days. Lu Xingchen was excited and immediately searched through her drawers to see if there were any toys suitable for Doll. Oh, there's also a gold bell hair ornament. It was the hair ornament that the pirates had dropped earlier. Golden bells. Little girl's favorite hair accessories. +5 to constitution, +5 to agility. Lu Xingchen waved. Come here, Doll, take a look at these. Do you like them? Doll touched them and said happily, I love them. Lu Xingchen pinned 2 golden bells to her pigtails. Every time Doll moved her head, the bells jingled non-stop. The sound was quiet, but beautiful. Ting ting ting, very pleasant. Doll loved it. Lu Xingchen heard the game notification. Doll has received the golden bells from you. I'm very happy. Friendship points +5. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Just a pair of golden bells had actually increased friendship points by 5. She guessed it was because the golden bells had the added agility and constitution attributes. Doll's friendship points increased by 5, and Master Lei Jin, grateful, increased your friendship points by 50. Now, Master Lei Jin's friendship value was negative 48. In just a few moments, she had already raised Master Lei Jin's friendship value to 80. Lu Xingchen was beaming with joy. Keep going. Alas, she only had so much on hand. Lu Xingchen found toys and snacks that Baby might like and tried them one by one. The fully automatic sprinkler, Baby didn't like it. The remote-controlled speedboat from before, Baby also didn't like it. The skipping rope, Baby disliked it even more. Lu Xingchen tried several things, but Baby's reaction was mediocre. She had no choice but to try it herself. Baby was 5 years old, right at kindergarten age. Imagine how kindergarten teachers play with children. Why not just try it all? She called me Lon Lon, Black 9, Red 13, Little Chatterbox, Little Mute, and others, and they all joined in a game of Eagle Catches Chicken. She was the eagle, Black 9 was the hen, and the others were the chicks. Hong Shersan, though young, loved the game immensely. Heijio, though older, had a youthful mind and also enjoyed it. Everyone was having a blast, the deck abuzz with laughter. Lon Lon and Little Chatterbox were laughing especially wildly. Quack, quack, it felt like there were 500 ducks on the deck. Hei San stood by, leaning against a pillar, watching the chaos in despair, covering his ears helplessly. What kind of day was this? Amidst the deafening roar of joy, Lu Xingchen heard a series of notifications. Wawa played Eagle Catches Chicken with you. Very happy. Friendship points +1. Hong Shersan played Eagle Catches Chicken with you. Very happy. Friendship points +1. Heijio played Eagle Catches Chicken with you, and had a blast. His friendship level increased by 1. Lu Xingchen, She had never expected to accidentally gain the friendship level of Hong Shersan and the others. However, Hong Shersan, Heijio, and the others only saw a slight increase in their friendship level. Wawa's friendship level, however, increased by 3 points in a row, almost every 10 minutes. After that, there was no movement. Their friendship level had reached 99. Lu Xingchen had been playing Eagle Catches Chicken with them for an hour, and was almost sick of it. Seeing that Wawa's friendship level was no longer increasing, she breathlessly announced the end of the game. Wawa was full of energy, and not very happy. In the end, he continued playing with Panda Cub, Chatterbox, Hong Shersan, and the others. Lu Xingchen leaned back on the beanbag to rest and took a look. Wawa's friendship level had increased by 3 points, while Master Lei Jin's had increased by 30 points. Now, Master Lei Jin's friendship level with her was -18. Not bad, it's almost positive. I've been grinding Master Lei Jin's friendship points to 110 today. Worth it. Lu Xingchen took a sip of water, ready to rest. She opened the screen and glanced at the chat. The players were still discussing the various masters. Black 9 hasn't appeared in ages? Where did he go? Hey, Master Lei Jin hasn't appeared at all. Isn't that strange? Red 3's been showing up a lot lately, but she's got a bad temper. She's ready to tear anyone apart with just one look. Yeah. She just came over and asked sullenly, "Have you seen my brother?" Before I could answer, she slapped me and said, "Get out of here. You're so ugly." Damn, I'm so pissed. Ahem, according to everyone's speculation, Hong San is obsessed with looks. If you're ugly, don't get close to her, haha. Hey, didn't someone from the Qinglong gang gain her favor? How's it going? Yuan Ming, hee, excuse me. Sister Hong San is right here with me. We're having tea. Yuan Ming sent a screenshot. It showed a woman in red sitting at a table, smiling broadly while holding a teacup. The chat channel immediately became even more lively. Some asked Yuan Ming for information, while others expressed envy. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes. Yuan Ming? Isn't this the Qinglong gang member who gained Hong San's favor? Hong San is in the Qinglong gang? Hong San specializes in intermediate fireball cannons and elementary arrow towers, ranking 3rd on the master's ranking. Very impressive. Oh no! If she helps the Qinglong gang upgrade their rafts and build arrow towers and fireball cannons, her situation will become even more challenging. Yang Feishua sent a message. Boss, Yuan Ming and Hong San seem to be getting along well. Yuan Ming knows how to cheer up girls. Hong San's friendship level has increased. I'm afraid he'd be teaching Yuan Ming how to build a basic arrow tower soon. Yang Feishua, I heard this thing can actively attack nearby enemies. Boss, this is troublesome. Lu Xingchen replied, It's okay. Keep an eye on it while I think of a solution. Yang Feishua agreed. Lu Xingchen looked at Hong San, who was laughing heartily not far away. Hong San was very happy because he loved playing Eagle Catches Chicken, a game he had never played as a child. He grew up on a boat, where children only practice killing and stealing, not playing these kinds of games. Lu Xingchen waved, Sure San, come here. Hong San was startled, his smile vanishing, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He approached reluctantly. Lu Xingchen touched her face. She wasn't acting fierce, was she? Why did Hong San seem so afraid of her? Hong San came over and stood obediently before her. They were quite far apart. Lu Xingchen, San, do you have any way to contact your sister? Hong San was stunned and panicked. My sister isn't fun. She won't stay here. Don't ask her to come. Chapter 436. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Don't worry, I won't force your sister to stay. I just heard she's looking for you, and is quite worried. Call her over and let her know you're here. Wouldn't that put her mind at ease? Hong San was still hesitant. Yang Feishua's message arrived, further worrying him. Yuan Ming is really good with women. Hong San really likes him, and has promised to teach him the intermediate fireball cannon and the basic arrow tower. I teach him after this cup of tea. Boss, I've tried my best. I just can't stop her. Lu Xingchen looked at Hong San. San, call your sister over quickly. It'd be troublesome if you're late. Hong San was stunned. What trouble? Lu Xingchen said seriously. She's about to be scammed by a man. Hong San immediately shook his head. How is that possible? My sister only scams men, not gets scammed by them. Lu Xingchen, How hasty. However, judging from Hong San's expression, he seemed to be able to contact Hong San. She had to get Hong San to call him over, otherwise, it would be too easy for Yuan Ming and the Qinglong gang. She quickly promised, San, call your sister, and I set you free. Hong San's eyes faltered for a moment. Actually, I'm quite free now. It's just a chain on his ankle, isn't it? It's long enough to not affect his movements. He was on the ship, well-fed and well-drinking. The work was easy, the environment beautiful, with all sorts of adorable pets, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, much better than the previous Fire Phoenix pirate ship. Most importantly, there was no need to kill or rob. He didn't like that kind of dangerous life, and preferred the peace he had now. When he had free time, he would tend to flowers and trees, feed the chickens and rabbits, and occasionally wash the dishes. Over a dozen dishes for lunch. What a wonderful life. Lu Xingchen, She was nearly dying of anxiety. She simply pulled out her dagger and thrust it forward. Quick, call your sister, or I kill you right now. Hong San stumbled. Huh? Lu Xingchen, Quick! Hong Shursen shuddered. My sister's amazing. She won't stay. Yang Feishue, boss, Yuan Ming has already started learning. Lu Xingchen thrust the dagger forward. Stop talking nonsense, hurry! Hong Shursen, with a mournful expression, pulled out a bamboo tube, about a finger's width, and pressed it. Whoosh! The tube flew high into the air. Bang, bang, bang. 3 cannon shots rang out, followed by a dazzling display of fireworks. On the Qinglong Gang's main raft, Yuan Ming, Wan Jinbao, and a group of deputy gang leaders watched from the sidelines. Yuan Ming stood respectfully to the side. Hong San, dressed in red, nodded lazily. Here, look carefully, this is how to make an arrow tower. Wan Jinbao couldn't hold it in any longer and posted a message in the regional chat channel. Haha, our Qinglong Gang will soon have an arrow tower. It's the only one of its kind on the sea. Wait for the announcement. He'd been holding it in for a long time. Before, he held it in for fear of instability, but now that Hong San had finally started teaching, he couldn't hold it in any longer. It was time to make a big announcement. His Qinglong Gang had attacked Lu Xingchen twice, suffering heavy losses. They needed to recruit. How could they recruit without boasting? The other deputy gang leaders immediately followed suit. Deputy Gang Leader Chen, haha, the Qinglong Gang is invincible. Deputy Gang Leader Niu, haha, by then, every raft will have an arrow tower. We shoot wherever we go, and the cow will die. Deputy Gang Leader Ma, the Qinglong Gang is recruiting. Join now, and you get an arrow tower. Come on, come on. Gao Dafu, the Qinglong Gang is out of cannon fodder. All the previous ones are dead. Come on, you idiots. Xia Xiaoyu, those who joined yesterday are already dead today. How long can those who joined today live? Yin Xiaolin, 5 days, because after 5 days, they go to Lu Xingchen again to die. Gao Dafu, 5 days? That's a long life. Xia Xiaoyu, that's. After all, you can only survive a day or 2 after joining the gang. Wan Jinbao, Gao Dafu, Xia Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaolin, we learn about the arrow towers later and kill you first. Xia Xiaoyu, TSK, wait until you've recruited enough cannon fodder. Gao Dafu, a smart person would definitely wait until the fight between the Qinglong Gang and Lu Xingchen is over before joining the gang. Joining now, isn't that stupid? Wan Jinbao was furious. Before, when there were so many people, he could say a word and the Qinglong Gang members would immediately flood the screen with comments, flooding the forum with comments. Now that there are fewer people, Xia Xiaoyu, Gao Dafu, and the others could say several more. It's like these guys are guarding the chat channel. Whenever he speaks, they immediately come over to disrupt him. It's so annoying. He looked back and saw that the people in front of him had stopped moving. Hong San frowned slightly. Yuan Ming looked at him expectantly. The other deputy gang leaders also looked at Hong San and Yuan Ming eagerly. Wan Jinbao, what's wrong? Hong San suddenly moved. She shushed him, saying, Yuan Ming, wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Then she turned and jumped onto her boat. Whoosh! She disappeared. Wan Jinbao was anxious. What's going on? Yuan Ming was bewildered. I don't know. She was about to teach me when she suddenly stopped moving for about a few seconds before leaving. Maybe something urgent happened? Wan Jinbao nodded. Okay, we wait. Lu Xingchen watched the fireworks in the sky. About half a minute later, the fireworks disappeared. She turned her gaze and saw a small boat beside her raft. On the boat was a woman in red. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in red, with long hair, an oval face, delicate eyebrows, and elegant features. Her eyes were bright and lively, full of spirit. Oh, she thought Hong San was an incredibly beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, she was a little different than she had imagined. Is this the legendary Sea King? Hong San looked at Hong Shursen in shock, gazing at the chain on his foot. Hong Shursen said obediently, sister. Hong San was stunned for a moment, then suddenly flew into a rage. I've been looking for you for so long, and you're here. She looked at Lu Xingchen and raged again. He's a miner. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Can't a miner do some work? Isn't it just feeding rabbits and planting flowers? How can a 14-year-old not do such a small job? Lu Xingchen was stunned, then suddenly realized. She stepped forward, stood beside Hong Shursen, and said, Your brother and his men came to my ship to kill me, and I caught them. I haven't treated him badly these past few days. Look, he's gained weight. She approached Hong Shursen, fearing a sudden attack from Hong San. According to the chat channel, Hong San didn't kill much. At most, she rob a few boxes and beat someone up a few times. Hong San simply liked attractive men, but there wouldn't be any adult content. Everyone had made their own judgment about her fighting ability. Lu Xingchen estimated that her fighting ability was similar to He San's. With all the pets and people here, and the sea demon vine, she can't afford to suffer. Now they're trying to find a way to get her to stay, and not go to the Qinglong gang. Hong San looked at Hong Shersan. As expected, after not seeing him for a few days, Hong Shersan had gained weight and looked more energetic. Most importantly, there was a glint in his eyes. Just like the light she gets when she sees a handsome man, it seems the people at sea have heard of her fame and don't dare to embarrass Hong Shersan. Hong San looked at Lu Xingchen's raft, his eyes lighting up. Your place is beautiful, isn't it? If you had a few more beautiful men, it would be even more perfect. Lu Xingchen joked, how many do you want? How many can you leave behind? Chapter 437. After hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Hong San raised her eyebrows. My standards are very high. She leaped onto the boat. There's hope. Lu Xingchen checked her friendship score with Hong San. It was 10, Hong San's starting friendship score. It was a shame, it hadn't increased at all. However, that didn't matter. She wasn't counting on increasing Hong San's friendship score. Her goal was to hold Hong San back and prevent her from helping the Qinglong gang. She could also help a few friends while she was at it. Lu Xingchen immediately announced to Wei Lin, Gu Yan, and the others in the group chat, Hong San is on my ship. Gao Dafu, what? She's on your ship? That's unnatural. Everyone says Hong San isn't interested in female players, only handsome men. Lu Xingchen, so, handsome men, why don't you come over to my place and boost Hong San's friendship points? Gao Dafu excitedly, come on, I'd be right there. Wei Ying, hey Gao Dafu, calm down and look in the mirror first. Wei Ying, Wei Lin, come on, your chance is here. Wei Lin, no problem. Gao Dafu, Wei Lin, you're actually going to sell your looks. Wei Lin chuckled. Being able to make a living with your looks is a skill. Since it's useful, what's wrong with using it? Gao Dafu, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Our old Gu wouldn't join in on the fun. He's more reserved. Gu Yan, call me. Gao Dafu, Wei Lin, ahem. Wei Ying, haha. Gao Dafu, Gu Yan, where's your integrity? Where's your integrity? Where's your face? Gu Yan, do you want the arrow tower? Gao Dafu, yes. Gao Dafu, hey, you can't go like this. An unshaven beard won't help. Come on, I tidy you up. Gu Yan and Wei Lin needed to get ready. Lu Xingchen felt relieved. Aren't these two handsome men? Wei Lin and Gu Yan both looked good, one sunny and handsome, the other dashing and heroic. Both were dazzlingly handsome. More elegant than Yuan Ming in the previous screenshot. I don't believe Hong San doesn't like it. Hong San was strolling around the boat, delighted by the flowers and plants. She glanced back at Lu Xingchen. Didn't you say there were handsome men? Are there any? If not, I'm leaving. I have a date with that handsome boy. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it's useless without a handsome man. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Don't worry. My cousins are all good-looking. They be here soon. She deliberately made Wei Lin and Gu Yan, who were arriving shortly, sound close to her, just in case she could gain some friendship points. Hong San's eyes lit up. Cousins? More than one? Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes. Hong San chuckled happily and patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder. Okay, the more the better. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Cough. A loud cough came from the side. It was He San. His face had already darkened from hearing the conversation between Lu Xingchen and Hong San. Hong San glanced over and saw He San and He Jio. She was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said with disgust, what a misshapen creature. How can you have such an ugly person on your ship? It's disgusting. Lu Xingchen was stunned. He Jio has an average appearance, while Heisen has good features, even a bit handsome. Does that mean they are ugly? Is Hong San asking too much? No, these people have a personal grudge. As expected, He San sneered, ugly and unaware. Hong San was furious. You call me ugly? Little He San, are you blind? Are you blind? She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. When she got close, a swish, two scimitars appeared in her hands and stabbed at him. He San dodged, blocking with the scimitars, and the two of them engaged in a fight. The clashing blows continued, breaking two of Lu Xingchen's chairs. Lu Xingchen quickly intervened. Slow down, Sister Hong San, my cousin is coming. Hong San then sheathed her weapon and smoothed her hair. Okay, let him go for now. Hey San, fi. Hong San turned around. Shut up. Hong San dragged Lu Xingchen to a farther table and sat down, still furious. Lu Xingchen was worried. She had to make sure this sister, who she finally summoned, ran away. She quickly whispered to Heijio, asking him to persuade He San to leave, or at least stay away. Heijio had a high friendship with her, and immediately agreed. Lu Xingchen summoned Wei Lin. Swish. In a flash, Wei Lin appeared beside her. Lu Xingchen boasted, Sister Hong San, this is my cousin. My cousin Wei Lin. Wei Lin glanced at her, and knew the one in red was Hong San. He immediately bared his bright white teeth, greeted her with a bright smile, and sat down at the table. Wei Lin was handsome, especially when he smiled. Hong San glanced at him, her eyes flickered, and she smiled. Lu Xingchen heard the game notification. Hong San is very pleased with you. Friendship level +10. Lu Xingchen was stunned. What a pleasant surprise. I hadn't expected to get 10 friendship points. Delighted, she asked Gu Yan and Gao Dafu, are you ready? Gao Dafu, wait a minute. Gu Yan, all right. Lu Xingchen immediately summoned him. Gu Yan swooped over to her side. Lu Xingchen, Sister Hong San, this is my cousin Gu Yan. Hong San's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Gu Yan was much more handsome than Wei Lin, though a bit colder. He gave Hong San a cold look, stepped to the left, and sat on a nearby wooden chair. He ignored her. Lu Xingchen heard the game notification again. Hong San is very pleased with you. Friendship points +10. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Although Gu Yan had arrived, he showed no intention of speaking. He sat on the wooden chair, not too far away, gazing at the vegetable patch nearby. Wei Lin was quite talkative, and soon he and Hong San were chatting about their experiences at sea. The two of them chatted happily. Lu Xingchen brought more fruit and placed it on the table, and Hong San ate quite a bit. Unfortunately, her friendship points didn't increase at all. Lu Xingchen understood that as long as she had nothing to do with the handsome man, Hong San's friendship points wouldn't increase. In the group chat, Lu Xingchen asked about Wei Lin and Gu Yan's situation. Wei Lin, as soon as we met, Hong San's friendship points increased by 30 points. So my friendship point with her is now 40. Gu Yan, 40-50. Wei Ying understood. Wow, Gu Yan is pretty good. It seems Hong San gave you a 40 for your looks, 10 more than Wei Lin. Haha, funny. Wei Lin, hey, I told a joke, and Hong San laughed, so my friendship point increased by 2. I keep working on it. Soon, Wei Lin's friendship point increased by 6 points. I have to say, he's quite a conversationalist. The friendship value has reached 46 points, and 60 is just around the corner. Unfortunately, Gu Yan's friendship value hasn't increased at all, because he can't chat. Lu Xingchen frowned. Even if Wei Lin's friendship value increased, hers wouldn't increase at all, and it's still at 30 points. We need to get someone else in. Besides, how can we keep Hong San if we're always chatting? We need to play mahjong and have more entertainment. Why not just put together a table? There's another candidate. Jiang Wenle. Jiang Wenle was a former celebrity, good-looking, and a talented singer and dancer. Lu Xingchen figured that Jiang Wenle must have some charm to win over so many fans. Besides, it would give Qin Wuchuan and the others a chance. Lu Xingchen immediately privately messaged Qin Wuchuan to explain the situation. Qin Wuchuan told a few of his closest associates. Yin Xiaolin immediately got excited. Boss, I'm going too. Xia Xiaoyu glanced at him. You going? I'm afraid I break a leg. Chapter 438. Zhu Xiaoyu, that's right. I heard Hong San got so angry when he saw someone so ugly that he broke their legs. Yin Xiaolin, do you still want your legs? Qin Wuchuan waved his hand. Let Jiang Wenle go. Yin Xiaolin, all at that weakling? Soon, weakling Jiang Wenle came to Lu Xingchen's side. He was the best dressed. Each of his hairstyles was different, and it was obvious he'd been well-groomed. Wei Lin and Gu Yan both had buzz cuts, and Jiang Wenle even had curly bangs. His eyes were innocent and naive, like a puppy. Lu Xingchen couldn't understand how he could still look so stylish at sea. Jiang Wenle glanced at the crowd and gave a shy smile. Now, he was even more cute and sweet. Lu Xingchen, ahem, Sister Hong San, this is my other cousin. Jiang Wenle. Jiang Wenle, hello Sister Hong San. Hong San's eyes lit up, not bad. In terms of looks, Jiang Wenle was slightly inferior to Gu Yan. But he put a lot of thought into it, and his clothes make the man, he dressed well and had a perm. Plus, His temperament was completely different from Wei Lin and Gu Yin. He immediately won Hong San's favor. Lu Xingchen heard the game prompt. Hong San is very pleased with you. Friendship value plus 10. As expected, one person could get 10 points. Unfortunately, among her friends, these were the only ones with outstanding looks. Jiang Wenle sat at the table. The table had 4 sides, and with the 3 of them each taking one side, plus Gu Yin, there was just enough space for a mahjong table. Lu Xingchen immediately suggested playing mahjong. How long could they chat? Playing mahjong could easily last all night. Hong San, who had never played mahjong before, immediately agreed. Lu Xingchen had mahjong tiles, which Gu Yin and Gao Dafu had prepared and sent over. She had never had time to play. Now, finally, she could use them. Gu Yin, having brought the tiles, initially didn't want to play, but remembering his purpose for coming here, the Arrow Tower, he started playing. Gu Yin was a master at mahjong, skilled at card counting, and played with dedication and meticulousness. He completely wiped out the other 3. Wei Lin and Jiang Wenle had to let Hong San win, barely holding on, and the fight was relatively harmonious. Lu Xingchen finally took a break. Opening the chat screen, he saw Xia Xiaoyu provoking Wan Jinbao. Xia Xiaoyu, is gang leader Wan here? Is your arrow tower finished? It's been hours. Yin Xiaolin, that's right. Wasn't I bragging just now? Why aren't you bragging anymore? Wan Jinbao, Hong San is teaching. Just wait. Xia Xiaoyu, really? Hong San is with you? Wan Jinbao, of course. Yin Xiaolin, how could that be? I just saw Hong San. She gave me 40 friendship points. Wan Jinbao's heart skipped a beat. He asked Yuan Ming, why hasn't Hong San come back yet? She has time to wander around, so why doesn't she have time to come and teach you? Yuan Ming didn't know, and he was anxious too. Lu Xingchen, struck by a thought, asked Qin Wuchuan, what's the friendship level between Jiang Wenle and Hong San? Qin Wuchuan was pleased. It started at 10, and it increased by 40 the moment we met. It's been increasing intermittently since then, so it's now 59. Lu Xingchen explained in amazement. Amazing? He hadn't expected Jiang Wenle to surpass him. Poor Gu Yin, because of his relentless pursuit of Hong San during their mahjong game, his friendship score had already dropped by 5 points. It was 50 before, but now it was only 45. There was nothing he could do. Gu Yin was such a disappointment. Soon, it was dinner time. Heijio had already prepared the meal. This time, there were 10 dishes and 2 soups. Unfortunately, some of the dishes were repeated, and there were only 5 new ones. As a result, Lu Xingchen gained another 10 friendship points. She and Heijio had a wonderful relationship. Unfortunately, Hong San didn't appreciate food much and only ate a little, so Lu Xingchen's friendship score didn't increase at all. After dinner, the 4 of them continued playing mahjong. After dinner, Gu Yan's luck suddenly improved. He was a skilled mahjong player, and he played with ruthlessness. Even if Wei Lin and Jiang Wenle kept letting Hong San win, there was no way he could win. Jiang Wenle's friendship value quickly rose to 66, and Wei Lin's to 62. Only Gu Yan's friendship value dropped another 5 points, to just 40. Lu Xingchen was at a loss for words. No matter how much he tried to hint, Gu Yan insisted on beating him to death. A brutal, ruthless beating. A merciless beating. Finally, Hong San, in a panic, pushed his mahjong tiles aside and said, I'm done playing. It's boring. Gu Yan frowned. What's wrong? Hong San was furious. Can't you just give me some ground? Gu Yan slowly drew his long sword. You want me to give you some ground? Then let me see what you can do. Wei Lin and Jiang Wenle were stunned. Lu Xingchen, Hong San frowned. Okay. Besides that guy He San, you're the first to draw your sword against me. Come on. The 2 men engaged in a brawl. Lu Xingchen quickly waved her hand, clearing the wooden chairs, dirt, and tables from the deck. There was no stopping them, so let's fight. She took the opportunity to check Hong San's strength. Hong San wielded 2 curved swords, while Gu Yan wielded a long sword. Hong San was incredibly agile and maneuverable, while Gu Yan's strikes were deadly and merciless. Not to mention, it looked quite exciting. After fighting for a full 20 minutes, Gu Yan sheathed his long sword and said, I lose. Hong San smiled, clearly in high spirits. Haha, it's rare to see you admit defeat. Why bother playing mahjong when they've already started fighting? They rested for a while. Hong San finally said, Jiang Wenle, I see you have quite a talent. Today, I teach you how to build a basic arrow tower. Jiang Wenla was overjoyed. Thank you, Sister Hong San. Jiang Wenla quickly mastered the basic arrow tower crafting process. Essentially, it simply added a new basic arrow tower crafting option to the crafting panel. Only he could craft it. However, he could choose where to craft it. Then, everyone saw a game announcement on the public channel. Hong San taught Jiang Wenla how to build a basic arrow tower. Congratulations to Jiang Wenla. As soon as the announcement came out, Wan Jinbao was stunned. Jiang Wenla? Where did this unknown person come from? Someone said, isn't this the guy with Qin Shiro? Oh, he's Qin Wuchuan's subordinate. Wan Jinbao. So, we were intercepted by Qin Wuchuan? Damn! Suddenly, another game announcement sounded. Hong San taught Wei Lin how to build an intermediate fireball cannon. Congratulations to Wei Lin. Wan Jinbao was stunned. Wasn't Hong San teaching Jiang Wenla? Why did he teach Wei Lin too? Before they could react, a third game announcement sounded. Hong San taught Gu Yin how to build a basic arrow tower and an intermediate fireball cannon. Congratulations to Gu Yin. Wan Jinbao. Impossible. Why Gu Yin? Wan Jinbao. How could Hong San teach all three of them at once? Chapter 439. When the three announcements came out, not only Wan Jinbao was surprised, but the players were also puzzled. These three announcements were issued almost simultaneously. When did Hong San start teaching classes? That's right, and he's teaching batches of students. Wei Lin, Jiang Wenla, and Gu Yin, they're all good-looking, but I just can't help but feel something's off. Yes, they're all connected to Lu Xingchen. That's right. Wei Lin and Gu Yin, needless to say, are Lu Xingchen's close friends. As for Jiang Wenla, isn't he Qin Wuchuan's subordinate? So, this isn't a training class run by Hong San, but by Lu Xingchen? Wan Jinbao suddenly realized. Lu Xingchen? It's you? Everyone speculated, almost certain that this matter was connected to Lu Xingchen. Wan Jinbao was anxious. Lu Xingchen, are you behind this? Lu Xingchen, hee. Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen, how did you do it? Not only Wan Jinbao, but the other players were also wondering how Lu Xingchen did it. Hong San was so hard to please. It wasn't just good looks that made it happen. No matter how good-looking someone is, Hong San could only give them 30 or 40 points at best. The rest of the friendship points were earned through repeated meetings and gradual accumulation. The rest of the players simply couldn't meet Hong San that often. Yuan Ming was lucky, and with the Qilong gang providing him with items, he managed to reach over 60 points with great effort. How did Lu Xingchen get Wei Lin, Gu Yin, and Jiang Wenla to accumulate so many friendship points together? No one could figure it out, no matter how hard they tried. Wan Jinbao scratched his head, almost suffocating. He kept fuming in the chat channel. Lu Xingchen, what did you do? You stole Hong San? Ah! You did it on purpose. Xia Xiaoyu, hey, didn't you just say Hong San was with you? So you were just bragging? Yin Xiaolin, why are you bragging? Are you trying to trick people into joining the gang? Xia Xiaoyu, I'm trying to trick people into dying. Yin Xiaolin, see? The Qinglong gang is unreliable. Wan Jinbao was furious. Shut up. His head was full of questions, and he was running around like a headless fly. Even more infuriating was that his plans had been disrupted by Xia Xiaoyu and the others. During the siege of Lu Xingchen, he had lost many men, and just when he needed to recruit more, Xia Xiaoyu and the others' nonsense had driven all the players away. Yesterday, he had only recruited over 30 people. What could such a small number of people do? On the raft, Lu Xingchen looked at Gu Yin in surprise. How did you become successful? Hadn't Gu Yin just nearly pissed off Hong San? Gu Yin, one fight and it'd be over. Just in that fight, he had surrendered again. Hong San felt relieved, and his friendship level increased by 20, finally reaching 60. Gu Yan's martial arts skills were indeed formidable. He could fight Hong San for 20 minutes, and Hong San began to appreciate his talent. The group was delighted to have achieved their goal. Immediately, for the purpose of practice, Jiang Wenla, Wei Lin, and Gu Yin built 6 rudimentary arrow towers for Lu Xingchen's boat. Making arrow towers requires a lot of materials, which are quite expensive, but fortunately, they can all be found in the trading hall. Seeing the arrow towers made by the group, Hong San was very satisfied. She yawned lazily. Alright, you're all out. It's getting late, I need to get some beauty sleep. Lu Xingchen checked the time. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Hong San's schedule was truly excellent. She didn't look like a pirate at all. However, she didn't want her to leave. What if she went looking for Yuan Ming again? Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Sister Hong San, how about you stay on my raft for a few days? Hong San glanced at her with a smile. What? You've kidnapped my brother, and now you're trying to kidnap me to do hard labor for you. Lu Xingchen, well, how could that be possible? Hong San smiled. Well, thank you for your hospitality today. As a token of gratitude, I can answer one question for you. She hadn't expected such a benefit. Lu Xingchen's thoughts raced as she asked, how much do you know about Master Lei Jin? Hong San gave her a meaningful look. No wonder you look down on me. So you want to be Master Lei Jin's disciple? Sorry, I don't know much about Master Lei Jin. If I had connections, I would have become his disciple long ago. Hong San flicked a card into Lu Xingchen's hand. I can't answer your question. Here, this is a token of gratitude. Lu Xingchen took the card. Intermediate Character Identification Card. Receives detailed information about the player or NPC, including their name, strengths, weaknesses, wishes, and needs. Usable once. This character identification card is higher level than the previous one Lu Xingchen received. So, you get to know more about the NPC. Added information includes wishes and needs. However, it can only be used once. That's pretty good. Hong San is so kind. Lu Xingchen accepted the intermediate character identification card with a smile. Hong San waved to Hong San. Come back with me. Hong San was startled. Sister, what are you going back for? Hong San tugged at his chain. What are you going back for? Of course, to go back to your old job. What? You don't want to be a pirate anymore? Hong San shook his head decisively. No. He looked at Lu Xingchen, a little embarrassed. Can I stay? I can feed the rabbits and chickens, grow vegetables and flowers, and even wash dishes. He liked this kind of life. He had already expected his sister to let him go. But he didn't want to leave. After returning, he'd be robbing and killing people everywhere. When he was busy, he'd barely have food to eat or sleep. And he was in constant fear. He didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Lu Xingchen was surprised. She had never expected Hong San to want to stay. She had wanted to let him go. Hong San stared at her intently inside. Do you really dislike being a pirate? Hong San nodded heavily. Sister, my fighting skills are average. Pirates can easily get you killed. He pointed at Lu Xingchen. I almost died on her ship. Indeed, if Lu Xingchen hadn't let him off, he would have died long ago. Hong San looked at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled as she untied Hong San's chains. Sister Hong San, how about this? San will stay on my boat first. You can come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and observe for a few days. Maybe he'd tire of playing around and leave with you. That would be great. With Hong San here, Hong San could come visit him every day and wouldn't have time to go to the Qinglong gang to teach Yuan Ming. She wanted to tie Hong San up. Hong San pondered for a moment. Okay, but I'm tired today. I sleep a little longer tomorrow and come back when I wake up. It'd probably be afternoon. After the discussion, Hong San left. Wei Lin and the others were fishing in the sea. They planned to throw a few fish onto the deck to test the power of the arrow tower. So, they were in the sea now. Suddenly, swish, swish, swish. Several figures appeared on Lu Xingchen's boat. There were 3 of them, each in a different position, one having just emerged from the water. 2 of them were within range of the arrow tower. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of arrows suddenly erupted from the 2 arrow towers. Ah! A scream echoed, as the 2 men were instantly struck by multiple arrows. The other, closer to the sea demon vine, was swept up and thrown into the air, where it struck him dead with a powerful blow. Chapter 440. Wei Lin and the others jumped aboard, their eyes lighting up. Wei Lin, is this how powerful the basic arrow tower is? Not bad. Guyan paused for a moment. Wouldn't the advanced arrow tower be even better? Lu Xingchen nodded. That's right. If my guess is correct, the advanced arrow tower will definitely have a longer range and greater attack power. So, you must earn enough friendship points with Master Lei Jin and learn the advanced arrow tower. The 2 men were still alive, and the arrow tower continued to fire. They fended, but soon, they were struck by several more arrows. One of them was struck in the chest by a feather arrow and died with a scream. The other, panicked, quickly ran out of the arrow tower's range and ended up near Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen whipped the man over with his spirit snake whip and asked, Who sent you? The Qinglong gang? Where was the Qinglong gang badge tied around his waist? The man panicked and said, It's Deputy Gang Leader Yuan Ming. He suspects you called Hong San away, so we're here to investigate and kill you if we can. Oh! Lu Xingchen ripped the badge off the man's waist and tightened his spirit snake whip, killing him. With such weak strength, He must be just a pawn, and there wouldn't be any other information. Yuan Ming, right? She remembered. After a day of hard work, it was almost 10 o'clock. Jiang Wenle, Wei Lin, and Gu Yin said their goodbyes. Wawa had already slept with Grandma. She got up and drowsily went to the bathroom. Seeing her, Lu Xingchen's heart stirred. Baby, do you want to sleep with me? Baby was still dozing, nodding her little head and saying, sure, sure. Lu Xingchen carried Baby to bed. Baby, do you want a bedtime story? The doll was so sleepy it could barely keep its eyes open. Oh, listen, listen. Seizing the moment, before the doll fell asleep, Lu Xingchen told it a few Calabash Brothers stories. If she couldn't remember them, she'd just make them up. It was just for fun. Finally, she heard the game prompt. The doll is very happy to be lulled to sleep by you. Friendship points +1. The doll's friendship points for you are +1, and Master Lei Jin is grateful. Your friendship points for you are +10. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she earned friendship points. She always said that such heartwarming things as bedtime stories and lulling to sleep wouldn't necessarily boost friendship points. Today was too late. She decided to go to bed early tomorrow and tell a good bedtime story. She checked her friendship points. The doll's friendship points were now 100, and Master Lei Jin's were -8. It would soon be positive. Continue to earn the doll's friendship points tomorrow. Lu Xingchen drifted off to sleep contentedly. The next day, she woke up late and got up with Wawa. After they washed up, Hong Shursen had already put breakfast on the table. After breakfast, Lu Xingchen played with Wawa for a long time. They played various games and gave Wawa snacks, and Wawa was incredibly happy. But her friendship level didn't increase at all. Lu Xingchen was tired and squatted in front of Wawa. Wawa, do you know when Daddy will be back? Constantly boosting Wawa's friendship level wasn't working. It was getting harder and harder. Time was running out. She had to quickly equip her raft. She had no choice but to meet Master Lei Jin to see if there were any other ways to increase her friendship level. Wawa stared at Lu Xingchen with bright eyes and said adorably, I don't know. Daddy said he'd be back once he finds my sister. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, looking for my sister? The eldest daughter with the big nose? Wawa said sadly, well, every once in a while, Dad goes out looking for my sister, but he never finds her. Poor Master Lei Jin. Lu Xingchen had an idea and decided to get to know this runaway sister better. Just as she was about to say something, Yang Feishua's message came. Boss, Hong San is here. She be teaching you how to build the Yuanming Arrow Tower soon. Lu Xingchen stood up with a jerk. Didn't Hong San say she get a beauty sleep tonight? Didn't she say she get up in the afternoon? Didn't she say she come over after waking up in the afternoon? Liar. If it weren't for Yang Feishua, the undercover agent, the Qinglong gang's raft would be covered in arrow towers. No, absolutely not. She couldn't control Hong San, but she could destroy Yuan Ming. Didn't Yuan Ming send his men to investigate yesterday, intending to kill her? Okay, today she go check out the Qinglong gang. The Qinglong gang had repeatedly used the fixed-point teleportation card to come over, so it was time for her to go over once. Besides, she didn't even need the fixed-point teleportation card. After killing the 2 Qinglong gang members yesterday, Lu Xingchen collected their badges and clothes. Lu Xingchen returned to the house, quickly put on their clothes, hung up their badges, put on his hat, and smeared some dust on his face. He asked Yang Feishua, how's it going over there? Yang Feishua, Hong San arrived too early. Yuan Ming wasn't up yet, so he quickly got up and put on makeup, and Hong San was drinking tea. Okay, there's still time, Lu Xingchen said to Yang Feishua, find a secluded place and summon me over. Yang Feishua responded, and soon Lu Xingchen received a message. Yang Feishua has used the summon card on you. Do you agree? Lu Xingchen agreed. Swish. In a flash, she arrived on a raft of about 1,000 square meters. Yang Feishua was nearby, the two of them hiding under a window lattice. Yang Feishua, this is Yuan Ming's raft. He's in the next room getting his makeup done. Lu Xingchen quickly gestured for him to leave. Even though she was now wearing Qinglong gang attire, she tried to keep her contact with Yang Feishua to a minimum. The two of them could communicate privately. Yang Feishua quickly left. Lu Xingchen emerged. The raft wasn't small, at 1,000 square meters, but it didn't have many members. Hong San sat not far away, accompanied by several handsome young men. Lu Xingchen asked Yang Feishua, where's Wan Jinbao? Yang Feishua, hey, Wan Jinbao's too fat. He's afraid to meet Hong San, fearing he have his legs broken. Haven't you noticed? There are very few people on the Yuanming raft, and even the average-looking ones don't dare go over there. Lu Xingchen, that's right. No wonder, that's great. This will give her more opportunities. She had to deal with Yuan Ming quickly. She wasn't wearing any makeup, just a little dust, just in case someone recognized her. She pushed the door open and entered the house. Inside, Yuan Ming was stroking his eyebrows. Lu Xingchen then realized that Yuan Ming's eyebrows were sparse, and his skin was dull. It turned out that makeup was the only way to achieve his beauty. Looking at it this way, he was far inferior to Wei Lin and Gu Yin. Yuan Ming glanced at Lu Xingchen. Seeing she was wearing Qinglong gang attire, he didn't think much of it and said, "Is Hong San anxious?" Lu Xingchen lowered her head and rasped, "Not bad." Yuan Ming was pleased. "She made me wait all day yesterday. I have to make her wait today. That way, she definitely teach me a lesson later." Lu Xingchen sneered. "It's so late, and you're still using the same old methods to deal with NPCs?" She feigned surprise, and picked up the open bottle of liquid foundation. "Hey, where did you get this?" Yuan Ming was furious. "Put it down. The gang leader gave it to me. You pay for it if I break it?" Lu Xingchen, who had already added ingredients to the foundation, immediately put it down and said, "Hurry up. I don't think Hong San can wait much longer. What if she leaves again?" Yuan Ming was startled, and his hands moved much faster. Quickly, he packed up and walked out with Lu Xingchen. Hong San sat leisurely at the table, chatting with a few people. Yuan Ming smiled just the right way, walked over, and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Hong San looked up, his expression changing. Chapter 441. As Yuan Ming reached the table, Hong San's face paled. Where did this ugly thing come from? She raised her leg and struck Yuan Ming hard in the heart, shouting, "Get out." Yuan Ming flew backward, slamming into the window frame behind him with a thud. Crack! The exquisite wooden house collapsed. Puff! Yuan Ming, severely injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, his vision blacking. Because of his good looks and eloquence, Yuan Ming had always had a smooth life, especially after gaining Hong San's favor. Wang Jinbao promoted him to deputy gang leader. Yuan Ming became much more arrogant. Almost kicked to death, he was enraged, forgetting Hong San's identity and shouting, "How dare you!" Hong San's brows furrowed. She turned, grabbed a stool, and sprinted a few steps before slamming it down hard. "Ugly thing, you disgust me." With a clang, the stool slammed down hard on Yuan Ming's leg. Yuan Ming screamed in agony, tumbling around clutching his leg. "My leg's broken. My leg's broken." The pain was unbearable, and he finally remembered Hong San's identity. He shouted, "Sister Hong San, it's me, Yuan Ming. You called me your sweetheart yesterday." Hong San, "Paw, bad luck." She glanced at the bloodied Yuan Ming with disdain, gave him a vicious kick, and turned to leave. With a wave of her hand, the boats arrived at the raft side. She looked as if she was about to leave. Everyone was shocked, then hurried to try to stop her. It was so hard to get to see Hong San once. How could she just leave like that? Yuan Ming's face twisted in pain. He rolled around hugging his legs, and accidentally bumped into something soft. "Ah, that hurts!" A childish voice rang out. Looking up, he saw a tiny child. The child looked about 5 or 6 years old, cute and clever, though now his brows were slightly furrowed, tears welling in his eyes. It was Wawa. Lu Xingchen approached, and Wawa was also transported here. However, she had initially been behind the window frame, unnoticed by anyone. Now, as she stepped out, she was stepped on by the thrashing Yuan Ming. Wawa was furious and pointed at Yuan Ming, "Ugly freak. Get out. Get out over there." Yuan Ming was furious. Why was he calling everyone ugly? Is he blind? Hong San didn't dare to scold him, but how could he not scold Wawa? Yuan Ming limped to his feet, reached out to hit Wawa, and cursed, "You little brat, are you looking for death?" Wawa sensed danger and immediately, bang bang bang. Several crabs crawled out and ruthlessly bit off Yuan Ming's good leg. "Ah!" Yuan Ming screamed. The raft was in chaos. Lu Xingchen saw the baby and rushed over to pick it up. Oh no! She completely forgotten about the baby's shadow-like presence. As soon as she was summoned, the baby showed up too. Since her goal had been achieved, she quickly sent a private message to her grandmother, asking her to summon her. Amidst the screams of agony on this side of the raft, Wang Jinbao, who had been waiting nearby for news, rushed over without a care in the world. Hong San was about to leave. Wang Jinbao hurried over and said, "Master, please wait." Hong San turned back in anger. "What do you mean by wait? Why are you so fat and ugly?" "Disgusting." Wang Jinbao quickly asked, "Did Yuan Ming offend?" He turned back, and immediately lost the words. Yuan Ming had one leg limping, the other broken, and blood all over his arms and body. One face in particular was swollen like a pig's head. It was unbearable to look at. He felt like vomiting. What was going on? Where was Yuan Ming's handsome, pretty face? Not only Yuan Ming, but several other handsome young men were being attacked by several giant crabs, howling and groaning in a state of panic. They looked awful. Not handsome at all, even a bit ugly. The thin and petite young face pressed forward again. There were also several odd-looking deputy gang leaders, some old and some ugly. Each one was a misshapen creature. Hong San took one look and became even more furious. "You're deliberately trying to disgust me, aren't you?" Yuan Ming was in pain all over. One of his legs was broken, the other was severed, and he couldn't even lift his left arm. It might even be crippled. Desperate and furious, he shouted at Hong San, You bitch! Swish! In a flash of light, Hong San's scimitar flew out, severing Yuan Ming's neck. Hong San sheathed his scimitar, his face as cold as ice. "Qilong Gang, I've got this." A game announcement sounded. Hong San had suffered inhumane treatment in the Qilong Gang and was furious. His friendship with all Qilong Gang members was reduced to -100. As soon as the announcement sounded, players were puzzled. What kind of inhumane treatment is this that makes Hong San so angry? Did Wang Jinbao choose a bunch of ugly guys to deliberately disgust Hong San? Really? Haha, Wang Jinbao is quite courageous. If the friendship with all Qilong Gang members is reduced to -100, then why doesn't Hong San kill every single one of them? Haha, is anyone still joining the Qilong Gang? Wang Jinbao was stunned. Why was Hong San so unreasonable? He had been treating them well, and even sent the most handsome Yuan Ming over. The ugly ones had all gone into hiding. Isn't that enough? The NPCs are so difficult to deal with. Of course, the one I hated the most was Yuan Ming. Why was he scolding Hong San? He wouldn't stop even after his death. Wang Jinbao was furious, his head aching as he watched the chaotic raft. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and immediately tapped a defense card. Ding! Lu Xingchen's dagger stabbed the defensive shield. She missed, and regretfully retreated several steps. Wang Jinbao turned around and saw her. Even with the dirt on Lu Xingchen's face, he recognized her. Wang Jinbao was furious. "Great, it's you, Lu Xingchen. You're the one causing trouble, aren't you?" Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Yes. She had already asked Grandma to gather them. The only regret was that Wang Jinbao was surrounded by a group of experts, and being too alert, his sneak attack had failed. It was inconvenient for her to hold the baby, so she had to leave. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. Not only had the goal been achieved, but it had been accomplished in one go. Now, even if Wang Jinbao found a more handsome young man, he wouldn't be able to catch Hong San's eye. Wang Jinbao was furious. Kill Lu Xingchen. The deputy gang leaders rushed forward. They were all extremely powerful, and if they attacked together, they wouldn't be afraid of Lu Xingchen, especially since they were on their home turf. Seeing the charge coming, Hong San suddenly said, "Lu Xingchen, baby, come with me." The deputy gang leaders stopped mid-charge, and looked at Wang Jinbao. Lu Xingchen smiled. Okay, that saved a summon card. She hopped onto Hong San's boat, baby in her arms. Wang Jinbao and the deputy gang leaders were stunned. What was Lu Xingchen's relationship with Hong San? How could he even be on Hong San's boat? It was the first time they had seen a player board an NPC's boat. Wang Jinbao was furious. No. Hong San raised his eyes. You say no, and that's it? Who do you think you are? Wang Jinbao suppressed his anger. Master, it was Lu Xingchen who ruined Yuan Ming's reputation. She deliberately ruined your good fortune. Don't let her fool you. Hong San turned to look at Lu Xing. You, remember, give me a handsome man as compensation. Chapter 442. Lu Xingchen was surprised. You're not angry? She ruined Hong San's plan, and Hong San wasn't angry? Hong San rolled his eyes at her. He's not a good person. What's there to be angry about? Lu Xingchen understood. Thinking about it, it must have been Yuan Ming's pig-headed face, and the insults at the end that angered Hong San. It made Hong San dislike him. Wang Jinbao was anxious and angry. Lu Xingchen was on Hong San's ship, and he didn't dare have anyone kill him. Hong San was an NPC, and he knew countless pirates. He didn't dare offend him. But watching Lu Xingchen mess up their Qilong Gang, and then leave safely, he couldn't swallow his anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, his face turning pale. Unable to hold back, he roared in the chat. Lu Xingchen, just wait. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Xiaoyu, what's wrong with Gang Leader 1? What's going on so early in the morning? Yin Xiaolin, Gang Leader 1 has offended Hong San. His friendship points are down to -100. He can't vent his primordial wrath on the NPCs, so he can only vent it on them, haha. Gao Dafu, really? How pitiful. Then he can forget about learning Hong San's arrow tower and fireball cannon. Well, it's better not to learn. Building an arrow tower requires a lot of supplies. Yin Xiaolin, that's right. It requires a lot of high-level ore. I'm worried. Xiao Xiaoyu, I heard Gang Leader 1 had people dig up a lot of white iron ore to build the arrow tower. We won't need it anyway. Can Gang Leader 1 sell it to us? Xiao Xiaoyu, Gao Dafu, and the others were being sarcastic, which only made Wang Jinbao even angrier. He yelled, "Get out! Get out!" He was shaking with anger. Hong San's cold voice rang out, "Wang Jinbao, who are you telling to get out?" She had actually returned. Wang Jinbao quickly suppressed his anger. "Master, is there anything else you need?" Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "It's not her problem, it's ours." She hopped onto Wang Jinbao's raft, carrying the doll, and asked, "Where did you lose it?" One of Dao's shoes was missing, probably knocked off by Yuan Ming earlier. Dao pointed, and Lu Xingchen walked around, finally finding one of Dao's shoes on the raft. Wang Jinbao was even more furious. Lu Xingchen was so carelessly searching on her raft, completely ignoring him, and yet he dared not do anything. It was so frustrating. He was about to explode. After finding the shoe, Lu Xingchen slowly carried Dao onto Hong San's boat. Dao sat on the deck, and she squatted down to help her put on her shoe. There was no way she was running back for a shoe. Because she had just seen a figure approaching, one that remarkably resembled Master Lei Jin, she had decided to return to investigate. As she stood up, Master Lei Jin's boat had already arrived in front of Wang Jinbao's raft. Master Lei Jin still wore his mask and black robe, giving him the air of a reclusive master. He didn't glance away, not even noticing Lu Xingchen. With a swish, he unfurled a scroll and asked Wang Jinbao, "Did you see this person yesterday?" Wang Jinbao was furious. However, Master Lei Jin's imposing presence, coupled with the fact that he was riding a boat only NPCs could use, immediately caught his attention. "This is an NPC." Wang Jinbao examined him carefully and nodded respectfully. "Yes, I have." "Master Lei Jin, did you enjoy your conversation?" Wang Jinbao nodded. "I guess so." He had no idea what this NPC was related to yesterday's person, so he answered cautiously. Master Lei Jin nodded slightly. "I'm Master Lei Jin. Now, I want to ask you for something." Wang Jinbao was excited. "Master Lei Jin? A mission?" "Master Lei Jin, this is Master Lei Jin, the #1 on the leaderboard. He actually has a mission for him." "Great." Wang Jinbao's head was buzzing with excitement, and he could barely contain his laughter. The previous pent-up anger was swept away. He suppressed his excitement and said respectfully, "I will complete the mission." He glanced at Lu Xingchen with pride. So what if Hong San refused to teach him? Now, Master Lei Jin had come to him personally, offering a mission. Master Lei Jin said in a deep voice, "Then, let me see your strength." "Strength?" Wang Jinbao was stunned. "What strength? Why wouldn't Master Lei Jin explain? Could it be his fighting ability?" But Master Lei Jin just stared at him after he finished speaking, refusing to explain. Wang Jinbao didn't dare ask any more questions. He heard Master Lei Jin had a strange personality. What if he asked too many questions, and he ran away? He thought for a moment, then finally took out a pair of large axes. This was his new weapon. He mastered it, and it was incredibly powerful. Wang Jinbao wielded his axes, practicing on the raft with a swish, 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 swish. He wielded them, dodging and slashing, chopping and slicing with great effort. After about 10 minutes of practice, he was breathless and sheathed his axes. "Master, is this all right?" Master Lei Jin asked, neither nodding nor shaking his head. "Anything else?" Wang Jinbao was stunned. "Something else? Want to wield other weapons?" After thinking for a moment, he took the 2 daggers from the deputy gang leader and continued wielding them for another 10 minutes. He was practically exhausted. His fighting skills were actually quite good, but he didn't need them most of the time because he had someone to protect him, and he also had a lot of cards and props. There weren't many times when he actually came to blows. Master Lei Jin frowned, paused for a moment, and said, "That's it." "Is he dissatisfied?" Wang Jinbao was anxious. "Master, what do you want to know?" Master Lei Jin didn't answer, but simply stared at him intently for a few moments before nodding. "Well, he looks okay." Wang Jinbao couldn't help but blush. This was the first time someone had complimented his looks. He touched his chubby face, feeling a little guilty. Master Lei Jin nodded at the deputy gang leaders beside him. You can let them go. The others who aren't good-looking don't need to follow. Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. These ones were truly unattractive. Is there something wrong with Master Lei Jin's eyes? He didn't dare question it, and obediently replied, yes. Master Lei Jin folded the scroll. Find her and send her home. I satisfy you. Wang Jinbao, yes. He heard the mission announcement. Master Lei Jin has issued a mission. Find his eldest daughter and send her home. Reward for mission completion. Successfully complete the mission and learn all of Master Lei Jin's skills. Penalty for mission failure. Unpredictable. Do you accept the mission? Wang Jinbao was excited. He had seen the woman in the scroll before, just yesterday. She looked exactly like the ugly woman who had been on the island with them. These past few days, he had been sending people to attack Lu Xingchen while digging for high-grade pyrite. Yesterday, he stumbled upon an island and encountered that ugly woman. At the time, he thought she must be something special. He wanted to befriend her, and since he even done her a favor, she must have had a good impression of him. This was a special mission assigned to him, a one-of-a-kind one. Master Lei Jin probably knew he met her, so he assigned it to him. After completing it, he actually learned all of Master Lei Jin's weapon crafting skills. He could craft all those advanced arrow towers, detection radars, and advanced fireball cannons. This was far superior to Red 3. Great, his luck had arrived. How could he not take this mission? Wang Jinbao immediately said yes. The master nodded, rolled up the scroll, folded it up, and turned to leave. Master Lei Jin. Lu Xingchen called out immediately. Daddy! Wawa also clung to the side of the boat, calling out happily. Originally, Wawa hadn't wanted to show up, fearing her father would take her away. Master Lei Jin saw the two of them, nodded, and said to Lu Xingchen, wait, stay with you for a few more days. I have things to do. Lu Xingchen quickly said, are you looking for the person in the scroll? I can do that too. The person in the scroll had a large nose, bulging eyes, and a long face. Wasn't that the person she had disguised herself with earlier? It also looked like Master Lei Jin's eldest daughter. So, the master was looking for his daughter. And, he had issued a mission to Wang Jinbao. The reason for issuing the mission to Wang Jinbao seemed to be, because Wang Jinbao had met the master's eldest daughter. How could Lu Xingchen not go on a mission? Master Lei Jin glanced at her and said, the baby still needs your care. Lu Xingchen's eyes rolled. Master, you're exhausted. Why don't you come aboard and rest? Wang Jinbao was anxious. Lu Xingchen, why are you butting in again? Master, please come aboard and rest. Lu Xingchen looked at Master Lei Jin sincerely. We've prepared lunch. 12 dishes and 3 soups. Wang Jinbao, bullshit. It's only a little after 10. Master Lei Jin, okay. Chapter 443. Master Lei Jin ignored Wang Jinbao and nodded to Lu Xingchen. I go first. Swish. He was gone. Hong San's eyes lit up. Lu Xingchen, didn't you ask me to come to your boat? Go, go, go. She turned the boat around and sped off at lightning speed. Wang Jinbao was stunned. Behind him, Yang Feishue hissed. Boss, Hong San and Master Lei Jin are both on Lu Xingchen's ship. They seem to be on good terms. Should we not kill Lu Xingchen again? Wang Jinbao snorted. Once we seize Lu Xingchen's ship, there will be plenty of NPCs to deal with. After all, those NPCs are after Lu Xingchen's ship, aren't they? Lu Xingchen must be killed. Wang Jinbao thought of his previous mission and felt confident. Once we complete Master Lei Jin's mission and learn his advanced arrow towers, radar detection, and so on, killing Lu Xingchen will be a piece of cake. He waved his hand. Let's go to the White Iron Island we went to yesterday. Their people are still mining there, so we're just going to look for them. Over here, Lu Xingchen and Hong San had already arrived at their raft. Master Lei Jin seemed to have arrived earlier, sitting at the table enjoying fruit, grapes, cherries, strawberries, watermelon, and so on. Heijio hid nearby, washing vegetables while furtively gazing at the master with admiration. Hong Shersan and Grandma were picking vegetables. The chatterbox and the mute were fighting in the shadow of the sea demon vine. You paw, I bite. The fight was raging. The only one keeping company was Lon Lon. Mimi was sprawled on a swing chair not far away, looking at Lon Lon as if she were an idiot. Lon Lon pawed at the plate with her wings. Master, watermelon? Master, strawberries? Master, are you going to eat it or not? If not, I've already taken it away. Mimi could no longer bear it. Stop it. If you do, I beat you up. As expected, Master Lei Jin gripped his cane tightly, his expression beneath his mask filled with impatience. Lu Xingchen was surprised. The master had become much more refined now. How could Lan Lan tolerate this? Of course, he might also be afraid of losing his temper and getting nothing to eat. Lu Xingchen walked over, hugged Lan Lan, and brought him to Mimi's side. Lan Lan was displeased. You're so rude. Guests are here, and no one's here to keep you company. Mimi glared at him coldly. If you stay any longer, the guests will probably leave. Didn't you see that Master doesn't like people around him? Hong San looked very shy, watching Master Lei Jin from a distance. He wanted to sit down, but was a little hesitant. Finally, she went to Heijio. Hey, you didn't talk to the master? Heijio said timidly. I didn't dare. Master Lei Jin was a god in their hearts. They rarely saw him, and even if they did, they wouldn't even dare to say hello. Lu Xingchen put the doll aside and stared at Master Lei Jin. Master, I really can help you find someone. How could one Jinbao possibly complete that task? Master Lei Jin glanced at Lu Xingchen and slowly shook his head. No, you can't. You're not good looking. Lu Xingchen, huh? Perhaps due to his increased friendship value, Master Lei Jin added a few words. Wan Jinbao is okay. He's good looking, and he's spoken to Mimi. He added, Mimi hardly ever talks to strangers. Mimi? Lu Xingchen guessed that this must be the name of the master's eldest daughter. Wawa leaned close to Lu Xingchen and whispered, Sister doesn't talk to good-looking people, except me. Huh? Lu Xingchen was startled. Could Mimi also be a face-obsessed person with an unusual aesthetic? It seems Wan Jinbao does have a significant advantage. Master Lei Jin glanced at Lu Xingchen again. You can't. How could Lu Xingchen give up? She immediately said, Master, trust me. I have a way to bring Mimi back. She had already seen several private messages. Yang Feishue, boss, Wan Jinbao's come to Baitai Island. They saw that girl there yesterday. He seemed so confident, I'm a little worried. Gao Dafu, Xiao Lu, has Wan Jinbao won the favor of Master Lei Jin? Lu Xingchen asked curiously, how did you know? Gao Dafu, Wan Jinbao's just bragging. He can't recruit people, so how can he not brag? Don't worry, we puncture his boast. The chat channel was bustling with activity. Wan Jinbao, join the Qilong gang and get a high-level arrow tower and radar detection. Xia Xiaoyu, hey Wan Jinbao. Is the gang leader bragging again? Where's the last batch of bragging? Oh, it's gone. Yin Xiaolin, hey Yuan Ming is dead, isn't that a disaster? Someone asked, Yuan Ming is dead? Yin Xiaolin, isn't he? Not only is he dead, but he also offended Hong San. Wan Jinbao was furious. How did you know? Xia Xiaoyu, TSK, what do you think? Half the people in District 33 know about this by now. Don't you know how many undercover agents you have in your gang, gang leader Wan? Wan Jinbao was furious. He had previously thought Lu Xingchen had teleported here, but now he thought he might have been summoned. Damn it! He knew there were undercover agents in the gang. With so many people, there was bound to be confusion. He calmed himself down. Fortunately, he just needed to ensure the loyalty of the deputy gang leaders. He glanced at Baitai Island and said, let's go keep looking. If my guess was correct, the woman from yesterday should still be here, searching for ore. He was sure he could complete this mission. Even on the other side, Lu Xingchen was still training Master Lei Jin. Lu Xingchen, Master, you see, I have quite a few people here. Hei San and Hei Jiao are both stronger than me. They can protect the baby without any problem. I can go out and find Mei Mei. Lu Xingchen, if you're still worried, just wait on my boat. Hei Jiao cooks delicious meals. He can make 10 dishes and 2 soups per meal, and try not to make them twice. Hei Jiao heard this and nodded repeatedly, assuring his idol, yes, yes, yes. Hei San's face darkened. How many days will you stay? Hei Jiao anxiously. That's Master Lei Jin. What's wrong with me cooking for him? Hong Sen whispered, yes, yes, yes. That's Master Lei Jin. Even if I can't get any instruction, a few more days of his presence would be great. Besides, what if the master gets bored? This meal was quite sumptuous. Because his idol, Master Lei Jin, was coming to dinner, Hei Jiao worked extra hard, using the finest ingredients and creating the most delicious food. Master Lei Jin finished his meal in silence, and finally nodded, okay. Don't miss out on delicious food. Master Lei Jin has issued a mission. Find Mimi. Master Lei Jin's eldest daughter, Mimi, has run away from home. Please help him find her and bring her home. Rewards for successful mission. Advanced fireball cannon, advanced rocket cannon, advanced arrow tower, monitoring radar construction. Penalty for failed mission, none. Accept, Lu Xingchen, yes. I've accepted the mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no set completion time and no mission penalty. However, she had to complete the mission within the next few days. It was too dangerous right now. Although only Wang Jinbao was acting on the surface, in reality, all the gangs were watching covetously. Wang Jinbao was just trying to attract her attention. According to the information Qin Wuchuan had given him, there were 7 or 8 factions eyeing him. Who knew how many people wanted her dead? Furthermore, while Wang Jinbao was yelling and cursing in the chat channel, being mocked and insulted, and seemingly incompetent, he had actually already allied himself with several factions. She needed to arm her wrath quickly. Chapter 444. Master Lei Jin removed the shadowy Wawa from her, and Lu Xingchen finally untied herself from her. She was off to undertake a mission. Before she went, she needed to prepare. For example, she could chat with Wawa and get to know Mimi. Asking Master Lei Jin was pointless. He was a man of few words, and his main use was eating. Lu Xingchen brought Wawa aside and, while braiding her hair, asked, "Wawa, what does your sister like?" "Wawa, my sister is very kind and gentle. She loves to cook for me, braid my hair, and tell me stories." Lu Xingchen, what else? "Wawa, my sister has a good temper, cooks delicious food, and is beautiful. She's the best sister." Wawa's words left Lu Xingchen despairing. Beautiful? This was the statement of a sister who was full of filters. Unbelievable. No wonder, Wawa was young, and her memory wasn't that good. Mimi had been away from home for a while, and Wawa's image of her sister was becoming increasingly filtered. Forget it. She planned to try her luck on Baitai Island right now. Lu Xingchen immediately privately messaged Yang Feishue. Did Wang Jinbao go to Baitai Island? Did he find anyone? Yang Feishue, not yet. But boss, Wang Jinbao is very timid. He's carrying a lot of cards, and is following the high-powered deputy leader. It's fine for you to sneak around, but don't confront him head-on. Lu Xingchen, no problem. She wanted to complete the mission and learn Master Lei Jin's skills. What's the point of just killing Wang Jinbao? This time, she didn't ask Yang Feishue to summon them, lest they become too frequent and arouse Wang Jinbao's suspicion. Lu Xingchen brought Lan Lan and Mimi with her, and used the fixed-point teleportation card. She located Wang Jinbao's location, and shifted it by about 3 kilometers. Then she used it. In fact, before using it, Lu Xingchen felt a little uneasy, because she had no idea where she would teleport to. What if she landed on a high-level beast? She had specifically checked with Yang Feishue, and learned that large beasts were practically unseen on Baitai Island. This reassured her somewhat. Swish! Lu Xingchen's body lurched, and she felt a chill beneath her feet. Huh? She screamed, jumping quickly. It was over. She was teleported into the water. This was a stream, and she had just been at the deepest point. With a single jump, she reached the bank. Looking up, she saw a familiar face. A large nose, bulging eyes, a long, thin face, and sparse freckles. It looked so familiar. Isn't this the same face she had in her disguise before? Master Lei Jin's eldest daughter. A beautiful face. What a coincidence. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed, his face beaming. Hi. The girl, with 2 messy, low braids, looked at Lu Xingchen with a look of shock. She was washing her face on the shore, her trouser legs rolled up. There were still water droplets on her cheeks. After the shock wore off, her expression changed. Swish. With a swift movement, she turned and ran incredibly fast. Hey, wait a minute. Lu Xingchen couldn't possibly let her go. He quickly tapped a speed card and gave chase. Mimi was incredibly fast, and even with Lu Xingchen's speed card, the distance between them was slowly widening. This wasn't going to work. Lu Xingchen immediately released Lan Lan and Mime. Chase! Lan Lan instantly grew larger, and Lu Xingchen jumped onto its back. In a matter of moments, Mei Mei disappeared into the woods. In a hurry, Lu Xingchen ran into Wang Jinbao and his group. She deliberately hid for a moment. She didn't want Wang Jinbao to see Mei Mei in this situation. After just a moment of hiding, Mei Mei was no longer visible. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to jump off Lan Lan's back. Lan Lan was too big, too conspicuous. She made Lan Lan shrink, continued searching nearby, and then entered the woods. The two pets searched separately. She was puzzled. Why had Mimi run away? Could she be so intimidating? Had she frightened people? About an hour later, Lan Lan sent a message. Xiao Lu, I saw that ugly Mimi from earlier. She's with a fat guy. Wan Jinbao? Lu Xingchen frowned. Was Mimi really familiar with Wan Jinbao? This doesn't look good. Lu Xingchen asked Mimi to go near Wan Jinbao and Mimi and eavesdrop on their conversation. She also quietly went over and asked Mimi to pass on the message. Then, she took out her binoculars and looked over there. Sure enough, Mimi and Wan Jinbao were standing together. Not far away were the deputy gang leaders and Yang Feishue. Wan Jinbao, how much high-grade marcasite do you want? Mimi, 500 yuan will be enough. Wan Jinbao, no problem. But what do you need the marcasite for? Mimi fell silent. Wan Jinbao knew the girl wasn't talkative, and he'd gotten used to her not even getting a single response from her even after he spoke in 8 sentences. But now that he found her, he could just take her home. Hey, take her home? To which home? Master Lei Jin's home. He didn't even know where it was. Wan Jinbao's eyes widened, realizing he had just encountered his biggest obstacle. He turned around and asked Yang Feishue, how many high-grade marcasite have we dug? Yang Feishue inquired, then whispered, only a little over 300 pieces. Boss, we worked so hard to dig this marcasite. Are we really going to give it to her? Wan Jinbao, nonsense. Yang Feishue whispered, over 500 pieces of high-grade marcasite can be exchanged for so many treasures? Is it worth it? Mimi suddenly stood up. I'm leaving first. Wan Jinbao panicked. Don't. Ah! Mimi disappeared in a flash. Wan Jinbao stamped his feet and beat his chest. She ran away. Why did she run away? Yang Feishue, did you do it on purpose? Yang Feishue, huh? I didn't say anything. Wan Jinbao was furious. It's over, it's over. You don't even know her name. Master Lei Jin sent someone to find his daughter, but he didn't even tell her name or where she lived. What a rip-off. Seeing Mimi run away, Lu Xingchen immediately tapped her speed card and gave chase. While chasing, she took out a piece of cloth, wiped some dust on her face, and covered it with the cloth. She probably guessed that Mimi didn't like seeing or talking to attractive people, so she decided to cover her face. Perhaps Mimi didn't know she was being chased, so she didn't run as hard as she could, and soon, Lu Xingchen caught up with her. Lu Xingchen panted, I have 500 pieces of high-grade marcasite. Do you want it? Free. For free. She had mined high-grade marcasite before. Gao Dafu and Gu Yin also have some money, so the 3 of them should be able to collect 500 yuan. Even if they can't, it doesn't matter. They can just establish a connection first. When they met, how could they not say something? Mimi looked at Lu Xingchen coldly. Why are you covering your face? Are you ashamed to be seen? Take it off. Lu Xingchen, huh? Is this the gentle, kind, and good-tempered sister that Wawa had described? She didn't think so. This Mimi's temper was a bit like Master Lei Jin's. Mimi snorted coldly, walked past Lu Xingchen, and walked forward. Lu Xingchen steeled herself, removed the red cloth, and smeared a generous amount of dust. Feeling it wasn't enough, she rubbed her face again, leaving several ugly bloody marks. She looked in the mirror, and decided it was ugly enough. Then she ran over to stop Mimi. Hey, I really do have high-grade marcasite. I give it to you right now. Lu Xingchen showed Mimi her now horrible face. Mimi stopped, looking at her coldly. Mimi was tall, slender, and dressed in a plain green dress. After glaring coldly at Lu Xingchen, she suddenly flicked her sleeve, and Lu Xingchen felt a gentle breeze on his face, feeling incredibly comfortable. Mimi shouted in disgust, damn it. Swoosh. And then, she vanished. Fast as a rabbit, Lu Xingchen couldn't even catch up. Feeling bad, she immediately took out a mirror and took another look. It was gone. The gray and red spots on her face were gone. It was as if she had just had a facial, smooth as jade, and her skin was incredibly beautiful. If Mimi had this ability, why didn't she use it on herself? Lu Xingchen looked at her face, and confirmed that her biggest obstacle to completing this mission was her face. In other words, her appearance was terrible. Chapter 445. Lu Xingchen paused and instructed Lan Lan and Mame to continue searching for any trace of Mame. Mimi quickly sent a message, Master, there are more people on Baitai Island. They're also looking for Mame. It seems they were sent by Wan Jinbao. Lu Xingchen paused. Okay, keep an eye on Wan Jinbao. Wan Jinbao looked even more anxious than she was. A moment later, Yang Feishue privately messaged, Boss, we've found the master's daughter again. Come quickly. He set a coordinate. Lu Xingchen immediately rushed over. When she arrived, she just heard Mimi say coldly, I'm not the one you're looking for. You've got the wrong person. Wang Jinbao, this. Master Lei Jin really misses you. Mimi, who is Master Lei Jin looking for? Wang Jinbao, he's looking for his eldest daughter. Mimi. Mimi sneered, unfortunately, I'm not Mimi. I'm Bubu, and I have nothing to do with him. Wang Jinbao was stunned. Huh? Impossible. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Isn't this Mimi? Huh? She's Bubu? Bubu, the third-ranked master? No wonder she can build advanced arrow towers. Wang Jinbao was confused, but... Mimi, we just look the same. Wang Jinbao's eyes suddenly lit up. Bubu? Are you Master Bubu? Besides being a little confused, he was also excited. Wasn't this a coincidence? He run into the third-ranked master. Plus, the friendship value is pretty good, Prophet. Mimi said impatiently, alright, get me 500 high-grade marcasite, as soon as possible. In 2 days, I give you 2 high-grade arrow towers. Wang Jinbao was delighted. Okay, no problem. Yang Feishue, boss, it's not enough. Wang Jinbao gritted his teeth and said, take it. Take it in the trading hall. Buy it for me, no matter how high the price. If for nothing else, even just for the 2 high-level arrow towers, it's worth it. Yang Feishue immediately privately messaged Lu Xingchen about the situation. Lu Xingchen had already heard about it. She had already opened the trading hall and searched. High-level marcasite or wasn't abundant. Some people were selling it, mostly for 7 or 8 yuan, 5 or 6 yuan, or even a dozen yuan at most. That would add up to about 100 yuan. Lu Xingchen immediately privately messaged Qin Wuchuan, take all the high-level marcasite or... There's a surprise for you later. Wang Jinbao had already taken out a character identification card. This was just a basic character identification card, obtained by killing players, with only one identification opportunity remaining. He had been reluctant to use it, but now he couldn't care less, so he gave it to Bubu in front of him. Character identification card. It reveals the player or NPC's name, strengths, weaknesses, and other detailed information. Number of uses, 1/3. Do you want to use it? Wang Jinbao, yes. Bubu, the third-ranked ship weapon designer, with a strange and contradictory personality and one-of-a-kind appearance. Pros, super fast. Cons, a strange and contradictory personality, unpredictable, taciturn, poor communicator, and friendless. Little quirk, likes cute, beautiful animals. Wang Jinbao carefully read the identification instructions, and was overjoyed. Whether this person was Mimi or not was uncertain, but it was definitely Bubu, and Bubu, ranked 3rd on the list. Bubu liked cute, beautiful animals. He immediately called to a nearby deputy gang leader, quick, who in our gang has a cute animal or a beautiful pet? Have them send it over quickly. Isn't that how you gain friendship points? Giving away marcasite will definitely increase your friendship points too. He urged Yang Feishue, have you collected all the high-grade marcasite? Yang Feishue smiled bitterly, boss, I just collected 2. The rest were snatched up by Qin Wuchuan and his gang. They're asking exorbitant prices. Wang Jinbao gritted his teeth. Qin Wuchuan is a cunning fellow. He's always targeting us. Take it, pay a high price. Hurry! Once we have a high-grade arrow tower, we kill that old fellow first. Yang Feishue hurriedly bargained with Xia Xiaoyu. Soon, the Qinglong gang delivered a little rabbit. Someone in their gang specializes in breeding it, and this little rabbit is different from ordinary rabbits. It's very small, about the size of a hamster. Its eyes are large and red like rubies. Its fur is as white as snow, delicate and exquisite. It's a little beauty among rabbits. Very beautiful. Wang Jinbao smiled and handed the little rabbit to Bubu. Master Bubu, look, do you like this little thing? Bubu glanced at it and said, no. Wang Jinbao's smile froze. Oh! His grip loosened, and the little rabbit fell to the ground. It hopped around, sniffed with its little nose, and began to nibble on the grass. Bubu scooped the rabbit up with one hand. Sitting on a rock, he petted it. Wang Jinbao's face broke into a broad smile. In a group chat with several deputy gang leaders, he excitedly said, quick, give me any ducklings, rabbits, or anything else. I need to boost my friendship points. Haha, 10 points. Just one little rabbit gets me 10 points. Lu Xingchen had been observing from a distance with a telescope. Thanks to Meme, he also knew what was going on. Yang Feishue would also tell her about the situation over there. She could probably guess what was going on. I heard Wang Jinbao and Bubu's friendship points had already increased by 20. He helped increase 10 friendship points at a time. Sending a little rabbit increased friendship points by another 10 points. Later, Wan Jinbao would send another 500 high-grade Marcasite, which would probably increase friendship points by another 10 points. Bubu's friendship points were too easy to gain. No, she had to speed up the process too. Lu Xingchen took out the intermediate character identification card. She was reluctant to use it. However, Wan Jinbao's progress was a bit fast right now, and she couldn't wait any longer. Intermediate character identification card. Detailed information about the player or NPC, including their name, strengths, weaknesses, wishes, needs, and more. Number of uses. 1. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen, yes. Special NPCs cannot use intermediate character identification cards due to insufficient friendship points. Lu Xingchen, It doesn't work? You need friendship points? Lu Xingchen was still dazed. Wan Jinbao had already collected several adorable little bunnies, ducklings, cats, and other small animals, planning to give them to Bubu. Lu Xingchen was anxious. Looking at Bubu, who was petting the bunny with a smile on his face, she quickly called Lan Lan over. She pointed at Bubu and said, Lan Lan, do you see that bunny? Can you act cute? Lan Lan, I'm not cute, I'm not selling it. Lu Xingchen simply said, a peach, will you sell it? Lan Lan, sell it. Lu Xingchen quickly reminded her, just chirp and sing a little song, no need to talk. Talking wouldn't make it cute anymore. Chapter 446. Lan Lan flew over triumphantly. It was now relatively small, the size of a sparrow. Its tail feathers were a gradient blue, its eyes were like rubies, and its feathers were incredibly gorgeous. It flew over Bubu's head and chirped. Huh? Bubu, surprised, grabbed it and held it in his hands, his eyes filled with amazement. Lan Lan chirped several more times. Its voice and appearance were so charming that Bubu couldn't let go of the little rabbit. The little rabbit had no intelligence and quickly jumped down to the ground, hopping off to find some wild vegetables. Wan Jinbao had already sent for a bunch of little rabbits, ducks, kittens, and the like, but alas, they were no match for Lan Lan. No matter how much Wan Jinbao recommended it, Bubu had no interest in any other small animals. Wan Jinbao was anxious. He stared at Lan Lan for a few moments, frowning. Doesn't this little bird look familiar? He hadn't expected Lan Lan to have grown so small. However, since Bubu loved birds, he immediately ordered his men to find a beautiful bird. His men quickly found a parakeet, a pet belonging to a member of the gang. It was somewhat intelligent and capable of simple communication. The parakeet had a yellow belly, green wings, and a long tail. The feathers were colorful and beautiful. Wan Jinbao carried the parrot over and said to Bubu in a flattering manner, Master, look, isn't this little bird beautiful? The parakeet fluttered its wings and called out, Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Bubu glanced at it in surprise. It can talk? The parakeet, Yes, yes, little beauty, give me a hug. It jumped onto Bubu's hand, arching its chubby body, ready to push Lan Lan down. Lan Lan was much smaller than it, and the squeeze made her stumble. It immediately became enraged, spreading its wings. Swish, swish, swish. Its claws lashed out like lightning, and instantly, the parakeet's feathers fluttered like snowflakes. The parakeet screamed twice, and fell to the ground. Its feathers and tail were bald, and it limped along the ground, wailing. Lan Lan sneered, What a rotten piece of shit. You dare come near me? Bah! I kill you. Wan Jinbao was stunned. So fierce? Lan Lan was furious, shouting, You're the fierce one. I'm a gentle and adorable little baby. It glanced at Bubu, then, remembering Lu Xingchen's instructions, immediately lowered its voice. It's not me talking. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bubu suddenly smiled and stroked Lan Lan's feathers. You can talk too? Lan Lan, no chirp, chirp. Wan Jinbao suddenly realized, You're Lan Lan. You're Lu Xingchen's pet Lan Lan. He had already consulted with others about Lu Xingchen, and had some idea of Lan Lan and Mimi's appearance and personalities. Lan Lan was too small just now, so he didn't react. Now that Lan Lan was speaking, fiercely, violently, and abusively, he understood all at once. Lan Lan's eyes were filled with innocence. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wan Jinbao immediately said to Bubu, Master, this bird's name is Lan Lan. It's stupid, rude, violent, and abusive. It's a vicious, ferocious bird. Let it go immediately, or it kill you. Bubu looked down at Lan Lan. Isn't it vicious? Lan Lan took a dozen seconds to process Wan Jinbao's words, then erupted in anger. Old fatty, you're scolding me? You actually scolded me? You ugly old creature, I'm going to kill you. It leaped out of Bubu's palm with a whoosh, ready to grow larger. Lu Xingchen secretly cried out, "Oh no! Wan Jinbao has so many experts around him. If a conflict breaks out, Lan Lan will be at a disadvantage." She immediately rushed out and pinned Lan Lan down. "Stop!" Lan Lan flapped its wings, struggling fiercely. Lu Xingchen decisively stuffed half a peach into its mouth. Lan Lan whimpered a few times, then paused, mumbling a few inarticulate curses, and then took a few more bites. Lu Xingchen pressed Lan Lan into Buba's palm and turned to look at Wan Jinbao. Wan Jinbao's face darkened, and he snapped a defense card. He was quite cowardly. Several deputy gang leaders and a group of gang members gathered around. Wan Jinbao felt emboldened. "Lu Xingchen, you dared to come here alone? You're so brave. Today, I make sure you never return." The Qinglong gang members shouted in unison, "You never return. You never return." Lu Xingchen, What a noise. TSK, a cult? Bubu had been looking down at Lan Lan. Hearing all the noise, she frowned and glanced at him. No talking, no noise, no fighting. Wan Jinbao suddenly wilted. Lan Lan ate bites of a peach in Buba's palm. It was tiny, and now it was angry, eager to eat the peach and also eager to scold Wan Jinbao. Its angry humor was both adorable and comical. Buba couldn't help but smile. She glanced up at Lu Xingchen. "Your pet?" Lu Xingchen nodded, "Yes." "Bubu, not bad, you're a good pet." Lu Xingchen heard a notification. "Buba really likes Lan Lan. Your friendship level has increased by 10. Lu Xingchen's face lit up with joy. "Not bad, not bad. The friendship level has increased. Because of Lan Lan, Bubu finally stopped hating her. Lan Lan is really doing well." Lan Lan quickly finished the peach, wiping her lips unceremoniously on Buba's palm. She looked at Lu Xingchen and said in a delicate voice, "Master, more food, more food." After that, she glanced at Lu Xingchen and pecked Buba's palm. Bubu smiled slightly and looked at Lu Xingchen. "Any more peaches?" "It seems to like it very much." Lu Xingchen handed Bubu another peach slice. Bubu took the peach and fed it to Lan Lan bit by bit. Lan Lan patiently devoured the peaches, maintaining a minimal size. Then, with a burp, she coquettishly said to Lu Xingchen, "Master, I'm hungry, I need more." Lu Xingchen heard another notification. "Buba likes Lan Lan very much. Your friendship value has increased by 5. Another 5 points of friendship value increase? I didn't expect that feeding Lan Lan could actually increase friendship value." Lan Lan had done a great job this time, but her constant coquettishness made Lu Xingchen's scalp tingle. She didn't think feeding peaches would increase friendship value and flatly refused. "No peaches, but we have strawberries, watermelons, and grapes. Want some?" Lan Lan shook her wings and angrily said, "No." Finally, she was back to normal. With a flutter of her wings, she flew to a nearby branch to preen her feathers, no longer bothering to stay with Bubu and act cute. Wan Jinbao gnashed his teeth beside her. He had his gang members send him a flock of chicks, ducklings, rabbits, and even pigs and lambs, eager to gain 70 or 80 friendship points with these little animals. But with Lan Lan's arrival, Bubu lost all interest. How could he possibly gain any more? Not only was he angry, but the deputy gang leaders nearby were also furious, secretly signaling to several gang members near Lu Xingchen. The gang members understood, raised their weapons, and swung them down at Lu Xingchen. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to dodge, Bubu suddenly teleported over, a black jade cane appearing in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. He struck the gang members' wrists. "Ah!" The gang members screamed, their weapons clanking to the ground. Bubu's face darkened. "I told you, no shouting, no fighting." Wan Jinbao's expression changed. "Back off." He and Lu Xingchen stared intently at the black jade cane in Buba's hand. "And you're saying it's not Mimi? And you're saying it has nothing to do with Master Lei Jin? Even the weapons are exactly the same." Lu Xingchen decisively took out the Intermediate Character Identification card. Intermediate Character Identification card. Detailed information about a player or NPC's name, strengths, weaknesses, wishes, needs, and more. Number of uses, 1. Do you want to use it? Lu Xingchen, yes. Chapter 447. Bubu, the third-rank ship weapon design master. She possesses both low self-esteem and pride, sometimes eccentric and sometimes normal. She's quiet with strangers, but chatty with friends. Pros, super fast, never takes advantage of others. Cons, strange and contradictory personality, no friends. Quirks, likes cute, beautiful animals, especially white ones, but avoid lambs, ponies, calves, and the like. Inner monologue 1. Actually, I want a friend too. Inner monologue 2. I wish my dad were normal. Only when he's normal will I go home. Lu Xingchen carefully examined Bubu's character identification card, memorizing every detail. She felt that Bubu was simply beautiful. The problem now seemed to be that she simply didn't want to go home. Master Lei Jin's mission could actually be broken down into 2 parts. 1. Find his daughter. 2. Bring her home. The second mission was the most difficult, and perhaps the one Master Lei Jin could never complete. As she pondered, Yang Feishu sent a private message. Boss, Wan Jinbao has gathered all the high-level Marcasite, increasing his friendship points by 10. He also gave Bubu a batch of intermediate Marcasite, increasing it by another 10. Lu Xingchen was stunned. If my guess was correct, Wan Jinbao and Bubu's friendship point had reached 30. Bubu certainly wasn't one to let anyone get away with anything. At that moment, Wan Jinbao's face was beaming as he respectfully asked Bubu, Master, is there anything else you need? Bubu thought for a moment and said, do you have any glass cloud stone? If you can find me 10 pieces, I give you 2 high-level arrow towers. Bubu issued a task. Please turn in 10 pieces of glass cloud stone. Reward. 2 high-level arrow towers. Do you accept? Wan Jinbao was thrilled. Yes. He vowed to Bubu. I go find it right away. Lu Xingchen heard it too. She looked around the trading hall, but didn't see anyone selling it. She then asked Qin Wuchuan, but he hadn't seen it either. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingchen sent a message to his grandmother. Grandma, please ask Masters Red 3, Black 9, and Lei Jin what glass cloud stone is? Grandma quickly replied, glass cloud stone is a very rare mineral found only on a few islands. It can be used to craft weapons. Lu Xingchen, do they have it? Or do they know which island has it? Grandma, Red 3, Black 9 don't have it, and they don't know. Master Lei Jin isn't saying anything. Not saying anything? Then he knows. Lu Xingchen, please tell Master Lei Jin that I saw someone who looks very much like Mei Mei, but she says she's not. Grandma quickly replied, Master said. Mei Mei is the only person in the world who looks like Mei Mei. Lu Xingchen understood. It seemed the Master knew everything. It became even clearer. The Master couldn't get his daughter home. He even said that his daughter ran very fast, faster than he could, and he couldn't catch her. Lu Xingchen, tell the Master that Mimi needs 10 pieces of glass cloud stone. Master Lei Jin has all sorts of treasures, so just ask for them. Once I get them, I see if I can ask Bubu for this quest. After a while, Grandma replied, the Master said he go back and look for it. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wan Jinbao and several deputy leaders of the Qinglong gang were chatting in the chat channel. Wan Jinbao, who has glass cloud stone? Wan Jinbao, anyone know where I can find glass cloud stone? Those who provide information will be generously rewarded and given priority to join the Qinglong gang. Xia Xiaoyu immediately intervened. Can't anyone join the Qinglong gang? Yin Xiaolin, not only that, even a dog with some supplies can get in. Xia Xiaoyu, so, the Qinglong gang wants to get information for free? Don't be foolish. If they know anything about the glass cloud stone, they demand a hefty price. Wan Jinbao, Qin Wuchuan, keep your people in check. Qin Wuchuan, I can't. Wan Jinbao was furious. But then he realized he couldn't argue with Qin Wuchuan. Qin Wuchuan wouldn't even have to say a word. His men would just rip him off. Thankfully, a few people privately messaged him and provided him with information about the glass cloud stone. He paid a heavy price. But when he sent people to look for it, they discovered the information was fake. After a long time of searching, he couldn't get any information about the glass cloud stone. Wan Jinbao was anxious and angry. Bubu was about to leave, saying he built him an arrow tower in 3 days. 3 days? How could he wait? The longer the night, the more trouble he have. There's also Master Lei Jin's mission, with its unpredictable penalties. Wan Jinbao was terribly worried. Yang Feishu took a look and said, Boss, we can't find the glass cloud stone. Let's not waste time. Let's find more small animals and boost Master Bubu's friendship points. One of the deputy bosses immediately offered a suggestion. A member of the gang has a very cute lamb as a pet. How about bringing it over to see? Wan Jinbao frowned. Lu Xingchen also has a lamb. Yang Feishu, Lu Xingchen has left. Wan Jinbao looked over and saw that Lu Xingchen had disappeared at some point. Wan Jinbao nodded. Soon, the lamb arrived. Its snow white fur soft and tender, its eyes dark and bright. It's indeed adorable. And it's beautifully groomed, with a colorful bow on its head. But it looks so weak, as if it's barely been born. Wan Jinbao was surprised, Whose pet is this? It's so weak. Can it really fight? Deputy gang leader. Hey, isn't someone imitating Lu Xingchen? They want to raise the sheep and see if it can mutate. If it does, they have a spiritual pet. If it doesn't, no problem. Raise it and make grilled lamb skewers. Wang Jinbao scoffed. What a waste of time. He held the lamb and handed it to the impatient Bubu, saying flatteringly, Master, look, isn't this lamb pretty? It's for you. Bubu turned around and saw the lamb. His face darkened, and he shouted, What are you doing? Wang Jinbao was stunned. This lamb, is it cute? Bubu shouted, Damn it. She raised her black jade cane and slammed it down on Wang Jinbao's arm. The pain infuriated Wang Jinbao, who immediately let go. The lamb was thrown to the ground, screamed twice, and struggled to run away. At the same time, Wang Jinbao heard the game prompt. You've angered Bubu, your friendship value is -10. What happened? Wang Jinbao was stunned. From a nearby tree came a strange cry. Ha ha, ha ha, is anyone else sending a lamb? It's smelly, dirty, and ugly. Who would like it? Ha ha. It was Lan Lan. Lan Lan was left behind by Lu Xingchen. Its mission was to monitor Wang Jinbao and Bubu. Seeing one of Mimi's kind being disliked was a delight to her. Lan Lan flew down from the tree, herded the panicked lamb back to Wang Jinbao, and said, Hold it, come on, come again. Wang Jinbao wasn't stupid. There was no way he was going to send it again. But he couldn't understand why the lamb wasn't doing well. This lamb was much better cared for than the previous bunny. Puzzled, he squatted down and took a closer look at the shivering lamb, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. As soon as he touched the lamb, Lan Lan screamed, Ah, you're still holding it? You're still holding it. Oh my god, you don't like such a dirty, smelly creature, do you? Lan Lan said emphatically, Do you like eating lamb poop and eggs? At these words, Bubu's face suddenly changed, he dry-heaved, and shouted, Damn it. Poor Wang Jinbao heard the game prompt. Your actions have angered Bubu, your friendship value is -10. Chapter 448. Wang Jinbao immediately leaped up, moving away from the lamb. He pointed angrily at Lan Lan. You're talking nonsense. Just this foul-mouthed little bird had caused him to lose another 10 friendship points. How despicable, just as despicable as Lu Xingchen. Lan Lan flew up. Don't you like it? You just called it cute. TSK. It flew over to Bubu and said affectionately, The lamb is annoying, isn't it? Bubu nodded vigorously. Lan Lan beamed. The lamb poops everywhere. It's dirty, smelly, and disgusting, isn't it? Bubu nodded again. Lan Lan was even more thrilled. Finally, she had found a confidant. She excitedly shouted, Ugh, so dirty and stinky. I'm talking to you, you disgusting little lamb. Mimi, in the distance, was helpless. She called to Lu Xingchen in the sea, Master. Did you hear that? Lu Xingchen surfaced and asked in surprise, What did you hear? Mimi, never mind. She had super hearing and could hear Lan Lan's words. But she didn't want to repeat them to Lu Xingchen. Wouldn't that just be scolding her again? Lu Xingchen was calling out to the baby seal. The baby seal was so cute and beautiful, it should be Bubu's favorite. She had already notified a group of manta rays, and the baby seal should be here soon. Just as she was about to continue in the water, she heard the game notification. Bubu really likes Lan Lan, and has a great time chatting with her. His friendship level has increased by 10. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Didn't Lan Lan increase her friendship points? Why did she increase them again? Oh, so she's having a good chat with Bubu? It's terrifying. Lan Lan can actually communicate normally with others? Isn't she going to curse them to death? What could they have been talking about that could have made Bubu so happy? Lu Xingchen thought carefully. What could Lan Lan do? Curse, and curse. Could Bubu possibly enjoy being scolded? Lu Xingchen felt his heart pounding. He asked Meme, what were Lan Lan and Bubu talking about? Meme was silent for a long moment. I can't hear. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Has your super hearing failed? Meme remained silent. Lu Xingchen, however, received a private message from Yang Feishue. Haha, this is so satisfying. Wang Jinbao and Bubu's friendship score has dropped by 20 points. Now it's only 10. Haha. Lu Xingchen, what happened? Yang Feishue, didn't you tell me to let Wang Jinbao bring a lamb or calf to Bubu? Wang Jinbao did it, got a beating, and lost 20 friendship points. Haha. Bubu is so averse to small animals, like lambs and calves? The character identification card was indeed correct. Lu Xingchen shuddered. She was so glad she hadn't sent her lamb, Mimi, to look for Bubu. She had sent Lan Lan over because Lan Lan was small, hard to spot, and easy to run. Mimi would have been recognized if she had gone over. Luckily, otherwise, she and Bubu would have become sworn enemies. Lu Xingchen lit a candle for Wang Jinbao, and suddenly lost 20 friendship points. A whole day's hard work, and suddenly it was back to where it was yesterday. Mimi suddenly said, Lan Lan is here with Bubu. Master, tell him to stop talking. Lu Xingchen nodded. That's right, he must be cursing again. The increase in friendship points just now might have been an accident. Don't let Lan Lan talk. Lu Xingchen quickly commanded Lan Lan. Lan Lan is silent. Come to me. Lan Lan ignored her. Mimi listened, then suddenly turned and leaped into the nearby woods. Lu Xingchen was stunned. She suddenly remembered that Bubu seemed to dislike these small animals. Mimi was indeed clever. Soon, Lan Lan's excited voice could be heard from a distance. Lan Lan, you think so too? Right. Ah, I've finally found a soulmate. Lan Lan, Bubu, you're my friend. You're my only friend. I swear. Lan Lan, ah, I finally have a friend. Even though I'm so pretty, and you're a little ugly. No, you're not ugly. Even though you're not ordinary, you're attractive. Extremely attractive. Bubu, yeah. Lan Lan, you and I are both extraordinary people with unique vision. Lu Xingchen was stunned. Why did Lan Lan suddenly call Bubu a confidant? It stopped swearing. Look at how sweet its little mouth is. Look at how sincere its attitude is. And even when called ugly, Bubu didn't even get angry? In a flash, the man and the bird arrived before Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen received another game notification. Bubu and Lan Lan have become confidants, adding 10 points to your friendship score. Now, her friendship score with Bubu has reached 25. All of this friendship was earned by Lan Lan. Lan Lan earned a total of 35 friendship points. Subtracting the negative 10 points, Lu Xingchen and Bubu's friendship score was 25. Lu Xingchen was impressed by Lan Lan. Lan Lan fluttered her wings and said proudly to Lu Xingchen, Come, let me introduce my friend. Bubu. She's my best friend. We have a lot in common. Lu Xingchen laughed. Then what am I? Lan Lan snorted. Partner? No, not partner, colleague. We're just ordinary colleagues. Lu Xingchen, Okay, so she wasn't qualified enough, not even to be considered a partner. Bubu smiled slightly. Lan Lan is so cute, I like her very much. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Yeah, I like her too. Lan Lan wagged her tail. Don't like me anymore, I only like Bubu, she and I have something in common. Lan Lan's heartfelt confession touched Bubu, and he added 5 to his friendship score. Lu Xingchen smiled even more happily. Lan Lan is so awesome, such a sweet little mouth. Look, another 5 friendship points. Woo woo, woo woo. Suddenly, a cute little head popped up on the beach. The baby seal has finally arrived. It looked at Lu Xingchen, blinking its adorable eyes. Are you looking for me? Lu Xingchen waved repeatedly. Yes, come on, come here. I introduce you to some new friends. The little seal was used to boost Bubu's friendship points. This creature is quite cute and endearing. The little seal slowly climbed up, shook off the water, and called to Bubu, woo-wah. Lu Xingchen picked up the little seal and said to Bubu, Isn't it cute? Bubu just glanced at it and nodded perfunctorily. Then he stroked Lan Lan's feathers and said to Lan Lan, What do you like to eat? Tell me, and I have someone find it for you. Lan Lan, that's not important. Come, I have something to tell you. Okay. Bubu nodded, holding the seal in his hand, and walked away. Lan Lan glanced sideways at a nearby spot and said loudly, I'm telling you, what I hate most are little lambs. They act so well behaved and cute, but they're actually really evil. They're dirty, smelly, and poop-prone. Boo-boo, right. Lan Lan, if they're full of schemes, no matter how cute or pretty they are, it's useless. Boo-boo, yes. Lu Xingchen, She seemed to understand something. Chapter 449. Wang Jinbao looked at his friendship level with Bubu, feeling like crying. It all started when he held that little lamb. Just that little lamb had reduced his friendship level by 20 points, leaving only 10 points. That was the friendship level he needed to talk to Bubu. If the friendship level was negative 10, Bubu wouldn't even bother him. The whole gang had worked so hard together, gathering 500 high-grade marcasite to raise the friendship level by 10 points. And just like that, it was gone. Wang Jinbao was on the verge of collapse. It's all that lamb's fault. No, it's all the deputy gang leader's fault. There's definitely something wrong with him. Wang Jinbao stared intently at the deputy gang leader, who had just made the suggestion, and asked coldly, Whose lamb is it? The deputy gang leader quickly replied, Boss, no, not me. Wan Jinbao, whoever it is, seized all that person's belongings and expelled him from the Qinglong gang. Now that he couldn't find any evidence against the deputy gang leader, he had to punish the lamb's owner first. He still had two things to do. First, find a way to complete the Glass Cloud Stone quest. Second, find Bubu and get her to fulfill her promise to build the Arrow Tower as soon as possible. Even then, the little seal wasn't doing anything. Because Bubu had been with Lon Lon the entire time, the two of them had a lively conversation. Of course, it was Lon Lon who was speaking passionately, with Bubu nodding and occasionally agreeing. Bubu didn't even bother looking at the other cute little animals. Lu Xingchen took the opportunity to ask the little seal, "Where's Mila? When will she come to get the gallon bead?" "It's been several days. Isn't Mila anxious anymore?" The little seal shook his head. "She left as soon as she woke up. She has something urgent to attend to." Lu Xingchen nodded. In that case, he decided to focus on this matter first. Now, her friendship with Bubu had reached 30, and all she needed was the glass cloud stones from Master Lei Jin. About half an hour later, her grandmother sent 10 glass cloud stones. "Xingxing, the master has brought the stones. He told you to call Bubu aboard." Could calling Bubu aboard complete the mission? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. She immediately went to Bubu. "Bubu, do you need glass stone?" Bubu nodded. "Yes, I need 10 pieces of glass stone. If you find me 10 pieces, I help you build 2 advanced arrow towers." Lu Xingchen heard the game prompt. Bubu has issued a task. Please turn in 10 pieces of glass stone. Reward: 2 advanced arrow towers. Do you accept, Lu Xingchen? Yes. Accept the task. Please turn in the glass stone as soon as possible. Lu Xingchen immediately took out the 10 pieces of glass stone and handed them to Bubu. "Bubu, this is glass stone." Bubu was surprised. "So soon?" She glanced at Lu Xingchen hesitantly and was about to say something when Lon Lon nudged her. Bubu, listen to me." Bubu ignored Lu Xingchen and waved. "Okay, thank you. I build you an arrow tower when I have time." Lu Xingchen received the game prompt. Turn in the glass stone, and Bubu's friendship value will increase by 10. 10 more friendship points were added, bringing Lu Xingchen and Bubu's friendship to 40. Lu Xingchen beamed. Done. Elsewhere, Wan Jinbao's face changed drastically. He received a notification. Lu Xingchen has completed the task of handing in the glass cloud stone. Bubu cancelled your task. You failed to complete the task, and your friendship with Bubu has dropped to -5. Wan Jinbao's face turned pale. What the hell is this? The glazed stone quest was released less than 2 hours ago. Who could possibly complete it in such a short time? No, someone could. It was Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen had snatched the quest. Wan Jinbao gritted his teeth. Lu Xingchen again. What's so abominable is that Bubu not only cancelled the quest, but also deducted his friendship points. This is too much. What a strange and difficult NPC. No, this NPC is too difficult. He had to get her to fulfill her promise and build the advanced arrow tower. His friendship with Bubu was only 5 points left. What if something happened and the friendship point continued to drop, reaching negative values, and Bubu would ignore him? His arrow tower would be gone. Wan Jinbao immediately issued an order. Hurry, find Bubu. Quick! They had more people on the island, so they quickly gave Bubu's address. Wan Jinbao hurried over with a group of deputy gang leaders. When they arrived, Lon Lon was chatting animatedly with Bubu. Lu Xingchen was not far away, petting a cute little seal, his conversation unclear. Wan Jinbao approached Bubu and respectfully said, "Master, do you have time now? Can you come to my ship right now and build the 2 arrow towers you promised?" Before Bubu could say anything, Lon Lon was already displeased. "Are you blind? Can't you see we're chatting?" "I don't have time." Bubu tilted his head. "No, I don't have time." Wan Jinbao was anxious. The closer Lon Lon and Bubu were, the more dangerous he was. If he delayed any longer, he was really worried that the 2 arrow towers would be lost. So he tried to be gentle and said to Bubu, "Master Bubu, when are you free? I wait here until you're done." He considerately stepped back a few steps and waited a short distance away. At this distance, they couldn't hear their conversation, so it was considered polite. But Lon Lon had a loud voice. It pointed its wing at Wan Jinbao and shouted, "See? What's he doing? It's called coercion. He's waiting there. How can we still be in the mood to chat?" Bubu glanced at Wan Jinbao with disgust and shook his head. "No. Lon Lon, you think he's annoying, don't you?" Bubu nodded. "Is he annoying? Lon Lon, are you a little annoyed?" Bubu nodded. Lon Lon spread its wings and took off. "You know how to make yourself feel better in this situation? Just beat him up. Beat him up hard." Bubu hesitated. Isn't it bad? Lon Lon shouted, why not? As long as it makes you feel good, it's good. If you don't believe me, go beat him up and try it now. Bubu stood up, still a little hesitant. Lon Lon, go ahead, try it. Lon Lan's voice was so loud that even Wan Jinbao could hear it. A deputy gang leader panicked and said to Wan Jinbao, Boss, why don't we leave? Wan Jinbao gritted his teeth and said, No, I've never seen such an unreasonable NPC before. We even have a friendship point with her. Before he could finish his words, Bubu had teleported to his side, raised his black jade cane, and struck him on the leg with a crack. Crack! Wan Jinbao screamed. My leg's broken. It hurts. Wan Jinbao screamed in agony, falling to the ground. Bubu was quick. After beating him, he moved on to the deputy gang leaders next to him. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of sounds followed. Every deputy gang leader suffered a blow, their arms and legs broken, their faces swollen. The scene was in chaos, and the screams continued. Lon Lon cheered on, yeah, that one, hit that one, and this one too. Hey, there's that little dwarf we haven't hit yet. Why is he so cunning? Hurry, chase him. Yang Feishue was nimble, weaving through the crowd to avoid the canes, screaming, ah, it hurts, stop it, let's go now. The deputy gang leaders, inspired, dispersed, still supporting Wan Jinbao with his broken leg. Soon, the group disappeared. Bubu finished beating them, feeling elated, his eyes sparkling. Lon Lon, how are you? Are you feeling good? Bubu nodded heavily. Good? Lon Lon, that's right. No matter who it is, if they make you angry, just beat them up. Bubu, yeah. Chapter 450. Wan Jinbao and his group fled in panic, escaping into the nearby woods. Wan Jinbao's leg was broken, and he cried out in pain. Finally, he took a painkiller and applied a compress to his leg, which he felt better. Yang Feishue was the only one who escaped a beating. However, he pretended to be injured, limping over to Wan Jinbao and saying, Boss, why don't we go back? Bubu is being unreasonable. Wan Jinbao gritted his teeth and said, We gave her 500 high-grade marcasite. How can we just go back like this? She has to build us an arrow tower. Humph, that's what she promised. The deputy boss frowned. I think Bubu has changed. Wan Jinbao frowned. He also felt that Bubu had changed. After spending a few days with Bubu, he had a good understanding of her. Bubu's initial friendship value towards all players was -10. When she encountered such a player, she would run away and avoid being seen. Only when her friendship value reached a positive value would Bubu speak to anyone. She had a strange temper and spoke little, but she was still very reasonable. Plus, if players gave her a chance to help, her friendship points were easily increased. Why had she suddenly become so arrogant? Yes, it had been since she met Lon Lon. That bird was so vicious, Lu Xingchen had raised it like a wreck. How abominable. In the end, it was still Lu Xingchen's fault, but he couldn't do anything about Lu Xingchen. Even with so many of them, he was still terrified, afraid Lu Xingchen would suddenly come and kill him. The more he thought about it, the angrier Wan Jinbao felt, his head pounding. Suddenly Yang Feishue poked him. Boss, look, Master Bubu is coming. Wan Jinbao looked up and saw Bubu walking towards him, smiling, holding the little bird Lon Lon. As she walked, she listened to Lon Lan's words with a smile. Wan Jinbao was overjoyed. Master Bubu, have you changed your mind? Bubu looked up at him, frowning. Why are you still here? Lon Lon, yeah, you still want a beating? Bubu leisurely walked over, carrying Lon Lon. Lon Lon took off, fluttering her wings, and shouted to Wan Jinbao, Let's go pick some fruit. After we pick the fruit, we go build an arrow tower on Xiao Lu's ship. Xiao Lu? Lu Xingchen? Build an arrow tower? When did Bubu agree to build an arrow tower for Lu Xingchen? Bubu was building a high-end arrow tower. If Lu Xingchen had one on his ship, their attack would be much more difficult. Wan Jinbao was anxious. Soon, Bubu and Lon Lon returned, holding a bunch of fruit. Lon Lon shouted, Let's go back and build the arrow tower. Hee, they're so jealous. Bubu, yeah. Wan Jinbao was unwilling to accept this. Why should he build the arrow tower? Bubu said he didn't have time, but now he has time to build one for Lu Xingchen. Bearing the pain, he tentatively asked, Master Bubu, do you have time to build the arrow tower now? Bubu's expression turned cold. Wan Jinbao, I said I build your arrow tower in 3 days. Wan Jinbao was unconvinced, but Lon Lon suddenly shouted, Bubu, this guy isn't convinced. He's cursing you in his heart. Bubu suddenly turned around and looked at Wan Jinbao coldly. Are you cursing me? Wan Jinbao was stunned. I'm not. Lon Lon spread her wings. Just listen to his nonsense. You hit him, and he's so angry. Not only is he cursing you, he wants to kill you. Wan Jinbao was furious. I'm not. This Lon Lon is so abominable, slandering me. Lon Lon yelled, if you didn't, why are you so guilty? Wan Jinbao was so angry that he spat out blood. Who said I was guilty? You're just as vicious as Lu Xingchen. Lon Lon was also furious. You scolded me? You actually scolded me? It's okay for you to scold Xiao Lu, but why are you scolding me? Bubu turned around. Wan Jinbao, you're going too far. Wan Jinbao was about to say something when he heard the game prompt. You scolded Bubu's friend. Bubu is angry, and your friendship value is -5. Note, your friendship value with Bubu is now 0. If it falls below this value, the mission reward will automatically be lost. Friendly reminder, please don't anger Bubu again. Wan Jinbao's face paled, and he was instantly deflated. He couldn't say anything else. If Bubu got angry, his 2 arrow towers would be gone. Wan Jinbao collapsed to the ground, afraid to say a word, not knowing which words would anger Bubu. No, he hadn't said anything inappropriate just now. It was Lon Lon. It was Lon Lon who had been slandering him, accusing him, misinterpreting him, and throwing mud at him. He had merely objectively called Lon Lon vicious, and Bubu had gotten angry. It was so frustrating. Couldn't he even tell the truth? That bird wasn't just vicious, it was a little devil. Damn it! Wan Jinbao's face paled and sank, and he gritted his teeth, not daring to utter a single word. Lon Lon and Bubu had already left. Lu Xingchen had packed Mimi into the pet bag and was waiting at the beach. Lon Lon had gone to pick some delicious fruit, so she took Bubu with her. It took a while for both the bird and the bird to return. Bubu launched his boat, and the group boarded. Lu Xingchen quickly messaged his grandmother, asking her to notify Master Lei Jin that they would be arriving shortly. Lu Xingchen gave Bubu the coordinates of his raft, and soon the group arrived at Lu Xingchen's raft. Bubu was stunned by the sight of the boat full of flowers. Lon Lon proudly flew aboard. Come, Bubu, let me introduce you. This is the panda cub. Silly, don't touch it. It clings to your legs and won't let go unless you give it food. Hey, where's the lamb? Oh, it's too smelly to be with guests. Lu Xingchen glanced around, but didn't see Master Lei Jin or the baby. Hong San and He Jio were unsure what to discuss. He San, as usual, leaned against the railing, resting with his eyes closed. Lon Lon took Bubu to look over, and they chattered non-stop, a harmonious harmony between man and bird. Lu Xingchen spotted the baby and Master Lei Jin in the second-floor living room, peeking out. Both of them were nervous. Wawa tried to rush out, but Master Lei Jin held her back. Wawa was still a child, and soon tears welled up in her eyes. She murmured, Wu sister. Bubu turned suddenly, and saw 2 people. Her face suddenly turned cold. Master Lei Jin took a deep breath, brought Wawa out with him, and said softly, Mimi, Wawa missed you. Wawa rushed over. Wu sister, I finally see you, Wu. Bubu's expression remained unchanged. Who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I'm Bubu, not Mimi. She turned to Lu Xingchen, her expression icy. Where do you want to build the arrow tower? Tell me quickly, I give you only 1 minute. Her expression was as if she would give up if Lu Xingchen didn't specify a location within a minute. Lu Xingchen didn't dare delay, and quickly designated 2 locations near the bow. Bubu gently pushed Wawa aside, and quickly walked over. She took out a pile of high-grade marcasite, glass cloud stone, and other supplies and began to build. Her hands flew with dazzling speed. This startled He Jio and Hong San, who were gathered around an arrow tower and discussing something. They were stunned. He Jio, this guy is so powerful. I'm afraid even Master Lei Jin can't match him. Hong San, shut up. Master Lei Jin is still here. He's better than us anyway. Hong San could only build a basic arrow tower. Soon, 2 advanced arrow towers were completed. The advanced arrow towers were much taller than the basic ones, and their sides were made of a white jade-like ore. At the top was a small pavilion, and below were rows of arrow slits, from which arrows could be automatically fired. The pavilions could accommodate about 5 or 6 people, who could also stand there to shoot or observe. The arrow firing speed, density, distance, and direction could also be adjusted. The advanced arrow towers were beautiful and sturdy. They were countless times more advanced than the basic ones. Lu Xingchen was delighted. Hong San and Heijio's faces flushed with excitement. Hong San rubbed the outer wall of the arrow tower with fascination. Too strong. Heijio muttered, I'm not leaving, I'm staying here.